Nan Zhi is still but a child, yet she is determined to traverse numerous worlds to rescue those weaker souls who have been carelessly harmed and abandoned. Fueled by hatred that seeks to destroy both others and oneself, the earth shatters and the heavens tremble if one cannot possess you. They will obliterate you, especially if you are their own progeny. In their wickedness, they unleash their fists upon the vulnerable, unable to confront the strong. They target those who cannot resist. Children are the most defenseless. Nan Zhi, please awaken to reality. Our little one merely wishes to grow up peacefully. Chapter 1. Blessings of Many Offspring. Impudence. With a resounding crash, a dull thud echoed through the hall, followed by the sharp sound of shattering. Are you a subject of Prince Ning, or are you my subject? The low, thunderous roar brimmed with fury and violence. This is dire. Father is enraged. According to the system, Father harbors psychological issues, prone to explosive rage akin to that of a madman. The little bundle clutched her skirt tightly and dashed towards the Mingguang Hall, bounding like a lively ball, the silver bells adorning her hair ringing melodiously. Drawing closer, she was on the verge of bursting in. Oh dear, little ancestor, why do you arrive at such a time? Nan Zhi was effortlessly intercepted at the entrance by Eunuch Li, who lowered his voice, straining to listen, a slight murmur betraying his unease. The wrath of an emperor instills terror. Father is angry, I must go in, Nan Zhi exclaimed anxiously, tilting her head upward, her delicate features akin to finely carved jade, her eyes, resembling black grapes, shone with innocence and urgency. Eunuch Li, when the Emperor Hui was enraged, he became utterly unrecognizable to those close to him who would dare approach him. Li Gonggong felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. He was astounded by the audacity of the little princess, who boldly bent down and scuttled past him. The threshold of the Grand Hall was rather high for a child just over 3 years old. A small, rosy figure struggled to cross the doorway, puffing and crawling over the threshold before managing to pull her other leg inside, tumbling into the Mingguang Hall. To enter or not to enter, Li Gonggong was engulfed in fear, rooted to the spot outside the hall. Inside the Mingguang Hall, chaos reigned supreme. The imperial desk lay overturned, documents scattered across the floor, brushes strewn about, and the inkstone shattered into pieces. Ink splattering across the floor in dark splotches that bled into the carpet. Every vase and porcelain ornament in the hall lay in ruins. Emperor Hui, clad in dark robes the color of congealed blood, stood upon a pair of steps, enveloped in an aura of tumultuous rage. His eyes were bloodshot, his pupils as dark as the abyss, resembling a beast on the verge of losing its sanity, fixating intently on the ministers kneeling before him. Father, father. Nan Zhi flailed her tiny legs and dashed toward Emperor Hui. Her tender, childish voice momentarily punctured the tense atmosphere, causing those present to briefly question their own senses, suspecting they were experiencing auditory hallucinations due to the strain. Father, I miss you so much, Nan Zhi exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her father's leg and gazing up at Emperor Hui with her bright, innocent eyes sparkling with sincerity. Her feelings were genuine at that moment. Her heart was a tumult of intense and complex emotions. She could not dissect these feelings, which ultimately coalesced into a profound sense of longing and grievance, as if she were confronting her own father. Li Zhongquan, get in here. Where did this little beast come from? Drag him out. Emperor Hui roared, his eyes ablaze, causing the eunuch outside the hall, Li Gonggong, to tremble with fear. Nan Zhi, has he become so enraged that he no longer recognizes his own daughter? Wretched father, Nan Zhi clung tightly to his leg, like a koala bear grasping its tree, refusing to let go. Father, it's me. It's me. I am your daughter. She cried out loudly, attempting to restore some semblance of reason to Emperor Hui. The emperor kicked his leg, trying to shake off the weight upon it, but to no avail. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain that cleaved through his mind. With a forceful motion, he flung the child away. The little one landed with a thud, her round face contorted into a true dumpling-like expression, crumpled and wrinkled. Her bottom hurt so much. Kneeling on the ground, Lord Zhang suddenly lifted his upper body, glancing at the little princess seated above, and then at the emperor, who panted like a beast. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. If it were just his own demise, It would be of little consequence, however, with the addition of a princess one devoid of reason, who would eliminate her own offspring, her temperament. And T was undeniably savage and beastly. Lord Zhang straightened his back, a paragon of loyalty. Your Majesty, it is rumored among the populace that you are a tyrant, a ruthless killer. Heaven has cursed you, punishing you for your transgressions against your own blood, leading to the extinction of your lineage. The entire Zhou dynasty is at risk of perishing under your rule. I implore you, Your Majesty, to release those innocents who have been wrongfully imprisoned. You have already taken so many lives, enough is enough. Please cease this madness. Ha ha. The Emperor Hui emitted a chilling grin, his crimson eyes fixed upon Minister Zhang. I have slain many, and your life is of no consequence. If you wish to die, I shall grant your desire. With a swift motion, the Emperor drew the sword that hung upon the wall, its blade quivering, a dazzling gleam emanating from its sharp edge. Nan Zhi was taken aback. Was he truly going to kill? No, he must not. In a flurry, Nan Zhi sprang to her feet and rushed forward, clasping the Emperor's leg. Father, please awaken. A large ornament hung from his leg, causing the Emperor to drag one foot as he bore a countenance both grotesque and terrifying. Release me, or I shall slay you. Wah wah wah. Father, Father, her piercing cries assaulted the Emperor's eardrums, her sobs tender yet fervent even amidst his throbbing headache. The word father embedded itself like a nail within his already aching mind. Your Majesty, Minister Zhang raised his voice, consumed by indignation. The fate of the great Zhou is to be sealed by your hand, a king destined for ruin, a dog of a fallen nation. Oomph! The tip of the sword scraped against the ground, as the Emperor, sword in hand and burdened by the ornament, advanced menacingly toward the self-destructive Minister Zhang. Father! Nan Zhi escalated her cries, frantically employing her wails as an assault. Father! Wah wah wah. The Emperor appeared caught between two forces, his irritation mounting to the point where he no longer wished to kill, but merely to escape the vexing cries of the child. In his fury, he bellowed, Li Zhongquan, throw her out. Eagerly, the eunuch commanded the guards to remove Minister Zhang, employing a handkerchief to silence him, stifling the impending torrent of loyal admonitions. Zhang Darren struggled in anguish as he was dragged away. Nan Zhi's round eyes darted around, and though the sky rumbled ominously, no rain fell, not even a single tear was shed. She sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Oh dear, that was terrifying." Upon lifting her gaze, she met the blood-red eyes of the Emperor Hui, whose expression was somewhat neurotic, filled with suspicion and strangeness as he regarded Nan Zhi. The furrows on his forehead, etched deeply from years of frowning, were often accentuated by the dark imprints left from his habitual rubbing of his brow, rendering him both sinister and fearsome. Nan Zhi released her grip on the Emperor's leg and playfully thumped it with her small fist, her voice sweet and childlike. Father, do not be angry. Emperor Hui replied in a hoarse, low tone. Is she born of the virtuous consort? Nan Zhi nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Finally, she grasped some semblance of reason. The Emperor retorted, you may leave as well. Chapter 2. The Blessing of Many Children. I shall not leave. Father, I wish to accompany you. Nan Zhi squirmed in the Emperor's embrace, twisting like a pretzel, much to the dismay of Eunuch Li, whose eyes twitched uncontrollably. The imperial physician arrived in haste, administering a massage to the Emperor's head, which was adorned with numerous silver needles. Nan Zhi circled around the Emperor, observing as he grimaced, and softly reassured him, Father, doesn't hurt at all. With his eyes closed, the Emperor ignored her, his brows furrowed tighter, enveloped in irritation. Nan Zhi flitted back and forth between the Emperor and the physician, and upon seeing the physician add a powdery substance to the incense burner, she inquired with curiosity, What is this? The physician ignited the powder, and wisps of smoke began to rise, dispersing a faintly fragrant mist. The imperial physician cast a glance at the little princess, whose delicate features resembled an exquisite sculpture. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, dampening her soft, downy hair, while her pair of clear, curious eyes gazed intently at the incense burner. Oh! Nan Zhi's expression appeared somewhat perplexed, yet she quickly followed with, This item is beneficial for father, is it not? The imperial physician nodded, affirming her statement. Nan Zhi circled around the incense burner, inhaling deeply until her nose became somewhat desensitized. She inquired of the system, "Dear system, does this incense truly aid father? Shouldn't he be consuming medicine when unwell? Only bitter medicine can yield efficacy. Why is it not bitter?" The system's voice resonated coldly. "It is effective, providing relief." Just as Nan Zhi exhaled in relief, the system continued. "However, it fosters dependency, requiring progressively larger doses with diminishing effects." Nan Zhi was taken aback. "Then what should we do? This substance is not beneficial for father, is it? It must not be allowed for father to continue using this item. What course of action should be taken?" Nan Zhi further inquired, "Is it poisonous?" The system replied, "It can be classified as poison. It is not entirely toxic, it is merely symptomatic. Then we must prevent father from using this remedy any longer." In deep contemplation, Nan Zhi squatted beside the grand incense burner and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Exclaiming, "Oh dear, my head aches terribly." A small, rosy figure stumbled adorably, cradling her head with tiny hands, tears brimming in her eyes, lamenting, "My head hurts. It hurts so much." As Nan Zhi performed, she cast glances at her father, the emperor, and noticing his indifference, she immediately raised her voice, exclaiming, "Oh, my head aches, father. It hurts terribly." Emperor Hui. His temples throbbed violently, and his mind felt as if a barbed arrow were incessantly stirring within, the cacophony enveloping him, rendering him disoriented. Even though she was his daughter, he entertained the thought of silencing her with a swift strike. "Daughter, daughter." Emperor Hui took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Have her examined, then expel her." The royal physician assessed the situation, remarking, "Your Highness, the young princess is still quite small. The effects of the calming incense may cause some discomfort. My dear princess, refrain from inhaling it too deeply, and a good sleep will remedy the issue." "Father, it really hurts," Nan Zhi protested, her little hands clutching her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed pitifully at Emperor Hui. "It hurts so much. Father, do you also have a headache from this?" Suddenly, Emperor Hu's eyes snapped open, his gaze piercing as sharp and fierce as a poisoned blade directed at the physician. Thud! The physician knelt, prostrating himself on the ground, his body trembling slightly. "Your Majesty, I assure you, I harbor no treacherous intentions." Emperor Hui merely grimaced, remaining silent, tilting his head as the silver needles adorning it glimmered with a cold, fragmented light. The emperor's silence only intensified the physician's trembling, his forehead striking the ground, beads of cold sweat dripping onto the obsidian floor. "Father, I'm so sleepy, I want to take a nap." In this tense atmosphere, Nan Zhi yawned, her eyelids heavy with fatigue as she rubbed her eyes and leaned against Emperor Hui. Emperor Hui directly pushed her aside, causing the pink little bundle to plop down onto the ground. Nan Zhi, with a dazed expression, pouted at Emperor Hui, who felt a flicker of anxiety. Would she cry again? The thought of her tears was enough to give him a headache. Nan Zhi rose from the ground, resolutely leaned against Emperor Hui, and closed her eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. Emperor Hu's body stiffened slightly. A soft, fragile little creature rested against him, exuding a faint scent of milk. He stole a glance at her, had never truly taken the time to observe this daughter of his. But now, as he looked a little longer, he found her to be rather endearing. Her chubby face, long curled eyelashes, and delicate, rosy lips appeared undeniably charming. She slept soundly, inducing a gentle wave of drowsiness within him as well. With a wave of his hand, the courtiers withdrew like a receding tide, particularly the imperial physician, who seemed eager to sprout 8 legs to escape. The virtuous consort waited outside the hall, the sun beating down relentlessly, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Upon seeing someone emerge, she hurriedly inquired of Li Zhong. "Master Li, the little princess?" Li Gonggong exhaled deeply. "Your Highness, the emperor has retired for the night." Anxiety and fear swirled within the virtuous consort. She had no choice but to wait outside, uncertain of when the emperor might awaken. Emperor Hui was roused from his slumber, struggling to breathe, and upon opening his eyes, he found the pink bundle curled up on his chest, pressing heavily against his heart. How had she managed to fall asleep on him? With a sigh, Emperor Hui reached out and gently pulled the child away. As fresh air filled his lungs, he finally felt a semblance of comfort. "Father, you are awake." Nan Zhi rubbed her eyes, her gaze sparkling as she looked at him. She reached out to smooth the furrowed brow that resembled the character Chan. "Father, are you still angry? Please do not be angry anymore. Anger is detrimental to one's health." The emperor had long been prone to explosive rage, and emotional fluctuations could cause considerable harm to his well-being. Emperor Hui sat up and regarded her. "Huh, are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Alas, adults are always so resistant to advice. Nan Zhi sighed, her expression exuding an air of premature wisdom as she patted her little belly. "Father, I am hungry and wish to eat." A growling stomach does not tolerate neglect, and tears of hunger may flow. "Li Zhongquan, throw her out," Emperor Hui commanded without hesitation. Li Zhongquan, who had been waiting outside the hall, immediately entered upon hearing the order. Bowing his back, he addressed Nan Zhi. "Your Highness, the virtuous consort has come to fetch you. Mother has arrived." Nan Zhi's eyes initially sparkled with delight, but soon they darted away guiltily. She had sneaked in here without her mother's knowledge. The system had informed her that Lord Zhang was of great significance and must not be harmed by the emperor. Emperor Hui cast a sidelong glance at the small, rosy figure and waved his hand. "Let the virtuous consort take her away." "Father, I shall take my leave," she said, waving her hand in an adorably awkward manner. Then she paused and earnestly advised, "Father, please try to be less angry. Anger is not good for your health." This small being, her face etched with concern and worry, bore an unexpectedly serious demeanor that was exceedingly humorous. Chapter 3. The blessing of many children. Nan Zhi babbled for quite a while, but seeing that her father, the emperor, remained unresponsive, she couldn't help but inquire, "Father, did you hear me?" The emperor turned his gaze towards her, nodding slightly, confirming that he had indeed heard, and added, "Go outside. Your noise is giving me a headache." Pouting, Nan Zhi thought to herself how disobedient adults could be. She was burdened with concerns and pressures far beyond her tender years. The empress, wearing a serene smile, accepted her daughter from the hands of eunuchly. Throughout their journey, the empress remained silent, her expression inscrutable, neither exuding joy nor sorrow. Only an oppressive atmosphere enveloped her, gradually intensifying the weight of her presence. With one hand clutching her little dress, Nan Zhi occasionally glanced up at her mother's countenance, feeling a surge of anxiety. How could she possibly explain to her mother that she had come to see her father for a legitimate reason? Alas, there were many things left unsaid. And clarity eluded her, a sense of melancholy washed over her. "Drag Lian Xiao down for punishment," the empress coldly commanded. "Your Highness, spare me, I beg you." Lian Xiao knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. The moment she learned that the little princess had ventured to the Mingguang Hall, she understood her fate was sealed. Nan Zhi was taken aback, her delicate features reflecting bewilderment and confusion. She hastily turned to her mother, asking, "Mother, why must you punish Lian Xiao?" The empress took a sip of tea and replied indifferently, "She failed to keep an eye on her charge. That is her dereliction of duty." As the sound of harsh blows and Lian Xiao's muffled cries filled the air, Nan Zhi felt a chilling sensation wash over her. She was the cause of Lian Xiao's predicament. Her life now rested precariously on the shoulders of a mere 3-year-old child. The tale recounted by the elder brother of the system unfolded before Nan Zhi's eyes, leaving an ineffable impact on her tender heart. The narrative was genuine, the events undeniably real, revealing to her that she inhabited a realm starkly different from her previous existence. She realized she could perish here, never to see her parents again. Nan Zhi's pupils trembled as she stifled a sob, clutching the sleeve of the virtuous consort, shaking as she gazed out at the forsythia being punished outside the palace. Her anxious words tumbling out in a disjointed rush. "It was my fault. Please punish me. I insisted on seeking my father, even when Lian Xiao forbade me from doing so." The virtuous consort, with a heavy heart, replied, "You must understand that whatever actions you take will affect many around you, particularly within this deep palace where a single misstep could cost you your life." The emperor, being a man of unpredictable temperament, could erupt in fury at any moment. All blessings and tribulations are bestowed by the sovereign. Thus, we must endure and exercise utmost caution. Nan Zhi, shrinking her neck in bewilderment, apologized. "I understand my mistake now. In the future, wherever I go, I shall inform mother, so as not to worry those around me." At merely 3 years of age, possessing such insight delighted the virtuous consort, who embraced her daughter, saying, "Mother does this for your own good." Yet, despite being held close, Nan Zhi felt no warmth. Inhaling her mother's fragrant scent, she pleaded, "Mother, please do not punish Lian Xiao." Very well, the virtuous consort acquiesced. For her intention was to educate her daughter rather than to harm anyone. Nan Zhi insisted on calling for a physician for Lian Xiao, to which the virtuous consort consented, summoning the imperial medical officer rather than the chief physician. The princess, despite her condition, reassured, "Do not worry about me." Lian Xiao lay prostrate on the bed, her complexion alarmingly pale, beads of cold sweat adorning her brow, while she attempted to comfort the nearby Nan Zhi. Nan Zhi gazed at Lian Xiao in confusion. Unable to suppress her inquiries, "Why is this happening? Why must one resort to violence? Lian Xiao has done nothing wrong. If father were to behave thus, he would have long been apprehended by the authorities." "It is different. People are not the same, nor are times," Lian Xiao replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Here. Life is fragile. Palace maids, too, face peril. Everyone is vulnerable. It is my fault for not keeping a watchful eye on the princess," Lian Xiao lamented. "I was the one who ran off." Nan Zhi, with her innocent and earnest tone, insisted, "Sister Lian Xiao, I am sorry. I promise I will not wander off again." Tears threatened to spill from Lian Xiao's eyes as she regarded Nan Zhi. Then, "My dear princess, please refrain from straying in the future." Nan Zhi nodded vigorously. "All right. Does it hurt, Lian Xiao? Let me blow on it. It will feel better. Applying the medicine will alleviate the pain. Dear princess, do not fuss over me." "Let the little princess blow on herself," Lian Xiao jested. "Should the virtuous empress learn of this, I fear I would face dire consequences." During the evening meal, Emperor Hui surveyed the lavish spread before him, yet his appetite eluded him. Reflecting on his daughter's complaints of hunger earlier that day, he pointed to a sumptuous roasted duck, instructing it be sent to her. Li Zhongquan hesitated momentarily, then comprehended that the emperor referred to the young princess. Promptly placing the roasted duck into a food container, the virtuous consort received a dish bestowed by the emperor, feeling somewhat surprised. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired of Li Zhongquan regarding the matter. With a beaming smile, Li Zhongquan addressed Nan Zhi, standing beside the consort, saying, "The emperor has the little princess in his thoughts." Nan Zhi nodded in agreement and expressed her concern. "Has father dined? Did he eat well?" Li Zhongquan, still smiling as he always did, neither affirmed nor denied the quality of the meal, saying nothing further. After Li Zhongquan departed, the virtuous consort asked her daughter, "What prompted the emperor to bestow a dish? What transpired in Mingguang Hall?" Nan Zhi tilted her head. "Is it strange that father gave me food?" The consort was momentarily taken aback. Eagerly awaiting the roast duck, which was unsuitable for a child, the virtuous consort allowed Nan Zhi 2 slices. Content. Nan Zhi grasped the meat and brought it to her mouth, when suddenly the system's voice interrupted, warning that the meat posed a problem. Nan Zhi paused, gazing longingly at the roast duck. "I want to eat meat. Is there a problem with the food father provided? What sort of issue?" Disheartened, she continued to stare at the enticing duck, which smelled delightful and appeared delectable, yet was deemed inedible. How cruel. The system clarified, "It's not a significant issue. Merely some subtle elements that cannot be detected through poison testing." Nan Zhi, perplexed, pondered aloud. This. The system brother stated that the emperor is the supreme ruler and the only one capable of protecting her within this palace. Yet, father cannot even safeguard himself. This palace is terrifying. What can one eat? Observing her mother preparing to eat the roast duck, Nan Zhi became anxious, exclaiming, "Mother, this is from father. I shall eat it myself." Xianfei said, "This child is quite possessive over her food. You have more than enough that you cannot possibly finish." She glanced at Nan Zhi and stuffed a piece of roasted duck into her mouth, leaving Nan Zhi utterly astonished. The system coldly remarked, "A small dosage 1T be fatal. Discussing toxicity without considering dosage is mere folly." Nan Zhi pouted but did not touch the roasted duck again. Her task was to survive within this imperial palace. Knowing that this food was forbidden, she resolutely abstained. Chapter 4. Blessings of Abundance. The palace at night was shrouded in darkness and silence, as if consumed by a colossal beast. The faint flicker of the lanterns was on the verge of being engulfed by the shadows, providing insufficient light to discern even a human face. Nan Zhi felt a wave of terror wash over her. She tugged at Xianfei's sleeve and whimpered, "Mother, I wish to sleep with you. I promise I won't be a bother. I will be obedient." She gazed up at her mother, her eyes brimming with longing and affection. Xianfei glanced down with a somewhat distant expression, replying, "You are a princess and have your own chamber." Disappointment flickered in Nan Zhi's heart as she noticed her mother's cool demeanor. She yearned to stay close to the adults. Feeling like a mere child unable to protect herself, being near them would offer her a semblance of safety. Regrettably, her mother denied her that comfort. Nan Zhi was attended to by the palace maid as she prepared for bed. Lying on her couch, she tossed and turned, her thoughts consumed by the roasted duck and her father's burdens. At that moment, the wet nurse entered, seated herself by the bedside, and gently addressed the still-awake Nan Zhi. "Princess, why not have some milk before you sleep?" As she spoke, she began to unfasten her clothing. "I'm not hungry, wet nurse. I'm not hungry," Nan Zhi insisted. Nan Zhi shook her head repeatedly and crawled to the other side of the bed, evading the wet nurse. The wet nurse hurriedly reassured her, "Princess, drinking this will help you grow tall and beautiful." As she approached, Nan Zhi caught a whiff of her scent, a hint of milk mingled with a slightly salty sweat, which she found rather unappealing. Furthermore, Nan Zhi felt she was nearly 4 years old and no longer required milk. The wet nurse was perplexed by the princess's refusal to accept her nourishment. In the imperial harem, offspring were few, and as the princess's wet nurse, she held a significant position. Ever since the princess had fallen ill and subsequently recovered, her appetite had waned. However, if the princess refused to drink, her role as a nurse would become obsolete. "Princess, eating well will ensure you sleep soundly," the wet nurse persisted, trying to soothe the child with patience. "Never mind. If the princess does not wish to eat, let her be." The maid, Bian Lu, observed that the little princess indeed had no desire for milk. In the past, the princess had been most reliant on her, needing her embrace and the comfort of her scent to fall asleep. Why had she grown so distant now? The wet nurse felt both bewildered and reluctant. "Allow me to lull the little princess to sleep," Bian Lu offered, gently covering Nan Zhi with a light blanket and softly patting her. Nan Zhi lay obediently on the bed, finding it somewhat difficult to drift off. Her parents used to tell her stories before bedtime. Even with someone beside her, she still felt a twinge of unease. Here, her parents were not inclined to foster closeness with their child. Loneliness, an unprecedented sense of solitude and fear enveloped Nan Zhi's heart, and she pressed her lips together tightly to stifle her tears. In a soft, childlike voice, Nan Zhi addressed the system, "Brother, please start telling a story." "System, this is a child, this is a child." Numbness envelopes the atmosphere. The system's voice gently narrates a bedtime story to the child. The task at hand is to tend to the child, and thus, one must attend to the little one. As the tale unfolds, Nan Zhi begins to feel a semblance of comfort, pulling the blankets closer, closing her eyes, and allowing the embrace of slumber to envelop her. Fortunately, there exists a system. Otherwise, Nan Zhi fears she might not endure. Yes, dear child, one must be strong. As the night deepens, a figure stealthily enters the princess's chamber. Observing the sleeping child on the bed, with utmost care, the figure lifts the child, who stirs slightly but remains in slumber. The figure lifts her garment, pressing a soft, ample substance to the child's lips. Gasp, cough, cough. Nan Zhi is startled awake by the warmth of the liquid, choking as she instinctively spits it out. Her nostrils filled with the scent of milk. "I do not wish to drink. I do not wish to drink. Who is this, intruding upon my sleep and forcing me to drink milk?" Without hesitation or decorum, she bursts into tears, awakening the vigilant maid, Bian Lu. Upon seeing the wet nurse, cannot help but inquire, "Nurse, what are you doing?" The wet nurse, somewhat embarrassed, struggles to hold the squirming child and is compelled to release her. "I feared the princess was hungry, so I came to offer her some milk," she replies. Bian Lu, puzzled, notes that the princess had not expressed a desire for nourishment. She cradles the princess in her arms, providing comfort, while Nan Zhi, nestled in the maid's embrace, sobs softly, feeling particularly distressed at being awakened. As the wet nurse devoted to the princess, she finds herself disheartened. It is said that milk signifies motherhood. Yet now the princess refuses even the nourishment. After much effort, Bian Lu finally lulled the princess to sleep and turned to the embarrassed wet nurse beside her, saying, "It is late. You should also rest. Thank you for your hard work." The wet nurse cast a lingering glance at the little one in the bed, her eyes flickering, before she turned and left. Alas, the little princess, after finally drifting into slumber, began to murmur, her face flushed and her body twitching involuntarily. The princess. Bian Lu hastily lit a lamp, and upon seeing the princess's crimson complexion, her heart sank. She reached out to touch her forehead. It was burning. Without delay, She rushed to inform the esteemed consort. Upon hearing that her daughter had fallen ill again, the consort quickly donned her garments. Her steps hurried, her expression a blend of concern and impatience. "Should we summon the emperor?" one of her close maids inquired. "Why shout? With her falling ill so frequently, the emperor will surely think I have not taken proper care of the child. Just go and call for the imperial physician. If I were in his position, I would be rather vexed as well, especially since he is a man who has never endured the trials of carrying a child for 10 months. Moreover, the emperor, with his unpredictable temperament, held little regard for the inner palace. Dragging him from his bed in the middle of the night would undoubtedly disturb his peace. When he inquires about it tomorrow, I shall downplay the matter, stating it is merely a trivial ailment, nothing of concern." Furthermore, the consort felt a twinge of guilt, fearing that the child's current state might be due to being frightened during the day. Such vigorous methods of educating a child were unwise. She is still so very young. With a solemn expression, the consort entered the child's chamber. As soon as she stepped inside, a foul, acrid odor assailed her senses, causing her expression to shift. What has transpired? Hastily entering the room, she beheld the frail child upon the bed, weak and incessantly retching, curled up like a shrimp. While suffering from diarrhea, the bed was in a disheveled state, accompanied by an unbearable stench. The moment the virtuous consort laid eyes on this scene, it felt as though her head had been struck by a hammer, buzzing with dread. This child could not be saved. An involuntary thought crossed her mind. How would the emperor lay blame upon her? The mere image of the emperor's cold, frenzied demeanor sent shivers through her. Without a child, the other concubines would undoubtedly mock her. In this imperial harem, genuine warmth was a rarity. Even the semblance of affection was built upon mutual needs and interests. Raising children posed its own challenges, yet the absence of a child was far more troublesome. The multitude of women in the harem existed solely due to the emperor's desire for heirs. Should a child perish at this moment, it would provide ammunition for the previous dynasty to denounce the emperor as a tyrant. The consort's heart raced, engulfed in an overwhelming fear, and she hoarsely commanded, "Quickly summon the imperial physician, swiftly, swiftly." She also instructed the palace maids to tidy the bed, even when fresh linens were laid. The child's relentless vomiting and diarrhea quickly soiled them anew. Upon entering the room, the physician was immediately struck by the foul odor, his expression darkening. Without needing to take a pulse, a mere glance at the child's pallor revealed the dire situation. The physician performed a bow, hastily took the child's pulse, and his countenance grew even more somber. He urgently instructed for saline to be prepared for the child, as the loss of bodily fluids due to diarrhea and vomiting was severe. Despite being administered water, the princess continued to vomit. The physician maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Continue to hydrate. It is imperative to replenish fluids, while simultaneously preparing to administer acupuncture. Your Highness, you must report to the emperor." The imperial physician wore a grave expression as he addressed the virtuous consort. She swayed unsteadily, supported by attendants, clutching the hand of a palace maid, trembling slightly. Go inform the emperor," she urged. "Physician, save her, save my child." The virtuous consort's voice choked with emotion. What has happened to her? What is wrong? The physician felt a deep bitterness within. Today had been a day of misfortune, and with only 2 children in the palace, losing one was a devastating blow. He faced a formidable challenge in his career. "Your Majesty," Li Zhong, bending close to the door, called out softly. There was no response from within the chamber. After a moment, a rustling sound broke the silence. An Emperor Hui spoke tersely. "What is it?" His tone was impatient. "The people from Yongshun Palace report that there has been an incident involving the princess, and it appears to be rather serious. The physician has already gone there." Emperor Hui immediately furrowed his brow. "Another incident? Just earlier today, that child spoke with me, and now calamity befalls her?" He pondered if he was truly the fated calamity, the so-called star of misfortune, bringing misfortune to those who drew near. His face betrayed an unmistakable displeasure and agitation, a deeper, unarticulated fury and grief. A cold smile played on his lips as he resolved to occupy this position, to make them uncomfortable, to extinguish their ambitious aspirations one by one. "Enter. Assist me in changing attire," Emperor Hui commanded, intent on witnessing the situation for himself. The emperor has arrived. With a commanding presence, he strode into Yongchun Palace, where the virtuous consort, lost in thought, offered a disoriented bow, her face a portrait of genuine bewilderment. She wept copiously, appearing disheveled and far from graceful in her sorrow. Her voice filled with plaintive anguish. "Your Majesty, the child, the child. Emperor Hui disregarded the woman entirely, bypassing the virtuous consort and entering the room. Upon entering, he detected the odor, not out of distaste, but with the awareness that such symptoms as diarrhea and vomiting could be fatal for an infant. He hastened to the bedside, where he observed the child's sallow complexion and unconscious state, accompanied by gurgling diarrhea and convulsive retching that was distressing to witness. At this sight, Emperor Hui clenched his jaw tightly, his expression hardening as he gazed upon the small figure in the bed. So frail. Frustration caused a throbbing sensation in Emperor Hui's temples, and his head seemed to ache once more. He took a deep breath and turned to leave the room. He sat in silence, his face impassive, flickering in the firelight, appearing both somber and menacing, inspiring dread. He did not even inquire about the child's condition, remaining motionless, which was more terrifying than any outburst of rage or interrogation. The virtuous consort's heart pounded violently, as though she had fallen into an abyss of cold and darkness. She was ruined. If the child perished, Emperor Hui would not spare her, and she would undoubtedly bear the blame. The child had been perfectly well during the day, so why this sudden turn of events? Surely, someone had poisoned the child, someone had done something to the child. The virtuous consort bit her lip tightly, her gaze fixed upon the room where the imperial physician was diligently attending to the child. May your majesty be at peace. The empress arrived hastily, dressed simply, and upon seeing the emperor, she quickly paid her respects, before inquiring of the virtuous consort, "How fares the child?" "It will be fine. There is nothing to worry about," the queen gently reassured. Such futile words fell on deaf ears for the consort, who replied in a tone of indifference, "Prepare for the selection of candidates. The harem requires women capable of bearing children. Offspring are the issue that must be addressed. They claim my lineage will not continue, so we must hold a selection, surely. There are women who can conceive." "Very well." The queen paused momentarily, then quickly responded, "I shall prepare at once." The emperor gazed at his daughter's chamber, harboring the hope that the harem would welcome the birth of children rather than suffer frequent losses. A chill ran through the queen's heart. Was the emperor subtly admonishing her? The notion of a selection? The consort appeared somewhat bewildered, her daughter as fate uncertain within, while the emperor had seemingly relinquished any hope for the child and was now contemplating a selection. As more women entered the palace, each one more breathtaking than the last, the emperor would care even less for her, especially since she bore no children to capture his attention. Men, particularly those in the role of an emperor, could be mercilessly cold, instilling a dread that enveloped the consort like a chilling ice, gripping her tightly and spreading its frigid tendrils throughout her body. To speak of a selection at such a moment was akin to delivering a fatal blow. She was finished, utterly doomed. Unless the consort's heart thundered as she glanced towards the room, unless her daughter emerged unscathed, surviving this ordeal, only then would she have the space to maneuver. Yet, could the child truly be preserved? As long as the physician had not uttered the final word, there remained a glimmer of hope, and the consort fervently prayed in her heart, desperately clutching onto a slowly sinking straw. Observing the consort's demeanor, the queen raised her teacup to her lips, concealing the mocking curve at the corners of her mouth. The consort's reliance was on her child, but now that support was perilously close to vanishing. It remains a mystery as to who among the harem orchestrated this scheme, whether it was Consort Shu, Consort Da, or Lady Li. There are too many contenders, all of whom have been lured away by the virtuous consort using children to captivate the emperor's attention. One can only surmise that these women are eager to arrive promptly to mock the situation. Perhaps even the virtuous consort herself is uncertain of the perpetrator. How foolish. With the presence of a child, the emperor is bound to remember. Yet, she seeks to use the child to cultivate enmity. This is nothing but greed, an insatiable desire for more, inciting such hatred that it is directed towards the child. The empress's gaze sharpened. These women must not extend their hands towards her offspring. Within the palace, swallowed by a monstrous beast, countless eyes are wide open, observing with a myriad of emotions, akin to ravenous, foul-smelling hyenas. Their blood-red eyes fixated on their prey, awaiting the opportune moment to pounce. Chapter 6. Blessings of many offspring. The room was filled with shadows, bustling with activity. The imperial physician spoke in hushed tones, the atmosphere thick with tension. The virtuous consort found it nearly impossible to support her own weight. Hunching over as her hands trembled uncontrollably, her eyes reddened, yet the emperor cast barely a glance in her direction. "Why am I unwell again?" Nan Zhi lamented. feeling utterly miserable and disoriented, inquiring of the system. Confounded, she reflected, I did not consume roast duck. How could she have fallen ill without indulging in roast duck? Especially when she had been so careful. This princess is treated with disdain, not even worthy of a dog's regard. The system stated simply, you are indeed ill. Nan Zhi responded, oh no, will Gigi die? Woe is me. I do not wish to perish. The system's voice remained calm and composed, yet it carried an air of indifference. Nan Zhi, what do you wish to do? What to do? I have no idea. When one falls ill, one must seek treatment. Nan Zhi felt disoriented, her mind conjuring the faces of her parents. She feared they would vanish forever, never to be seen again. Hesitating, she inquired, brother, what should I do? I wish to live. I must survive. The system responded, indeed, the shop offers a variety of items, including medicines that can cure your current ailment. However, they require points, which you currently lack. But Nan Zhi focused on a different aspect, asking, so, brother, do you know why I have become like this? The system chuckled softly, a warm laughter that resonated gently from its depths, tinged with a touch of sweetness. Though her mind was clouded by illness, she found the angle of her inquiry intriguing. The system replied, how about this? Since you have no points, you may purchase on credit and pay later. Nan Zhi felt as if she were floating, her entire being on the verge of being ejected from her body, numb to both pain and suffering. Your soul is on the brink of departing your body. You are about to die, to disperse, and you will never see your parents again, the system remarked flatly. Wah! I knew you would use my parents against me. Nan Zhi sighed dramatically. Very well, I shall buy it. The system added, if it were anyone else. Such a credit system would not exist. She sensed something was amiss, yet she could not pinpoint the discrepancy. Dazed, she nevertheless expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brother. At the tender age of 3, Nan Zhi had already embarked on her journey of borrowing, much to the delight of capitalists. She understood that she was but a child, and the system was a mere stranger. Even if it chose to abandon her, there was nothing she could do. The system was not her parents, who would cherish and protect her. Thinking of her parents, Nan Zhi felt a surge of tears threatening to spill, yet she managed to suppress them. After a period of observation, the imperial physician spoke up, and soon others gathered around. Fortunately, the distress had indeed subsided. With relief, they hastened to administer medicine. The physicians exhaled deeply, realizing that the little princess had managed to hold on despite the precarious situation. It was a blessing that she survived. The emperor remained vigilantly outside, and any news of the princess's demise would undoubtedly invoke his wrath. With the vomiting and diarrhea abated, the administered medicine began to take effect, and the princess's complexion improved slightly. The physicians wiped the sweat from their brows, opting not to immediately report that all was well, but rather to remain vigilant and observe closely, knowing that sleep would elude them this night. The absence of news within the chamber signified hope. The virtuous consort felt a flicker of encouragement. As long as her daughter was safe, she would endure anything. The emperor's affection was fleeting. It was clear he was not one to indulge in the charms of women, but a daughter would always hold a special place in his heart. As long as she existed, even if the emperor were to shun her, would he truly disregard his own child, especially one so young? The emperor furrowed his brow, rubbing the bridge of his nose, displaying signs of impatience. Yet he remained seated until the appointed hour for court. Before departing, he addressed the empress. Inform me of any developments. The empress responded with a bow. I shall take heed. The virtuous consort followed suit. But the emperor did not spare her a glance, leaving her countenance overshadowed by gloom. Did he truly harbor such disdain for her? The virtuous consort could not help but feel that her child's illness had cast a shadow over her own standing in the emperor's eyes. Yet, the pursuit of favor is ultimately aimed at conceiving a dragon's offspring. With a child comes status. Why, then, does she harbor resentment towards the child? The virtuous consort feels two forces tugging at her mind. Perhaps it is because this child brings no small measure of worry. As dawn broke, the Yongchun palace remained silent, leaving the harem with expressions that varied from regret to indignation and disdain. Only after confirming with the physician that her daughter was unharmed did the consort truly breathe a sigh of relief. She sank softly into a chair, a smile gracing her lips as she expressed her gratitude to the physician for his efforts. Entering the chamber, she noticed the lingering odor that had yet to dissipate. Her daughter lay upon the bed, her small face a pallid yellow, lips a ghostly white. The consort adjusted the covers and gently caressed her daughter's face, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Whoever had inflicted harm would not be spared. From this moment on, Her destiny was irrevocably intertwined with her daughter's. The thought of any further misfortune was too dreadful to contemplate, for she could scarcely imagine how the emperor might respond, be it neglect, demotion, or a life spent in the cold palace. Moreover, she could no longer summon the emperor for trivial ailments of the child. Such actions might convey the impression that the child was not meant to thrive, and an unwillingness to grow close would inevitably follow. The fear of becoming emotionally attached, only to suffer later, haunted her thoughts. The virtuous consort felt a pang of disappointment and resentment, recognizing the limitations of her situation. When Nan Zhi awoke, her body ached all over, devoid of strength, her mouth parched. She opened her eyes, pursed her lips in an attempt to cry, but held back the tears. The princess had awakened. Bian Lu hastily fetched warm water, gently propping up the princess to sip it slowly. Drinking was painful, her throat hurt, her stomach ached, and even her backside was sore. Finally managing to drink a little, Nan Zhi croaked her thanks. Thank you. Bian Lu was filled with trepidation, relieved that the princess had emerged unscathed. Otherwise, those who served her would surely face repercussions. With a smile, Bian Lu remarked, "The princess is blessed and fortunate. Henceforth, she shall turn misfortune into fortune." However, she mused, not really. Look at me. I have fallen ill again. What if I end up drowning in the pond? Oh dear. My heart is so weary. The system had informed her that as long as one could survive in the imperial harem, one could thrive elsewhere. But mastering the intricacies was indeed a daunting challenge. Bian Lu brought forth a bowl of congee accompanied by a few side dishes, gently urging Nan Zhi, "Princess, please have something to eat." Although Nan Zhi's stomach grumbled with hunger, she hesitated to partake. Why must those in the palace resort to poisoning food and waste provisions? Did the elders not realize that wastefulness is disgraceful, even more so than a child? Turning to Bian Lu, Nan Zhi insisted, "You try it first." Bian Lu promptly replied, "Princess, this is for you. I cannot partake." Nan Zhi reassured her, "It's fine. You eat." With no other choice, Bian Lu took a small taste and encouraged, "Princess, it is quite delicious." Nan Zhi pointed to the side dishes, urging her to sample them as well. After Bian Lu tasted a morsel, Nan Zhi felt a slight sense of relief, reasoning that it should be safe. After all, Bian Lu had not engaged in wasteful practices. The cleverness of a child was evident. To ensure her safety, Nan Zhi consulted the system. "This shouldn't be poisoned, right?" The system confirmed, "No." The meat congee was exceptionally savory, and at last, Nan Zhi felt at ease to finish a small bowl, reveling in the delightful taste. In her heart, she pondered how she might avoid consuming any poisonous food in the future. Chapter 7. Blessings of Many Children. A voice tinged with tears echoed, followed by the entrance of the wet nurse, who seated herself beside the bed. In the presence of Nan Zhi, she lifted her garment, exposing her bosom. "You must be hungry. Come and eat." Nan Zhi stammered, I don't want to eat from you." Yet, she was compelled to her chest, and the overwhelming scent of milk assaulted her senses, causing her to retch violently. "Your Highness," Bian Lu and the wet nurse immediately flustered, scrambling to tidy up. With tears streaming down her face, Nan Zhi protested, "I don't want to, please don't make me eat." Lian Xiao spoke to the wet nurse. "The princess just consumed a bowl of porridge and has only recently awakened. She cannot eat much." The wet nurse's expression soured. Yet she refrained from forcing the child to continue. Nan Zhi appeared weakened, almost frozen in place, her gaze fixated on the wet nurse's bosom. Bian Lu, believing the wet nurse had frightened her, gently patted her back to soothe her. This was meant to be the wet nurse's duty. Yet it had been usurped by a palace maid, and now the princess, who drank from her own nurse, was retching. Standing beside the bed, the wet nurse felt like an extraneous figure. With a pout, Nan Zhi glanced at Bian Lu, longing for her mother. Already unwell, her vomiting only exacerbated her fatigue, and she obediently lay down to rest. As she drifted in and out of slumber, she heard voices, both male and female. Upon opening her eyes, she discerned a figure seated at her bedside, gradually coming into focus. It was a man, strikingly handsome, with furrowed brows that conveyed an air of authority without anger, exuding a chilling demeanor that instilled fear. His gaze, devoid of warmth, fixed upon her. Tears suddenly streamed down Nan Zhi's face. She did not weep, yet the tears flowed nonetheless. What was there to cry about? Surely, my children are not so fragile. Emperor Hui casually wiped the tears from her cheeks with his sleeve, applying a touch too much force, causing Nan Zhi to lean back slightly. The virtuous consort could no longer restrain herself and remarked, "Your Majesty, she is unwell. That is why she weeps." Emperor Hui, seemingly indifferent, replied, It matters not. I am aware. He cast a glance at the virtuous consort and added, if she is wet, simply change her attire. After a struggle, Nan Zhi managed to quell her discomfort, rubbing her eyes and candidly expressing her feelings. I thought I would never see father again. It terrified me, truly terrified me. Frankly speaking, upon learning that his daughter had survived, Emperor Hui felt a sense of relief. He may not have been particularly close to his children, but he required them. Observing the two loose little tufts of hair atop her head, her cheeks flushed with color, and her nose and eyes tinged with red, she appeared both pitiful and endearing, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her tender cheeks. Though his fingers twitched, his expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze upon his daughter, embodying a chilling intensity devoid of tenderness. What calamity could strike with such ferocity? Surely, there were numerous malevolent spirits lurking within the palace. While Nan Zhi remained unresponsive, the virtuous consort's mind began to churn. Was the emperor contemplating a thorough investigation? The faces of several individuals flitted through her thoughts, compelling her to consider subtle insinuations. Father, I do not know. Nan Zhi found herself engulfed in confusion, utterly unaware of how she had suddenly fallen gravely ill, to the point of near death. Had it not been for the medication provided by the system, she would have perished. Emperor Hui scoffed derisively, his expression cold and unyielding, deeming her utterly useless. Nan Zhi pouted, turning her head away in frustration, her eyes unexpectedly landing on the wet nurse standing among a line of palace maids. She fixated on the nurse's bosom, which was plump and full. The virtuous consort, following her daughter's gaze, chuckled softly, "You must be hungry." As the wet nurse took a step forward, a childish voice piped up, "No, I don't want to drink from Inyai anymore. I want to eat rice, eat meat, and grow tall." Emperor Hui responded with a sharp, scornful tone, "What nonsense is this? A little child like you should not forsake nourishment, or you'll remain perpetually ill. Human milk is remarkably nutritious. Children of affluent families continue to partake until they are quite old. Your child is barely over 3 years. Without such sustenance, their constitution will weaken, leading to frequent ailments." Huey's mind drifted to the spiteful remarks of others, insinuating that he was a cursed solitary star. The thought of his offspring not thriving within the imperial harem only served to exacerbate his irritation. It was indeed frustrating. 3 years into his reign, he had conducted a selection of concubines, yet not a single child had been born. Pregnancies ended in miscarriage, births were met with tragedy, and very few survived to celebrate their first year. These women proved to be utterly ineffectual, mere liabilities, he thought coldly. Nan Zhi felt a profound melancholy, sighing softly as she glanced at her father, the emperor. She hesitated to speak, for her system companion had informed her that the imperial harem was devoid of children, a predicament closely linked to her father's volatile temperament and health issues. Yet, she could not voice these thoughts. Her father appeared so fierce, a stark contrast to her own image of paternal warmth. The system had also advised her against mentioning any concerns regarding his diet, for fear of arousing suspicion. It was quite vexing. She needed to eat. At that moment, the wet nurse interrupted Nan Zhi's contemplation. Approaching the bedside, she bent down to take the little princess into her arms for feeding. However, Nan Zhi clung tightly to the emperor's arm, declaring, "I don't want to eat. I dislike it. I want to have a proper meal." The wet nurse stood helplessly, glancing between the emperor and the stubborn princess, afraid to intervene and pull her away. The emperor grimaced, "My head is starting to ache again. This troublesome little brat is quite exasperating." He required children, those who could serve as heirs in name. Yet he felt no obligation to attend to each one individually. Nan Zhi hid behind the emperor, her clear, bright eyes fixated on the wet nurse, or rather, on the gentle sway of her bosom. A fleeting thought danced through her mind. After careful consideration, she realized she had not indulged in roasted duck the previous night. She had only eaten a few wontons, and during the night, the wet nurse had forcibly fed her some milk. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she queried the system, "Brother, is my illness connected to the wet nurse?" The system replied enigmatically, "Reflect upon it yourself." Nan Zhi could not help but grasp her head in frustration, feeling as though her mind might unravel. Could it truly be so? Whether to eat or not is of no consequence. Why cower in hesitation? My child shall not be so petty. You are the master. Indulge in your desires or abstain as you please. Who could possibly compel you? The emperor, with a stern countenance, drew forth the child concealed behind him. "I am the master. Can I not choose for myself?" Nan Zhi lifted her head, gazing at the emperor with clear, innocent eyes brimming with curiosity. Indeed, No one can impose their will upon you. You are my child, so what is there to fear? The emperor's voice, cold yet commanding, resonated like thunder from the heavens, echoing in Nan Zhi's ears. Chapter 8. The Blessing of Many Offspring. Father. The wet nurse compelled me to drink milk. Last night, she insisted I consume it, and it made me quite uncomfortable, Nan Zhi remarked, pointing at the wet nurse with a childlike lilt. Such innocent words seemed to express mere childish stubbornness, yet they caused the wet nurse's complexion to change dramatically. And with a thud, she knelt down, hastily explaining, I feared the princess might go hungry at night. So I thought to nourish her in advance, and did not mean to force her. The wet nurse, suppressing her inner trepidation, offered a gentle smile to the young mistress. Dear princess, how could I ever wish to harm you? I have cared for you since infancy. Nan Zhi's expression was one of confusion and turmoil. Her mind seemed to falter. The wet nurse's gaze was filled with both fear and tenderness as she quaked on the ground, appearing quite pitiable. This reminded Nan Zhi of Lian Xiao, still lying in bed. She turned to her father and inquired, Father, will you punish her? The emperor replied coldly, If she is indeed connected to the events of last night, she shall undoubtedly face consequences. Can you be certain it was her? The wet nurse's body trembled even more violently as she gazed pleadingly at the small child, her every vestige of hope tethered to the innocent being before her. At last, Nan Zhi spoke. It was just last night, after I nursed, I began to feel unwell. The emperor, with a decisiveness that sent chills through the air, declared, Take her away and apply the torture. She will confess. His voice was cold and terrifying. Your Majesty, spare me. I am truly innocent. The princess's illness has nothing to do with me. The wet nurse repeatedly bowed her head, striking the ground until blood oozed from her forehead. Trailing down like sorrowful tears, an image both horrific and pitiable, causing Nan Zhi's heart to quiver slightly. She bit her lip tightly, watching the wet nurse with a pang of regret, contemplating surrender. Turning to the emperor, she implored, Father, let it go. I believe it has no connection to the wet nurse. Oh, now it has no connection? The emperor raised an eyebrow at his daughter, questioning how one could be so capricious as a sovereign. Your change of heart comes too late. Take her away and interrogate her thoroughly. The wet nurse, her body weakened, was dragged away by the guards. With gritted teeth, she called out to Nan Zhi in a tone steeped in despair, Princess, how cruel you are. I have served you faithfully, and now, because you no longer favor me, you wish to see me dead. Nan Zhi's hands intertwined anxiously, her expression conflicted. With a heavy hand, her father ruffled her hair a bit too forcefully, causing her to stumble and fall onto the carpet. Father. Nan Zhi looked up at him, her eyes filled with accusation. The emperor merely glanced at her, scoffing, How truly weak you are. Yet you do not even consume the milk of humanity. Outside the chamber, the sound of slapping and the muffled cries of the wet nurse echoed in the stifling silence. Each strike against flesh resonated with stark clarity, causing Nan Zhi to bury her face deeper into Emperor Hui's embrace. This task truly seemed insurmountable. How could she possibly survive? Here, her father and mother might not be able to shield her, and she was but a mere infant. After a while, a guard entered, holding a bowl filled with a mass of moldy substances covered in a thick layer of mildew. It was nearly unrecognizable, with droplets of putrid liquid seeping out, exuding a foul odor. What is this? The virtuous consort's countenance shifted dramatically, her expression fierce. Emperor Hui narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Yet his imposing presence loomed like a mountain, instilling fear. The virtuous consort quickly inquired, What is this? Is it poison? Bring her in. I demand to question her about what grievances could warrant such a vile act. It was no wonder the child was vomiting and suffering. Consuming such decayed filth would surely endanger even an adult, let alone a fragile infant. Alarmed and terrified, the virtuous consort clutched her daughter tightly, her body trembling slightly. Nan Zhi gently patted her mother, whispering reassurances, Do not be afraid. Mother, it will be all right. My dear child. The virtuous consort felt as though her very heart was being crushed under the weight of terror, nearly suffocating Nan Zhi in her embrace. To her surprise, Nan Zhi realized she had correctly surmised the situation, yet her heart swelled with no joy. Although she had grown averse to the wet nurse's milk, this body had long been accustomed to her care. What could have prompted such betrayal? The wet nurse was violently dragged in by two guards, her lower body drenched in blood, leaving a wide crimson trail on the floor, permeated by a pungent metallic scent. Upon inhaling this odor, Emperor Hui felt a throbbing at his temples, and a bright light flickered in his eyes as he gazed at the nurse, who lay gasping for breath on the ground. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, instilling terror in those who beheld him. Known for his capricious temperament, he appeared fervently obsessed with bloodshed. It seemed that the sight of blood invigorated him, and the act of killing alleviated his volatile mood. Zhang, why have you done this? Who instigated you? To harm the imperial heir and face annihilation. Are you prepared to meet your end? The virtuous consort chastised with a fierce countenance. No longer concerned about displaying gentleness before the emperor. Those chosen to serve as wet nurses in the palace were typically of unblemished reputation, yet had connections. A massacre of an entire family was unequivocally severe. Zhang, the wet nurse, exhibited a complexion that fluctuated between ashen and pale, ultimately fading into a sickly yellow akin to gilded paper. Her life was forfeit, her spine had been shattered, and upon hearing the decree of extermination, she displayed no fear. But rather a derisive laugh erupted from her throat, rasping and unpleasant like air escaping a bellows. It was I who did this, with no one to direct me. This milk, which was meant for my child, has been lost, suffocated to death. I desire no life of my own, they shall not live either. I seek vengeance for my daughter. It is they who coveted wealth and sought to elevate me to the palace as the wet nurse for the heir, yet alas. I was not chosen and became the wet nurse for the princess. As she laughed, she spat blood, a tragic irony in her fate. Chapter 9. Blessings of numerous offspring. Your daughter has perished, and you wish for my daughter to meet the same fate. The Empress Dowager's chest heaved with rage. Her brows furrowed in fury, resembling a fierce tigress poised to pounce upon Lady Zhang, intent on tearing her to shreds. Princess, I am truly sorry. Lady Zhang gazed at Nan Zhi, her eyes filled with maternal affection. I did not wish for this, seeing you as akin to seeing my own dear child. I regard you as my own. Her expression then shifted to one of profound sorrow. Princess, have I committed some grave error? Why do you shy away from me? Once, we were so close, like a mother and daughter. How have you changed? It was never my intention. I assure you, it was not. The Empress Dowager, incredulous, scoffed in disbelief. Is it merely because the child has outgrown her need for nursing that one would resort to murder? Have you lost your senses? In this palace, where survival hinges upon favor, to kill simply because a child has grown distant is madness. She stared vacantly at Lady Zhang, her demeanor serious. The woman had lost her sanity ever since her daughter had been cruelly taken from her by her husband's family. Moreover, had Lady Zhang's child truly been slain by her in-laws? Could they not even sustain a child? The act of murder would yield no benefit, only engendering hatred from Lady Zhang, an act of sheer folly. Nan Zhi regarded her wet nurse. An indescribable feeling coursing through her young mind, a premonition that she was doomed to perish. Whether by drowning in the river or by the hand of her wet nurse for not being close enough. With her bright, clear eyes fixed upon Lady Zhang, she asked, "Will you truly harm me?" Zhang was momentarily taken aback, her emotions surging as she spat out blood. She yearned to move her body towards Nan Zhi's direction, but the pain contorted her face into a grotesque grimace. How could I possibly harm her? She is my precious daughter, she thought. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and the loss of blood rendered her complexion a ghastly hue, her breath growing increasingly feeble. She gazed vacantly at Nan Zhi, feebly calling out for her daughter. How intriguing it was. Emperor Hui seemed to be watching a performance, and as he observed until the end, he offered his commentary. You do not seek vengeance against those who harmed your daughter. Instead, you wish to harm mine. You harbor hatred for them. Yet you would use my hand to annihilate their entire family. But what can I do? I must elevate them, forcing you to remain restless, helplessly witnessing their triumph and indulgence in worldly riches. The virtuous consort interjected, Are you serious? Does it not repulse you? How can one bear it? If Zhang must perish, then so must her family. Nan Zhi lifted her head to look at her father. It is one thing to let the wet nurse go. But why should those who have slain infants be allowed to enjoy the splendors of life? Foolishness. Emperor Hui, with a stoic expression, extended his finger to poke her forehead, causing the little one to tumble onto the ground. With a look of exasperation, she picked herself up once more. Observing her in such a state, the emperor felt a sense of relief. This ineffectual child was still intact. Should death occur, he would undoubtedly act swiftly against them. With a gasp, the nearly lifeless Zhang reacted to the emperor's words, her body writhing in agitation as blood gushed forth like a spring, pooling beneath her and intensifying the already overwhelming stench of iron, eliciting discomfort in those nearby. Zhang's countenance twisted in rage and despair, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be happening? The Li family still basked in wealth and glory, while her daughter... Why was this so? Zhang glared at Emperor Hui. her expression a grotesque mask of fury, akin to a vengeful spirit, her lips curled in a snarl, saliva mixed with blood dripping onto the ground in elongated strands. It was a sight most terrifying. Zhang's mind raced, desperately seeking a way to ensure their demise. All of them must perish. She met the gaze of the cold, unfeeling eyes that bore down upon her like a predatory beast, her thoughts splintering into chaos, fragments of her life flashing before her in a frenzied montage. Suddenly, she cried out, "Your Majesty, the Li family acts on behalf of Prince Ning. My act of killing the princess was commanded by them." Whether true or false, she sought to assign blame to the Li family first, within the court and beyond, who was unaware of the friction between the emperor and Prince Ning. Compared to the tyrannical Emperor Hui, Prince Ning appeared the more benevolent ruler. Even a mere suspicion, given the emperor's temperament, would spell disaster for the Li family. A satisfied smile graced Zhang's lips as she closed her eyes, envisioning herself and her daughter awaiting them in the depths below, anticipating their descent into hell. The guards dragged the bodies away, while the palace maids hurried to fetch water, scrubbing the bloodstains from the floor until it gleamed. Though the stench of blood lingered in the air, Emperor Hui chuckled, a glimmer of amusement in his expression, though it only deepened the fear he inspired. Nan Zhi appeared wan, and a glance from Emperor Hui sent a shiver through her. She placed a hand on her belly and murmured, "Father, I am hungry." "All right, let us dine," she said. As they sat down to eat, Nan Zhi held her spoon, motionless for a long while. The virtuous concubine inquired, "What troubles you? Have you lost your appetite, or are you frightened?" Suddenly, Nan Zhi turned to Emperor Hui and asked, "Father, do you think the food we consume harbors any impurities? Your roasted duck, for instance, could be tainted. Someone could be poisoning you." Alas, the emperor had been poisoned. The princess had been poisoned. Was there anyone in this palace who was truly untainted? Did they not all harbor poison within? Surrounded by opulence, Nan Zhi felt there was nothing safe to consume. Withering away, she lamented. Moreover, the system was rather malevolent, offering warnings about trivial matters while neglecting the real dangers. The system declared, "This is to cultivate your sensitivity and sense of crisis. In this palace, one must rely on oneself to survive. The emperor is preparing to select a consort, and both you and the queen's child will perish before the selection. Be vigilant." Nan Zhi exclaimed, "Oh my! Must one never catch a breath?" A shadow of sorrow crossed her face. This upcoming selection could potentially rescue the harem from its barren plight. The ability to bear and nurture a child was a true talent. Ultimately, only her offspring would survive. Adored and cherished, she would emerge as the victor of life. Nan Zhi pondered. In such a brief tale, did her fate boil down to merely 2 words, dead? Here was one version of me, and there was another. How could I be torn apart like this? She glanced at her father, struggling to fathom how such a wretched being could transform into the caring figure described by the system, a man who cherished her so deeply, no longer cold and tyrannical. How perplexing. The Emperor Hui gazed upon his daughter's delicate visage, which was adorned with a myriad of intricate expressions, worry, melancholy, and helplessness, all interwoven in a manner that was almost indescribable. How could such a small being exhibit such tangled emotions? The sordid matters at hand certainly concealed filth that warranted cleansing with blood. The emperor's countenance remained indifferent, his tone casual, as if critiquing a poorly prepared dish. In the wake of Emperor Hui's seemingly carefree remarks, the palace commenced a thorough cleansing. Under such intense scrutiny, some eunuchs and maidens were expelled from the palace, while others succumbed during brutal interrogations, leaving the entire harem steeped in a miasma of bloodshed. The imperial kitchen underwent a complete overhaul, with not a single chef remaining. Nan Zhi silently exhaled a sigh of relief, reasoning that her father would no longer consume tainted dishes. Although the palace appeared somewhat cleaner, the emperor's reputation had plummeted. Rumors swirled that he had become a tyrant, executing numerous eunuchs and maidens daily, with the blood of the fallen flowing like a river outside the Mingguang Hall. The tales grew increasingly outrageous, alleging that the emperor feasted upon human flesh and hearts, with the deceased having their vital organs extracted. He was not merely a tyrant, but portrayed as a malevolent specter. Even the bewildered palace attendants were struck with terror, their faces drained of color. Upon hearing these slanders, Nan Zhi felt a profound injustice for her father. He did not consume human flesh, his temperament was simply explosive, and he bore the weight of mental turmoil. That wretched Prince Ning was truly vile, incessantly maligning others behind their backs. If someone were to spread rumors about her bedwetting, It would infuriate her. In that moment, Nan Zhi began to grasp the depths of her father's volatile emotions. Although her father was scorned, the system assured her that he had not consumed anything peculiar lately, leaving her with no choice but to empathize with him. As the selection approached, Nan Zhi grew increasingly cautious, not daring to step outside the Yongchun Palace. Within the narrative, she was destined to drown in a pond. The circumstances of her fall, whether accidental or at the hands of another, remained unknown to her. And so she remained sequestered in the palace. However, just 2 days before the selection, misfortune struck when the young prince, the only son of the empress and the Hui emperor, barely over a year old, fell gravely ill. The illness was swift and ruthless, claiming his life within a day. In his fury, the Hui emperor unleashed his wrath, turning the Fengqi palace into a scene of bloodshed. The loss of his son, especially the heir, was an unbearable blow. In that moment, the imperial harem was engulfed in turmoil, with the women trembling in fear. Several consorts faced the emperor's ire, subjected to ruthless punishment. The emperor's reputation plummeted to infamy. With such a calamity occurring just before the selection, no father would willingly send his daughter into a palace fraught with peril. Many sought to leverage connections and influence to evade the selection. Yet, for countless others, there was no escape. Even if the emperor was indeed a tyrant, defiance could lead to the obliteration of one's entire family. Nan Zhi observed from a distance, witnessing the Hui emperor's bloodshot eyes. Reminiscent of a beast trapped in a cage, a profound and indescribable sensation welled up within her. What manner of world was this? With her brother gone, was it not her turn now? A poignant realization surged within the young Nan Zhi. This was fate. The destiny of children like her within the tale was to perish one by one. Nan Zhi awoke, rubbing her eyes, and beheld a man seated at the edge of her bed, resembling a stone statue, utterly still. An inexplicable atmosphere enveloped him, as if an invisible barrier and thin veil separated the emperor and everything surrounding him. He exuded an aura of solitude and desolation, akin to a lone beast engaged in a fierce battle. Everything around him mercilessly tugged and ravaged his spirit. Nan Zhi extended her hand to embrace the emperor's neck, resting her head upon his shoulder, gently patting him in silence. The emperor's expression was one of indifference. He quietly gazed at the child in his arms, soft and cherubic, which reminded him of the child who had perished in his embrace, his son, his legitimate heir. The clamorous demands for him to pen a self-criticism resurfaced, absurd in their nature. The emperor understood that his tribulations stemmed from occupying a seat of power, coveted by all. These experiences were not without reason. Yet, the turmoil within him threatened to rend him apart, inciting a desire to obliterate all. Gurgle. Nan Zhi's little stomach emitted a sound of hunger, prompting her to address the emperor. "Father, I am hungry and wish for something to eat." The emperor replied, "Go ahead and eat." Nan Zhi clutched the emperor's wide sleeve. "Father, please accompany me while I eat." The emperor coldly and resolutely declined. "No, I am busy." His countenance bore an unsettling pallor, as if shrouded in a gray haze. Obscuring his features, the weight of recent misfortunes was evident. Nan Zhi cast a glance at the emperor. "If you do not accompany me, I shall cry. I truly will cry." The emperor Hui lifted the little bundle and grasped the back of Nan Zhi's clothing, effortlessly placing her upon a stool, awaiting further developments. Nan Zhi, feeling exasperated, thought to herself, "How rude of you, Ning's foul little one. Is this how one treats a precious child?" When the meal was served, though the emperor had little appetite, he could not help but feel a flicker of desire to partake upon observing his daughter enjoy her food with such delight. Swaying her head in satisfaction, noticing the emperor's mood seemed to brighten, the surrounding atmosphere lightened as well, Nan Zhi slid down from the stool, wrapping her arms around the emperor's legs, offering comfort with a gentle shake. "Father, do not be sorrowful. There shall be many brothers and sisters in the future. When that consort enters the palace, she will bear you several children, all of whom will grow up healthy." However, she mused, "Father, you appear to be quite the scoundrel. With so many wives, if you have so many consorts, Mother would surely be furious and might even shatter his head in anger, demanding a divorce." Humph. The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched. Many children. He did not believe in the notion of being a cursed solitary star, nor did he accept the idea of divine retribution for lineage. Yet, the scarcity of children in the harem, with numerous pregnancies ending in miscarriage or untimely death, left him feeling perplexed and resentful. A curse? Huh, why should that be? He was the son of heaven, the emperor. Was that rebellious Wang Ning truly the rightful path? Preposterous. Suddenly, Nan Zhi inquired, "Father, was that little girl truly killed by her own family? Which child, oh? The daughter of the wet nurse? No, she was born lifeless." Yet, upon entering the palace, whispers led to the belief that her husband's family had caused her demise, compelling her to enter the palace and nurse the royal heir. Such folly. Nan Zhi rested her chin on her hands with a sigh, lamenting the unpredictability of life. A veritable juxtaposition of grand and trivial matters. "Father, will you kill the wet nurse's family?" Nan Zhi inquired. Emperor Hui grinned. "Of course, not. A ruler's words are not to be taken lightly. I have declared that I will not harm the Li family. Rather, she shall die with her grievances unresolved, her spirit in turmoil, consumed by despair." Nan Zhi remarked, "Father, how childish you are." Chapter 11. More children, more blessings amidst the myriad events unfolding in the palace. The selection of concubines proceeded as scheduled. The grieving empress, having lost her child, feigned strength to choose women for her husband. The virtuous consort observed the empress's heavy makeup, which could not conceal her pallor and sorrow. With a heavy heart, the virtuous consort realized she must exercise utmost caution. The harem now boasted but a single child, making her offspring all the more conspicuous. She kept her daughter confined within the Yochun Palace, daring not to present the child to the empress, who, having recently lost her own, would surely feel discomfort at the sight of a healthy child. As the virtuous consort gazed upon the resplendent palace, she could not help but lament that the forbidden city might as well be dubbed the city of childlessness. So detrimental was it to progeny. She watched the youthful maidens, each a picture of beauty, hoping fervently that one might bear a child. Otherwise, her own child would stand out too starkly. With the emperor in a foul mood, these women of the harem lived in constant trepidation, and as for vying for favor, it depended entirely on whether the emperor was in the mood to bestow his affection. Greetings to the empress. May she be blessed with boundless fortune. A group of young and beautiful women, with graceful figures, knelt before the queen, their delicate lips parting and closing in unison. The queen gazed at these maidens in a daze, her hands clenched into fists within the voluminous sleeves of her gown, her fingertips digging painfully into her palms. Her child was gone, and her husband sought to sire offspring with another woman. Oh, that tiny child, who perished in her embrace, had already been forgotten by his father, who chose to pursue new women and erase the memory of their deceased child. Yet, she could not voice her discontent, nor could she question the emperor in anguish. For she was not merely a wife, but a queen, the mother of a nation. The queen lingered in her silence, and the atmosphere grew oddly tense. The women held their positions in reverent homage, afraid to glance around, with murmurs of uncertainty flitting through their minds. Was the queen asserting her authority over them? "Your Majesty, perhaps you are enchanted by these young beauties. Their presence reminds me of days gone by. How swiftly time passes." The virtuous consort spoke, rousing the queen from her reverie. The queen smiled, exuding an air of regal elegance. "Indeed, such flower-like beauty brings joy to the heart. Please rise. From which family do you hail?" the queen inquired, her gaze settling on one particular maiden within the assemblage. This girl possessed a delicate grace, her skin pale and ethereal, shining like flawless white jade under the sun, her unique aura setting her apart amidst the crowd of strikingly beautiful women. The other maidens cast glances at her, their emotions laid bare, revealing jealousy, hostility, or perhaps disdain that they could not conceal. If Nan Zhi were present, upon hearing that name, she would instantly recognize her as the woman destined to save the harem from its childless plight. Such beauty! A sudden pang of concern struck the virtuous consort's heart. With such an enchanting woman entering the palace, she would undoubtedly become a formidable rival. The emperor may disregard the affairs of the harem, yet that does not imply he is impervious to the allure of beautiful women. With an ethereal grace and exquisite features, it was clear she would garner favor. And all shared this sentiment. Although Sher Peru commanded attention, she herself remained composed, showing no signs of vanity despite the queen's excessive interest. Her demeanor was poised and dignified. Observing the queen's behavior, the virtuous consort understood that Sher Peru was destined for the palace. The queen, in her elevated status, needed not vie for affection. Yet to the other consorts, any woman entering the palace was a rival. As anticipated, the queen held Sher Peru in high regard, bestowing upon her the title of noble consort almost immediately. Typically, such titles were granted only after a woman had spent the night with the emperor. Yet Sherperu had not yet done so and was already elevated to noble status. From the moment she entered the palace, she captured the queen's attention. "Mother, has the selection concluded?" Nan Zhi, with an endearing innocence, poured tea for the virtuous consort, carefully cradling the cup as she presented it to her. "Mother, please have some water." The virtuous consort gazed at her daughter, her heart fluttering. She lifted the cup and drank it dry, gently stroking her daughter's head with a sigh. "Mother, what troubles you? Are you unhappy?" Nan Zhi inquired. The virtuous consort, harboring a hint of resentment, replied, "Your father now has a beautiful woman. He will likely forget about you." Nan Zhi responded, "That is indeed certain. Henceforth, father will only favor that woman," under the looming threat to her very existence. Nan Zhi felt that her father's affections were of little consequence. What truly mattered was survival, for only then could she feel jealousy. Nan Zhi clung to her mother's arm. "Mother, who father favors is his concern. What you enjoy, I shall accompany you in. I will be by your side. Mother, please teach me to read and to cook." The virtuous consort gazed thoughtfully at her daughter, realizing that the more she learned, the more pleased her father would be, and he would visit her often. Nan Zhi replied, "No, I do not wish to prepare nonsensical dishes. I simply want to learn to cook." She had only been in kindergarten for a few days before she passed away, yearning to acquire knowledge to share with her parents when she found them, to tell them of all she had learned. That night, Emperor Hui favored Sherperu but did not indulge her excessively. The following night, he favored other newcomers, rotating through them all. The emperor's intentions were singular. He did not merely seek the pleasures of beauty but sowed like a farmer, hoping for a bountiful harvest. In the harem, competition thrived and factions formed. The virtuous consort, being the only one with a child, attracted many newcomers who sought her favor. Nan Zhi received numerous gifts as a result: golden necklaces, jade stones, and various delightful trinkets. The virtuous consort meticulously collected these items and, upon discerning something amiss, promptly returned them to their rightful owners. "What is this? How unsightly!" Emperor Hui observed his daughter wielding a brush, creating blotches of black, and he laughed derisively. Nan Zhi earnestly countered, "Father, I am still young. Did you write beautifully as a child? You should encourage me." The emperor reached out and tousled his daughter's hair, causing her to stumble slightly. A rare, subtle smile flickered across his face but quickly faded into somberness. In this harem, there was but a single child remaining. It had been 2 months since the newcomers entered the palace, yet no news had emerged, which left Emperor Hui in a state of agitation. "Write whatever you wish. I shall teach you," he proclaimed. A rare flicker of paternal affection stirred within the emperor's heart, but after several attempts at instruction, that fleeting tenderness dissipated like mist. "Truly foolish. You cannot even write such simple characters. How dim-witted." Nan Zhi retorted, "Enough, enough, enough. Such poor judgment. My parents always say I am quite clever." Chapter 12. More children, more blessings. Emperor Hui visited his daughter and chose to spend the night at Yongchun Palace. "Your Highness, the emperor has remained in Yongchun Palace." A palace maid informed Sherperu, who was seated by the window engrossed in a book. Under the soft glow of the lamp, Sherperu's beauty was exquisite, causing even the maid to soften her breath in admiration. One cannot trust the emperor's words. He claimed he would come to see me tonight. Nevertheless, Sherperu did not dwell on sorrow. She set aside her book and decided to rest. "By the way, ensure that tomorrow's breakfast is prepared as I instructed. And do prepare extra to share with Her Majesty the Empress and Lady Da." As a mere noblewoman, Sherperu did not possess her own palace and was assigned to Shufei Palace. Thus, she needed to utilize the small kitchen within the palace and must greet Shufei accordingly. "Understood." The maid nodded eagerly, a smile gracing her face. The noblewoman's culinary skills were exceptional, and her creations were delectable, often rewarded with generous portions for the maids. Before dawn on the following day, Sherperu was already bustling in the small kitchen, her movements swift and graceful, amidst the swirling mist and the warmth of earthly life. Resembling a celestial consort. Unbeknownst to anyone, Sherperu poured a clear liquid into the pot and stirred it with a spoon. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses of the busy palace maids in the small kitchen. It was utterly delightful. The noblewoman's culinary skills were truly remarkable. Sherperu placed the prepared dishes into a food box, handing one to a maid. "Deliver this to Empress Shufei," she instructed. "Certainly, esteemed one," the maid responded, clutching the food box as she awaited outside Empress Shufei's chamber, feeling somewhat timid. After a while, someone finally approached. The maid hurried over, saying, "Sister, this is the breakfast prepared by my noble lady for Empress Shufei." The personal maid of Empress Shufei cast a quick glance, her expression tinged with arrogance. After a moment, she replied, "Thank your noble lady for her kindness," before taking the food box into the palace. Seated before a bronze mirror, Empress Shufei glanced at the food box with a haughty disdain, questioning whether she was a consort or a cook. What a waste of her exquisite figure, she thought. Well, the personal maid did not hesitate. How could the Empress casually consume food from someone else without knowing its origin? As she poured the contents out, the maid caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, her mouth watering at the sight of what appeared to be delicious food. It was a pity, but she steeled herself and discarded it. Who knew what strange ingredients might be lurking within? In this imperial court, refraining from consuming unknown food was a matter of survival. Sherperu's maid sensed the disdain emanating from those around Empress Shufei, feeling a twinge of injustice for her mistress, who had risen early to prepare such a delectable meal. Sherperu then made her way to pay her respects to the Empress, encountering the virtuous consort along the way. "Are you delivering breakfast to Her Majesty the Empress again?" The virtuous consort gently brushed her hair with her hand, observing the food box held by the palace maid. "I have noticed that the Empress has appeared somewhat improved in health recently. It seems your culinary skills are quite commendable," she remarked. "Your Grace, it is merely the Empress's benevolence towards me." The maid, Sherperu, quickly responded with a respectful bow. The virtuous consort smiled warmly. "Let us proceed inside." Upon seeing Sherperu, the Empress's face broke into a faint smile, as those who possess gratitude and discernment are always a pleasure to be around. Meanwhile, the other consorts whispered amongst themselves, disparaging her as a sycophant, questioning why she, not a chef, delivered meals daily. The daily greetings had grown quite monotonous, with the Empress urging everyone to maintain harmony and ensure the Emperor's lineage while managing the more unruly consorts. Just as she spoke, one consort suddenly emitted a retching sound. Her face filled with terror as she implored, "Your Majesty, it was not my intention." The Empress, rather than expressing anger, smiled gently, though her eyes remained composed and devoid of joy. Quickly summoned the imperial physician. All the consorts turned their gazes toward the ailing consort's abdomen, their eyes shimmering with envy and jealousy as they instinctively caressed their own bellies. Sherperu observed the bashful expressions of the newly arrived consorts, realizing that conceiving at such a tender age could be detrimental to their health. Even if one were to bear children, it would be prudent to wait until their bodies were robust. The physician arrived and meticulously checked her pulse, taking a considerable time before declaring, "The pregnancy is still in its early stages, but it can be confirmed." "How wonderful!" The Empress beamed, advising the expectant Zhao Kaina to take good care of her health, bestowing numerous gifts upon her and excusing her from the daily salutations. Zhao Kane's eyes glimmered with joy, a blend of shyness and pride illuminating her entire being with a maternal radiance. In moments of happiness, one's spirit flourishes. Her complexion was rosy, a beautiful blush enhancing her fair skin. A group of concubines emerged from the Empress's palace, gathering in clusters, conversing and laughing melodiously, akin to clusters of exquisite, fragrant blossoms, indeed. They appeared more enchanting than the flowers themselves. "Mother," a sweet, innocent voice resonated as Nan Zhi frolicked across the lawn of the imperial garden. Spotting the Xianfei, she dashed towards her, her attire speckled with grass clippings, her cheeks flushed, arms outstretched towards the Xianfei. The concubines, watching this small bundle of energy rush towards them, couldn't help but smile at the adorable spectacle. This child truly was delightful. Indeed, even a daughter would be cherished. Let us hope for a child to grace us. I have told you not to run about recklessly. The Xianfei reproached gently, brushing the grass from Nan Zhi's hair. "Mother, I long to take a stroll. Being confined to the Yongchun Palace has left me feeling utterly drained. I nearly suffocated before I could drown." "The little princess is utterly charming," Zhao Kane remarked, gazing at Nan Zhi while caressing her own belly, wishing fervently that the child within her would be as enchanting as the little princess. The concubines exchanged knowing glances. "Your Highness, are you with child?" Nan Zhi's eyes fell upon her belly, a tinge of sorrow swelling within her. She feared that this child might not survive, and if born, would likely perish soon after. It struck her as peculiar. Why was it that children in the harem never seemed to thrive? Was the palace merely a game of nurturing and losing young lives? "Ah, little princess, do you believe the child will be a brother or a sister?" Zhao Kane inquired tenderly, her smile radiant as she addressed Nan Zhi. Nan Zhi shook her head, expressing uncertainty. Yet she believed that whether it be a younger brother or sister, Their father would surely cherish them, and so would she. Zhao Kainu gently placed her hand upon her heart, filled with affection, as her anticipation for the child within her grew. Surely this would be a little princess. How utterly delightful. Sherpera retrieved a plate of pastries from the food box, small loaves adorned with dates and raisins. Nan Zhi recognized these as bread at once. Bread. Observing the little princess gazing vacantly at the platter, Sherpera's smile softened, her eyes glimmering with a hint of pride. Little princess. This is a treat I devised myself. Do have a taste, it's quite soft and suitable for children. Nan Zhi glanced between the bread and Sherpera, responding with an unrelated compliment. You are so beautiful. Chapter 13. Blessed with many children. The innocent words of a child. To be praised candidly by a child brings a joy surpassing that of adult commendation. It is an unspoken truth that children do not lie. Sherpera smiled gently, basking in the sunlight, as if enveloped in a soft glow, radiantly beautiful, mysterious, and ethereal. Thank you, little princess. Please enjoy your small loaf. As she spoke, she tore one open and tasted it, truly delicious. Sherpera's intent was to reassure the virtuous consort, ensuring that no dubious ingredients had been added to the bread. Thank you, but I cannot accept it. Nan Zhi longed to savor the small loaf. Her desire piqued, yet she restrained herself, knowing she shouldn't indulge. Even if the food posed no threat, she had never anticipated encountering such a delicacy here. A question stirred within her, pondering if it was from another realm. Yet an inexplicable feeling compelled her to refrain from asking. Sherpera was somewhat taken aback, yet she smiled and tucked it away. Noticing the child still gazing at the food box, she cheerfully remarked, whenever the little princess wishes to indulge, she may come to me, and I shall prepare something delightful for her. I possess other skills as well. The maid beside Sherpera complimented, you are truly exquisite. Even the little princess adores you. Sherpera responded with a nonchalant hum. The child was indeed charming, but ultimately, she belonged to another. Nan Zhi inquired of the system, brother, that elder sister hails from the same world as I, does she not? The system replied, perhaps, but it is not certain. Nan Zhi sighed, she is so beautiful. It is no wonder that Father Emperor is fond of her. The system remarked, your focus is rather peculiar. Are you not curious why she is the only one in the harem whose child has survived? Nan Zhi exclaimed, is she not the heroine of the story? Like Snow White, with Father Emperor as the prince, living happily ever after. The system interjected, this is a child. Nan Zhi nestled in the arms of the virtuous consort. Mother is beautiful too. The virtuous consort embraced her daughter, her eyes flickering with concern. She sensed that Sherpera would bring an unprecedented change to the harem. All the women in the harem were beautiful, yet before Sherpera, they appeared somewhat mundane, embodying earthly beauty, while Sherpera possessed an ethereal grace. Even the virtuous consort had to concede to her beauty, let alone the emperor, who was merely a man. However, reflecting on the character of Emperor Hui, the virtuous consort felt somewhat reassured and arranged for gifts to be prepared for the pregnant Zhao Caiji. Upon learning that there was finally news from the harem, Emperor Hui's countenance revealed a faint, somewhat sinister smile as he approached Zhao Ken. However, upon seeing her expression of sheer trepidation, the subtle joy in his heart dissipated like bubbles under the sun, bursting into oblivion. He consoled himself that what he desired was a child. The identity of the child's mother was of little consequence. Moreover, Zhao Qian's low status rendered her unworthy of raising a child. Unbeknownst to her, her inability to mask her emotions had irrevocably hindered her advancement, sealing her fate of being unable to nurture her offspring. The emperor's notorious cruelty had permeated the whispers of the court, and even if the rumors were unfounded, they had lingered long enough to sow seeds of doubt in her heart. The emperor had always been ruthless towards the concubines of the harem. Zhao Qian, now pregnant and regarded as a boon, should have been accompanied by Emperor Hui that very night. Yet he chose to visit the residence of concubine Shu instead. Seeking out Sherpera, Zhao Qian remained silent, while concubine Shu remarked on the quality of the meal. The emperor wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. His appetite had always been poor, but here it had somewhat revived. Sherpera offered a gentle smile and suggested, Your Majesty must be weary. Allow me to massage your shoulders. Emperor Hui turned his gaze upon her, his eyes devoid of warmth, sharp as a lion whose territory had been intruded upon, filled with scrutiny as he meticulously examined every inch of her face. Thud, thud. Sherpera's heart raced violently, sinking heavily within her chest. For the emperor's gaze was profoundly terrifying. She felt as though she were in an open field, preyed upon by a formidable carnivore. moments away from being torn to shreds. Taking a deep breath, she resolved that no matter how challenging her superior might be, she must navigate this treacherous court, for her future was irrevocably tied to the palace. She would never regard the emperor as a husband, with so many women vying for his affection. Jealousy and resentment would inevitably arise. The only way to endure was to treat him as a superior, thus allowing herself a semblance of solace. The Emperor Hui gazed at Sherperu until her gentle smile threatened to wane, at which point he finally spoke. Agreed. Sherperu cautiously wiped the sweat from her palms. Indeed, he was an emperor, a sovereign with the power of life and death, and his imposing aura was quite intimidating. She extended her delicate, fair fingers to press against the emperor's temples, her touch cool as she began to massage gently. Emperor Hui's body remained taut, devoid of any relaxation. As he felt her hands linger upon his head, his gaze grew heavy, yet he endured the sensation. As Sherperu continued her ministrations, she observed the squinting emperor up close. In truth, he was quite handsome, remarkably so, with refined features and a spirited demeanor. However, when his eyes opened, a certain ferocity and malevolence marred his otherwise striking appearance. The emperor did not call for her to cease, though Sherperu's fingers grew sore. She gritted her teeth and persevered, that dog of an emperor. "Your Majesty, allow me to prepare you a cup of tea," Sherperu finally said. Feeling utterly exhausted from massaging his head, as though she were kneading a heavy iron ball, the emperor remained silent. As she brewed the tea, she cautiously added a few ingredients to the cup behind his back, then, with a radiant smile, presented the cup to him. Emperor Hui glanced at the cup, then at Sherperu, and without uttering a word, he drank the tea. The fragrant brew enveloped him, as if he were savoring an elixir of immortality, and a wave of comfort washed over his entire being. The mind, burdened by tension, found a semblance of relief after sipping this cup of tea. Emperor Hui raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing slightly as he remarked to Sherperu, "The tea you brewed is delightful." Sherperu smiled, pleased that the emperor enjoyed it. Her smile, shrouded in the dim light, was enchanting and ethereal. The emperor momentarily lost his focus, then suggested, "Let us retire for the night." The palace maid on watch, overhearing the activity within, felt a flush of embarrassment. That night, the emperor summoned water twice, inciting the ire of the neighboring concubine Shu, who nearly wished to claw through the wall in frustration. Vixen. On the following day, the emperor partook of breakfast at Sherperu's quarters before departing, managing to offer her a faint smile that made her feel the exhaustion was worthwhile. Her waist truly ached. This dog of an emperor, relentless in his pursuits, had tested her limits. Chapter 14. Blessings of Progeny. She bit her lip, silently reminding herself of his imperial status. Sherperu, fatigued from a night of labor, rose early to prepare breakfast, making a considerable amount not only for the emperor, but also for the empress, exhausting herself greatly. Yet, her youthful vigor allowed her to endure. During the morning greetings, the other concubines gazed upon Sherperu's enchanting visage, their jealousy igniting a fierce rivalry. Today's greetings brimmed with envy and bickering, causing the empress considerable irritation. Since the departure of her son, the empress's health had declined, not merely due to physical ailments, but more so from a deep-seated melancholy. Even while consuming the dishes sent by Sherperu, her condition hardly improved, and she ate sparingly. Witnessing the incessant chatter of the other ladies, she could not help but feel they had forgotten that they were vying for her husband. Her husband. Enough. Why all the commotion so early in the morning? If one possesses the ability to create a ruckus, can they not also ensure the emperor begets heirs? Are children summoned through noise? As the empress's fury erupted, silence enveloped the court. None dared to utter a word, their hearts whispering in trepidation. Indeed, the empress holds a significant regard for Sherperu, providing her with such formidable support. Yet they failed to foresee the extent of Emperor Huai's affection for Sherperu, who found herself the object of his daily visits to her palace, even if he did not stay overnight. Such favoritism is unparalleled. Even the pregnant Zhao Kane does not receive such privileges. The emperor may visit her, yet not with the same frequency as he does for Sherperu, who he seemingly checks in on as if clocking in for work. The disparity in treatment is glaring. While the emperor projects an air of coldness, he showers tenderness upon but one. The women of the harem were left clutching their handkerchiefs, nearly in tatters from their envy. Faced with these envious glares, Sherperu sighed, acknowledging that the emperor's visits were solely due to his fondness for tea, a rather discerning palate he possesses. Is the tea truly delightful? It is infused with a magical essence, after all. Nevertheless, It is indeed fortunate to possess something that captures the emperor's attention. Let them harbor their envy. Your father has not graced you with his presence for quite some time. The virtuous consort remarked with a tinge of bitterness, poking at her daughter's cherubic cheeks. Ever since that harrowing episode where she nearly lost her daughter, the virtuous consort has diligently sought to control her emotions, using her daughter as a means to summon the emperor. Constant illness, one might consider it a curse. Nan Zhi, grasping her brush, scribbled on her parchment, creating an inky mess that rendered the strokes unrecognizable. She sniffled, pondering how busy her father must be. Busy, indeed, busy seeking out a vixen. The noble concubine was perplexed. Although Sherperu was undeniably beautiful, it hardly warranted the emperor's incessant visits, as if he were ensnared by some spell. Nan Zhi felt rather dispirited. The previous night, while passing beneath the eaves, a tile had fallen, nearly striking her. It was only thanks to Lian Xiao's quick reflexes that she was pulled aside in time. The tile landed with a resounding crash, shattering upon impact. Gazing at the fragments, a profound confusion enveloped her mind. She was merely a child. So why must death be her inevitable fate? Was it that the palace lacked sufficient provisions to sustain her? During her slumber, the system, rather than narrating a bedtime story, had played a film titled Final Destination. Bewildered, she watched the various methods of demise unfold on screen, each more shocking than the last. The system ominously proclaimed, "You are now marked by the Grim Reaper. You could choke on water, suffocate while eating, or succumb in your sleep." Nan Zhi interjected, "Stop, please, just stop." Confounded, she inquired, "Why must I die?" The system simply replied, "Contemplate it yourself." With a heavy heart, she drifted into sleep, pondering such intricate matters beyond her comprehension. Perhaps in this narrative, her demise was a foregone conclusion. Consequently, she approached every action with heightened caution, sipping water slowly, eating her meals gradually, fearful of haste. Now, when she heard her mother lamenting about the emperor's affection for another woman, she felt an unsettling indifference. The noble concubine caressed her daughter's head, urging, "Create a drawing to present to your father." "But I cannot," Nan Zhi protested. Nan Zhi felt that she could hardly hold the brush, her hands trembling considerably. Yet, upon seeing the disappointment etched on her mother's face, she persevered and created a painting, which she then brought to the Mingguang Hall. "What is this supposed to be? A tree?" Emperor Hui glanced at it and inquired. "No, it's you, it's me, it's mother." Nan Zhi pointed at the painting and said, "Father, your eyesight is poor." Emperor Hui retorted, "This black smudge doesn't resemble anything. How can you say my eyesight is lacking? Father, you appear much better now. The aura of fury surrounding you has dissipated significantly, and you seem considerably more relaxed," Nan Zhi earnestly remarked. "Thus, less anger is beneficial for your health, and you have become much gentler." Emperor Hui responded with silence. He tugged at Nan Zhi's small bun and then lifted her onto his lap, questioning, "Where do you perceive my gentleness?" "It seems father truly favors that beautiful sister," Nan Zhi nodded. The emperor's expression turned icy, and he fixated his gaze on Nan Zhi. "Oh, was that your observation?" "Well, everyone is saying it, that father holds her in high regard." Nan Zhi tilted her head, looking at Emperor Hui with confusion, before sweetly adding, "Father should cherish her to become an even better father. At least now, you do not easily fly into a rage and threaten people." Emperor Hui raised an eyebrow. "So I should favor another woman? What of your mother?" Nan Zhi replied matter-of-factly, "I will accompany mother. If you favor someone else, that implies a separation from mother." Emperor Hui scrutinized her. "What does a child like you understand? Come, let us go eat." Emperor Hui cradled his daughter as he entered the Sherperu palace. Upon seeing the little bundle in his arms, Sherperu momentarily froze before breaking into a smile and saying, "The princess has arrived." Nan Zhi explained, "Father brought me here. He intended for us to have a meal, but somehow we ended up here. It's rather awkward." Emperor Hui, however, seemed quite at ease as he set the child down and savored the tea brewed by Sherperu. Noticing his daughter gazing at him, he remarked, "That tea is not meant for little ones like you." Sherperu gently poured a glass of clear water for Nan Zhi, who accepted it with a smile and a grateful, "Thank you." She then sipped cautiously, each careful mouthful evoking a sense of bittersweetness in those who beheld her. Typically, such cautious children are raised by rather strict parents. Perhaps the virtuous consort is particularly stringent with her daughter, Sherperu mused, before softly inquiring, "What does the princess enjoy eating? I shall prepare it for you." Thoughts of fried chicken, French fries, and hamburgers raced through Nan Zhi's mind, temptations her parents would not permit her to indulge in. Emperor Hui interjected. Just prepare something suitable for children. Shapuru promptly busied herself in the kitchen, while the two waited eagerly for their meal. Chapter 15. Blessed with many offspring, Nan Zhi gazed dreamily at the array of dishes before her, the fragrant steam wafting towards her. She glanced at the enchanting, ethereal beauty of the elder sister, who seemed entirely unfazed by the culinary efforts she had undertaken. Princess, there are pastries to follow. Let us eat first, Shapuru gently suggested. As Nan Zhi savored the meal, she found it delectable, to the point where the urge to devour it all overwhelmed her. Yet, the thought of death looming nearby tempered her appetite, compelling her to eat slowly and deliberately. The elegant sister possesses remarkable culinary skills, which undoubtedly delights the emperor, prompting him to dine here frequently. Eat more. If it's insufficient, I shall prepare additional dishes, Shapuru encouraged, serving vegetables to Nan Zhi, emphasizing the necessity for children to eat well for their health. Thank you. Nan Zhi, with an insatiable appetite, indulged to the point of fullness, only to be further treated with fragrant pastries upon departure. Mother, this is exquisite. You must try it, she exclaimed, presenting the delicacies to the Xian Fei with a joyful expression. It truly is delightful. Such gullibility. A mere plate of pastries has won you over, the Xian Fei thought. Growing increasingly irate, she had eagerly awaited them at the Yongchun Palace, yet they had chosen to visit Shapuru instead, now returning to flaunt these treats before her. Unable to contain herself, the Xian Fei knocked the plate away with a resounding crash, sending pastries tumbling to the floor. Nan Zhi gazed at the soiled pastries strewn about, and then at her mother. Mother, do you not enjoy pastries? The Xian Fei, initially feeling a twinge of guilt, found her irritation only intensified upon witnessing her daughter's disappointed expression. This is not merely about the pastries. I requested you bring them here. But father wished to go there, Nan Zhi replied, moving closer to tug at the Xian Fei's sleeve, playfully coaxing, Mother, please do not be upset. Observing the Xian Fei's demeanor, Nan Zhi felt a sense of disbelief. Despite the evident tension, her mother insisted she was unperturbed. A sigh escaped Nan Zhi's heart. Her father favored another, and this would surely sadden her mother. She resolved to remain by her mother's side, pouring tea and presenting it before the Xian Fei. Mother, have some tea. Gazing into those clear, innocent eyes, filled with genuine concern and untainted purity, the wise consort paused momentarily before sighing. You are still but a child, oblivious to many matters. Some things we cannot attain, and thus we perish. However, Nan Zhi shook her head, asserting, how is that possible? In this world, there are countless things. It is inconceivable to possess them all. We cannot claim the clouds above, nor the stars, nor the birds that soar through the sky. The wise consort felt a headache coming on from her incessant chatter, waving her hand dismissively. You are merely being contrary. Enough, enough. What wisdom can I share with a child like you? Though a dispute had been quelled, the echoes of their exchange reached the ears of those with intent. Emperor Hui scoffed. Ah, the women of the harem. His eyes were deep and solemn, akin to the capricious undercurrents of the ocean. Even caring for his own daughter, he pondered, these women in the harem sacrifice far too much in their pursuit of favor. I must never become like this, he resolved. Shapuru silently admonished herself, recognizing that if she could not cherish her own child, what other bonds could she forge within these palace walls? Only her child shared her blood. As for her husband, oh, at best, he was merely a fleeting companion, not even worthy of the title of husband, for he belonged to another. Shapuru felt no anger when her carefully prepared pastries were clumsily knocked to the ground. Rather, her heart ached for that timid child, who approached food with such caution, revealing a life lived in hardship. She tenderly caressed her belly, her expression softening with warmth. The pregnancy of Zhao Qiren was fraught with difficulties. She experienced several instances of bleeding during her term. The physician warned that the fetus was weak, and upon birth, the child would likely be inherently fragile. This news cast a shadow over Emperor Hui's spirits, leaving him visibly despondent. The term inherently fragile was particularly unwelcome to him, for it felt as though he had inscribed a death sentence upon his child, foretelling its demise. Why must his offspring bear such a burden? These lost children, who never tasted the world, suffered not. It was the hopeful adults, nurturing and anticipating their arrival, who bore the acute anguish of loss. It felt as if these departed souls were exacting a toll, inflicting upon him a profound sorrow and despair. Emperor Hui's resentment and fury grew, causing him to visit Zhao Qiren less frequently. This neglect only deepened Zhao Qiren's anxiety and trepidation, further weakening the vitality of her pregnancy. News soon reached him that Sherperu was also expecting, and he attended to her daily, consumed by jealousy that burned like a fierce flame in his heart. He resolved to ensure that Zhao Qiren bore a son before Sherperu did. In contrast to Zhao Qiren's distress, Sherperu remained remarkably composed. Unlike Zhao Qiren, she exhibited minimal symptoms during her pregnancy. She could eat and sleep well, and experienced little to no morning sickness, appearing unscathed by the burdens of gestation. Her body seemed unaffected by the presence of another life within her. As Emperor Hui caressed Sherperu's abdomen, he fervently hoped for a robust child. Leaning against him, Sherperu echoed his wish, confident that it should indeed be a sturdy offspring. Each day, she consumed nourishment as effortlessly as if drinking plain water. If this child were to be anything less than healthy, it would raise grave questions about Emperor Hui's lineage. Leaning against the embrace of Sherperu, Huizong appeared utterly indifferent, his countenance devoid of warmth or affection. When he held her, it was akin to cradling a lifeless stone, devoid of any emotional resonance. His gaze upon Sherperu was imbued with confusion, skepticism, and a quest for understanding. Despite the presence of another woman in the harem expecting a child, Huizong's ardor for Sherperu remained unabated. He sought her company daily, sharing meals with her, a privilege not even granted to his primary consort, the empress. This favoritism incited jealousy among all the women in the palace, transforming their expressions into a collective shade of envy, even the empress herself, who now regarded Sherperu with a cool detachment, having declined the breakfast Sherperu offered, citing the latter's pregnancy as a reason to avoid excessive exertion. Huizong often favored bringing Nan Zhi to dine in Sherperu's quarters, though more often than not, Nan Zhi would decline, knowing her mother was displeased with her presence there. She felt compelled to accompany her mother for meals, lest she feel lonely. It was indeed a peculiar family dynamic. Huizong affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, causing her bun to become disheveled. Nan Zhi, with her small hands, shielded her head and pouted. "Father, please don't mess up my hair. It's quite bothersome." Huizong replied, "Your mother forbids you from going." Nan Zhi shook her head in protest. "No, it's not that. Mother would be lonely alone. I want to keep her company during meals." Chapter 16. Blessings of abundance. When it comes to the culinary delights within the palace of Sherperu, Nan Zhi felt a subtle pang of longing. She could not fathom why the dishes she prepared were so delectable. Could it be that she was once a master chef? Savoring delicious food elevated her spirits, yet regrettably, her mother did not share the same fondness for it. Nan Zhi retorted, "I am merely a child." She tilted her head, contemplating her mother's desire to see the emperor, casting a wistful glance in his direction before finally nodding in agreement. "All right," Emperor Hui remarked. "What kind of gaze is this from my own child? She is my offspring, after all. If there are benefits to be had, she must be included." As the princess arrived, Sherperu gently inquired, "What would you like to eat today?" Her slightly protruding belly enveloped her in a soft aura of maternal warmth that was utterly comforting. "You may prepare whatever you wish for her. There is no need to go out of your way. You are with child, and it is unwise to overexert yourself," Emperor Hui stated with straightforwardness. Nan Zhi smiled back, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Thank you, I can eat anything." Alas, Sherperu sighed inwardly, recognizing the child's hesitation to express her desires. Though a princess, she was overly cautious, lacking the confidence one might expect from royalty. Sherperu busied herself in her small kitchen, a privilege granted to her as a noble woman. This small kitchen, bestowed by the emperor, alleviated her from troubling consort Shu. Observing her father seated comfortably, leisurely enjoying his tea, Nan Zhi felt as though she were merely a guest, dragging along a dependent companion. Sherperu worked swiftly, presenting simple yet delectable home-cooked dishes on the table. While lacking the exquisite opulence crafted by the imperial chefs, the warm steam rising from the food lent an inviting atmosphere. The three of them gathered around the round table, resembling an ordinary family of three in their unpretentiousness. Nan Zhi savored the meal with great appreciation. It was truly delectable, particularly the ordinary vinegar stir-fried cabbage, which appeared remarkably appetizing. The subtle sweetness of the cabbage, though not overly sweet, rendered it irresistibly delightful. Emperor Hui, showing no restraint, indulged heartily, devouring every morsel until the table was bare. He cast a slightly warmer smile at Sherperu, expressing his approval. "Delicious indeed. In the future, let the servants prepare the meals. You are with child and must not overexert yourself." Emperor Hui's concern was genuine, for the well-being of the child was paramount. "It is merely a matter of cooking. There are many who assist. I am not fatigued, Sherperu replied gently, her face betraying a flicker of sincere emotion, both admiration and tenderness. Observing them from the side, Nan Zhi felt akin to a stray dog that had been inadvertently kicked, experiencing a sense of bewilderment. Her father, known for his volatile temper, had tempered his demeanor in the presence of someone he cherished, clearly indicating his genuine affection for her. As they prepared to depart, Sherperu offered Nan Zhi some pastries, saying, "Little princess, save these for yourself." After a moment's thought, she added softly, "Enjoy them alone." The consort, discerning the subtle exchange, felt a surge of indignation yet remained powerless to intervene. Turning to Nan Zhi, she remarked, "Off to dine there again, is it? If the food is so delightful, perhaps you should simply reside there." Such sentiments were not unfamiliar to Nan Zhi. She produced a small bag of treats, suggesting, "Mother, do take a taste. You shall know how exquisite it is." The consort, feeling a mix of emotions, replied with a hint of frustration, "Is it food you seek? No, it is the discomfort in your heart that speaks. Even you, my little one, gravitate towards those who are favored." The noble consort, observing her daughter in a state of dazed bewilderment, felt an increasing sense of frustration. Her heart was troubled. Previously, the emperor had shown little regard for the harem, and such indifference was tolerable. However, the emergence of one who was markedly different was intolerable. Why her? What warranted her fortune? Why did she receive such favor and attention? Why was she blessed with a dragon heir? Why did all good fortune seem to favor her alone? Envy twisted the noble consort's visage. She became so agitated that her face broke out in blemishes, her skin erupted in eczema, and painful ulcers formed in her mouth. The torment only fueled her ire further. Nan Zhi, on the other hand, thought, "I won't go any more. Each visit only stirs my mother's anger. The food may be delightful, but it is not worth inciting such wrath in my mother. Though I merely intend to enjoy a meal, why must she react so furiously? It's utterly nonsensical." Emperor Hui, in his heart, chastised her for being overly sensitive, pondering how a simple meal could provoke such fury. It seemed there was something amiss in her disposition. Why direct such ire towards the offspring of the emperor? Why not voice her grievances directly to him? With a sigh, Nan Zhi declined Emperor Hui's invitation, saying, "Father, you may go alone. I shall not accompany you." In truth, Nan Zhi wished to attend, not only for the delectable fare, but also because she had come to realize that as long as the protagonist of her story expressed sympathy for her, she might escape her fate. However, such complex thoughts were beyond Nan Zhi's understanding, merely a revelation bestowed by the system's guidance. The system simply remarked, "Perhaps it is due to your pitiable state that others feel compassion for you." Nan Zhi responded with an exclamation of disbelief. How could I possibly be pitiable? One cannot simply dictate their own pity. Rather, it is others who perceive one as pitiable. The essence of happiness lies in comparison, possessing what others lack, excelling where others prevail, and being exceptional where others are merely good. The system remarked with a sense of detachment. Nan Zhi interjected, "Ah, do you not understand? Thus, you have become the standard of comparison. You are timid and lacking the confidence befitting a royal. You are not merely a fortunate child, as her offspring. You are destined for a joyous childhood. Under the diverse teachings of adults, her children will grow up to be self-assured and optimistic, endearing to all." Instead of feeling anger, Nan Zhi expressed joy. "If that is the case, does it mean I need not face death? How wonderful." The system replied, "Not necessarily. You may still meet your end, perhaps in a more tragic manner that evokes sympathy. For instance, if the virtuous concubine cannot reconcile with this situation, she may even project her frustrations onto you, causing you torment. When you ultimately perish, the virtuous concubine will undoubtedly suffer and regret, leaving a poignant mark." Chapter 17. The Blessing of Many Children. Must one still face death? I was momentarily elated. The thought that her mother might torment her seemed implausible. Nan Zhi pondered why one would wish to inflict hardship upon a mere child. The system was candid. Adults generally do not favor burdensome dependents. Nan Zhi retorted, "But I have parents. I am not a burden." The system responded, "Your father is another's man. Thus, you are indeed a burden." Nan Zhi pouted, on the verge of tears. "So, how am I to approach this task?" The system inquired. "Have you not yet discerned what is required of you?" Nan Zhi asked, "What exactly should I be discerning?" She is still a child, and the system gently guides her. With the same ingredients, why does her cooking taste so exquisite, surpassing even the diligent imperial chefs who have devoted countless hours to their craft? Nan Zhi, why is that? System, why does the emperor prefer her dishes, even finding relief for his health through them? Nan Zhi, why is that? System, why do other pregnant women endure hardship, gaining weight and suffering cramps, while she manages to avoid excess weight, only expanding in her belly? The children she bears are remarkably healthy, while others either struggle to conceive or give birth to frail infants, each one exhibiting signs of abnormality. What do you think? Nan Zhi pondered and ultimately arrived at an answer. Because she is the princess in the story. System, no, she possesses something that others do not. She gathers the fortunes of heaven and earth within herself, and all offspring from the harem emerge solely from her. Nan Zhi gasped, what is this extraordinary thing? System, it is the essence of the spirit, a concentration of the ethereal energy of the universe into droplets. All living things are animated by this essence, thriving and flourishing. Stability is maintained. If we set a limit on the total number of children in the palace, her abundance will siphon away the fortunes and essences from elsewhere. Her uniqueness, her love, her blissful life, necessitates the sacrifice of many, just as you must perish to fulfill her singularity and happiness. Nan Zhi countered. Then why can't Father Emperor have just one wife? That way, there would be no need for competition. Everything could reside within one person. She murmured softly, lamenting how her father had distributed these precious treasures far and wide. Some received them while others did not. If the kindergarten teacher gives cookies to everyone else but not to me, I will cry, she declared. The system interjected. Such a young age, yet so loquacious. How does one explain to a child the intricate entanglement of interests and human nature? Suddenly, Nan Zhi had a revelation, her small fist striking her palm. Recently, her father's temper had noticeably improved. Could it be due to that miraculous essence? How splendid! Her father's ailment seemed to be on the mend. As long as her father remained, he would surely protect her and safeguard the inhabitants of the palace. Otherwise, if that old gossip, Prince Ning, ascended the throne, he would certainly not cherish her as her father did. The system remarked. Her focus is always so skewed. The crux of the matter lies with the miraculous essence. Nan Zhi responded. What issue could there be with the essence? Father dines there daily. It can surely alleviate his headaches, which is wonderful. Moreover, it will eventually be depleted, even if mother dislikes it. She cannot let her displeasure overshadow the joy of good food. The system mused. At such a tender age, she has already grasped the essence of indulgence and complacency. This child is remarkably carefree. The system continued. Some matters flow steadily, dissipating without consequence. For dynasties and the world alike, it remains unchanged. Nan Zhi exclaimed with curiosity. Then do you possess this essence? Is there any miraculous essence? The system replied. None. Begone. Even if there were, I would not share. The child is young. We must not foster a sense of entitlement. Nan Zhi. Then I cannot resolve the matter of the spirit liquid, so I shall simply indulge in more meals. Knowing that the spirit liquid is beneficial for the body, I must take advantage of the dining opportunities. The emperor Hui gazed at her. Are you not afraid of inciting your mother's wrath? Nan Zhi replied. Mother will come to understand. She will grow accustomed to it. As the months progressed, Sherperu's belly swelled increasingly, yet her figure remained unchanged, a sight that elicited envy from many women. She was a radiant, beautiful pregnant woman, with a burgeoning belly but a slender frame. Upon seeing the emperor and Nan Zhi, Sherperu's face lit up with a gentle and enchanting smile. Despite her condition, she steadfastly prepared meals for the father and daughter duo, refusing to rely on anyone else. As she departed, Sherperu, adhering to her usual custom, bestowed upon Nan Zhi some deliciously baked cookies, discreetly tucking them into her pocket for her to enjoy in secret. As if Nan Zhi were a pitiful child unable to secure a meal, Nan Zhi cupped the little pouch, her face beaming with gratitude. Thank you. But do not overexert yourself. It may tire the little brother or sister within you. Regardless of whose womb this sibling emerged from, they were all her brothers and sisters. People often remarked that the emperor had too few children, suggesting he might leave no heirs. Every child was undeniably precious. So endearing, yet perhaps a tad overly cautious. Sensible children often grow up too fast. Sherperu caressed her belly. In the presence of the Emperor Hui, the virtuous consort smiled warmly as she received Nan Zhi. But once the emperor departed, her demeanor shifted, her expression darkening as she became less inclined to engage with Nan Zhi. The emperor's favor toward Sherperu had evidently unsettled the hearts of all the women within the imperial harem. The daughter always runs in that direction, as if each movement were a slap upon her face, while those women mock her with their sardonic remarks, suggesting that she prefers the company of a stranger over her own mother. Some audacious individuals even go so far as to say that the little princess should be raised under the care of Sherparu. Such absurdity! The virtuous consort was infuriated. She, being of the second rank, could not fathom how Sherparu, merely a noble lady, could rear the child of a consort. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Yet, the thought of the emperor's affection for Sherparu filled the virtuous consort with unease. It was not entirely impossible. Nan Zhi hesitated, contemplating whether to offer her mother some cookies. She glanced at her mother's expression and decided it might be best to refrain, fearing it would only exacerbate her irritation. "Come here," the virtuous consort beckoned to Nan Zhi, sensing her earlier demeanor had been too stern, her tone softening. "Come to your mother." Nan Zhi ran over with a beaming smile, lifting her head to gaze at the virtuous consort, exclaiming, "Mother." The consort inquired, "Do you like Lady Sher?" Nan Zhi replied, "Her cooking is delightful." The consort pressed further, "If she were to become your mother, and you were to live with her, would you be willing?" Nan Zhi, taken aback, responded, "But she will have her own little baby. How could she live with me? I am the child of my mother. I live with my mother. Children live with their parents." A bittersweet warmth surged within the virtuous consort as she embraced her daughter, speaking as if to her, yet also as a form of venting. "Alas, your father only favors her." Chapter 18. Blessings of many children in this imperial harem. All women have been reduced to mere embellishments around Sherparu. She basked in glory, casting others into shadows like a wilted flower in a sunless corner, ultimately becoming a mere mass of decay. Each time such remarks reached Nan Zhi's ears, she found herself at a loss for words, only able to scratch her head and offer, "Mother, biscuits. A favorite treat of father, do try some." "Huh, I shan't indulge in the temptations of a vixen," the virtuous consort replied, observing the biscuits in her daughter's hands. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, beckoning one to partake. Yet, the virtuous consort felt revulsion. The essence of a vixen was steeped in malevolence, and she refused to partake, stating, "If you wish to eat, do so on your own." "Ah, you won't have any?" Nan Zhi's face fell as she stuffed a biscuit into her mouth. "So delectable." The virtuous consort poked her forehead in annoyance. "You stuff anything into your mouth without concern for what filth it may contain." Nan Zhi, undeterred by her mother's disdain, felt regret that the virtuous consort would not enjoy the fine delicacies. After all, Nan Zhi was not the true daughter of the virtuous consort. If she were the genuine princess, constantly hearing whispers of her father's affection for another, her heart would undoubtedly be fraught with anxiety and insecurity. "Your Highness, Lordly has arrived." The virtuous consort, slightly taken aback, promptly went to greet him. Lordly led the way, followed by several young eunuchs, each carrying a tray draped with brocade. With a smile, Lordly addressed the virtuous consort, "Your Highness, the Emperor has bestowed some gifts upon you as a token of appreciation for your care of the princess." One by one, he unveiled the brocade, revealing an array of resplendent jewels, magnificent pearls, and radiant gemstones shimmering under the sun, opulent and exquisite. A smile graced the virtuous consort's face as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gifts." She cast a glance at her daughter, who was munching on a biscuit, and her heart sank. The Emperor's bestowal of such gifts was likely a veiled admonition, a signal that he was aware of certain matters. Ultimately, they were bound by blood. Any lingering dissatisfaction on her part might soon invite reproach and punishment. The consort, momentarily clouded by discontent, quickly regained her spirits. For at least the Emperor held this daughter in his regard. This had its advantages, such as silencing the incessant gossip. Upon receiving the gifts, some of the resentment and jealousy within the consort dissipated. Noticing her mother's cheerful demeanor over the past few days, Nan Zhi eagerly ventured to ask if she could join the Emperor for a meal. The consort, unwavering in her thoughts, mused that the delights from that vixen were indeed irresistible, drawing both young and old alike. Had they cast a spell upon you? Yet, the consort dared not intervene, merely advising, "Listen to your father, and do not provoke his ire." "Understood. Thank you, mother." Thus, each mealtime, Nan Zhi would wait outside the Mingguang Hall for her father, accompanying him to dine. The Huai Emperor, shamelessly taking advantage of his daughter's presence, would indulge in meals prepared by the heavily pregnant Lady Para. At that moment, a young eunuch leaned into Li Gonggong's ear and whispered something, causing his expression to turn grave. He hastily approached the Emperor and reported, "Your Majesty, Zhao Kaijun has mobilized." Upon hearing this, the emperor inquired, "Has the imperial physician been dispatched?" "He has already gone," Li Gonggong replied, jogging alongside the emperor, who strode purposefully forward, oblivious to the little one trailing behind. "Father, I will accompany you. I wish to see my younger siblings." As South Branch observed Emperor Hui furrowing his brows, she nestled against her father. The sharp cry of Lady Zhao echoed distantly, while Emperor Hui sat outside, his expression solemn. South Branch, with her clear eyes, gazed anxiously at the delivery room. When Emperor Hui lowered his head, he was met with a visage reminiscent of an elderly woman, prompting a suppressed smile. Yet, the agonized voice of Lady Zhao lingered in his ears. The prolonged labor was detrimental to both mother and child. Emperor Hui felt increasingly reluctant to remain in this place, fearing that his presence might bring misfortune to the newborn. "Ah!" The piercing scream of Lady Zhao startled South Branch, causing her to shudder. She then witnessed basin after basin of blood being carried out, the metallic scent overwhelming her senses, reminiscent of being submerged in blood. Was her own mother's experience similar? A longing for her mother surged within her. She has given birth. She has given birth. Lady Zhao struggled through her labor and finally delivered the child. "Bring the infant to me," Emperor Hui urged, rising hastily. The midwife hesitated, her expression uncertain. With a thud, she knelt before him, and in that moment, Emperor Hui's heart sank. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Bring it to me, I wish to see." Trembling, the midwife handed the child to Emperor Hui, who took a glance and beheld a frail infant, silent and without a cry, unwrapping the swaddling to reveal a boy. His skin mottled and bruised, an infant lost to the world. Nan Zhi tiptoed to gaze at the child, her pupils trembling as an indescribable feeling surged within her heart: sorrow, terror. Emperor Hui inhaled deeply, covering the infant's face with the swaddling cloth. Witnessing the child's shock and distress, an expression of profound indifference settled upon his countenance. A hollow, wooden demeanor. Following this event, both Emperor Hui and Nan Zhi found themselves devoid of appetite for the meal prepared in the Shipiru Palace. Shipiru was aware that Zhao Kai Nu had given birth to a stillborn child and sighed deeply. Each encounter with Zhao Kai Nu had been met with hostility, her expression consistently one of disdain. Although Shipiru had contemplated offering her some food, the recollection of Zhao Kai Nu's animosity deterred her from pursuing this thought. If a mother cannot care for her own well-being, how could her child possibly thrive? However, Shipiru had not anticipated the intensity of Zhao Kai Nu's resentment. Upon awakening to the news of her stillborn son, a royal prince, Zhao Kai Nu seemed to descend into madness, vehemently proclaiming that the child within Shipiru was the cause of her loss. "It cannot be. My child was moving inside me. How could he have perished? It is Shipiru. She has harmed my child, wishing for me to bear mine prematurely. Shipiru is to blame for my child's demise." Zhao Kai Nu's cries echoed throughout the palace, her frail form seemingly teetering on the brink of insanity. Few paid heed to her words, attributing her outbursts to the grief of losing her child and her jealousy of the pregnant Shipiru. Observing Shipiru, untouched by cosmetics and radiant as a flower, contrasted sharply with the gaunt Zhao Kai Nu, eliciting a collective sigh of sympathy from those who witnessed the scene. Emperor Hui bestowed numerous precious medicinal herbs. Yet Zhao Kaiyan remained engulfed in the anguish of her lost child, incessantly proclaiming that Consort Shi had caused the demise of her son. This lamentation undoubtedly pierced the heart of Emperor Hui. Chapter 19. Blessings of Many Offspring. Emperor Hui had long been subjected to scorn for his perceived inability to produce heirs, unable to bear any talk of misfortune. However, Zhao Kaiyan incessantly accused others of being the cause of her child's death, essentially dancing on the minefield of the emperor's sensitivities. Out of compassion, he refrained from punishment, extending grace to the grieving mother and accumulating merit for the departed child. Although Emperor Hui was initially skeptical of such superstitions, the incessant rumors circulating in the court began to sow seeds of doubt within him. Yet, Zhao Kaiyan's incessant cries seemed to exacerbate his already tarnished reputation. Her health deteriorated, and whereas she once had the strength to voice her grievances, she now languished in bed, enveloped in a fog of despair, lacking the vitality to seek justice for her child. Despite her turmoil, Zhao Kaiyan's outbursts did not inflict any genuine harm upon Shipiru, who continued to bask in the emperor's favor, visiting her palace daily. Even before the birth of her child, she had ascended to the rank of concubine, becoming the matriarch of the harem, inciting jealousy among the other women, their eyes burning with envy. Meanwhile, Pero lived a tranquil life, nurturing her child and preparing meals, while the undercurrents of palace intrigue crashed against the steadfast rock of her serenity, remaining unshaken by the fiercest of storms. Nan Zhi leaned against the window, observing the young woman reclining on the bed, barely in her 20s, yet exuding an aura of frailty and decay. The light in the room was somewhat dim, permeated by an indescribable sense of desolation, akin to the woman herself, dimmed and lifeless, as if on the verge of collapse. A feeble cough echoed, gasping for attention. Yet for a long while, not a single maid responded. After calling out twice, Zhao Qian fell silent, struggling to rise and pouring herself a glass of cool water. Nan Zhi had departed, and at the doorway, Lin Xiao hastily remarked, "What brings the princess here? Everyone in the palace says Zhao Qian has gone mad." Nan Zhi shook her head, insisting, "She is not mad. She simply longs for her brother. I must go to see Father Emperor Zhao." Upon reaching the Mingguang Hall, she elongated her voice, extending her arms towards Emperor Hui. The emperor glanced at her briefly before returning to his memorials. However, as she approached, he reached out his hand to prevent her from colliding with the table. Gasping for breath, Nan Zhi climbed into her father's embrace. "Father, I wish to see Zhao Qian." Emperor Hui lowered his gaze upon his daughter. "What do you wish to see her for?" "Everyone claims she is insane. I want to check on her," Nan Zhi replied. "She is so pitiful, with no one to care for her." A sigh escaped her lips. Emperor Hui scoffed coldly. "It is better for her to be ill that way. She lacks the energy to cause a ruckus or disturb the tranquility of the harem." Zhao Qian continually claims that the child within Pero was the cause of her own child's demise, harboring jealousy towards the pregnant Pero. With such energy, she would only stir up trouble. After all, Pero is with child, and yet another life is lost. Emperor Hui understood that Zhao Qian could not bear the loss of her child. He had to find some justification to ease his own conscience, lest he blame himself for the child as fate. Nan Zhi furrowed her brows, revealing a complex mask of anguish. It must be the emperor who has thrown the harem into disarray, gathering so many individuals together. Surely, there must be quarrels and fights, much like children in a kindergarten who squabble over toys. Emperor Hui mused. "This little brat." The expression on the child's face is truly conflicted. "Do you believe my words to be misguided?" Nan Zhi gazed at the emperor. "Father, it is you who selected them and treated them poorly. They are so beautiful, so exquisite. In her hometown, such lovely sisters are either on television, on mobile screens, or gracing the streets." Her expression conveyed a sense of disappointment in his lack of appreciation, leaving Emperor Hui both exasperated and amused. He pinched Nan Zhi's nose playfully, remarking, "What are you? A mere child, know of adult affairs?" Residing in a resplendent imperial palace, Nan Zhi felt utterly discontent. She longed to venture outside, pondering how long it had been since she last enjoyed such freedom. The system, her guiding companion, informed her that she could not leave until her task was accomplished. Nan Zhi inquired of the system, "Is it true that we must resolve the issue of the spiritual liquid to be able to depart?" The system's soothing voice responded steadily, instilling a sense of calm within her restless heart. "Indeed, the resolution of the spiritual liquid is essential. Otherwise, the forces of heaven and earth will converge towards that problem. Even if one lives, they will become a tragic contrast, whether in the present or the future. Life is long. With marriage and childbirth, every significant decision will attract negative energies due to low fortunes, leading to erroneous choices." Nan Zhi pondered for a moment before speaking. "I cannot comprehend it. I am unable to resolve the matter of the spiritual liquid. Nor do I even know what it looks like. What am I to do? Without the spiritual liquid, what will become of Sheepy? Will she perish?" Nan Zhi has consumed so many of her delicacies, including some delightful treats. I do not wish for her to die. She will not die, but without the spiritual liquid, her enchanting beauty, the dishes that captivate the emperor, and the fortune that the spiritual liquid brings for the birth of a child may never manifest within her womb. She would henceforth become an ordinary concubine. Nan Zhi patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. "That is good. As long as she does not die, it is well." "Brother system, would you deceive me?" The system replied, "Deceive you? Why would I? You are still young. In time, you will comprehend our endeavors." Raising a child is indeed a formidable challenge. The system sighed quietly. No wonder the original system was reluctant to take on this child and had promptly reported to cast it aside. Nan Zhi smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. "I believe in you, brother. As long as she survives, it is sufficient, and besides, she carries a little baby within her. This little one must be extraordinarily healthy." Survive, is it? The system chuckled softly, for the young one remained blissfully unaware. Sometimes, living is far more arduous than dying, especially when the very foundation of existence is stripped away. The things once cherished slip through one's fingers, and the anguish and despair that accompany such loss can be unbearable for most. How many can endure the stark contrast of becoming an inconspicuous commoner? This is indeed a far more painful fate than death. However, this matter lies beyond the system's purview. If Shapiru possesses a resolute spirit, as she does now in these tranquil times, then the loss of the spiritual liquid would not be a grave concern. It would merely pale in comparison to the current vibrant blossoms. Chapter 20. Blessings of Abundance. The concept of spiritual liquid is entirely outside of Nan Zhi's meager realm of knowledge. What is it exactly? It sounds formidable, yet remains shrouded in mystery. Nan Zhi inquired. The spiritual liquid belongs to Consort Shi. Why would it need to be taken away? You say its appearance on her is erroneous, yet how did it manifest in the first place? I have no idea how to procure the spiritual liquid. Would Consort Shi willingly relinquish it? Nan Zhi was inundated with countless questions, her mind clouded with a hazy fog that obscured clarity and understanding. System. A child who lacks insight is indeed challenging to guide. System. Both humans and the heavens are prone to errors. What does the heavens signify? Nan Zhi gazed upward at the billowing white clouds. What transgressions could they have committed? Only clouds inhabit the sky. Nan Zhi pondered further. What should I do then? When I lack the means? System. Allow me to manage the spiritual liquid. In the future, you must address such matters on your own. System. Truly. How loquacious. She is still but a child. To burden a mere infant with such intricate affairs is absurd. Lian Xiao, I shall seek out my father. Perhaps I should accompany him to dine with Consort Shi and resolve the issue of the spiritual liquid. On second thought, I shall not go. Before reaching the Mingguang Hall, Nan Zhi paused once more. Lian Xiao, I will not go. It is best not to hastily deplete the essence. Allow the emperor to partake generously, to remedy his afflictions of headache and temper. The system. This child possesses a great deal of cunning. Observing Zhao Qiren, what are your thoughts? The virtuous consort inquired as she looked at her daughter who had rushed forward, sipping water from a cup. The consort was well aware of her daughter's whereabouts. Nan Zhi pondered for a moment and replied, she is rather pitiable. Indeed, within this palace, those who have lost are rendered so wretched. One must remember that only those who are cherished by the emperor can lead a favorable existence. Otherwise, any servant or eunuch may rise to belittle you. You must bear in mind that the emperor is your father. As his child, it is not shameful to curry favor with him. Nor should you constantly bring displeasure to his heart. The consort understood the nature of men, especially that of an emperor, who seeks to relish familial joys and play with delightful children. Tasks such as lulling them to sleep or changing their diapers would only evoke disdain. The consort endeavored to present her daughter before the emperor in the most endearing manner, hoping to inspire desires for more daughters. Observing her daughter's innocent demeanor, she felt no urgency. As long as the child remained, the emperor would hold her in his thoughts. The Hui emperor had few offspring. Scarcity renders things precious. And once progeny proliferate, they are no longer cherished with the same fervor. Speaking of which, Sherpin's belly has grown considerably. It is likely she will soon give birth. Should a daughter be born, it is uncertain whether the emperor's attentions would shift away from her daughter. If a son were to arrive, the situation would be even more dire, for daughters can never rival sons. Moreover, the favored consort Sherperu is certain to garner even greater attention for her offspring. The Xianfei subconsciously tapped her fingernails, her gaze flickering, her expression fraught with internal conflict, pondering whether to act or refrain. The specter of the cold and tyrannical Emperor Huizong loomed before her, causing her to draw a sharp breath. She had no desire to face his wrath, for this merciless man possessed not an ounce of tenderness. Thus, she resolved to avoid any self-destructive course of action. Unaware of her mother's rising malevolent thoughts, Nan Zhi finished her drink and addressed the Xianfei, saying, Mother, I shall go practice my writing. Each day, Nan Zhi mastered only a single character, relying solely on rote memorization, producing a series of inky scribbles that obscured the strokes of the characters. Go on, go on. The Xianfei waved her hand dismissively, her mind elsewhere. As the time for Sherperu's delivery approached, the atmosphere within the palace grew increasingly restless, tinged with an unspoken sense of bloodlust, as if a pack of hunters were keenly observing their prey. Since Sherperu's pregnancy, she had flourished in health. Zhao Qiren frequently summoned the imperial physician, drinking tonics to nurture the fetus, while Peru had never once called for a physician, content merely to check the tranquility of her pulse and the condition of her child. Peru herself radiated vitality, her complexion remaining as flawless as unblemished jade, inciting envy and heartache among the harem. Furthermore, Emperor Huizong had meticulously arranged everything, bypassing the empress to secure midwives and wet nurses for Peru. All preparations were in place, as if she had fallen into a nest of fortune. Such stark disparities among individuals are truly remarkable. At this moment of great anticipation, Peru initiated the process. Upon hearing the news, Nan Zhi hurried over, while the Xianfei murmured softly, yet ultimately refrained from expressing further concerns. Emperor Hui sat nearby, his teacup in hand, yet he did not take a sip. The empress observed the delivery room, her brow furrowed, her expression laden with gravity. Upon seeing Nan Zhi, Emperor Hui inquired, "What brings you here?" "Lady Shi is about to give birth, and I came to see." "Rest assured, father, she is fine," Nan Zhi replied in a sweet, innocent tone. She curtsied to the empress. "Mother, may you be well." "It's nothing to worry about. I am not afraid," Nan Zhi reassured, patting her chest. "I wish to see my little brother or sister." Emperor Hui gently patted Nan Zhi's head. Perhaps his headache had eased somewhat, for he was not as easily provoked or irritable, though his stern and cold demeanor still indicated his lack of compassion. "Push harder, my lady," the midwife called out to the pale-faced Peru, who, in the throes of agony, appeared disoriented, feeling as if she were being torn apart. "Why does it hurt so much?" A profound sense of doubt welled up within her. Her body, nourished by the spiritual essence, should not be experiencing such difficulty. "Is someone sabotaging me?" Peru struggled to maintain her consciousness, taking a deep breath to shout, "Your Majesty." Chapter 21. Blessings of Many Children. What is it? Hearing the cries from the delivery room, Emperor Hui rose and paused before the entrance, his voice low and serious as he asked, "What is happening?" "Your Majesty, may you enter?" "I am frightened," Peru called out, enduring the pain. "It hurts so much. I feel as though I am being split apart." The queen immediately interjected, "Your Majesty, the delivery room is filled with blood. It is inauspicious and ominous for a male child." Nan Zhi looked up at the adults, utterly perplexed, with a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. Were all men not born in such a manner? Why would it be deemed unfavorable? However, she prudently refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead experiencing a chaotic flurry of notifications within her mind. The system remained silent, effectively shutting her out. "Your Majesty," Peru called out again, her voice laden with anguish and supplication. "Allow me to enter and accompany Consort Shi during childbirth." The queen, noting that Emperor Hui had not objected, took the initiative to say, "Indeed, it is inappropriate for a male to be present in the delivery room. Your Majesty, your Majesty, someone is harming me, harming the child within me." Peru was at a loss. Given her physical condition, the child should have been born swiftly. Yet, her abdomen felt as if it were filled with countless icy hooks, stirring and piercing, tearing through her, causing a flow of blood that left her feeling both cold and in pain. Stealthily, Peru consumed some spiritual liquid, just enough to maintain consciousness and prevent herself from succumbing to the unbearable agony. Upon hearing her distress, Emperor Hui immediately lifted the curtain and entered the delivery room. The queen followed closely, urgently calling out, "Your Majesty, this is unwise." Nan Zhi attempted to enter, but was firmly restrained by Lien Xiao, who implored, "Princess, you cannot go in. It would be detrimental if you were to bump into something." Emperor Hui's expression remained impassive as he gazed at Peru, whose face was ashen and drenched in sweat. "Do your utmost to bring forth the child. I shall stand by you. No one shall harm my offspring." The queen's fingers twitched slightly as she observed the emperor, his countenance filled with fierce determination, and then glanced at the frail consort upon the bed. How deeply they were entwined in affection, while she felt like an outsider in this moment. Her child was lost. The emperor repeatedly vowed to protect the children of others. "Your Majesty, I understand." Receiving the assurance from Emperor Hui, Peru felt a slight alleviation in her heart. With the emperor present in the delivery room, she dared not take any action before him. What cold and cooling substances had she consumed, and when? She had also ingested the elixir. So why was the pain still so intense? For the first time, Peru realized that the elixir was not omnipotent. Now is the time to separate the elixir from Peru, the system instructed Nan Zhi. "Nan Zhi," she exclaimed, "is it now? She is still giving birth. It's very dangerous. Let us wait until she has delivered the baby." The system merely stated, the elixir is a kind of celestial energy. It is not an immortal remedy. Furthermore, excessive usage yields little benefit. While it may improve conditions, drinking more is merely a waste. Without understanding its proper utilization, it will be expelled from the body. Nan Zhi responded, then let us wait a bit longer. She is in labor, and if she discovers that something is missing, she will surely be frightened. There is no need for such haste, the system replied. Very well then. The resounding cries of a newborn echoed, signaling the arrival of a healthy child. The atmosphere in the delivery room lightened as everyone exhaled in relief, joy radiating among them. Emperor Hui, cradling the meticulously cared-for child, wore a smile that quickly morphed into a stern expression as he commanded, arrest everyone present in the delivery room, including the midwives. Your Majesty, spare us. The atmosphere plummeted to a frigid silence, mingling with the metallic scent of blood, rendering the room reminiscent of hell. The midwives, pale with fright, realized they had not received their rewards and now faced the threat of their own lives. Your Majesty, the young prince has just been born. It is inappropriate for him to witness bloodshed. Let us regard this as a blessing for the little prince. Children of the royal family often face greater challenges. Yet he has arrived safely. The empress glanced at the swaddled infant, whose delicate, fair skin belied the fact that he was indeed a newborn, adorned with a full head of raven-black hair, a clear indication of his robust health and vitality. However, I refuse to be deceived or to let this matter linger. We must investigate thoroughly, the emperor stated resolutely. Then let it be as your Majesty wishes. We shall conduct a thorough investigation, the empress replied gently. Sherperu, in a state of drowsiness, vaguely heard the conversation between the emperor and empress, and an overwhelming sense of reliance and gratitude towards the emperor welled up within her, leading her back into a deep slumber. Wow, how adorable! Is it a brother or a sister? Nan Zhi exclaimed, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the child the emperor had just brought from the delivery room. She cautiously extended her tiny, pudgy hand, gently touching the baby's face, which was soft and tender. Covering her mouth in awe, she whispered, wow, how precious. Infants are inherently charming. Not only the one in the emperor's arms, but also the one beside him, who appeared even more delightful. A wave of indescribable tenderness surged within the emperor's heart. It is a brother. Yes, indeed, a brother. How wonderful. Genuine joy sparkled in Nan Zhi's eyes. With the arrival of this child, there would be someone to defend the emperor when others dared to criticize him. Adults have a penchant for comparison, often using their children as mere instruments of competition. System, it is now time to separate the spiritual essence. Nan Zhi looked at her little brother, who had already been born, and responded with a simple, all right. How shall we handle this spiritual essence? Will you collect it? The system elucidated. No, what originates from a place dissipates back to that very place. That which belongs to this world remains within it. Nan Zhi sighed, lamenting the absence of delectable fare. The essence of spirit liquid was truly exquisite. After partaking in it, even ordinary sustenance felt somewhat unpalatable, especially for the emperor, who consumed spirit liquid daily. Accustomed to its richness, he would undoubtedly be incensed should he be deprived of it. In her slumber, Sherperu furrowed her brow, her rest distinctly restless, as if plagued by a nightmare. She sensed the departure of something significant, yet her eyelids remained stubbornly shut. No, please, don't. With great effort, Sherperu opened her heavy eyelids, drenched in perspiration and discomfort, particularly in the area of her injuries, where even the slightest movement caused pain. My lady, you are awake. Please have something to eat. A palace maid hastened to attend to her. Sherperu immediately inquired, where is the child? The wet nurse is currently feeding him, replied the maid. Sherperu insisted. Bring the child to me. I will nurse him myself. My lady, this is not in accordance with protocol. The maid hesitated, for it was uncommon for the ladies of the inner palace to nurse their own children, especially since it was no trivial task. Typically, several wet nurses were employed for such a duty. I shall nurse him myself. If the emperor arrives, I will explain it to him, Sherperu asserted resolutely. Chapter 22. Blessings of many children. The palace maid hesitated to speak further, yet upon witnessing her mistress's unwavering determination, she ceased her objections and arranged for the wet nurse to bring the child over. Embracing her child, Sherperu gazed tenderly at the sleeping infant, her heart swelling with warmth. In a world where she felt little sense of belonging, cradling her own child grounded her like nothing else. As she began to nurse the baby, a slight pain coursed through her, yet she persevered, knowing the nourishment was beneficial for her child. The news of Lady Shi giving birth to a young prince spread throughout the palace, inciting feelings of envy and resentment. A male heir was a beacon of hope, elevating his mother's status significantly. However, the midwives and attending maids were soon apprehended, casting an ominous shadow over the joyous occasion. Those with ulterior motives felt a gnawing anxiety, and even those without any cause for concern were affected by the prevailing atmosphere, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Emperor Hui, known for his cruelty, had been known to punish concubines severely, flaying them piece by piece until their beauty transformed into a horrific spectacle. The emperor's personal investigation into the matter yielded results that remained inconclusive, leading him to reprimand the empress for the disarray within the palace she managed, suggesting that if she could not oversee it properly, she ought to relinquish her responsibilities. Consequently, the power to manage the inner court was unexpectedly delegated to several concubines, including the virtuous, graceful, and esteemed consorts. This abrupt change raised eyebrows. Despite his brutality, Emperor Hui had always shown a degree of respect towards the empress, his first wife. Stripping her of her management authority not only questioned her competence, but also served as a public slight. Was it due to the complications surrounding Lady Shi's childbirth that the emperor doubted the empress's capabilities, or was it that she had somehow interfered during the delivery? The empress, setting down her teacup, spoke coldly. What future is there? His heart and mind are now consumed with that Sherperu, treating her child as if it were his most cherished treasure. The child had only been gone for a few days, yet it seemed as if nothing had transpired. The emperor indulged in the selection of concubines and lavished attention upon maidens, showing an utter lack of restraint even for the sake of his deceased offspring. Eagerly yearning for another child, the empress spent countless nights reciting prayers for the lost child, while the father engaged in carnal pleasures with other women, fervently seeking to conceive anew. It appeared that only the child's mother mourned the loss, while the father remained cold and heartless, treating the departed child as if devoid of any worth, even lacking the value of remembrance. The empress did not regret her actions. Rather, she lamented that both the child and the adults were unharmed. She understood the emperor's haste to have another child, yet understanding did not equate to compassion. The palace maid sighed inwardly, believing that Emperor Hui valued the offspring of the empress above all, for after the child's misfortune, he had brutally punished several concubines in the most merciless and sanguinary manner. The empress, stricken with grief over losing her child, found herself further humiliated by her husband's unabashed favoritism towards a concubine. In such dire circumstances, the empress's fury erupted, and the emperor merely hinted at her shortcomings in managing the harem, refraining from directly chastising her jealousy or her actions against the concubines that jeopardized the lineage. He suggested her capabilities were lacking, but there is a distinction between incompetence and malice, a nuance the empress could not grasp at that moment. Exiting the empress's quarters, Emperor Hui sought out Sherperu. Noticing the emperor's grim expression, Sherperu grasped his hand and offered solace, saying, "Your Majesty, I am already content." After Emperor Hui reprimanded the empress, Sherperu realized that the empress had taken action against her. Anger and a sense of injustice welled up within her. She had devoted herself to preparing meals for the empress, utilizing substantial amounts of spiritual essence. Even a dog would wag its tail in appreciation. The empress, with her insincere jealousy, remained a formidable opponent. The empress was the empress, and the emperor had not deposed her. Sherperu was merely a consort, and confronting the empress recklessly would lead to her own detriment. Nevertheless, she resolutely regarded the empress as an adversary to be wary of. Emperor Hui's gaze swept across her face, and with a nod, he remarked, "Take good care of your health. I still wish to have children with you. We are in need of a lovely little princess." "Very well," Sherperu replied, feeling a touch of shyness. Seizing the opportunity, she proposed to personally nurse the child and care for the infant. The emperor, believing her desire to care for the child stemmed from a need to guard against others, nodded in agreement. He casually lifted his teacup to take a sip, only to furrow his brow at the tea's inexplicable astringency, which was anything but refreshing or sweet. Emperor Hui commented, "Your tea is far more delightful than this." The emperor was merely flattering his consort. After all, it was the same tea leaves, and there could hardly be such a stark difference. "Once the confinement period is over, I shall prepare tea for your Majesty," Sherperu said with a smile. "Very well. I shall await it. Should you require anything, inform the servants to prepare it. Do not overexert yourself," Emperor Hui teased as he played with the child. Observing the child's robust health, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Such vitality was rarely seen in the imperial harem. Despite the air of mystery surrounding Sherperu, who seemed to harbor secrets, the child she bore was undeniably healthy. A cryptic smile lingered at the corners of Emperor Hui's lips. One day, he would uncover the truth. Sherperu began breastfeeding her child, eager for her little one to consume her milk. However, the child was insatiable, feeding voraciously and demanding nourishment constantly. Exhausted from her confinement, Sherperu found herself barely resting before needing to rise once more to feed the baby. The responsibilities of changing diapers, dressing, and bathing were yet to be addressed. Within just 2 or 3 days of this relentless cycle of nursing, Sherperu's waist ached, and her complexion grew haggard. When she gazed into the mirror, she perceived her reflection as if shrouded in a veil of dust, her once flawless beauty now dulled. How could this happen? In shock, she slapped her own face before the mirror, attributing her disheveled appearance to the toll of childbirth and breastfeeding. Instinctively, she sought to procure some elixir to restore her vitality, yet after a considerable wait, not a single drop appeared, leaving her in a state of panic. Typically, she would receive at least a small half-cup of the precious liquid daily, but now, not even a drop? Was it exhausted? Surely not. Sherperu was perplexed and troubled. Her immediate concern was that without the nourishing elixir, her beauty would inevitably diminish. Leaning closer to the bronze mirror, she faintly discerned what appeared to be spots on her cheekbones. The hormonal changes following childbirth could lead to weight gain, skin blemishes, incontinence, and a decline in beauty. Sherperu had never feared the physical repercussions of motherhood, as she firmly believed in the elixir's restorative powers. Such trivial afflictions seemed inconsequential. But without the elixir, Sherperu's pupils trembled, her heart raced, and her body felt weak. The form that had once thrived under the elixir's care was gradually fading into mediocrity. The body requires a continuous supply of spiritual essence for nourishment. She has experienced that prolonged abstinence from this essence leads to a decline in her skin's condition, resulting in blemishes and breakouts, along with excess oiliness. A slight indulgence in food can cause weight gain, leading to unwanted plumpness. Chapter 23. Blessings of abundance. Sherperu waited in vain, conducting repeated experiments, yet not a single drop of the spiritual essence fell. It had truly run out. How could it be depleted? Was it due to excessive use after entering the palace? Sherperu found herself at a loss, feeling as though she had painstakingly earned a fortune only to have it vanish overnight, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of emptiness that sapped her motivation. The robust cries of the child echoed throughout the palace, resonating like a captivating melody that invigorated her senses. "Your Highness, the young prince is hungry," a palace maid announced, preparing to hand the child to Sherperu. The cries grew louder, resonating in close proximity, causing her heart to race wildly, filled with anxiety. Hungry, hungry, she thought. How could he consume so much, never allowing for a moment's respite? Sherperu felt suffocated and oppressed, her fatigue becoming increasingly unbearable. Eat, eat. All he knows is to eat. Let the wet nurse attend to him, she lamented, overwhelmed by the absence of spiritual essence and the discomfort in her body. With her strength waning, Sherperu had little inclination to tend to her son, her irritation reaching a boiling point. The palace maid hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. She looked at Sherperu and realized that it was she who wished to nurse the child, yet also the one who found it intolerable. Noticing her mistress's displeasure, the maid discreetly took the child to find the wet nurse, and the cacophony of the infant's cries finally subsided within the palace walls. Sherperu stood in a daze, her expression vacant, struggling to comprehend why the spiritual essence had vanished. What could be the reason? After much contemplation, she could deduce only one explanation: childbirth. After giving birth, the essence had dissipated, and she found herself incapable of concocting any other rationale, bewildered as to why the essence would vanish post-childbirth. If only she had known that childbirth would lead to such a loss, she would have delayed it, allowing herself to accumulate more essence before becoming a mother. Regret and frustration bubbled within her heart, akin to murky waters bubbling in a swamp, relentless and inescapable. Moreover, the essence was merely essence, offering no words or warnings. Its absence left Sherperu feeling powerless and fearful. The palace was fraught with danger, and without the essence as her shield, how would she endure her days within its confines? Having grown accustomed to the benefits bestowed by the essence, the deprivation felt akin to having her fingers severed one by one, rendering her life imperfect. Emperor Hui visited Sherperu and was taken aback by her haggard appearance. Reminiscent of a wilted flower, devoid of vitality and spirit, he inquired with concern, "What troubles you?" Is nurturing the child too arduous? The ethereal aura that once surrounded Shurpera had vanished. She appeared as though she had suffered a severe illness, drained of strength. The toll of childbirth seemed to have cost her half her life. How frightening. Tears streamed down Shurperu's face as she gazed at Emperor Hui, her vulnerability and helplessness palpable, emotions that rarely manifested in her demeanor. She usually navigated life with grace and confidence, her plans meticulously laid out. She never wavered in uncertainty. While the other concubines fervently vied for the emperor's affection, she remained unperturbed. The emperor embraced her, offering solace. What troubles you? Speak to me. Shurperu stifled a sob. Your Majesty, after giving birth, I have become unsightly. Will you still love me? Indeed, I cherish you. You have borne me a healthy Chilan child, the emperor replied, raising an eyebrow and gazing down at her. Now, tell me what has transpired. I shall advocate for you. It is nothing, merely an emotional surge, Shurpera said, wiping her tears and withdrawing from his embrace. The emperor scrutinized her with narrowed eyes, and after a moment, he spoke. The child should be entrusted to the wet nurse for nourishment. Let the palace attendants care for him. The foremost concern now is your health. Do not weep, for I cannot bear the sight of your tears. Observing Shurperu's melancholic demeanor, the emperor harbored some suspicions and turned his attention to their son, lifting him gently and bouncing him slightly. He is heavier, well-fed and plump, he noted, as the infant gazed up with sparkling eyes. The emperor felt a sense of fulfillment. Despite Shurperu's concealed troubles, she had delivered a healthy child, which alleviated his greatest concern. Yet, he pondered that one child was still too few. If Shurperu's constitution allowed her to bear healthy offspring, the emperor believed he could bestow upon her his favor and a position of unparalleled status. He contemplated the prospect of having more children with her, but lamented that her postpartum recovery had not been well managed. Her complexion had turned sallow, and her vitality appeared particularly diminished. Witnessing her state, the emperor could not help but frown, taking a bite of the dish she had prepared, ordinary at best. Perhaps her troubled mind had led to excessive seasoning, for the salt was both bitter and acrid, leaving his tongue numb. The allure that once drew people in has vanished, leaving no comfort in consumption. Something has indeed disappeared. Observing the despondency of Shurperu, Emperor Hui let out a sigh, pondering what that elusive essence could be, and whether it might ever return. He had scarcely eaten, and Shurperu, who was attentive to his demeanor, felt a twinge of bitterness. Indeed, without the divine nectar, one could not entice the emperor's appetite, and without captivating a man's appetite, one could not capture his heart. Consequently, he would not linger in thought. And though Shurperu did not seek to vie for favor, survival within the palace necessitated competition. Fortunately, she still had a child. The thought of her offspring jolted her into clarity, prompting her to instruct her attendants, "Bring the child to me." Regardless of circumstances, she still had her child. The young prince thrived under her care, softening her heart, yet the thought of the divine nectar left her feeling resentful. Despite her efforts to adjust her mindset, dissatisfaction lingered. Life could have been so much better, so splendid, yet it was no more. Although Emperor Hui found the meals increasingly unpalatable, he did not entirely forsake visits to Shurperu's quarters. His appearances dwindled, and while others in the palace perceived her continued favor, Shurperu acutely sensed his withdrawal. Previously, the emperor had relished his meals, but now he partook only with reluctance, and it was only a matter of time before he ceased to come altogether. As Shurperu prepared the meals, tears streamed down her face, completely devoid of the ease and grace she once possessed, leaving the nearby maidservants exchanging perplexed glances, wondering what had transpired to change their mistress so profoundly. Emperor Hui, at a loss for words, contemplated, "What is this? If the food is unappetizing, must everyone partake?" Emperor Hui believed he had extended sufficient courtesy towards her. However, Shurperu remained despondent, barely worthy of his gaze. Chapter 24. The Blessing of Many Offspring. It seemed she was all but rendered useless. Contemplating this, Emperor Hui swiftly diverted his attention from Shurperu, no longer bestowing upon her any further regard. In his quest for more progeny, he reverted to the mindset of a humble farmer, tirelessly cultivating and sowing, shifting his focus to other consorts. The palace was rife with the customary dynamics of elevation and diminishment, whispers circulating that consort Shur had fallen from favor, despite having given birth. The emperor's visits had notably waned, leaving many perplexed. Yet the other consorts reveled in their renewed favor, as several of them had gained authority over the harem. Relishing the intoxicating taste of power, Only Sherperu found herself ensnared in a world of sorrow, not to mention the Empress, who had retreated into solitude for spiritual reflection. Engrossed in her own pursuits, the atmosphere within the harem was one of harmony, with occasional moments of jealousy regarded as entirely natural. Nan Zhi felt a sense of joy as well. Her mother, Consort Xian, was occupied with her own affairs, no longer burdening her with complaints about her father, nor incessantly urging her to seek the emperor's attention. If even an adult hesitated, how could a mere child dare to approach? A child, too, possesses dignity. With the matter of the spiritual liquid resolved, Nan Zhi felt a semblance of ease, at least no longer fretting about the myriad ways she might meet an untimely demise. Alas, she lamented the loss of those delightful little cookies. Nan Zhi inquired of the system, "Brother, could you possibly provide me with some spiritual liquid? I find myself quite tempted." The system replied, "The spiritual liquid has dissipated into the ether. It is no more." Nan Zhi harbored doubts. Is that true? The spiritual liquid is indeed a treasure. Wouldn't you want to possess it? It is a remarkable item, yet not as extraordinary as you might think. There exists an abundance of other superior treasures. I am not so greedy as to covet merely a bit of spiritual liquid. The system elucidated, in the future, you shall encounter even greater wonders, provided you remain alive. Nan Zhi replied, "Oh, brother, please do not find me bothersome. It is merely my ignorance that prompts my inquiries. Mother always says that one should ask adults about anything they do not understand." The system responded, "I am your guiding system. You may pose any questions you have to me in the future." Without hesitation, Nan Zhi inquired, "Why can't men enter the delivery room? Is it considered inauspicious or detrimental to them? With their robust physiques, are they truly afraid of witnessing childbirth?" The system tactfully sidestepped the question, explaining, "Gender distinctions exist. Childbirth is a woman's domain, and men are not suited to be present. Some lessons can only be grasped through experience." This child evidently led a life of privilege, seemingly oblivious to the differences imposed by gender. Nan Zhi questioned, "But there are male doctors in hospitals." Even though she was merely 3 years old, the marks of diverse civilizations were distinctly imprinted upon her being. Nan Zhi remarked, "See, the behaviors of adults are indeed perplexing." Soon, she cast aside the matter, entrusting Lian Xiao with a butterfly kite to fly in the imperial garden, where the virtuous concubine had arranged for several eunuchs to ensure her safety. The springtime was splendid, with the imperial garden adorned in vibrant blooms and fragrant aromas. This grand garden was Nan Zhi's favorite place, featuring a swing set up for her by the emperor. In the serene garden, South Branch caught sight of Lady Sherperu seated in the pavilion. She hurried over and inquired, "Your Highness, how is my younger brother?" A flicker of confusion crossed South Branch's eyes as she noted that Lady Sher, once so radiant, seemed to have diminished in beauty. The system had mentioned that without the nurturing essence of spirit liquid, changes could occur, yet this transformation felt excessively pronounced. It was not that Lady Sher had become unattractive. She remained lovely, but compared to her former self, there was an inexplicable difference, akin to a child who, having lost a game, felt a mix of frustration and impending tears. Lady Sherperu gazed at the small girl, her cherubic face exuding innocence and charm. The sincerity in her eyes was endearing, and with a gentle smile, Lady Sher replied, "He is well." Perhaps due to his robust constitution, the little prince had learned to turn over at just over 2 months old. An inner warmth enveloped Lady Sherperu. Yet a pang of regret stirred within her as she reflected on the child's health, nurtured by the ample spirit liquid during her pregnancy. It was disheartening to consider how much could have been achieved with that precious essence. If only it had been collected, her current predicament would not feel so precarious. Now, whispers echoed throughout the palace about her waning favor, as privileges once bestowed upon her had been withdrawn. Several consorts now governed the inner court, enforcing rules with unwavering rigor. As a mere concubine, Lady Sher was restricted from utilizing items beyond her station or enjoying privileges reserved for higher ranks. Even the leniencies that the Empress might have overlooked were strictly adhered to by the others. Once, when she was favored, the finest offerings were delivered to her chambers. Yet now, that was no longer the case, leaving Lady Sherperu feeling disheartened and distressed. The Emperor's indifference left Sherperu in a state of agitation. She once believed that she had captured his attention, at least securing a place in his heart. However, it now appeared that his daily visits to her palace were solely for sustenance, while she busily prepared meals for him, expending her precious spirit liquid in the process. With her supply now depleted, the Emperor had vanished once again, revealing a stark reality that was utterly disappointing. Countless profanities swirled in her mind. yet she refrained from uttering them. Angering the emperor would only bring misfortune upon herself. Moreover, she harbored suspicions that the emperor might be aware of the spirit liquid, observing her discreetly, or perhaps even having someone spy on her. A wave of dread washed over Sherperu as she pondered whether she might be labeled a monster and face execution, or be forcibly detained until she divulged her secrets. The more she contemplated, the more terrifying the thoughts became, causing her body to tremble despite the bright spring day and the warm sunlight. An unsettling chill penetrated her bones. "Lady Sher, what troubles you?" Nan Zhi inquired, noticing her sudden shivers. "Is it that you are underdressed?" Sherperu gazed at the young princess and could not help but ask, "My princess, do you know what the emperor has been occupied with?" After a brief pause, she continued, "Is it true that the emperor has punished his consorts?" Nan Zhi gasped, her round eyes darting about. "Why do you ask such a thing, my lady? They must have erred in some way. You are so beautiful, and you have given birth to a son. Father cherishes you greatly." "Cherishes me?" Sherperu replied with a forced smile, feeling a profound absence of the emperor's affection. It had been several days since he last visited her palace, or even inquired after their child. The only thing that currently occupies the emperor's thoughts regarding Sherperu is the child. However, it seems the emperor no longer pays any attention to the offspring, nor does he seem to care about his heirs. Chapter 25. A Proliferation of Blessings, Your Highness. If you have any matters to discuss, you may directly approach His Majesty. If there is something you do not understand, you shall remain in ignorance unless you inquire. Nan Zhi suggested eagerly, displaying her earnestness and charm. Faced with the child's sincere gaze, Sherperu found herself at a loss for words. How should she proceed? How could she ask? To approach him directly? Although Sherperu was anxious to seek favor, she would not recklessly confront him. A more subtle approach was warranted. Observing Sherperu's inner turmoil, Nan Zhi, with heartfelt concern, offered, "Your Highness, I shall go to His Majesty on your behalf. Consider it a small favor in exchange for some delightful cookies." The thought of those fragrant little pastries filled Nan Zhi with regret, knowing she could no longer indulge in such treats. Without hesitation, Nan Zhi set off towards the Mingguang Hall. Sherperu called out in urgency, but only saw the little figure darting away, which left her feeling restless. Upon seeing Nan Zhi, Eunuch Li's face broke into a benevolent smile. "The little princess awaits. Let the servants announce her presence." "Go on, do not delay," he urged. Nan Zhi nodded, "Father." As she entered the Mingguang Hall, she called out while running, hugging Emperor Hui's leg, "Father, are you busy? The concubine sure has something to discuss with you." She felt too embarrassed to approach you herself. "So I have come on her behalf. She is in the imperial garden." Emperor Hui remarked silently, "What a foolish child." In truth, Nan Zhi felt no remorse. The system had stated that this situation was akin to a bank error resulting in an unexpected surplus in one's account. However, that did not imply the money rightfully belonged to her. She found this reasoning quite sound and devoid of any burdensome thoughts. Embarked on her blissful existence as a little princess. Did she truly intend to seek out the emperor? Sherperu remarked, "I truly appreciate you." As she gazed upon the diminutive princess, a sense of unfamiliarity washed over her. In Sherperu's mind, the princess of this feudal society was timid and cautious. Yet, in this moment, she realized that this little girl was far braver than she had anticipated. To declare her intention to seek the emperor was a decision that many adults would hesitate to make. One could assert that her execution was remarkably resolute. Moreover, her demeanor while approaching the emperor exuded a sense of composure, far removed from timidity or caution. Had she misjudged her? "Your Highness, may I visit my little brother?" Nan Zhi inquired of Sherperu, enticed by the myriad of intriguing items awaiting her there. The favored consort crafted an array of toys for children, including vibrant, fluffy dolls, various puzzles, and delightful play structures like slides, along with enchanting storybooks. Nan Zhi yearned for captivating toys, cleverly suggesting a visit to her brother. Sherperu, feeling somewhat anxious, cast her gaze towards the Mingguang Hall. Upon hearing Nan Zhi's request, she nodded in agreement, of course. "Thank you, Consort Sher," Nan Zhi exclaimed joyfully, contemplating how to procure some gifts in return. Even a fluffy doll would suffice. As Nan Zhi conversed with Sherperu, Emperor Hui approached, prompting her to hurriedly engage in kite flying, wishing to avoid the incomprehensible discussions of adults. Long live the emperor. Sherperu bowed to Emperor Hui, who settled down and sipped a cup of rather ordinary tea, which instantly dulled his spirits. People are easily accustomed to luxury, and the emperor was no exception, preferring finer and more comforting brews. Sherperu prepared the tea, and Yuning remarked, "If you have matters to discuss, Speak to me. Sherpera's lips quivered, and suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words, finally uttering, "The child can turn over now." Without hesitation, she inquired, "Will there be no celebration for the child's first month? Even ordinary families hold such a feast, let alone for a prince. Does he not cherish his own child?" The matter of the celebration was not urgent, as they could host a grand event for the first birthday instead. The emperor paused, then explained, "Children in the harem have a precarious existence. One cannot guarantee that a celebration for the first month will proceed without complications. It is prudent to wait until the child is stronger. At 1 year, he will no longer be so fragile. Infants are exceedingly vulnerable, susceptible to even the slightest harm that could prove fatal." The emperor's explanation only fueled Sherperu's irritation. What did he mean? Did he doubt the child's survival, fearing that a celebration might lead to embarrassment? It sounded like concern, yet Sherperu, feeling sensitive and suspicious, sought reassurance of the emperor's affection for her. The absence of a month's celebration had already given rise to rumors within the palace. She had given birth, yet remained merely a concubine. Taking a deep breath, Sherperu thought, the emperor truly does not comprehend the struggles she and the child endure, nor can he empathize with their plight. "Your Majesty," she asked, "when will you come to see the child? If you delay any longer, he may not even recognize you. He will become unfamiliar with your presence. Whenever I have the leisure, I shall pay him a visit. Take good care of him. He is my son, my son." The emperor nodded, casting a glance at Sherperu, whose complexion was truly unwell. Accustomed to her ethereal and enchanting beauty, it was disconcerting for the emperor to see her so haggard. Most troubling was the aura of a wronged woman that cloaked her, rendering her quite unappealing. The once serene and resolute individual had transformed into this. Was this truly her? A visit when convenient? Why not now? This notion of convenience was uncertain, and it seemed the emperor had grown weary of her. Sherperu's eyes brimmed with an indelible sorrow and irritation, her lips pressed together in silence. Having no other matters to attend to, the emperor stood to depart. Suddenly, Sherperu sprang to her feet. "Your Majesty, please wait." The emperor paused, turning back with a puzzled expression. "Is there something else? Speak." "Your Majesty, are you weary of me? Is it because I can no longer provide you with what you desire?" Sherperu's eyes were red-rimmed, filled with a mix of resentment and longing as she gazed at him. "Your Majesty, I had believed you held at least a modicum of sincerity for me, a shred of affection, rather than casting me aside as though I were naught but refuse." She had nourished the emperor with so many elixirs. Even a dog would show gratitude. Nothing could compel the emperor to linger, save for the reminiscence of the past. Yet, once the past was invoked, defeat was inevitable. As soon as she spoke, Sherperu regretted her words, for once uttered, they could not be retracted. Sherperu gazed at the emperor, her expression a blend of defiance and despair, yearning for an answer. Emperor Hui, filled with silent fury, chose to turn a blind eye to certain matters, unwilling to pursue or comprehend their essence. However, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his curiosity and greed, yet she insisted on laying everything bare. A cold smirk spread across his face as he questioned, "What have you truly given me that I desire? Even if you present me with something, is your intent not merely to seek my favor? I have bestowed upon you my grace. What more do you seek? When you implore me for something, have you ever paused to reflect on whether you have fulfilled your part? Have you truly offered me such a thing?" The emperor's selection of consorts was solely for the purpose of procreation, accompanied by the occasional, albeit superficial, pleasures that arose during this process. He was the sort to disregard personal connections, focusing instead on the singular goal of producing heirs, viewing women as mere instruments for this purpose. Sherperu stood there, dumbfounded. As if struck by lightning, recoiling at the revelation of his utter moral depravity, he was nothing more than a despicable wretch, dark and tainted, oblivious to his own shame. What struck Sherperu most painfully was the emperor's blatant classification of their relationship as a transaction, devoid of any semblance of tenderness, articulated with disconcerting directness. Perhaps in her initial days within the palace, she held little regard for the emperor, for to fall in love with any man, especially a sovereign, was a perilous endeavor. An emperor possesses boundless power, countless choices, and alluring temptations, never lingering too long with any one woman. Yet, as time passed, the emperor's daily visits to share meals with her began to reveal a voracious appetite, suggesting a deeper awareness of her existence, always existing in close proximity. Even when reminding herself that this man is an emperor, she inevitably begins to care. He is indeed an emperor, the most powerful man in the realm, and a young, handsome sovereign at that. How could a woman possibly remain indifferent, especially considering they even have children together? In the past, Sherperu had firmly placed her life's certainty in the essence of spirit. As long as she possessed that, she believed she could live well. However, without the essence, she was compelled to place her hopes and confidence in the emperor. Yet, once hope is entrusted to another, the outcome can be tragic. Particularly when that hope is placed in a cold-hearted and tyrannical ruler, the result is nothing but disappointment. Your Majesty, you. Sherperu trembled in anger. You heartless wretch. Are you accusing me? Emperor Hui regarded Sherperu, his mind clouded, pondering the absurdity of a woman who professes love so shamelessly. Shameless. You. Sherperu stormed off, grinding her teeth, wishing she could tear apart the scoundrel. It seemed they had quarreled. Nan Zhi observed the pair in the pavilion, her expression tense and somber. It appeared that no concubine in the harem had ever dared to argue with Emperor Hui. They all seemed remarkably submissive. Yet, Nan Zhi believed that a couple capable of quarreling is perfectly normal, much like her own parents, rather than living in fear of the emperor to the point of silence. Indeed, father seems quite fond of consortship. Nan Zhi rushed over. What happened? Did you have a quarrel? It's quite normal. To hit is to love. To scold is to care. Emperor Hui. You, a little princess, what do you know about love and quarrels? The Emperor Hui, with a hint of irritation, remarked, such foolish individuals can truly be exasperating. His daughter, Nan Zhi, replied in a gentle tone, Father, you ought to temper your anger. When others err, what is the need for your ire? It is unnecessary. The emperor mused. But what if I am the one who has erred? Should I still be incensed? Nan Zhi regarded him with a look of disdain, as if to say, what gives you the right to be angry? The emperor continued. If others make mistakes, there is no need for anger. If I make a mistake, I have no grounds for anger. It seems, no matter the circumstance, I must simply refrain from anger. Such is the simplicity of a child's reasoning. How delightful it would be if the complexities of the world were indeed that straightforward. Father, you must control your temper. Each time you become angry, your hair stands on end, Nan Zhi earnestly advised, raising her hands to illustrate the sight of her father in a fit of rage. The emperor reached out to affectionately ruffle his daughter's hair, then playfully shook her head. That is true fury, my dear daughter. You are a princess, yet possess not a shred of wisdom. By your age, I had already begun my literacy journey, writing more proficiently and understanding far more than you do. All you seem to do is play and sleep. How can you rest so soundly at this age? Nan Zhi, taken aback, huffed in response and turned to leave. The emperor, arching an eyebrow, commented, Have I spoken amiss? What is there for you to be angry about? It is unnecessary. A fleeting, slightly twisted smile flickered across his otherwise solemn visage as he touched his face. In his daughter's eyes, did he truly seem so easily angered? Each encounter, she admonished him to temper his wrath, to be less angry. Although the innocent and simple words of a child may seem trivial, they carry a hint of wisdom. There is no need to harbor anger towards foolish individuals, especially those who are envious of oneself. Their jealousy stems from their perception of being the epitome of superiority. It is best to remain calm and composed. What a pity it is not possible to partake in the delightful offerings of Lady Sherperu. Each morsel brings comfort to the head and ensures a restful slumber. Emperor Huizong is known for his volatile and sinister temperament, often plagued by poor sleep and excruciating headaches, which are the principal cause of his distress. Alas, princess, it may be inappropriate for us to seek out Lady Sherpei at this moment. Lian Xiao observed the princess peering curiously outside Lady Sherpei's chamber. Having just quarreled with the emperor? Lady Sherpei is undoubtedly in a foul mood. The emperor might direct his ire towards the princess. Nan Zhi leaned in, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something, only for her expression to shift to disappointment. Why are there no seesaws, no sandy play areas, no slides, and not even a miniature amusement park? How disappointing. Have they yet to begin the preparations? Upon noticing the princess at the entrance, a palace maid promptly informed Lady Sherpei, who reluctantly mustered her spirit to receive the young princess. Nan Zhi was ushered into the hall, smiling brightly as she addressed Lady Sherpei. Your Highness, I have come to see my brother. Lady Sherpei instructed the maid to escort the princess to the young prince, while she took a seat by the window, lost in thought as she gazed outside. Even a child like Nan Zhi could perceive that Lady Sherpei's condition was far from well. Her vitality was alarmingly diminished. She inquired of the system, Brother, without the essence, will Lady Sherpei continue to deteriorate? Will she perish? The system, death requires immense courage. Sherpero is not devoid of everything, for she still has a child. She simply struggles to adapt to the absence of the conveniences and benefits provided by the spiritual liquid, and when life becomes even slightly more arduous, she finds herself unable to cope, a withdrawal reaction, which is invariably painful. Chapter 27. Blessings of Many Children. Nan Zhi could not comprehend the concept of withdrawal reactions, yet she understood that Sherpin was presently in such a state. Following the maid, she arrived at the small prince's chamber. Upon entering, she observed that everything in the room remained as usual, which only deepened her disappointment. In the tales, the noble consort had devoted great care to her several children, transforming the room into a vibrant nursery. The walls were adorned with vivid, whimsical illustrations of animals, and various toys were strewn across the walls. There were no charming plush toys, nor adorable baby garments, no dinosaur or kitten or puppy onesies. Consort, please prepare. The younger brother is about to grow up. The younger brother. Nan Zhi approached the bedside, gazing at the chubby, bubble-blowing infant, white and robust, a smile blossoming on her face. She cautiously extended her hand and gently poked the baby's cheek. How soft. Little brother, you must strive to grow strong. The baby grasped her finger and brought it to his mouth to suck. No, you can't eat that. My hand is quite dirty. Slowly, Nan Zhi pried her finger from his grasp. Those nearby, witnessing the delightful interaction between the siblings, felt their hearts flutter. After playing with her brother for a while, Nan Zhi was reminded by Lien Xiao that it was time for a meal, and she bid farewell to Consort Shi. She did not retain the little princess for the meal, knowing that her dishes, devoid of the elixir's enhancement, would fail to delight the palate and linger in memory. Nan Zhi remarked to Sherpero, Your Highness, your brother is so adorable. He will surely grow up healthy and become a source of pride for you. Sherpero gazed intently at Nan Zhi and suddenly replied, Indeed, he shall be a person of whom I can be proud. His very existence brings me pride. He is a boy who may ascend to the highest throne, becoming an emperor and the supreme ruler of a nation. The Emperor Hui is so heartless and cold, indifferent to all sacrifices made for him. No matter how much is offered, it remains unacknowledged. It seems that in this lifetime, love and companionship with him are unattainable. She wishes for him to regret his treatment of her. If she cannot be the emperor's wife, then she shall be the emperor's mother, the most revered woman in the realm. Nan Zhi tilted her head, observing the enchanting woman before her, who appeared to have shed her previous despondency, now radiating vitality as if a fire had ignited within her heart, empowering her spirit. What transpired? It was perplexing, one moment sorrowful, the next invigorated. Yet, this was certainly preferable to the languid sorrow of before. Nan Zhi nodded, affirming, Yes, your brother is indeed wonderful and charming. You are also quite lovely, though you are a little princess. Sherpero sighed as she spoke, an inexplicable complexity in her feelings, tinged with both pity and a hint of unspoken pride. It seemed a lamentable and pitiable circumstance that Nan Zhi was a little princess. Nan Zhi, in a moment of inexplicable clarity, remarked, Indeed, I am quite adorable. I am a little princess, and I am indeed charming. Yes, Sherpero replied somewhat dismissively. Observing Sherpin, Nan Zhi felt that she no longer possessed the gentleness she had previously shown to the little biscuit. Children are remarkably perceptive. They are devoid of notions of right and wrong, driven instead by a primal instinct rooted in survival. Bring the child over, Sherpero resolutely declared, growing increasingly inclined to embrace the little one. The wet nurse approached with the child cradled in her arms, and Sherpero held the chubby, fair-skinned infant close, her heart brimming with affection. This was her child, and her future was now interwoven with his existence. Gazing at the baby, a flurry of thoughts surged through Sherpero's mind. She yearned to craft beautiful garments for her son. Bring me needle and thread, I shall make some clothes, she commanded with enthusiasm. Following Sherpin's childbirth, other concubines in the harem soon found themselves expecting as well. While the future of these children remained uncertain, at least they had begun to blossom. Where there are blossoms, there lies the potential for fruit. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Emperor Hui's previously unshakable gloom began to dissipate. He was not a ruler cursed by fate. Rather, he was merely the target of malicious slander from those with ulterior motives. When he overheard ill-intentioned remarks about his lineage, he remained remarkably composed, thinking to himself that such petty criticisms were merely the words of the ineffectual. This was no longer a vulnerability for Emperor Hui. Any attacks would not incite him to anger or humiliation. nor would he feel fury from an inability to counter their claims. Ah, splendid, splendid. He reveled in the discomfort of his detractors. His spirits lifted considerably, feeling quite content. It seems that his condition has significantly improved, perhaps due to the influence of Lady Shapira since her arrival in the palace. It is uncertain what she has provided him that has contributed to his enhanced health. Perhaps there are concubines in the harem who are pregnant, and it could very well be attributed to her efforts. Regardless, this woman has bestowed benefits upon him, and he, in turn, has decided to reciprocate, pondering the possibility of further advantages in the future. With this in mind, the emperor, after court, made his way to Lady Shi's quarters, bringing with him an array of valuable gifts from his private treasury. These items, while useful to Shapuru, are unlikely to be sold. As long as they remain within the palace and bear the imperial seal, they are still his possessions. Such a display of generosity by the emperor would undoubtedly be the subject of peculiar submissions in contemporary times. With great fanfare, he approached Shapuru, his presence commanding attention, as he presented her with an abundance of treasures, thereby bestowing upon her immense honor. The spectacle was one that could easily inflate one's vanity, making it evident that Shapira had not fallen out of favor but was, in fact, cherished. The emperor, adorned with these splendid offerings, approached her slowly. And even if Shapuru harbored grievances, her heart would undoubtedly race at the sight of the man before her, enveloped in an aura that was undeniably captivating. Though he may appear cold, in this moment, he exuded tenderness, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Lady Shi expressed a willingness to forgive the emperor temporarily, reserving judgment on his future conduct. Meanwhile, the empress, seething with anger, felt an urge to shatter everything within her sight. For the items from the emperor's private treasury were indeed treasures of considerable worth. Managing the harem, she could hardly comprehend how a mere concubine could be granted such lavish privileges and adorned with such opulent possessions. The situation is both infuriating and envious. The emperor consistently breaks the rules for Shapuru, making their tasks exceedingly arduous. Nan Zhi remains unmoved by the emperor's gifts to the favored concubine. After all, her father often bestows gifts upon her mother, and vice versa. Bestowing presents upon those we cherish is merely a manifestation of affection. The emperor harbors a fondness for Shapuru, yet alas, there are numerous beautiful and sorrowful sisters in the harem. Chapter 28. Blessings of Abundance. Nan Zhi inquired of the system. Geijai, the matter of the spiritual liquid has been resolved, and I have not perished. Can we leave this place? I am not fond of it here. The system replied, please wait a moment longer. Many matters remain unresolved, particularly concerning the Xianfei. In the narrative, Shapuru has given birth to several healthy children, both sons and daughters, establishing her as a singular presence within the harem. Eventually, she stands as the sole mother among the concubines, as any subsequent pregnancies are fraught with misfortune. The disparity of her fortune breeds jealousy, and there are those who harbor ill intentions toward her offspring. Many concubines find themselves entangled in allegations of plotting against the dragon heir, including the Xianfei. Once, the Xianfei, having benefited from her children, understood their significance to Emperor Hui and mistreated them in her quest for favor. When her child perished, she was filled with regret and sorrow. Nurturing a maternal instinct for her own child, she sought vengeance for her daughter by harming others' children, leading to a fate that was hardly better. Even without the essence, the wise consort would still plot against her offspring. If not Shapiru's child, then it would be another consort's. You and the wise consort are intertwined. When Yuning offers something precious, you must do your utmost for her. Nan Zhi sighed, suddenly recalling a documentary about the animal kingdom, where male lions would kill the cubs that were not their own. What the wise consort intended to do in the future mirrored the actions of those lions. However, if she truly harmed other children, the wise consort might face dire consequences. The thought of her own mother suffering such a fate was unbearable for Nan Zhi. In a moment of impulse, she embraced the wise consort, who was venting her frustrations over Emperor Hui's favoritism towards Shapuru. Mother, please do not be angry. You still have me. Do not be angry. Nan Zhi mused that this was perhaps the phrase she uttered the most. Whether to advise her father to temper his anger or to console her mother. Why do you all love to be angry so much? The wise consort trembled slightly, holding her daughter close, gritting her teeth. Why does your father favor her so? Furrowing her brow, Nan Zhi pondered how to comfort her mother. It was not that the wise consort was at fault. Rather, it was Emperor Hui. He was a fickle heart. Do not speak nonsense, the wise consort retorted, suddenly losing her ire. You must not say such things before your father. If he becomes angry, it is we who will suffer. Nan Zhi replied, Mother, we have it quite well here. There is plenty to eat, and we are well fed. Outside the palace, many suffer from hunger and cold, and some even resort to cannibalism. The wise consort was taken aback. How do you know this? Nan Zhi's eyes darted about, yet she could not meet the gaze of the virtuous consort. Of course, the information came not merely from the whispers of palace maids and eunuchs, but rather from the insights imparted by her system companion. In truth, the system had grown somewhat exasperated by the insatiable curiosity of the young one, who incessantly inquired about the reasons behind the emperor's numerous wives, the distinctions between men and women, and the endless whys. The system succinctly elucidated the nature of feudal society, characterized by low productivity, human sacrifices to appease deities, and the brutal slaughter of slaves, commoners, and even nobles to assemble a grand banquet. The myriad calamities, plagues, harsh winters, and locust swarms created a cataclysmic impact on the lives of the populace, leading to famine and even cannibalism. There existed a peculiar moral code surrounding this grim practice. Consuming someone familiar was deemed immoral, whereas feasting upon the unknown was permissible, akin to the consumption of monkeys. Devoid of any sentiment, ancient individuals were often reluctant to leave their homes, particularly in years of disaster, as it significantly increased the likelihood of being devoured. To the time travelers, ancient people appeared monkey-like, while the ancients viewed the travelers as mere pork. In such dire circumstances, the privileged elite, endowed with resources, naturally held the right to possess more women and bear numerous offspring, even offering their children to deities as a testament to their sincerity. Thus, the emperor's harem, brimming with beauty, was a commonplace occurrence. In a world where existence was far from humane, discussions of gender seemed rather trivial. The system not only narrated these tales, but also unveiled the harrowing scenes, showcasing the stark reality of bones being extracted from boiling pots, with skeletal remains strewn across the earth. Nan Zhi was terrified by the depiction of the palace's external environment by the system. She called out to herself, gently patting her chest in reassurance, Nan Zhi, do not be afraid. Nan Zhi is not afraid at all. Yes, Zhi is not afraid in the slightest. Yet, she still had a nightmare that night. In such stark contrast, Nan Zhi felt that life within the palace was akin to a celestial paradise, ample food and drink. Shielded from the wind and rain, with someone to care for her, it was simply beautiful and delightful. In such a splendid place, being with her mother and growing up seemed perfect. However, her mother, the empress, engaged in questionable deeds, and the most terrifying prospect was being expelled from the palace. Given her charming appearance, she feared she would be devoured. Nan Zhi consoled her mother. Mother, father also cares for you, though he favors consort Shi more. But I am different. I cherish you more and do not hold such affection for consort Shi. The empress sighed, pondering what a little girl could possibly understand. Yet, amidst her childish utterances, the empress felt her anger dissipate. Do you wish for a younger brother? She inquired of her daughter. Nan Zhi responded with a soft exclamation, I do wish for one. Having a brother would bring me great joy, but childbirth is very painful, and I do not want mother to suffer so. Having witnessed Zhao Kani and consort Shi give birth, Nan Zhi understood the excruciating pain of childbirth, picturing the incision made to bring forth life. Her mother's belly bore such scars. Listening to her daughter's words, the empress's heart softened, wishing that her husband could place his affection firmly within their family. How could it be? The harem is filled with so many beautiful sisters, the empress mother, Empress Shushi, and concubine Shi. Nan Zhi counted on her fingers, wondering how Father Emperor's heart could accommodate so many, especially since he was always preoccupied with his duties. He must ensure that the world outside the palace does not descend into chaos and that the people do not suffer from hunger. Such a heavy burden. The system brother remarked that this is the duty of a wise sovereign. Mother, my heart is filled with only you, just you. Xian Fei gasped. You are always seeking your father. How can you claim that I am the only one in your heart? Nan Zhi replied, it is different. Father Emperor is the father of many, but mother, you are solely mine, my one and only mother. I love you. With an innocent and pure expression, she babbled these impetuous words, her feelings untainted and fervent. She gazed at Xian Fei with clear eyes, holding her hand and nuzzling against her, filled with affection. Mother. Xian Fei's hand flinched as she felt the softness of her daughter's skin, and a complex wave of emotions nearly overwhelmed her, causing tears to flow unbidden. Do not cry. Mother, Yu Ning loves you, Nan Zhi said, feeling a pang in her heart, a bittersweet sensation swelling within her. Chapter 29. More children. More blessings. Xian Fei held the child close, her face nestled against the tender chest, her heart brimming with joy. If mother is happy, then I am happy, Nan Zhi asserted with an air of certainty. Xian Fei wiped her tears, regaining her composure, and gently tapped Nan Zhi's forehead. You only say sweet words to comfort me. Nan Zhi, filled with urgency, exclaimed, It is not a jest. It is the truth. Mother, listen to my heart. It truly feels this way. A soft chuckle escaped the gentle empress, her eyes radiating warmth as she caressed her daughter's head. Mother understands. Mother, I wish to make a pinky promise with you. Nan Zhi nestled closer into the empress's embrace, observing her mother's expression before speaking again. Mother, let us not harm the little ones, shall we? If one day I were to be hurt by others, it would sadden you as well. What are you saying? The empress nearly dropped the metaphorical hot potato she was holding. With an expression of profound concern, she gazed at her daughter and anxiously inquired, What are you talking about? My dear, please do not speak such words. If others were to overhear, we would be in grave danger. Nan Zhi tilted her head and replied, I heard that the ladies in the palace do not care for the children of others, and if they do not care, they wish for them to vanish. That is untrue. I would never engage in such actions. The empress inhaled deeply. Moreover, no one despises children. If they did, why would they strive to bear them? Am I not correct? Such words must not be uttered again, especially not in front of your father, for he may come to resent us and cease to visit. Nan Zhi nodded earnestly, the tiny bells on her headpiece chiming softly. Very well, mother, I shall remain silent and not reveal anything to others or to father. Let us make a promise to not harm any other little ones. Indeed, such words must not be spoken lightly. The empress could only offer a childish assurance to her daughter. Nan Zhi nodded affirmatively. I shall not speak carelessly, and mother must do the same. The virtuous consort gazed at her obedient and charming daughter, letting out a sigh within her heart. It was best to endure, especially now that several concubines in the palace were expecting. With her current authority, it was indeed inappropriate for her to take action. Not only could she do nothing, but she also had to care for them diligently, ensuring that no mishaps occurred. The virtuous consort suddenly began to comprehend the emotions of the empress. With the matter of the spiritual liquid resolved, Nan Zhi followed the virtuous consort closely, often scribbling and doodling beside her. A shadow of darkness in her smile directed at her mother. While accompanying the virtuous consort in caring for the concubines giving birth, more children arrived in the palace. Some brothers, some sisters. As the eldest, Nan Zhi felt an unspoken sense of responsibility. She was indeed the elder sister. With the increase in the palace's children, the uniqueness of Shi Peru's child diminished, and fortunately, the new arrivals appeared quite healthy. It was uncertain whether Shi Peru was pleased, but Emperor Hui was overjoyed. The imperial harem's offspring had finally flourished, a tremendous accomplishment. With a sense of inner reflection, he resolved to host an extravagant clan banquet for the upcoming new year. Snow began to fall gracefully from the sky, draping the entire palace in white. The plum blossoms stood proudly in full bloom, their vibrant red hues harmonizing beautifully with the joyous atmosphere of the palace. The noble lords and ladies of the royal family gradually entered the palace, walking in pairs and engaging in conversation, some with calm expressions, others with discontent, and some with an air of composure. Among them was a gentleman of remarkable elegance, donned in a dragon robe, displaying an aura of grace and transparency. Those who passed by offered him their respects. Prince Ning, may you enjoy longevity. Prince Ning smiled gently, his demeanor warm as he entered the grand hall with several ministers, taking their respective seats. Nan Zhi, led by her mother, stepped into the palace, adorned in vibrant red garments, exuding an aura of joy akin to a festive doll. She sat beside the kind consort, her eyes wide with wonder at the bustling palace, filled with elegantly dressed individuals. The once vast and empty hall was now brimming with life, fragrant warmth wafting through the air. Nan Zhi's gaze was irresistibly drawn to a handsome gentleman across the room, his striking appearance captivating her in a way she found difficult to articulate. Noticing his niece's rapt attention, Prince Ning offered her a gentle smile and presented a purse for her, which a palace attendant delivered. The kind consort urged Nan Zhi, quickly thank Prince Ning. Prince Ning? He is indeed Prince Ning, so remarkably handsome, yet often lamenting that their father would leave no heirs. In that moment, Nan Zhi found him less appealing. In a sweet, childlike voice, she said, Thank you, Prince Ning. At 5 years old, she had grown accustomed to receiving gifts during the new year, accepting them with ease. This was her first attendance at such a banquet, as their father had permitted all his children to join this year. The consorts held their children close. But the little ones, oblivious to the decorum, cried and wailed in a cacophony that echoed throughout the hall, leaving the ministers visibly distressed. Nan Zhi slid off her chair and hurried to comfort her weeping sister, saying, "Don't cry. Sister, please don't cry." She held a few small toys to entertain the children, while attempting to soothe her younger brother, who was sobbing with clenched fists. "Do not cry, dear brother." She resembled a diligent little bee, comforting her siblings, yet they showed her no favor, wailing loudly, much to the chagrin of the adults in the palace, who pressed their foreheads in exasperation. Adults often find the cries of infants irksome and impossible to ignore, especially when faced with multiple wails, which can feel like a mental assault. Shapiru's child was already over a year old, brimming with curiosity and energy. While the other infants cried out, he observed the surroundings with wide eyes, clearly a clever little fellow, bold and unafraid, making him stand out remarkably. Prince Ning instructed an attendant to present the child with a fragrant pouch. Shapiru looked at Prince Ning with surprise. He nodded gently at her with refined grace, his eyes sparkling with a subtle light, soft as the stars that have descended from the heavens, shimmering with resplendent brilliance. Standing tall like a rare orchid and smiling as warmly as the moonlight embraced the night, Emperor Hui and Prince Ning, though brothers, were as different as night and day. Emperor Hui was cruel and malevolent, whereas Prince Ning was gentle, elegant, and respectful of the learned. Shapiru acknowledged Prince Ning with a nod before averting her gaze. As a concubine of the emperor, she could not afford any entanglement with Prince Ning. The only reason she accepted the gift was that he had also presented something to the little princess. Noticing the distant and evasive look in Shapiru's eyes, Prince Ning furrowed his brow but simply lifted his teacup to sip, maintaining his usual composed demeanor. However, Shapiru couldn't help but perceive a hint of melancholy emanating from him. This sensation sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her to ponder the true intentions of Prince Ning. Her encounters with Prince Ning were scant. They had only exchanged nods at the child's first birthday banquet. As a consort of the emperor, she was, in essence, also Prince Ning's sister-in-law. Should the emperor become aware of this, she would surely face dire consequences. Chapter 30. Blessings of many offspring. The emperor and empress graced the hall with their presence. Taking their seats upon the elevated dais, instantly all present bowed in reverence, and amidst the sounds of their salutations, the cries of children echoed, which brought a peculiar delight to Emperor Hui, sending tingles down his spine. Even the wailing of the infants seemed endearing. "Please, everyone, take your seats. It has grown quite noisy. Do not let it trouble you, my esteemed ministers." The presence of many children does have its drawbacks, as their cacophony can be quite vexing. Emperor Hui proclaimed, feigning exasperation while secretly reveling in the attention. "Who said I was barren, doomed to have no heirs?" He continued, observing the displeased expressions of some attendees and casting a glance at the smiling, cunning brothers beside him, suppressing a scoff. He commanded for the children to be taken away. Although he wished to boast of his sons, he could not allow their incessant cries to persist. What if they were to become distressed? Several children were ushered away, except for Nan Zhi, who would not weep. She nestled contentedly in her mother's embrace, savoring treats while watching her beautiful sister perform a dance. The family banquet concluded in an atmosphere of harmonious joy, yet the guests found themselves devoid of appetite, as if a bone lodged in their throats. Witnessing the spirited emperor, some harbored resentment within. It seemed the heavens were blind, allowing such a tyrant to thrive. This cruel ruler, known for his mercilessness and swift executions, should indeed face extinction. Yet he continued to revel in familial bliss, a testament to the injustice of fate. Emperor Hui instills a sense of dread, having ascended the throne for merely 3 years. He wields power over the court with an iron fist, executing his will with ruthless efficiency akin to a bulldozer, mercilessly flattening all obstacles in his path, regardless of whether they are human or not. His brutal and fearsome approach is indeed deserving of the title of tyrant. While emperors traditionally share governance with the scholar officials and are expected to spare their lives, Emperor Hui shows no such restraint, offering no semblance of respect to the learned class. Mistakes are met with execution, and failure leads to death. What madness is this? In stark contrast stands Prince Ning, who embodies the ideals of the scholar officials. He is receptive to counsel and holds the civil service in high regard. It is crucial to acknowledge that the forces shaping the world are not solely dictated by imperial decrees, but also by the intellectual contributions of scholars, complemented by a formidable military deterrent. The tyrannical reputation of Emperor Hui is largely attributed to his indiscriminate slaughter of literati. Perhaps he believes he is ridding the realm of pests, and while the common folk may applaud his actions, it is the scholars who wield the pen. Even for the sake of self-preservation, a change in leadership would be preferable. As Emperor Hui's relations with certain court officials grow increasingly strained, their despondency only fuels his ire, prompting him to lash out and compel them into action. Yet, this only results in further despondency among them, leading to a vicious cycle of escalating violence. Presently, the Emperor's headache has lessened, and his urgency has dissipated. He remains composed, which in turn incites anxiety among those with ulterior motives. As the banquet comes to a close, many gather around Prince Ning. Although the court festivities have concluded, the celebrations outside continue. Listening intently to the reports from his covert guards, Emperor Hui meticulously records names in a small notebook, planning to address each one in turn. At last, she opened the fragrant pouch from Prince Ning, revealing a pair of small golden bangles adorned with bells, their weightiness palpable. Nan Zhi gave them a gentle shake by her ear and handed them to the consort Xian, saying, "Mother, please keep these for me." The consort replied, "I shall safeguard them for you, my dear. These will serve as your dowry in the future." Though Nan Zhi was not well versed in the concept of dowries, she smiled brightly as she watched the consort carefully stow away the items. As Nan Zhi unwrapped her gifts, Shapiru was also engaged in the same activity. The gifts bestowed upon the princes far surpassed those given to the princesses, both in quantity and value, comprising an array of gold, silver, and jewels that were quite common. Furthermore, some of the pieces featured rudimentary carvings of plum blossoms, lacking finesse and exhibiting the marks of an amateur sculptor. She instructed a maid, "Please bring me the white box from the last birthday celebration." However, stowing them away in such a manner felt inappropriate, despite the engraved names. The clumsily carved plum blossoms might very well have been crafted by Prince Ning himself, altering the entire situation. The implications were too daunting to contemplate. This could even be a conspiracy. Shapiru's mind was a tumult of confusion. How should she proceed? "Bring me a hammer," she commanded. What to do? The only solution seemed to be to obliterate the evidence. The Emperor had already grown indifferent towards her, and if this were to come to light, it could irreparably damage their relationship. Grasping the hammer handed to her by a maid, Shapiru lifted it high, yet hesitated to bring it down. Indeed, the Emperor's affections had waned. The harem had become increasingly populated, and her own child no longer captured his special attention. The warmth of the past felt like a distant memory, despite the fact that she had only been in the palace for less than 2 years. The rise and fall of her fortunes had rendered her weary. Life in the harem was a relentless trial. In the chamber, a palace maid, her head bowed, glanced up momentarily, her eyes flickering before she resumed her submissive posture, embodying a demeanor of utmost respect and humility. "Put it away," Sherpera resolved, intending to conceal the item in the most inconspicuous, dust-laden corner of the room. This was something that absolutely could not be revealed to the Emperor. A wave of fear washed over Sherperu, her heart racing with the perils and inexplicable emotions that ensued. The following day, Emperor Hui visited Sherperu's palace and, during the meal, inquired directly, what gift did the third prince send for the child? Chapter 31. Abundance of Children. Abundance of blessings. The Sherperu admonished herself that her relationship with Prince Ning was entirely innocent. An inexplicable trepidation consumed her. The veiled, ambiguous nature of the gift stirred an unsettling anxiety within her. The visage of Prince Ning materialized in her mind, radiant and charming, his smile gentle and approachable. She pondered if speaking of him might lead to his demise. Emperor Hui was notorious for his ruthlessness, having mercilessly eliminated kin and brothers alike, seizing the throne through bloodshed. The clumsy plum blossom seal sent a shiver through Sherperu's heart. Even if Prince Ning harbored intentions, it could not warrant such a fate. "I did not pay much attention. There are too many items, and I cannot recall what Prince Ning sent at this moment," she stated, striving to maintain her composure. Her expression reflecting confusion as she retorted to Emperor Hui, "Is it forbidden to accept gifts from Prince Ning?" Sherperu hastily knelt, explaining, "Your Majesty, I have nothing, and I do not know why Prince Ning bestowed this gift. I have not seen him in person." "Ah, do not let me discover any connection between you and that favored brother of yours. Otherwise, I shall have your head." A surge of fury coursed through him, igniting a tempest of bloodlust that rendered his head a cacophony of pain. Pong, the Emperor of Hui, gasped for breath, his eyes ablaze with rage. And in a fit of wrath, he overturned the table. The dishes clattered to the ground, shattering into a multitude of fragments, creating a scene of utter chaos. Sherperu, terrified, recoiled as shards of porcelain struck her, leaving behind a series of crimson cuts on her skin. She was acutely aware of the emperor's notorious reputation as a tyrant. Yet since her entry into the palace, he had remained relatively composed, merely a cold-hearted rogue. But now, he resembled a frenzied bull, his crimson gaze fixated upon her, as if intent on goring her with his horns. It was utterly terrifying. This was a tyrant, a madman. All of Sherperu's lingering resentment and bitterness towards him evaporated, replaced entirely by fear. Who could possibly harbor affection for a madman? Initially, she had felt disillusioned by the emperor's past actions, yet upon witnessing his brutal and unstable temperament, she realized the depth of her disillusionment. She resolved to distance herself from this tyrant for her own survival, even contemplating betrayal. Suddenly, a sense of tranquility washed over Sherperu as she prostrated herself on the ground, trembling slightly, striving to avoid provoking a lunatic. Her mind was consumed solely by the image of the emperor's bloodshot eyes and his sinister expression, all other thoughts dissipating into the ether. A madman, a madman. The emperor, grappling with his throbbing headache, cast a venomous glare at the kneeling Sherpin, longing to plunge his sword into the heart of this woman who dared to exchange glances with the Prince of Ning. A singular thought echoed in his mind. Kill her. Kill her. It has been a long time since he experienced such an uncontrollable headache. The Emperor Huizong turned abruptly and strode away, while Li Zhongxuan had to jog to keep pace with His Majesty, inwardly lamenting the resurgence of the Emperor's madness. Since the arrival of concubine Shi, the Emperor's affliction had markedly improved. However, with the emergence of Prince Ning, it seemed that the Emperor's malady had once again been provoked. Clearly, the Emperor held concubine Shi in greater regard than anticipated. As he rounded a corner, Nan Zhi was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by a person rushing past, tumbling twice before landing awkwardly, leaving her feeling quite sore. The Emperor, in a flurry, hastily acknowledged her and assisted the little princess to her feet. Nan Zhi, upon seeing her father's eyes ablaze with a wild, beast-like fervor, was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "Father, what is the matter? Does your head ache once more? Wasn't he cured? Why do your eyes appear so?" She struggled to articulate her feelings, sensing a malevolent energy, an insanity lurking within, reminiscent of what she had observed before. Though he was not truly angry, the Emperor felt an insatiable, oppressive fire within him. "It does not hurt, not at all, father. We must swiftly summon the imperial physician." Rising from the ground, Nan Zhi grasped her father's hand for support. The physician was utterly bewildered. He had previously rejoiced at the Emperor's recovery, relieved that he need not endure the wrath of the Emperor's headaches daily, yet fate had other plans. The Emperor frantically rubbed his brow, reddening his forehead and nose to the point of appearing slightly bruised. "I do not understand. I felt perfectly well. And then it suddenly began again," he pondered, recalling that the headache had commenced in the palace of Sherperu. The affliction of a headache, initially quelled by Sherperu, has now resurfaced, again due to her influence, in a most sinister manner. Hiss! Emperor Hui inhaled sharply, lighting an incense stick, the pain striking him fiercely. As he spoke, he pounded his temples, exclaiming in frustration, "Must I suffer to the point of death?" His eyes, bloodshot and wild, glared at the imperial physician with a countenance twisted in rage, resembling a man driven to madness. The physician, trembling in fear, struggled to steady his hand as he lit the incense. Nan Zhi, observing from the side, was engulfed in worry and confusion. Was not the Emperor's headache cured by the divine elixir? Why had it recurred, and with such intensity? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she queried the system. "Brother, what could be the reason for this?" "To bring about a person's downfall, one must first induce madness," the system replied coolly, articulating a grim reality. The Emperor's imperial aura was waning, and he was destined to become a veritable tyrant, ultimately to be overthrown. "Why has this sudden transformation occurred?" Nan Zhi exclaimed, bewildered. "Father already is children." She sat pensively, propping her chin on her hands, lost in thought. If father could not remain emperor, then who would take his place? Could it be Prince Ning? Would I be doomed? What manner of treatment would Prince Ning dispense to the concubines? Chapter 32. The blessing of many children. Even if Prince Ning were handsome and gracious, praised for his virtues and regarded as a wise ruler, in the innocent heart of Nan Zhi, a simple truth resided. No matter how commendable that uncle may be, he was not her father. Conversely, her father, despite his flaws, would never harm her, while Prince Ning, regardless of his admirable traits, might pose a threat to her well-being. Nan Zhi, perplexed, inquired. Father's head has not ached for quite some time. Why does it hurt again? Once more. The illness was cured, yet it has suddenly relapsed. She felt as though her heart was being toyed with, and cruelly so, in a repetitive manner. The system replied, although the spiritual essence has been withdrawn from Shipiru, the accumulated fortune will not dissipate instantly. The current state of the Emperor Hui is largely due to Shipiru's intention to sever ties with him. Consequently, the fortune surrounding Emperor Hui has diminished, and the suppressed turmoil has now erupted. Nan Zhi gazed at her father, consumed by rage, feeling heartbroken and helpless. She asked, "What can I do for father?" The system responded, "Fortune operates in a cyclical manner. One must pay heed to Shipiru. A woman, utterly disillusioned with a man, may choose to sever her relationship with Emperor Hui. Even if it is not born of love, there are other schemes at play." Other schemes. Does Lady Sherpei intend for my brother to ascend the throne? Nan Zhi pondered deeply, her mind aflame with thoughts, ultimately reaching a conclusion. Her brother was still so young. How could he possibly become emperor? He could not even write his name or articulate his thoughts clearly. Why is that? Can a princess not become emperor? Are we not all children of father? Is it merely because men possess greater strength? Being an emperor is not solely about physical might. Though young, he could have adults to assist in governance. He would only need to occupy the throne. The literati, long suppressed by Emperor Hui, would surely rejoice. And Shapira could become Empress Dowager, a position far more advantageous than that of a mere consort. The tasker is but a child, bewildered in Navi, while the system is compelled to assist in analysis, eager to impart knowledge. Yet, being young, despite an abundance of information swirling within, the child struggles to comprehend its significance. Nan Zhi sighed, contemplating the adults outside who sought to usurp her father, the emperor, in order to elevate her brother to the throne. Yes, it could also be the Prince of Ning who ascends as emperor, or perhaps a regent who would wield power over the court. With her chubby little hands tangled in her hair, Nan Zhi pondered, seeking solutions. The system merely observed, refraining from interrupting her thoughts or offering guidance on her next steps. Emperor Hui had taken his medicine and, under the potent influence of the incense, succumbed to a deep slumber, though his brow remained furrowed in discomfort from a lingering headache. Nan Zhi kept vigil at his bedside, cradling her head in her hands, her fingers tugging and kneading at her scalp, causing her sparse hairdo to become disheveled. Li Gonggong, standing nearby, winced at the sight, worrying for the child's hair. If she continued, there would be nothing left. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her. Nan Zhi's eyes brightened, though she realized this plan might bring tears to her brother's eyes. The system responded with a soft sound, inquiring, "What is your plan?" The Prince of Ning wished to see her brother as emperor, treating him like a mere puppet upon the dragon throne. Thus, she proposed that their father nurture her brother, leaving no room for concubine Shi to intervene. The system fell silent. Noticing the absence of response, Nan Zhi continued, "Father and concubine Shi are currently at odds, contemplating divorce. Therefore, it is plausible for the child to remain with father, is it not?" Nan Zhi asserted, "Is this not a sound plan? I cannot conceive of any alternative." The system acknowledged, it is indeed a commendable strategy. The removal of the support that Sherpin relied upon would likely deter Ning Wang from collaborating with her. The system observed the little pink bundle, pondering whether this was a natural antagonist. Indeed, that would be splendid. However, would the emperor provide for his younger brother? Nan Zhi found herself ensnared in a dilemma about how to convey this to the emperor. Gazing at her father, who lay upon the bed, she suddenly perceived the weight of his fatigue and hardship. As she waited by his side, stifling yawns, she eventually climbed onto the bed and succumbed to slumber, the prior contemplations having drained her small frame. When Emperor Hui awoke, he found a tiny bundle curled beside him, sleeping soundly, exuding an aroma of peaceful rest. His mind ached with a hollow pain. Despite having slept, he felt utterly exhausted. It was as if an invisible mountain pressed upon him, rendering him uncomfortable and irritable. Witnessing the little girl in such a serene slumber, the emperor felt an inexplicable jealousy surge within him. He reached out and playfully ruffled her hair, rousing her from her dreams. "Father, you're awake." Nan Zhi rubbed her eyes and dashed into his embrace. "Father, why does your head hurt again?" "One consumes grains, and it is only natural to fall ill," Emperor Hui replied, deflecting her concern while his mind raced with thoughts. Surely, there must be a deeper issue. After all, one hand cannot clap alone. His mind was engulfed in a tempest of conspiracies, intensifying his headache to the point where even medicine and incense offered little relief. The mere thought of his daily suffering turned his face pale. Nan Zhi looked at him with worry. "Father, you must take care of yourself. Fear not. My life is resilient. If heaven desires my demise, I shall defy it. The concubines and children in the harem all depend on me, especially the concubines. They may all have to accompany him in death, and the children are cast aside, their fate hanging by a thread. Before, Emperor Hui had executed many, and if he were to perish, his offspring would surely meet the same grim fate, their heads rolling, blood spilling." Nan Zhi immediately exclaimed, "Father, have you quarreled with Consort Shi? Are you planning to separate? What about my brother?" Emperor Hui replied dismissively, "Whatever." In a state of agitation, Nan Zhi stomped her feet and pleaded, "Father, could you not be so flippant? This is hardly the time." After leaving the Mingguang Hall, Emperor Hui instructed Li Zhongquan, "Go summon Consort Shi." Li Gonggong sighed. "Ah, the emperor is truly infatuated with Consort Shi, despite their fierce argument. He turns around to seek her out, displaying not an ounce of imperial dignity." Upon hearing the emperor's arrival, Consort Shi felt no stirring of emotions, only dread. Devoid of joy or melancholy, replaced entirely by a profound aversion. Chapter 33. Blessings of Many Offspring. He hastily judged that there was something untoward between her and Prince Ning. Even if there were, would she prefer a man like Prince Ning over the tyrannical madman before her? How unfortunate. Emperor Hui truly is an inescapable lunatic, a madman wielding life and death, with fate resting precariously in the hands of an irrational man, instilling a deep sense of terror. Shi Peru assessed Emperor Hui, and it appeared he had regained some semblance of sanity. She respectfully welcomed the emperor into her palace, pondering what this madman intended to do next. Emperor Hui settled down, sipping his tea, which had lost its delightful essence, leaving him with a sense of disillusionment regarding the outcomes of his endeavors. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to rouse the person beside him, hoping to extract something of value. Shi Peru observed him closely, noting the furrow in his brow and the disdain etched on his face as he stared blankly into his cup. She lamented the thought of having fed so much precious elixir to this tyrant, her heart aching at the memory. "Rise," the emperor commanded, then addressed the maidens in the chamber. "You may all leave." A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through Shi Peru as she turned to look at Emperor Hui, apprehensive about his intentions. The atmosphere thickened with unease as Li Zhongquan ushered all the maidens out and closed the door behind him, intensifying Shi Peru's trepidation. Why was the door being locked in broad daylight? What could the emperor possibly intend? "Your Majesty." Shi Peru could not suppress her trembling voice. But the emperor's unwavering gaze upon her only heightened her fear. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Hui finally inquired, "Shi concubine, what was that substance you provided me? Is there any remaining?" He recalled how the previous remedy had alleviated his headache, which now surged with ferocity, rendering even medicine ineffective. It seemed only that particular item could offer relief. As he conversed with Shi Peru, it felt as though a creature was gnawing incessantly at his mind. What substance?" Shi Peru stammered in terror. "Your Majesty, you must be mistaken." The Emperor Hui gazed upon her, his brows furrowed deeply, revealing a profound wrath and agitation. "Shizhen, cease your pretense of ignorance. We both know the truth. Who are you trying to deceive? I demand to know if there is more. Present it to me." Shizhen replied directly, "There is none left. I have exhausted all that I possessed. If there were more, would I not use it? Is that truly so?" The emperor scrutinized her with eyes as piercing as a dagger, filled with insatiable greed. "Indeed, there is truly none left." Shizhen trembled, her body shaking uncontrollably from fear. "My beloved," the emperor's voice suddenly softened, "I hope you will willingly surrender it, rather than forcing me to endure hardship and bring discontent to us both." All Shizhen could perceive was the movement of the emperor's lips, his words drifting into her ears. His tone was gentle, yet sent shivers down her spine. Handed over, she could produce nothing. In ancient times, emperors were notoriously avaricious, desiring to possess all the treasures of the world. Her entrance into the palace with the elixir was far from fortuitous, especially since the emperor had sensed it. "Is there truly nothing left?" The emperor's disappointment was palpable. "What are you truly? If I were to dissect your body, would I uncover something?" Excitement flickered in his eyes, a disturbing eagerness evident as he even licked his lips, resembling a veritable pervert. "There is none, Your Majesty, I assure you." I truly possess no elixir. Shizhen collapsed to the ground, her fear rendering her unable to mask her expression, her features contorted. What is that substance? How did you acquire it? From where did it come? When did you obtain it? Emperor Hui's voice grew increasingly fervent, his eyes shining brilliantly as he gazed at Consort Shi with a look that seemed to devour her whole. Naturally, Shi Peru would not confess to being a time traveler who had acquired this extraordinary gift during her transition. Instead, she claimed it had been with her since childhood. A treasure she was born with. Born with it. Emperor Hui scrutinized Shi Peru, searching for the remarkable quality that could yield such a precious item from the womb. After so many years, how many treasures must have been squandered? Such a pity, regardless of his belief. Emperor Hui was certain of one thing, that treasure truly did not exist. However, he was troubled by the question of how to address this affliction. He was all too aware of the torment that such headaches could inflict. Bring the child to me, Emperor Hui commanded. Shi Peru paused momentarily before acquiescing and allowing the child to be brought forth. The lively and healthy Zhou, just over a year old, was chubby and fair. Tottering as he walked, most often cradled in the arms of his wet nurse. I shall take the child first, the emperor declared. And he strode away with the boy in his arms. Shi Peru stood frozen in shock, but soon regained her senses and rushed towards Emperor Hui to snatch her child back, only to be halted by Li Zhongquan. Despite being a eunuch, Li Zhongquan possessed considerable strength and easily pushed Shi Peru to the ground. Your Majesty, what is your intent? Shi Peru cried, tears streaming down her face, her voice laced with anguish. Are you truly taking my child from me? Lost in a daze, she clutched the hand of her closest maid, bewildered by the emperor's motives. Was he demanding she surrender her precious elixir in exchange for her child? Was he using her son as leverage against her? But she had no elixir left. Without the elixir and without her child, what remained for her? The emotions of Lady Shi surged, and in an instant, her vision was clouded with crimson, causing her to faint. Your Majesty, your Majesty. The emperor, cradling a heavy, drooling infant, felt an even greater ache in his head. The child had been brought out, but to whom should it be entrusted? After a moment of contemplation, the emperor strode towards Yongchun Palace. Upon seeing the emperor approaching with the child, the consort had already imagined a dramatic court intrigue unfolding in her mind. Your Majesty, this. The consort hesitated to inquire. Brother, Nan Zhi exclaimed upon spotting the child in the emperor's arms, rushing forward to grasp the infant's hand with a beaming smile. Take care of him for now. Lady Shi's health is not well, the emperor stated matter-of-factly. The consort swallowed hard, her heart racing uncontrollably, yet a smile crept upon her face. Very well. As for Lady Shi's actual state of health, it was of no concern to her. If she were to perish, it would be most fortuitous. The emperor rubbed his temples, feeling the pangs of hunger. The consort promptly set about preparing food, her entire being vibrating with excitement and fervor. In Chapter 34, Blessings of Many Offspring, Zhou was being held by the wet nurse, while Nan Zhi playfully shook a rattle to amuse the child. Casting a glance at her father, who was resting his eyes, she thought to herself how astute he truly was. While she contemplated how to warn him that Prince Ning would exploit her brother, she was astonished that her father had already taken the child away. Nan Zhi blinked and stared at the emperor. Father, does your head still ache? The emperor opened his eyes, his expression placid. It is bearable. Although it pained him, he could endure it. A throbbing headache made him wish to sever his own head. The Emperor Hui gazed at his son, who was playfully grasping a rattle and blowing bubbles. He pondered whether the ethereal essence that Shi Peru brought from the womb had somehow transferred to his son, Zhou, born of Shi Peru herself, after the essence had vanished. Taking the child from the wet nurse, the emperor shook him gently, as one would a water jug, only to be met with a strong whiff of milky odor that made him recoil in distaste. Father, you'll shake him too hard. Nan Zhi gazed at her father with concern. Why must you torment your brother? Unfazed, the emperor returned the child to the wet nurse and departed from Yongchun Palace after a brief meal. The virtuous consort watched as the child crawled swiftly across the bed, drooling and giggling. Unable to contain her curiosity, she murmured, "What is the emperor truly thinking?" Turning to her daughter, she inquired, "What do you suppose your father desires? Could he possibly wish for me to rear this prince?" It was primarily the queen's duty to nurture the imperial offspring, as the legitimate mother. Yet the emperor had brought the child to Yongchun Palace. Did this imply he wanted her involvement in the child's upbringing? Her gaze lingered on the plump, fair prince, her eyes shimmering with hope. Nan Zhi shook her head, uncertain. As evening fell, the still cool infant was taken to the empress's palace, eliciting a sigh of resignation from the virtuous consort. I knew it would come to this. How disappointing. Indeed, the child was not her own, and she had never anticipated such a fate. Good fortune seemed to elude her. The consort pondered. Ever since the birth of her daughter, she had not conceived again. Not even a hint of pregnancy. Was it her destiny to have but this one child in her lifetime? The virtuous consort cradled her daughter in her arms as Nan Zhi pouted and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her mother's cheek, declaring, "I shall always be by your side." Yet, how could one truly promise eternity? You are destined to marry and bear children, the consort mused, reflecting on the ever-decreasing time she would have with her daughter, who would soon be of marriageable age at 15 or 16. With her brother's matters resolved, Nan Zhi felt a sense of relief and inwardly sought validation from the system. The system could only commend the child. Well done, indeed, quite commendable. This was merely a fortuitous coincidence. Emperor Hui was no fool. Even if he harbored doubts, he would not dare entrust his offspring to Sherperu for upbringing. Given the historical precedents of regents and empress dowagers controlling the political landscape. Moreover, it was likely that Emperor Hui intended to alleviate his persistent headaches by drawing upon the child's essence. However, the system remained silent, merely observing the child's carefree demeanor. Upon awakening and learning that her child had been taken to the empress's palace, Sherperu was utterly distraught. As the rightful wife, the empress held a legitimate responsibility for the upbringing of the children within the harem, possessing them by right. Even if she were to approach the empress to reclaim her child, she would be met with an unyielding barrage of regulations. Sherperu felt overwhelmed, her heart breaking for her child. How had events spiraled to this point? She sensed invisible hands dragging her into an abyss, the icy waters rising to her neck, threatening to engulf her. Why? What manner of predatory place was this, where men were heartless and avaricious, and women fought each other as if sworn enemies? She had done nothing to provoke such malice, yet these people sought to harm her, to seize what was rightfully hers, her very child. In this wretched place, Sherperu yearned to set it ablaze, consumed by a hatred so profound that she wished to drag everyone down with her. Everyone within the palace seemed to revel in her misfortune. Rising from her bed, she rushed to the Mingguang Hall, prostrating herself and weeping, imploring Emperor Hui to return her child. Her cries echoed in the stillness, but the hall remained unresponsive. The eunuchs at the entrance silently averted their gazes. As if turned to wood, a gaping void tore through her heart, a chilling wind rushing in, leaving her both cold and pained. She could not fathom why she had to endure such suffering and tribulations. Somewhere deep within, she felt that her life ought not to be this miserable. Her essence had vanished, her child was taken from her, and her beauty had faded. Everything was lost, without the support of her essence. Sherperu felt as though she could scarcely move, the malice of the palace pressing upon her, with countless obstacles lying in her path. She cast a glance back at the Mingguang Hall, rose to her feet, and turned away. The emperor was heartless, and further pleas would be futile. Only she could rely on herself. In this place, one could not survive without cunning. After her futile appeal at Mingguang Hall, silence enveloped her. She remained quietly in her own palace, eerily still. Was she resigned to her fate, or was she scheming? The entire palace seemed to await her next move, as if this were the calm before the storm. Emperor Hui discerned something peculiar. Despite the absence of her essence, spending time with Sherperu's child alleviated his headaches. This strange phenomenon only deepened his suspicions regarding Sherperu's origins. What was this? Medications proved ineffective, yet proximity to the child brought relief. The emperor was perplexed by his recurring headaches, which seemed to arrive unbidden and depart just as swiftly. He felt as though his discomfort was akin to a cinnabar brush, used only when necessary and otherwise set aside. Daily, he found himself visiting the empress's quarters, where whispers circulated that she had regained his favor, not precisely favor, but rather a harmonious relationship between them. Faced with such an uncanny situation, the emperor felt compelled to consult a venerable monk for guidance. The monk observed the young prince, Zhou, and, after assessing the child's aura, remarked that he was a fortunate child, born of heaven and earth's grace, nourished by the essence of life. The child possessed significant fortune. By bringing this child closer, the emperor inadvertently gathered some enigmatic influences to himself. Gazing at his son, who was playfully nibbling on his toes, the emperor concluded that he could not possibly return the child to Sherperu. He declared to the empress, "This child shall be recorded under your name. He is yours, a legitimate heir." The Empress smiled gently, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at the robust child. Very well, from this day forth, he shall be my son. She proposed keeping Sherpin as well, wishing for her to live long, for if she were to perish, it would lead to accusations of murder and enmity between mother and child. The emperor was taken aback by the empress's audacity. Her words were reckless, bordering on indiscreet. In Chapter 35, Blessings of Many Offspring, the emperor and empress hastily arranged for the child to be officially recognized as hers. By the time Sherperu grasped the situation, the child had already been declared the empress's. Enraged, she trembled, clutching her head and howling. Why? Why must I be treated so unjustly? Why? She rushed into the Fengqi palace, consumed by a frenzied rage, hurling accusations at the empress with reckless abandon. Empress, you wish to harm me, to jeopardize my childbirth, to seize my child. You are nothing but a jealous and hypocritical woman. By what right do you act in this manner? The women of the inner court were taken aback by Sherperu's impetuous words, their breaths caught in shock. Some gazed at her with pity, recognizing her madness. Such emotional outbursts were futile and could very well endanger her own well-being. In this palace, one must tread with caution and restraint. The empress observed Sherperu from her elevated position, her demeanor calm and benevolent. Sherperu is unwell. Take her away to rest and summon a physician. I am not ill. It is you, empress, who seeks to snatch my child, intending for the physician to bring about my demise, so you may claim the child entirely for yourself. The empress's expression remained unchanged, yet at that moment, the air within the Fengqi palace filled with the piercing cries of a child, wailing incessantly. The empress's countenance shifted slightly, and her steps quickened as she went to comfort the child. Sherperu longed to enter, but was barred from doing so, left only to watch anxiously from outside. Taking a deep breath, she turned to leave, fully aware of the recklessness of her words that day. Yet, if she were to perish, it would confirm that the empress, in her quest to usurp another's child, would resort to patricide to ensure her own offspring's security. Turning her back on the child's cries, Sherperu resolved to depart. I understand. Mother, Nan Zhi replied obediently, nestled in the arms of the wise consort. Mother, I will not err, nor will I become another's daughter. The noble concubine felt a tightening in her heart. She must exercise utmost caution, lest she meet the same fate as consort Sher, who lost her child. Although it was merely a daughter, giving her to another was akin to a heart-wrenching loss. Nan Zhi's clear, contrasting eyes darted around as she said, Mother, let us not harm our other siblings. Indeed, Mother is kind and beautiful, like a celestial fairy. Yet, I am so afraid of leaving Mother and being taken away by someone else. I do not wish to part from you. Nan Zhi pressed her face against the noble concubine's neck, nuzzling affectionately. It will not happen. It will not happen, the noble concubine reassured, embracing her daughter. Mother will protect you and shield you from harm. But we must not harm the other little ones, Nan Zhi added. All right. No harm shall come to the other children. As long as no one seeks to harm her child, she will refrain from harming others' children. The women in the inner palace could be quite ruthless, often targeting one another's vulnerabilities. You have children and care for them, do you not? I shall ensure your child meets with misfortune. With her mother's promise, Nan Zhi felt a surge of joy. After a while, however, she turned to the system with a worried inquiry. Brother, will consort Sher die? Most likely not, but her quality of life is uncertain. The system paused momentarily before imparting wisdom to the child. Fate's gifts come with hidden costs. Sherperu received the spiritual liquid and, having gained short-term benefits, has forsaken diligent cultivation and a steadfast spirit. Even if she were to lose the spiritual liquid, a trace of pride would still linger within her heart. If she were merely an ordinary girl without any support, entering the palace would surely render her cautious and prudent. Life is long, and a momentary setback is inconsequential. Unfortunately, she has been spoiled by fleeting gains, allowing no room for temporary failures or losses. Nan Zhi nibbled on snacks like a little hamster, listening to the system's words with a sense of vague understanding. Had she not lost the spiritual liquid, Consort Sher would have thrived splendidly. The system merely stated, is that so? In this world, excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. She indeed consumed a considerable amount of spiritual liquid, amassing greater fortune, thus becoming a victor in life. What she gained here resulted in scarcity elsewhere, leading to frequent calamities, with the populace suffering from hunger, inevitably inciting rebellion and drawing the discontent toward the imperial city and palace. Perhaps her early life was filled with boundless affection. while her later years would be marked by turmoil and dislocation. People naturally gravitate toward those endowed with favorable fortunes, influenced by destiny. And this is even more pronounced on a national scale, reflecting the evolution of history. Burp. Nan Zhi released a satisfied belch, feeling relieved. She did not wish for Yu Ning to be devoured. Nan Zhi was already aware that the years of disaster were exceedingly harsh. If the palace were truly besieged, the starving would resort to cannibalism, boiling flesh in pots, and extracting white bones. Such thoughts must be banished. The child is frightened. It is said that a mother's heart is connected to her child. Ever since Shi Peru arrived at Fengqi Palace, the young prince has been wailing incessantly, crying during the day, crying at night, falling asleep in tears, and awakening again to weep. That child is remarkably healthy. His cries filled with heart-wrenching sorrow, prompting other children in the palace to join in a chorus of lamentation, evoking a profound sense of despair. The imperial physician examined the child and found no ailments. The little one was in perfect health. However, if the weeping continued, it would surely lead to complications. Emperor Hui, observing the child clenching his tiny fists and wailing with closed eyes, felt the veins on his forehead throb with agitation as he impatiently inquired, "Why does he still cry after several days?" The empress, looking haggard, replied, "I do not know. I am at a loss as well." The child had been crying for days, and she had scarcely slept, her heart racing with anxiety. She watched the wet nurse frantically trying to soothe the child, yet he continued to wail and struggle, almost escaping her grasp. The child was comforted by familiar scents, yet the wet nurse remained unchanged, her scent constant. Why then did the child persist in his tears? The empress could no longer contain her frustration. Although the child bore her name, he was not truly hers. The biological mother showed no affection, so why should she? Emperor Hui, anxious, insisted that the crying could not continue. The child was already gasping for breath. It was unacceptable for him to perish. This boy was a fine child indeed. Chapter 36. Many children bring blessings, setting aside the fact that he was the emperor's son. There was also the matter of the headache he caused. This exceptional child was essential to alleviate his own discomfort. Could the emperor and empress truly bear to witness the child cry to the point of hoarseness and physical distress? After all, he was not their biological offspring. The empress, a woman of false piety and jealousy, would rather sacrifice the child's well-being than submit to humility for his sake. Shi Peru felt utterly despondent, regretting her earlier decision to confront the empress in Fengqi Palace. The empress, determined to preserve her pride, was unwilling to bend for the sake of the child. In this harem, the weight of despair bore down on Shi Peru as tears streamed down her cheeks. The thought of having to ingratiate herself with the empress like a mere dog, just to see her child, left her breathless. With a heavy heart, she gazed towards the Fengqi Palace, her hands clenched tightly. From the Yongchun Palace, Nan Zhi could hear the cries of her brother, her brow furrowed with concern. Unable to contain herself any longer, she hurried to check on him. "Mother, may you be blessed with tranquility," she greeted, her demeanor innocent and endearing. Observing the weary visage of the empress, she expressed her concern. "Mother, please take care of yourself." The empress, noticing the genuine concern reflected in the face of her illegitimate daughter, managed a strained smile. "I am fine, dear. Go see your brother." Upon reaching her brother, Nan Zhi noticed he had lost considerable weight. His face was flushed, and he cried out with a hoarse voice. She gently patted him, whispering, "Do not cry, dear brother." However, her soothing words had little effect. Furrowing her small brows, she pondered what could be troubling him and why his cries were so persistent. "Mother, could it be that my brother misses Mother? I adore Mother. The scent of her presence is comforting. Is it possible he longs for her as well?" Previously, Nan Zhi had not favored the fragrance of the Xian Fei, yet as she grew closer to her mother, each embrace enveloped her in a soothing aroma, bestowing upon her an unparalleled sense of safety and relaxation, as if she were cradled by her mother, shielded from all external harm. The empress furrowed her brow, then suddenly inquired of the wet nurse, "Do you carry any special incense?" She commanded, "Bring me your garments, including those closest to your skin." The wet nurse promptly retrieved the garments, while Nan Zhi observed from the side, her expression one of perplexity. Were it not for the perilous nature of the palace, Nan Zhi would have found the enchanting women around her to be truly gifted, proficient in playing the guqin, dancing, painting, and singing, pleasing to both the eye and the ear. The empress inhaled the fragrance lingering on the wet nurse's attire and handed it to a palace maid well versed in incense, bidding her to take a whiff. The maid sniffed and remarked, "It is indeed the scent of soap pot. Wet nurse, have you any unwashed garments that have come from the residence of consortshire?" After a moment's contemplation, the wet nurse replied, "Would the nursing pad suffice? This item is used by Sure to prevent milk from spilling and staining the clothes." "I have plenty. Please, kindly let me have a whiff of it," requested the maid. The wet nurse rummaged through a chest and produced the item, which the maid examined intently, switching from one to another. After a while, the empress inquired, "What do you discern?" "It bears the fragrance of soap pot. Yet there is a hint of orange peel, though quite faint," the maid responded. "Your Highness, might we procure some orange peel for the young mistress to sniff? I shall endeavor to replicate this scent expeditiously." Nan Zhi stood by, utterly astonished. She too took a whiff but detected only a singular aroma, devoid of any trace of orange. In awe, she exclaimed, "You are quite remarkable." The maid smiled at Nan Zhi, humbly attributing her skill to a keen sense of smell. "That is still quite impressive," Nan Zhi replied. "Sister, may I learn this art from you? To discern what something is merely by scent? How fascinating." The maid glanced at the empress, who nodded approvingly. After all, children find wonder in everything, though it is uncertain whether they will maintain their interest. The palace maid took dried orange peels, steeped them in water, and then sprinkled the liquid onto the wet nurse. The wet nurse cradled the young prince, who sniffed a few times before drifting into a gentle slumber in her embrace. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Sleep was certainly preferable to incessant cries. Nan Zhi accompanied the maid Chun Lu to learn the art of incense making, where she was required to smell numerous substances, some fragrant and others foul. After an overwhelming array of scents, her nose grew numb, rendering her unable to discern any particular aroma, and she found herself sneezing incessantly. Chun Lu initially believed that this little princess was merely indulging in a fleeting whim, yet to her surprise, Nan Zhi returned each day to familiarize herself with these ingredients. As Chun Lu crafted the incense, she also took the opportunity to teach Nan Zhi about various components. Given her tender age, Nan Zhi often forgot what she had learned, necessitating repeated instruction from Chun Lu. Nevertheless, she managed to grasp some concepts, at least understanding the functions of certain incense materials. After Chun Lu produced the incense, the scent permeated the garments of both the queen and the wet nurse, resulting in a notable reduction in the young prince's crying. Previously, he had cried day and night, exhausting himself to the point of losing considerable weight. In this unseen contest, only those who could maintain their composure would prevail. It was a matter of mental fortitude. She had lost so much, her spiritual essence, her favor, and now even her child. What remained for her? What was the purpose of her journey through time? And why had she sought the spiritual essence? Its arrival had been mysterious, and its departure equally enigmatic. As time passed, the sounds of children's cries in Fengqi Palace diminished, until there was almost complete silence, leaving the days eerily quiet. Suddenly, Sherperu was struck with a sense of dread. Had something happened to the child? Was he ill? Had he perished? How could this happen? Sherperu collapsed into her chair, her gaze vacant, her expression despondent, her entire being trembling slightly. She had failed. Her final hope had also crumbled. Sherperu understood that a child would only feel secure upon encountering familiar scents. In her endeavor to nurture the bond between mother and child, she had altered her own scent to resemble that of the wet nurse. More precisely, she had endeavored to make the wet nurse's scent akin to hers, ensuring it was not overly stimulating. The incense she chose was gentle, crafted from ordinary fruit peels. The wet nurse had gone to Fengqi Palace, and eventually, her garments would be laundered, erasing the scent of care. Without the comforting fragrance, the child would become restless and cry. Yet, unexpectedly, it was the Empress who resolved the situation. Chapter 37, Blessings of Progeny. And Sherperu was consumed by anxiety, her mind spiraling with uncontrollable imaginings of how the Empress might retaliate. Would she orchestrate her silent disappearance from the palace? The fears that haunted her did not materialize. She awaited the inevitable, anticipating the proverbial shoe to drop. However, the Empress seemed to have forgotten her entirely, displaying no intention of punishment. She was utterly disregarded. It was as if Sherpin, her very existence, had been erased from the annals of the palace. Yet, the provisions she received were consistent with protocol, but still, she was met with indifference, systematically overlooked by all, including Emperor Hui, who no longer visited her quarters. In her despair, she yearned to scream for attention. Yet all she received in return was apathy. To dismantle a person, one need only disregard her, negating her very existence. Even when Shurpin dared to confront the Empress, voicing outrageous claims, the Empress remained magnanimous, acknowledging Shurpin as the biological mother of the young prince. Nan Zhi gazed at the smiling queen, and then at the furious, yet somewhat deranged Shurjin, her heart filled with trepidation. The scene before her was both perplexing and terrifying. She inquired of her system brother, who merely responded that the queen was dismantling Shurjin's spirit, and if Shapira could not withstand it, she would be rendered utterly defeated. Nan Zhi, with her chubby little hands tangled in her hair, displayed an endearing innocence, yet her face was a portrait of confusion. After all, Shurjin was a woman of the future. But being from the future did not necessarily imply superiority. Humanity is birthed from the heart, and the heart shapes humanity. Can those nurtured in opulence truly rival those forged in the crucible of relentless struggle? Lacking ruthlessness, mediocrity and malice, and calculative kindness, and devoid of the capital that fuels her arrogance, failure appeared inevitable. The incomprehension was as unsettling as it was profound. Yuning hurried back to Yongchun Palace, where she found her mother diligently sifting through documents. Tears welled in her eyes as she rushed forward and enveloped her mother in a tight embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "What is it? Why are you crying again?" The wise concubine set her pen aside and held her daughter close. Yet Yuning wept with such fervor that she could barely catch her breath. "Mother, mother, I miss you so much." Unable to rein in her emotions, her body trembled slightly. The wise concubine, concerned, laid aside her work. "What has happened?" Yuning wiped her tears, revealing a small, charming smile as she laughed and cried simultaneously. "I miss you, mother, very much." The wise concubine gently dried her daughter's tears. "Do not cry, my dear. I am right here before you. Must you weep in front of those you long for?" She gazed at the weeping child, a pang of sorrow tugging at her heart, evoking a sense of loss and subsequent recovery. Yet, a gentle smile graced her lips as she playfully remarked, "Do not cry, do not cry." In response, Yuning hastily wiped away her tears, spinning around like a little top as she assisted the virtuous consort, alternately fetching books and grinding ink, creating a warm atmosphere. In this solitary and dimly lit palace, they leaned on one another, their existence intertwined. As long as the emperor remained alive and sane, all would be well. In the corner of a pristine white space, a child of 3 or 4 years stood, her skin porcelain-like, adorned in layers of a princess's frothy gown, sweetly charming. Her hair, soft and slightly curled, framed her large eyes with long lashes. "This is your information. Remember it well." The system's clear voice resonated within the space. Nan Zhi looked around, yet could not discern the speaker, though she felt less fear than during her initial entrance. "Brother, Gigi wishes to see you. Can you appear?" Nan Zhi inquired. "System, I cannot. I am merely a system." Nan Zhi pressed further. "Are there many systems?" "System, indeed there are. I am simply a substitute system. The real system has applied to leave upon realizing this is intended for the child, as cooperation is not feasible." A projection materialized before Nan Zhi. ID, 1 name. G Nan Zhi age, 3 level. Beginner experience points. None soul value, 100 charm value, 50 luck, 30 skill. Whimper, adults cannot ignore a child's cries. Honor, none completion of dimensional tasks. All points deducted. Task completion rate, 90%. Nan Zhi reached out her hand to touch the screen, her fingers passing through it. "Wow, this is a projection. Father always shows me animated films on the projector." Many characters were unfamiliar to Nan Zhi, yet she did not mind the projection before her. Instead, it reminded her of her father. With a sweet, childish voice, she said, "Brother, may I greet Mom and Dad? I am still so small. And to suddenly be gone would make them very sad. I am their precious darling." The system responded with a firm refusal. "No, that is not possible. There is no energy to locate them. If you do not mind, I could call you darling instead." Nan Zhi exclaimed. "Is that the same?" "It is not the same," the system replied. "It is very difficult, like finding a needle in a haystack." Crying softly, Nan Zhi sat on the ground, sprawled out in defeat. "Brother, I am tired. I do not want to move unless I can see Mom and Dad." She could not comprehend why she found herself in this strange place. The system continued. "You see, completing tasks is quite simple." Raising her head from her resting position, Nan Zhi asked in disbelief, Huh? Simple." The system reassured her, "It is very simple. Just remove the spiritual liquid, and the subsequent matters will resolve themselves in due course. To address issues, one must discern their essence. so as not to be swayed by superficial appearances or act in haste. Do you understand? Did you hear that? Nan Zhi's eyes widened as she absorbed the information. I heard it. I heard it. My ears heard it. You are an adult, and I cannot argue with you. I shall remain silent. What you are doing is akin to kidnapping a child. I will report this. The system then suggested, I will connect you to a modern dimension, one filled with cars, airplanes, cakes, and kindergartens. Nan Zhi's clear, contrasting black and white eyes shifted. She felt a sense of reluctance. She did not wish to move, for exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. The system interjected. The process of transportation to another world may be somewhat uncomfortable. Bear with it for a moment and refrain from weeping. I shall provide you with a piece of candy. Before Nan Zhi appeared a round, pristine white candy, resembling a sweet treat, yet devoid of any packaging. She grasped the confection, torn between the desire to consume it and the fear of doing so, for her trust in the system remained tenuous. Strangers' offerings were not to be partaken lightly. Instead of indulging, Nan Zhi stealthily tucked the candy into the pocket of her little skirt. The system observed this silently, offering no comment, and commenced the transportation. Chapter 38. The misunderstood father. A sudden cry escaped Nan Zhi's lips, a piercing wail that revealed her distress. Oh no. How could this be? I feel so unwell. Even with candy, I am still dizzy. She flailed her limbs, awakening to find herself lying on a small bed. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she sighed heavily, taking in her surroundings and discovering numerous children peacefully slumbering nearby. It quickly dawned on her that she was in a kindergarten, surrounded by little ones from foreign lands. Wow, my system brother is truly remarkable. He said there would be a kindergarten, and here it is. Nan Zhi inquired, Brother, are you there? The system responded, I am here. Relieved, she asked, Brother, who have I become now? After a brief pause, the system began to narrate a story. This child is named Shirley, approximately 5 years old, a member of the kindergarten's middle class. Her full name is Yi Shirley. Due to her parents' work commitments, they relocated abroad. Tragically, her mother suffered from a grave illness and passed away at an early age. Yi Shirley's father encountered a woman he wished to marry anew. She was youthful, scarcely 25, and the mother of a pair of twins. Yi Yanshan, Yi Shirley's father, was quite enamored with her, employing his genuine affection to win her over. He invited her and her children to reside in his grand villa and facilitated her entry into his company, ardently nurturing her potential. Utilizing his connections and resources, he elevated her to the status of a renowned jewelry designer abroad. Wan Menglin expressed her gratitude towards Yi Yanshan, often referring to him as her elder brother and benefactor, asserting that her feelings for him were not romantic in nature. Yi Yanshan felt a deep sense of unfulfillment, yet he found himself powerless. He had invested so much in Wan Menglin with the hope of marrying her, only to be met with rejection. This was a bitter pill to swallow. In a state of disorientation, Yi Yanshan suffered a car accident from which he could not be revived, leaving his only daughter, Yi Shirley, an orphan. Tragically, in a bid to demonstrate his feelings for Wan Menglin, he had, at a young age, established a will that divided his wealth into 3 equal parts, signifying that he regarded her children as his own, treating them with equality and fairness. Upon Yi Yanshan's demise, the lawyer executed the will, distributing his assets according to legal stipulations. The wealthy family was not in want of such funds, which served merely to embellish their already affluent lifestyle. This left Wan Menglin and her children lamenting Yi Yanshan's passing, laying a bouquet of chrysanthemums at his grave. Yi Shirley's distant relatives emerged, clamoring to take her in. Yet once they obtained their benefits, they cast her aside, ultimately leading her to the orphanage, which became her final refuge. In summary, it can be encapsulated in a single phrase, my dearly misguided father. Nan Zhi. System. If one can surpass the father, there exists a certain capital. System. Driven by love and familial bonds, your mission is to alter the fate of your father's untimely demise, preventing yourself from becoming an orphan and ensuring that his wealth does not fall into the hands of those 2 children. The original protagonist's life turned into chaos while their family thrived in happiness. Yi Shirley is determined to change this outcome. Nan Zhi nodded. Brother, I understand. System, what do you comprehend? Nan Zhi raised her fist. I will have their father come to fetch them. A family should be united. The system paused. Excellent. Shirley, you are awake. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed teacher spoke softly and gently, taking out a wet tissue to wipe Nan Zhi's face. As Nan Zhi listened to the teacher's rapid chatter, much of it eluded her understanding. During class, She remained somewhat dazed, merely observing her classmates and mimicking their actions. Finally, when school was over, her father, Yi Yinshan, came to pick her up. Yi Yinshan was an elite gentleman, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, exuding both vigor and charm in his 30s, the prime of a man's life. Nan Zhi gazed at her father, noticing his rosy complexion and cheerful demeanor. Xueli. Yi Yinshan took his daughter from the teacher, cradling her as they settled into a child's seat. What a surprise! Nan Zhi diverted her attention from the cake shop outside the car window. She exclaimed softly, as she concentrated on retaining the information swirling in her mind. Though the Yi household comprised only father and daughter, their villa was quite spacious, and numerous staff attended to their needs. The car glided into the courtyard, and the two individuals disembarked. The driver maneuvered the vehicle into the garage, while Yi Yinshan grasped his daughter's hand, his long strides betraying a sense of urgency that compelled the shorter Nan Zhi to scurry to keep pace. In the grand hall, Wan Minglin sat upon the sofa, her thoughts adrift, her hands entwined and rubbing together, a manifestation of her inner turmoil and unease. The fraternal twins, Wan Yinyin and Wan Yinyin, nestled against their mother, surveying the opulent villa. Mother, will we truly be able to reside here in the future? Wan Yinyin's eyes brimmed with astonishment and disbelief, tugging at Wan Minglin's heartstrings, rendering her speechless as she embraced her daughter, unable to assure her of their permanence. That man. Wan Minglin's heart contracted, and she sighed inwardly. Beside her, the boy wore an expression of resolute maturity, declaring, "Sister, do not fear. I shall take care of you." She quickly rose, taking one child by each hand, and called out to Yi Yinshan, "Mr. Yi." Yi Yinshan gently patted his daughter's back, nudging her forward a few steps, and remarked, "From now on, you will have siblings to play with." Nan Zhi, resembling a mechanical figure, stiffly turned to gaze at her father, incredulous at this so-called surprise. "I want to cry for you," she mouthed silently, her voice lost in the air. Wan Minglin promptly crouched down, addressing Nan Zhi with tenderness. "Hello, Shirley." The girl possessed an exquisite beauty, her delicate features akin to a lavish doll displayed in a shop window, adorned with a small backpack and a charming hat. Her clothing branded and stylish. In contrast, her own daughter appeared somewhat drab, igniting a wave of guilt within her. "I am a polite child, a courteous child." Nan Zhi finally spoke. "Auntie, hello." Seeing that his daughter did not exhibit much aversion, Yi Yinshan felt a surge of joy. Chapter 39. The Great Misunderstanding of a Father Too. What a delightful surprise. Nan Zhi did not anticipate that on her very first day here, she would have to reside under the same roof with them, which left her feeling quite unsettled, as if a worm were writhing within her. It seemed that Yi Xueli harbored an aversion towards them, and Nan Zhi could sense that this discontent was affecting her as well. "This is my younger brother, Wan Error, and my younger sister, Wan Yinyin." Yi Yinshan remained blissfully unaware of his daughter's distraction, cheerfully introducing them. "This is Xueli. From now on, you shall address her as Sister Xueli," he said to the twins with a warm expression. Nan Zhi, rubbing her belly, exclaimed, "Daddy, I'm hungry. I want to eat cake," and began to salivate at the thought. "All right." Yi Yinshan nodded, squatting down to grasp his daughter's small shoulders gently. "From now on, Aunt Wan and your younger sister will live with us." Nan Zhi glanced at her father and then at Aunt Wan, suddenly inquiring, "Are you going to get married?" "No, absolutely not." Both Wan Minglin and Wan Error exclaimed in unison, dismissing the notion of marriage. Wan Error appeared much like a young wolf sensing danger, vigilantly watching over his mother and sister. Yi Yinshan felt a bit embarrassed, explaining, "Aunt Wan is a new employee at the company. Her previous living situation was rather chaotic and unsafe, so she will stay with us." Wan Minglin nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, thank you, Mr. Yi." Nan Zhi, wide-eyed, looked at Yi Yinshan. "Are you really telling the truth? Adults just love to deceive children. How wicked." Confronted by his daughter's clear and sparkling gaze, Yi Yinshan instinctively cleared his throat and nodded, affirming her words. "That's right. How wonderful, father." Nan Zhi's face blossomed with joy, radiating like a flower unfolding in full bloom at an astonishing pace. "Father, I want to bring Jack home." "Who is Jack?" Yi Yinshan inquired, perplexed by the notion of bringing someone into their home. Nan Zhi elaborated, "He is my friend. His father is an alcoholic who, when drunk, assaults him and his mother. Jack bears injuries daily, often goes hungry, and is frequently beaten. Father, if you invite Jack and his mother over and help her find a job, they will no longer have to endure such abuse." Yi Yinshan felt a sudden headache wash over him. even if his daughter protested vehemently against allowing them to stay. It would be preferable to her current enthusiasm for bringing a stranger into their home. He hesitated. Is that truly appropriate? Nan Zhi gazed at her father with wide, glistening eyes, on the verge of tears. Why isn't it appropriate? Jack is my friend, and he is always covered in bruises. If you can allow Aunt Wan and the others to stay, why not Jack? He is even more pitiable. I don't particularly like Jack's mother. Yi Yinshan thought helplessly, caught in a dilemma. His intentions were clear, to help Wan Minglin escape, but he could not voice this truth to his daughter, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Listening to the conversation between the father and daughter, Wan Minglin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Holding her children's hands, she addressed Yi Yinshan, saying, Mr. Yi, we need not reside here. If the company has dormitories, we could stay there. I am already deeply grateful for your exceptional decision to employ me. Wan Minglin had left for abroad before completing her university education, never acquiring her diploma. In a foreign land, she bore children and sustained her family through various service industry jobs. Her encounter with Yi Yinshan took place in a high-end restaurant, where he noticed her design sketched on a napkin and subsequently invited her to join his company. The area where she rented her home was chaotic and disordered. Despite her family's safety, they lived in constant trepidation. Upon assessing the environment, Yi Yinshan arranged for them to relocate. His invitation for the three of them to stay at his residence stemmed from a notion of advantageous proximity. However, the sudden arrival of his daughter made the situation quite awkward for everyone involved. Yi Yinshan reassured Wan Minglin, the company does have employee dormitories, but with no one to supervise your children, the villa's staff can look after them. Once they are a bit older, they can be enrolled in kindergarten. Moreover, if you are preoccupied with your children while working, your talents will be squandered. Trust me, I am the employer, and you should heed my arrangements. Wan Minglin hesitated, feeling a mix of uncertainty and temptation. While she herself was indifferent, her children were her vulnerability, and she involuntarily glanced at Mr. Ye's daughter. Nan Zhi, observing from the side, found the entire situation utterly perplexing, thinking to herself how foolish this father was. Having persuaded Wan Minglin, Yi Yinshan smiled at his daughter. Your friend Jack is unfortunate, but some matters are beyond our control. He has parents. Nan Zhi retorted, his father beats him, and his mother cannot protect him. If we could find a job for Jack's mother, she could support him. Pausing for a moment, Nan Zhi then recited sweetly and melodiously. Humanity is a collective. The misfortunes of others are your misfortunes. For whom does the bell toll? It tolls for thee. She would eventually become an orphan herself, not faring much better than Jack. Yi Yinshan chuckled. Who taught you that? Nan Zhi replied, Hemingway. Mommy read it to me. Yi Yinshan's expression turned somewhat serious as he addressed Nan Zhi. I understand your desire to help your friend. But have you considered that she and her son remain trapped by an alcoholic father? If we take Jack and his mother into our home and Jack's father comes looking for them, he may impose on us, demanding money and causing us distress. How then shall we live? If we must offer assistance, it should be to those truly deserving. He gently pinched his daughter's small nose, smiling warmly. Of course. My Sherry is a beautiful and kind child. Nan Zhi glanced over at the three of them, wondering if their father would come looking for them. If that happens, you will be in danger, and I will become an orphan. She tilted her head. Are they really the ones worthy of help? Surely not. I have no connection to the child's father. Wan Minglin's expression was somewhat unnatural as she spoke. He wouldn't have come looking for me. He may not even know who I am. I see. Yi Yinshan sighed in relief. That's good. By the way, have you finalized the divorce certificate? Although Yi Yinshan felt a certain fondness for her, admiring her talent and sympathizing with her struggle as a woman raising two children, he had no desire to become the third party in someone else's marriage. Wan Minglin stammered, Yes, it's done. You can settle in comfortably. The villa has plenty of rooms. The servants stay downstairs, and you can occupy the guest room on the second floor, Yi Yinshan suggested. All right. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Wan Minglin replied repeatedly. I will work hard to repay your kindness. Nan Zhi felt a tinge of displeasure at the prospect of them living in the house. Chapter 40. The misunderstood father. Nan Zhi believed it was necessary to express her feelings and hurriedly approached Wan Minglin, looking up at her and asking, Auntie, my dad is so nice to you because he wants to marry you. Yi Yinshan. Truly, she is his biological daughter. He did think along those lines, but he did not wish to rush into it. Wan Minglin felt particularly awkward, gripping her children's hands, her palms clammy with sweat, her heart in turmoil. She aspired to fulfill her dreams and better provide for her children, yet the thought of marrying Mr. Yi felt exceedingly forced. In truth, They had only just met 2 days prior. Discussing marriage at this juncture seemed far too hasty and difficult to accept. My mom won't marry Uncle Yi. I have my own dad. One error interjected, standing protectively in front of her mother, strongly opposing the idea of her mother's remarriage. Is it true? I thought they were going to marry. Only relatives reside under the same roof. Nan Zhi countered Wan Er, remarking that adults often presume children find joy in the company of many playmates. However, within the narrative, Shirley frequently quarreled with her siblings. Whatever possessions Shirley had, Yi and Shan would ensure to prepare for them. There were instances when Wan Yinyan desired to exchange something with Shirley, yet Shirley was reluctant, only to be compelled by their father to acquiesce to Wan Yinyan's wishes. This caused Shirley considerable distress, leading her to feel that her father did not love her and that he was willing to sacrifice her happiness for another child. Shirley confronted her father, but Yi and Shan insisted that as the elder sister, she should extend some leniency toward her younger sibling. Thus, Shirley found herself weeping alone beneath her covers, feeling aggrieved that they were not even blood siblings, yet she was expected to yield to them in her own home. Her resentment toward them grew, leading to constant conflicts, and she resorted to seizing whatever she desired, knowing that reporting to her father would lead to more demands for her to accommodate them. In the eyes of the household servants, Shirley was perceived as an arrogant and domineering young lady, fierce and unyielding, particularly towards the Wan siblings, who, the more Yi and Shan admonished her, the more she rebelled. At times, she observed them. Realizing they appeared to be a family, she would witness their laughter and harmonious interactions from afar. My mother works for Uncle Yi, Wan Er diligently elucidated, acknowledging his high intelligence. Yet for a child just over 3 years old, articulating his thoughts so clearly was indeed remarkable. Nan Zhi tilted her head, and as she gazed at Wan Er, an uncontrollable urge surged within her, compelling her to push him to the ground. I detest him, I detest him. I am a well-mannered child, Nan Zhi said in a sweet voice. There are many people working for my father, yet only you have come to live in my home. She turned to Wan Minglin and Aunt Wan, asking, do you not wish to marry my father? Do you still want to be with the father of your younger siblings? Wan Minglin felt utterly helpless, embarrassed to the point of wishing to disappear. At that moment, she was not the confident and renowned designer she would later become, but rather stood awkwardly in place. Yi and Shan sliced the cake for everyone, and Wan Minglin expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Wan Yinyan tasted the cake, her face lighting up with delight. Mother, this is delicious. Yi and Shan smiled warmly and said, if it's delicious, then eat more. I will ask Uncle Chef to prepare it for you every day. Don't forget to thank Uncle. Wan Minglin gently patted her daughter's head, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart for having deprived her child, even of cake. Thank you, Uncle. In her heart, Wan Yinyan was solely focused on the cake, while her brother Wan Er appeared to be burdened with thoughts. He glanced at his mother and then at the handsome, mature, and steady Uncle Yi. As Yi and Shan offered another slice of cake to his daughter, Nan Zhi declined, saying, no thank you, I'm full. Shweli was well behaved, knowing when to stop eating. Yi and Shan affectionately patted his daughter's head, noticing Wan Yinyan's envious gaze, and he stroked her head as well, acknowledging, Yinyan is wonderful too. Wan Er hesitated slightly as he looked at Yi and Shan, who perceived his uncertainty and asked, Er, what is it? If there is something you wish to discuss, Uncle will do his best to assist you. Wan Er's lips moved slightly, as Yi and Shan patiently awaited her response. After a considerable pause, Wan Er whispered, Uncle, may I use your computer? Just for a moment, a brief moment. No, Er, it wouldn't be proper to trouble Uncle, replied Yi and Shan. As Wan Minglin observed, though young, she understood that a company president's computer would undoubtedly contain numerous vital documents. Nevertheless, it was commendable for a child to express her thoughts so boldly. There was a computer available in the guest room, and it could be used, but she had to promise Uncle not to take too long. Yi and Shan was not apprehensive about their requests. Rather, he feared the absence of conditions. Thank you. Wan Er's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had a fondness for computers, having previously lived near an internet CAF, but that area was notorious for its chaos. Just the sight of the smoke-filled, raucous interior deterred her from entering. The prospect of having her own computer diminished Wan Er's initial apprehension towards Yi and Shan. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Wan Minglin said, feeling rather bashful. It's perfectly fine. If it brings joy to the child, I'm happy, Yi and Shan replied, smiling at her. He was a mature and gentle man, his gaze warm and encompassing, reminiscent of a vast ocean that could engulf one in its depths. Wan Minglin, feeling flustered, lowered her head to focus on her cake. Once a pure-hearted girl, Wan Minglin had never truly ventured into the realm of romance before finding herself an unwed mother. Why am I clenching my little fists so tightly? Nan Zhi wondered, observing the scene with surprise as she unconsciously tightened her grip. Perhaps Aunt Sherry was simply too angry. A sense of unease settled in her heart, making her breath feel constricted as she gently patted her chest. Oh dear, Daddy is such a big fool, such a big fool. We are magnanimous. Let us forgive foolish Daddy. The pent-up frustration finally found its release. Nan Zhi inquired of her system brother. Sister Shirley won't be with me, will she? Sister Shirley harbored a strong aversion toward them, even resenting her own body. Nan Zhi sighed and cast a glance at Yi Yanshan, attributing the blame to her foolish father. Shirley, what troubles you? Yi Yanshan asked, noticing his daughter's furrowed brow and distressed expression. Nan Zhi pointed to her heart, saying, It hurts here. Dad, it really hurts. Yi Yanshan paused, then lifted his daughter onto his lap, gently stroking her heart. Come, let Daddy pat it for you. He deliberately glossed over certain matters, avoiding the heavier truths. Chapter 41. The great injustice of father. Perhaps it was to welcome the mother and son of Wan Minglin. As the dinner was prepared with great lavishness, the three, who had always lived in straitened circumstances, had never encountered such grandeur. Even the cautious Wan found herself unwittingly overindulging. Upon entering their room, their astonishment deepened. It was a spacious, luxurious suite with floor-to-ceiling windows and a grand bed. The very bathroom was more expansive than the entirety of their previous living space, and once the window was shut, not a sound could be heard. Unlike their former homes, where the abysmal soundproofing allowed the cacophony of the outside world and neighboring raucousness to intrude, those ill-mannered individuals shouted with abandon, and even warnings proved futile, often resulting in retaliation. As an orphan mother and child, they were utterly defenseless, leaving Mama San to stifle her grievances. In such a dismal environment, Wan was precocious and vigilant, always alert to her surroundings. Mom, can we really live here? Wan Yanyan asked, her expression one of disbelief. As she repeated her question, can we truly reside here? Certainly, certainly. Wan Minglin felt a pang of sentimentality in her heart. I shall toil diligently to ensure your comfort in this abode. As for the reason behind our residence here, the Yi Yanshan Company boasts numerous talented designers. It is curious that only she has the privilege of residing in his home. Some truths are understood, yet instinctively overlooked. The family of three slumbered upon a bed as soft as clouds, enveloped in tranquility, free from the incessant clamor of roaring motorcycles and the disruptive din of inebriated revelers, or the sounds of footsteps traversing the staircase. They slept soundly until dawn, and Wan Minglin felt as though she had never rested so well. Adorned in garments gifted by a prestigious brand, she gazed into the mirror and barely recognized her own reflection, resembling a young scion of an affluent family. Should not these two children embody such a fate? The man exuded an aura of wealth. The children ought not to lead a life fraught with turmoil, nor dwell in the shadow of others. All of this stemmed from her own selfishness, her reluctance to part with her children. Wan Minglin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Henceforth, she would strive to work tirelessly so that they would not suffer. Mother, we are well. The two children embraced Wan Minglin, rendering her heart as soft as cotton candy. She led them downstairs, only to discover that Yi Yanshan and his daughter were already seated at the dining table. She quickly apologized. I am sorry for our tardiness. No matter. Yi Yanshan replied gently. Yesterday's move was exhausting. A bit of extra rest is quite beneficial. He regarded the siblings thoughtfully, noting how well they looked in their new attire. In the future, should you desire anything, simply inform Uncle Li. He will make the necessary arrangements. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I will repay you for the living expenses and clothing, Wan Minglin said with a hint of anxiety, assuring that she would settle the debt. As if fearing to owe him, Yi Yanshan paused for a moment. If one were to truly account for it, Wan Minglin would be unable to repay him. The villa's rent, utility bills, the salaries of numerous servants, the cost of clothing, not to mention the expensive incense in the bathroom. The quality of services enjoyed was indeed top-notch. Even if they were to split the expenses, her annual salary would barely cover a month's worth. Discussing such matters was undeniably disheartening. There were unspoken understandings among adults. Did Wan Minglin not regard him favorably? Yet, Yi Yanshan was a mature man capable of managing his emotions. He smiled and said, Let us discuss this again once you receive your salary. My support stems from recognizing your talent. and I hope you will work diligently to benefit my company." His words seemed to alleviate Wan Menglin's tension, and she assured him of her commitment to strive diligently. Nan Zhi yawned softly while having breakfast. Last night, she had tirelessly used her smartwatch to locate Wan Earl's father's company website, excitedly making a phone call, but was unable to connect. By evening, the office had closed, and no one answered. The following morning, she tried again, and this time someone picked up. Nan Zhi expressed her desire to speak with Hua Hejuan, mentioning that she had important matters to discuss. Upon hearing the voice of a child requesting to speak with the president, the customer service representative offered a few perfunctory remarks before abruptly hanging up. After being hung up on, Nan Zhi dialed the number again and stated directly, "Hua Hejuan has a child. He needs to come quickly. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The address." The customer service representative abruptly terminated the call and even set the number to refuse future calls. A child? What child? Hua's child? What a ridiculous notion. It is well known that Hua has not even married yet. How could there be a child? Hua's illegitimate offspring. Hua is notoriously principled, with countless women desiring to bear his children. The customer service team encounters a myriad of bizarre calls daily, and now a child claims to be Hua's. Truly, money dazzles the eyes. Frustrated by the inability to connect, Nan Zhi felt disheartened. What she thought would be a straightforward matter turned out to be unbelievable to everyone. Lacking the contact details of the Hua family, she was left with only the website's customer service number. With each tap of her small finger, the harsh light brought tears to her eyes. After mere moments, she was cut off again, leaving her feeling miserable. This matter was far from simple. "Did you sneak out last night? Have you been yawning all day due to lack of sleep?" Yi Yinshan asked his daughter. Nan Zhi, unwilling to engage with her rather clueless father, rolled her eyes at him, slid off her chair, and sought the help of the maid to fill her small backpack with bread, cookies, and 2 bottles of milk. You must take good care of your sister. Mother is going to work now," Wan Menglin instructed her daughter. Wan nodded, puffing out his chest like a little man. "Mother, you can rest assured." He was well acquainted with this routine. Whenever their mother went to work, he was the one to look after his sister. Although they were fraternal twins of the same age, his sister Wan Yinyin was evidently more innocent and naive, largely due to her brother's diligent protection. After Nan Zhi, Yi Yinshan, and Wan Menglin departed, the only inhabitants of the house, aside from the servants, were the 2 siblings. Wan Yinyin turned to her brother and said, "Brother, let us explore the house. It is so vast, and there are many places we have yet to visit. Is that not unwise?" Deep down, Wan felt a sense of unease, acutely aware that this was not their true home. Yet, confronted with his sister's playful insistence, he found it impossible to decline. Hand in hand, they began to wander through the villa. The luxuries amassed through wealth were undeniably exquisite. The swimming pool reflected the hues of the ocean, while the lawns required only the gentle touch of a gardener's mower. The flowers in the garden bloomed with exuberance, vibrant and free, devoid of the wild disorder typically found in nature. The expanse was magnificent, the air imbued with an indescribable fragrance. It was a stark contrast to the places they had previously inhabited, so different, so devoid of the stench of sewage and heaps of scattered refuse. "Brother, will we always reside here?" Wan Yin inquired dreamily, her affection for this place evident. Here, the people did not shout or exhibit menacing ferocity, nor did they cast uncomfortable glances her way. "This place is wonderful, brother, I adore it." She blinked with anticipation, seeking affirmation from him, for in her heart, whatever her brother asserted was an undeniable truth, worthy of belief. Wan remained silent, gazing at his sister, who appeared enchanting in her lovely dress. Her hair neatly styled, and her hairpin sparkling in the sunlight like a diamond. She resembled a little princess rather than a girl accustomed to the chaos of a troubled neighborhood. Wan clenched his fists, longing for his father. Every child harbors dreams and fantasies about their father, and he envisioned his father as a remarkable and admirable individual. Yet, amidst such beauty, his heart wavered. Where was his father? Why had he not come to find them? Whenever his mother mentioned him, her face was clouded with worry, leaving Wan to ponder silently. Surely, he would come. Wan spoke with difficulty but soon felt a sense of relief. Having made a decision, he was no longer so troubled. Although Wan was reluctant to remain in the villa, his demeanor and insights were nurtured. Yi Yinshan recognized his intelligence and devoted himself to cultivating it. Beyond formal education, he arranged for numerous specialized tutors, such as in computer science, to thoroughly explore Wan's talents. After returning home to reconnect with his family, His poise endeared him to the elderly members of the He family. Wan Yinyin, lively and charming like a princess, exemplified the exceptional nature of the He lineage. Devoid of any petty airs, never overreacting to the slightest occurrence. The car halted before the kindergarten, where Yi Yinshan took his daughter by the hand and entrusted her to her teacher. "Daddy, I have something very important to tell you. Something crucial," Nan Zhi insisted, her fair cheeks quivering in a mock-serious manner that only invited affection. Yi Yinshan, without hesitation, pinched her cheek, provoking her playful annoyance as she puffed up her face, making her even more endearing. "Can't you be serious for once? What is it you wish to say?" Yi Yinshan inquired, leading Nan Zhi aside. She asked, "Daddy, you like Aunt Wan, don't you?" Yi Yinshan paused for a moment, feeling a flicker of affection. Nan Zhi sighed, expressing the innate human need for companionship. "I yearn for my father's presence, yet he too requires someone by his side. Father, why must they reside in our home? I harbor no fondness for them." She lamented that her father, in an effort to please that woman, would relinquish her belongings and, in doing so, seemed to forsake his love for her. As she spoke, her voice quivered and she began to sob quietly, tears cascading down her cheeks, yet she resolutely pressed her lips together, repeating to herself, "I will not cry. I will not cry. You are my daughter. Our bond is the closest of all," Yi Yinshan reassured her, gently wiping away her tears. Nan Zhi shook her head, stating, "The stories do not unfold in such a manner." She let out a soft whimper. "I do not believe it. You love them more. There are 3 of them and only one of me. Father, if you marry her, I shall consent to their residing here, for then they would be my family. But if you do not marry her, I despise living together. I cannot even speak to you at home. What will you do if, in the future, their father arrives?" She continued, "They will naturally prefer their own father, just as I love you. If someone were to wrest me away from you, I would loathe and detest them." Nan Zhi's words hung in the air, and Yi Yinshan stroked her head once more. "You little one, why do you worry so much?" Nan Zhi replied, "If one does not care, they may become an orphan." Meanwhile, Wan Menglin sat in the car, observing the exchange between the father and daughter, a feeling of indescribable anxiety swelling within her, rendering her restless. They must be discussing her. It must pertain to her. Time to head to the office. On the mountain of Yi Yinshan, he boarded the vehicle and spoke to the driver, then closed his eyes to rest, falling into a contemplative silence. An inexplicable atmosphere enveloped Wan Menglin's heart, creating a sense of oppression. She gazed at Yi Yinshan's handsome profile, clad in a dark, subtly patterned suit, exuding maturity and an aura as profound as the ocean. When he drew near, Wan Menglin felt a mixture of fear and aversion, her heart unwilling. Yet, when he distanced himself and paid her little attention, a sense of unease ensued. Deep down, she understood that the connection they shared was merely a faint glimmer of affection. Nan Zhi wept earnestly, her demeanor pitiful, yet, once her father departed, she blinked and her tears ceased, leaving no trace of emotion behind. Her feelings arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. The system speculated that she might possess a talent for acting, given her remarkable ability to manage her emotions. Though she might also simply be a child who forgot her sorrow after shedding tears, uncomplicated in her nature. Upon entering the academy, Nan Zhi seized an opportunity while the teacher was distracted, darting to a secluded corner beside the iron fence. She called softly, "Jack, Jack." A voice responded, followed by the appearance of a slender, golden-haired boy outside the fence, his clothes somewhat soiled and his exposed skin grimy, with bruises mottling his face. "Surely, surely." Nan Zhi retrieved bread and milk from her backpack, offering them through the gaps in the fence to Jack. As he reached for the food, his arms displayed similar bruises, which pained Nan Zhi deeply. "Jack, you should leave your father with your mother," she urged. After a moment of silence, Jack replied, "My mother cannot leave him." Nan Zhi was perplexed. How could this be? Your parents can divorce? They cannot continue living together like this. Jack replied, "My mother has no home. To work, she needs a stable place to stay. The money she earns is insufficient for rent, and she could end up homeless, unable to find employment again. Even if we were to rent a place, my father would track us down." "Oh, I see," Nan Zhi exclaimed. "In that case, you would always be subjected to abuse. And it must hurt terribly." Jack fell silent. The 2 children stood separated by a tall iron fence, one outside and the other within, a chasm between them. Nan Zhi suggested to Jack, "What if we run away? Let your father search for you in vain." Jack shook his head resolutely. At such a tender age, he bore the marks of life's hardships on his face, the kind of helplessness and sorrow typically reserved for adults. "My mother would not agree." Jack, too, was engulfed in confusion, trapped in this quagmire of existence, unsure of what to do. Whatever actions he contemplated felt futile, as if he were merely wallowing in the mire. Nan Zhi pondered earnestly. "Ah, if only we had money, we could leave and find a place devoid of your father." Jack responded, "Indeed, but we lack funds." Nan Zhi recalled her piggy bank. Tomorrow, I will give you money." Jack's expression was a mix of hesitation and hope. The behaviors of their mother deeply influenced the children. Human adaptability is remarkably potent. They had grown accustomed to this quagmire, rolling in the mud and even fearing the slightest change, enduring suffering without respite. They lacked the courage to make choices that could undoubtedly lead to a better outcome. Jack shook his head. "Father will not allow us to leave. He needs my mother's earnings to sustain his drinking habits." Chapter 43. The Great Misfortune of Father 6. "If he won't let us go, we shall sneak away." Nan Zhi pondered deeply, troubled by the question, how could one remain undetected? The system silently observed the two children devising their escape plan, refraining from offering any reminders, allowing her to contemplate on her own. At such a tender age, she ought to grasp the intricacies of human nature and the perils of society. Your father enjoys drinking. Buy him plenty of alcohol. Once he is intoxicated, you can make your escape. Nan Zhi felt a surge of frustration, her thoughts racing as if her brain would overheat, until she finally conceived a brilliant idea. Jack gazed at Nan Zhi with a dazed expression. "Surely, you are so clever." "Hee, I thought so too," Nan Zhi replied, beaming with pride at her own ingenuity. The system remarked silently. Perhaps she had not considered that alcohol could be fatal. "It's time for class. I must take my leave. Come here tomorrow." With an empty little backpack clutched in her hands, Nan Zhi sprinted away. Jack, holding a loaf of bread, watched his friend dart off like a small rabbit. They were entirely different individuals, yet found a connection. She was a child of affluence, while he lived as a beggar, receiving her benevolence. Could they truly escape? Was it really possible? As he thought of his mother who silently endured and his father who was enslaved by alcohol, the light in Jack's eyes dimmed. Meanwhile, Wang Yinyan had unexpectedly joined the design department, a place reserved for the talented and accomplished, all graduates from esteemed institutions. The sudden arrival of an outsider, particularly one personally introduced by the CEO, inevitably sparked speculation and suspicion. They all overcame numerous hurdles to enter the design department, tirelessly seeking inspiration, often to the point of frustration, while also worrying about the sales data of their creations. This place can be deemed both harsh and fair. Only those with strength and capability thrive. Regardless of whether it stems from jealousy or disdain, Wan Menglin faces considerable hostility. Often relegated to the role of a mere errand girl, tasked with a myriad of trivial chores, leaving her drawing sheets barren and devoid of creativity. She has no choice but to grit her teeth and endure. On her first day at work, Yi Yinshan inquired, "How was your day?" "It was fine. Though I struggled with inspiration," Wan Menglin replied. After a long day, she felt utterly exhausted, her legs swollen. Yi Yinshan, with a gentle and understanding demeanor, reassured her. "There's no rush. Inspiration is a precious commodity." Noticing her hesitation, he added, "If there's anything else, feel free to discuss it, as long as it pertains to work." "Is it customary for every designer to endure such menial tasks?" Wan Menglin asked, puzzled. Yi Yinshan paused briefly before responding. "Some tasks are indeed necessary. After a day of errands, you have likely grasped a bit about the design department, where various gemstones belong, their unique characteristics, and what types of carvings they are suited for, rather than what items they can be used to create. A designer's role isn't merely to produce exquisite drawings. If one neglects the properties of the gemstones, the sculptors might storm into the design department, ready to unleash their ire upon the designer." He chuckled, finding humor in the situation. Wan Menglin could only force a smile, a sudden wave of indescribable disappointment swelling within her, leaving her momentarily devoid of motivation. It turned out that their insistence on those tasks was meant to assist her, and she resolved to learn from them earnestly. Wan Menglin remarked. Yi Yinshan chuckled softly, remaining silent as he gazed at his daughter, who was quietly staring out of the window. He inquired, "What interesting events transpired at school today?" Nan Zhi appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why their conversation had abruptly shifted to her. She remained silent, much like a dog lying by the roadside, bewildered after receiving an inexplicable slap. With a swift and decisive response, she replied, "Nothing." Yi Yinshan. It seemed as though his daughter had grown distant from her father. Upon returning to the villa, The Wan Er siblings nestled beside Wan Minglin, calling out Mom, pouring tea, and inquiring about her well-being, creating a warm and touching scene of familial affection. To Shirley, this sum was but a trifling amount. She also had an educational fund under her name. Nan Zhi sat on the floor, meticulously organizing the money, becoming so absorbed in counting that she momentarily lost track. She stuffed the bills into her backpack, hoping it would suffice. The system interjected, "Are you not afraid of being swindled? This bag is quite substantial, and it contains a considerable amount." Nan Zhi tilted her head. Even if it were counterfeit, it was still money her father had given her. Her mother had said that regardless of the authenticity of those who beg, they all seek alms, thus granting us the opportunity to perform acts of kindness. It is virtuous to assist others. The system. The fraudster rejoices. If a child took some money but did not leave, it would be a deception towards you. They are friends, yet he has betrayed his friend. The system inquired further. Nan Zhi's round face furrowed in contemplation of friendship. I truly feel sorrow for him. He will never regain my trust, and he has lost me as a friend. The system responded with silence. The thought processes of children are indeed wondrous. However, to a certain extent, this represents an emotional diminishment when deceived and hurt. Most individuals experience anger, yet this child mitigated his emotional loss while amplifying the emotional loss of the other. One should not always focus on their own losses, but consider the losses of the other party as well. The system chose not to comment further on the child's use of his own money to aid another's escape. After all, children must experience the harsh realities of the world. After dinner, Yi Yinshan produced 3 boxes, square in shape, covered with a layer of soft velvet. Nan Zhi remained unfazed upon seeing these items, while Mama San appeared somewhat perplexed. As an elder, one ought to present gifts to the younger generation. Yi Yinshan slid the blue box towards Wan Er, while the 2 pink boxes were given to his daughter and Wan Yan'an. Yi Zong, this is too generous. We cannot accept such gifts, Wan Minglin protested. These are merely toys for the children, trivial trinkets, not costly, but they should broaden their horizons, Yi Yinshan replied nonchalantly. Wan Er's pupils quivered slightly. Even as a child, she could discern the quality of these items, clearly expensive. She could not help but glance at Yi Yinshan, biting her lip. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Yi Yinshan inquired, "Do you not like it? Should you desire anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform your uncle. These items are merely suitable for childhood. When you grow, you may exchange them." He encouraged a gesture of gratitude. Wan Minglin was momentarily taken aback by Yi Yinshan's light-hearted tone. In Chapter 44, titled The Great Wronged Father, Wan Er expressed her thanks, saying, "Thank you, uncle." Her brow furrowed with a hint of seriousness. Yi uncle's demeanor made her ponder her father. Nan Zhi opened a box to reveal an assortment of hairpins and hair ties. The hairpins were adorned with colorful gemstones, while the hair ties featured charming embellishments and whimsical little animals, retaining a sense of childlike wonder while cleverly concealing the more antiquated nature of the jewels. This delightful collection, both intricate and endearing, suggested that it might be intended for everyday use, prone to be misplaced or damaged, hence the abundance. Nan Zhi smiled at Yi Yinshan, her pearly white teeth contrasting against her rosy gums, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Daddy." Wan Yinyan's treasures consisted of an array of adorable flowers, including various 4-leaf clovers. All quite lovely. Yet, when juxtaposed with Nan Zhi's vibrant assortment, they appeared somewhat monotonous. Despite presenting a colorful spectacle, they lacked the enchanting qualities that children cherish, rendering them less appealing than Nan Zhi's lively collection. Observing the contents of Nan Zhi's box and then glancing at her own, Wan Yinyan innocently remarked, "Sisters is more beautiful." The moment her words escaped her lips, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, particularly for the adult Wan Minglin, who had just bestowed a gift that was now deemed unattractive in front of others. Clutching her own box, Wan Yinyan approached Nan Zhi, asking, "Sister, may I trade with you?" Nan Zhi tilted her head, realizing that the current situation mirrored a tale she once knew. Wan Yinyan had a penchant for swapping belongings with her, yet Shirley too held a similar affection. Nan Zhi candidly declared, "No, I also like it, so I want exchange." "Yinyan, such behavior is quite impolite." Wan Minglin hurriedly admonished her daughter, feeling an uncomfortable sweat trickling down her back, her discomfort palpable. Wan Yinyan, somewhat perplexed, remained silent, her small face adorned with disappointment and sorrow, tears shimmering in her eyes, rendering her both pitiable and endearing. She was sensible yet refrained from causing a scene. Cough. Yi Yinshan interjected, prompting Nan Zhi to turn to her father and inquire, "Father, do you wish for me to exchange with Sister Yin? If you want me to, I shall." Yi Yinshan found himself at a loss for words regarding the exchange. He met his daughter's clear, slightly disheartened gaze, recalling their previous conversation at the school gate. Here stood the daughter of an unwed acquaintance and his own daughter. Most would instinctively prioritize their own child, seeking to secure what was uncertain. However, Yi Yinshan rubbed his temples and addressed one Yin Yin. "Yin Yin, I'm unsure of your preferences. Do let me know what you like, and I shall bring you something you desire next time." Wan Minglin was drenched in sweat, grappling with an indescribable feeling. Her heart a tumult of emotions, embarrassment intertwined with an unsettling thought. If there truly were a future with Yi Yinshan, would he treat Yin Yin fairly? Observing her daughter stifling her tears, Wan Minglin was engulfed by self-reproach. "Sister, this is for you. Do not cry." Wan Error gently placed the box into her sister's embrace, offering solace to her dejected sibling. Yi Yinshan and his daughter stood nearby, appearing as mere spectators in a somber display of gift-giving, a gesture fraught with melancholy. It was indeed a laborious endeavor, one that invited grievances rather than gratitude. Nan Zhi clutched the box tightly. She would never relinquish her belongings to another. This was the nature of Sherry, who, after being compelled by her father to exchange gifts with Wan Yin, found herself perpetually swapping gifts with her. She glanced at her father, recalling the words of her system brother, and leaned closer to whisper into his ear, her voice delicate yet reminiscent of a devil's murmur. "Father, you are a lapdog. A lapdog, until there is nothing left." "Yi Yinshan, what on earth have you learned in kindergarten?" He was utterly taken aback, but it was what the system brother said. Nan Zhi replied, her expression one of innocence and confusion. "Father, what does lapdog mean?" "Yi Yinshan, it is not a term of endearment. Do not use it carelessly." Described by his daughter as a servile lapdog, Yi Yinshan felt a surge of discontent. Yet he could not chastise her. He merely observed in silence the scene of maternal affection unfolding before him. Wan Minglin, noticing Yi Yinshan's indifference, felt a pang of injustice in her heart. She was acutely aware of the reasons behind her special treatment, yet she harbored a sense of resistance. Her dreams were haunted by the visions of that enchanting night, the voice of that man, and his imposing figure, fierce yet imbued with an indescribable tenderness. However, when her daughter yearned for something for the first time, it was something unattainable. Yi Shueli possessed an abundance of treasures, not out of want, but merely to barter with her. She felt a twinge of annoyance, pondering whether it was unwise to consider her relationship with Mr. Yi, who seemed to favor his own daughter, unable to treat them equally. She wished to spare her daughter any grievance. "Mr. Yi, I would like to take Yin Yin to rest for a while and comfort her," Wan Minglin stated somewhat coldly. Yi Yinshan nodded, sensing Wan Minglin's emotions. One who navigates the treacherous waters of commerce is well aware of the source of her dissatisfaction. A hint of amusement flickered in Yi Yinshan's heart. She was reluctant to engage in a relationship beyond professional bounds, yet at this moment, she chastised him for his perceived bias. "If you were to marry me, equality would be assured. But we are not married yet. Must he exchange his daughter's belongings for a modicum of gratitude from her?" His tone remained courteous yet distant, articulated with refinement. "Please rest well. I acknowledge my misstep. I was unaware of her preferences. I regret that my gift has displeased everyone, and I assure you it will not happen again." "What does not happen again mean?" She mused. Was it a promise to refrain from gifting her daughter anything she would not like, or a vow to cease all gifts entirely? "Dad, you've upset her," Nan Zhi remarked, observing the unfolding drama with a shake of her head and a sigh. Yi Yinshan turned to his daughter, inquiring, "Do you not like them?" Nan Zhi shook her head. "I do not. I wish for you to find another aunt. You give them gifts, yet they have not reciprocated, and they even seek to take my things." As Wan Minglin descended the stairs, she overheard the childish remarks at the corner, involuntarily clutching her skirt, her complexion oscillating between crimson and pallid, as anger and self-pity surged within her. She had not yet consented to any intimate relationship with Yi Yinshan when she found herself facing disdain, her self-esteem bruised. The ire she felt surged directly toward Yi Yinshan. She would not conform to his expectations, nor would she allow him any advantage. "Is your affection truly so shallow?" Gifts were bestowed upon Yi Shueli, who desired for nothing and received everything, yet she lacked the financial means to offer her lavish presents. Even if she did, such gifts would likely be met with the disdain of that spoiled little girl. Chapter 45. The unfortunate father ate the words of his daughter, left Yi Yinshan momentarily speechless. In the innocent, unblemished heart of a child, everything was viewed through the lens of equality. You offer me a gift, I shall return the favor. Yi Yinshan instinctively sought to defend Wan Minglin, saying, Your Aunt Wan is currently facing some difficulties. Once she recovers, she will surely gift you something. Upon hearing this, Wan Minglin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unable to remain composed. She grit her teeth, thinking, Is it just a matter of gifts? Nan Zhi nonchalantly responded with an "oh," clearly unconvinced, for in the tales she had heard, Aunt Wan had never presented Sister Xueli with anything. Rather, it was always her belongings that were taken away. Yi Yinshan further clarified, It's not about taking your things, it's a matter of exchanging. Nan Zhi tilted her head, her expression adorably naive, her large eyes round like those of a cat. So endearing that one could not help but want to pinch her cheeks. If someone takes away something you cherish and replaces it with something you do not like, would you feel happy? Yi Yinshan found himself at a loss, realizing that the sentiment was indeed quite similar. Nan Zhi placed her hands on her hips and addressed her father. If someone snatches something you love and tosses you something you dislike, would you be pleased? Yi Yinshan was engulfed in a wave of indignation, his heart exclaiming in disbelief at the affront he had just experienced. How dare they take away his possessions and then condescendingly cast aside items of little value to him? The very notion of an exchange, when one party is unwilling, transforms into a manifestation of disdain and arrogance. It was not an act of mere acquisition. It was a contemptuous swap, as if to say, You have something to offer too. A pang of guilt pierced Yi Yinshan's heart as he inhaled deeply, glancing at his daughter. The remorse was palpable. He had nearly compelled her to acquiesce to this indignity, to placate the situation at the cost of her dignity. It was he who sought a partner, he who was enamored. The burden of suffering should rest solely upon his shoulders. He cradled his daughter in his arms, gently patting her back, vowing, from now on, Father shall never act in such a manner. Before Nan Zhi could utter a word, her body instinctively responded, seeking solace in her father's embrace as she wept uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by a torrent of grievances that surged forth, utterly unrestrained, Nan Zhi felt as if she had lost control of her own body, rendered incapable of anything but tears. Don't cry, don't cry. Yi Yinshan fumbled to console his heartbroken daughter, fearing that such anguish could shatter her spirit. Wan Minglin observed the tender tableau of father and daughter, a sigh escaping her lips. They were a true family. Perhaps it was time to consider relocating from this place. Yi Xueli clearly disapproved of them, concerned that her two children might suffer undue hardship. Though the surroundings were ostentatious, they paled in comparison to the weight of their distress. Nan Zhi sobbed, hiccuping and gasping for breath, until exhaustion finally claimed her, and she slipped into a deep slumber. Yi Yinshan was concerned about his daughter's fever at night, so he kept vigil, unable to fall into a deep slumber. When he rose to drink water in the dead of night, he encountered Wan Minglin, who had just exited her room. Mr. Yi. Wan Minglin greeted him, her voice laced with concern. I heard Shirley crying. Is everything all right? Yi Yinshan's gaze appraised Wan Minglin's face, surprised to find an unexpected softness in her expression. After a moment, he replied, She's fine. It's nothing serious. She cried and then fell asleep. Mr. Yi, I apologize, Wan Minglin said as she poured water. I am sorry on behalf of Yan Yan for Shirley's outburst. Yi Yinshan was taken aback. He had assumed that Wan Minglin, feeling embarrassed earlier, would choose to leave. Yet, it appeared she had no intention of departing now. Wan Minglin lowered her head to drink, avoiding Yi Yinshan's scrutiny, feeling a sense of helplessness within herself. Children's emotions come and go swiftly. One moment, they are gleefully donning items atop their heads. The next, they are placing them on their mother's head. Wan Minglin mused that perhaps giving both children similar items would prevent disputes. Mommy, I really like it here. I love it here, she heard her son say. Do you like it here? Wan Minglin inquired. Hesitated. Here he could use the computer, the tablet, and enjoy the cinema room, surrounded by an abundance of digital products. Mommy, I like the computer, he finally responded. Wan Minglin recalled how her son often lingered outside internet cafes, and with a sigh, she said, Let us stay, but do not quarrel with Shirley. She is the daughter of your Uncle Yi, and we are guests in someone else's home. Wan furrowed her brows, her resolute expression tinged with indignation. Clenching her small fists, she finally nodded, acknowledging her mother's words. I will be accommodating and protect my sister. A good child, Wan Minglin murmured as she embraced her son. With a quiet sigh of relief, Wan Minglin noticed that Yi Yinshan seemed to recall something. He produced a box and said, "This is for you. I forgot amidst the commotion regarding the children. Please accept it." Though they were not yet married, she was already experiencing the complexities of a blended family, and balancing the relationships between biological and stepchildren was more than enough to cause headaches. Indeed, being a couple in their situation was quite challenging. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Wan Minglin replied as she reached for the box. However, she noticed Yi Yinshan's demeanor was rather indifferent, almost casual. After presenting the gift, he simply ascended the stairs without inquiring whether she liked it. This left her with a sense of melancholy, while she wished for him to treat her with normalcy. His nonchalance made her feel uneasy, even a bit anxious. Their lives, along with the children, had finally taken a turn for the better. Suddenly, chaos erupted. There were intrusions and inappropriate actions occurring around her, with both children lying motionless in a pool of blood. Gasping for breath, Wan Minglin awoke in a cold sweat. Feeling utterly drained, realizing the time was late, she hurriedly prepared herself and the children before rushing downstairs for breakfast. The Yi father and son were already seated at the table, and Wan Minglin felt embarrassed, openly admitting her tardiness. It was shameful to linger in someone else's home. "It's still early, no need to rush," they reassured her. Yi Yinshan spoke gently. "By the way, I am headed to Shire School today. Please allow the driver to take you to the company. There is no need for you to accompany me." Wan Minglin repeatedly insisted, "There is no need to trouble yourself. I can take the bus to the company." Yi Yinshan wiped his mouth and continued in his gentle tone. "If taking the bus makes you feel comfortable, then by all means, do so." She was torn between acceptance and hesitation. Wan Minglin felt flustered, sensing a subtle change in Yi Yinshan. Chapter 46. The Unfortunate Father-Dad. "Why are we going to school? Is the teacher looking for you? Did I do something wrong?" Nan Zhi inquired, puzzled, while seated in the car. "I've been very well behaved. What is in there?" He pointed to his daughter's small backpack. Nan Zhi was taken aback, opening the bag to reveal it filled with paper notes. "I intended to tell you, but I forgot after crying yesterday." Yi Yinshan asked, "Whom is this money for?" "Let me guess. Could it be your good friend Jack?" "Oh, Dad, you are so clever," Nan Zhi exclaimed joyfully. "We made plans today, blah 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 then." Looking at her father with wide eyes, she pleaded, "Dad, you will support us, right? Jack is in a terrible situation. He might get beaten to death." Nan Zhi's expression turned anxious as she scratched her head with both hands, pondering deeply. "Think it over carefully," Yi Yinshan encouraged, watching her in affectionate silence. His heart warmed by her kindness. "You won't object, will you?" Nan Zhi inquired, while Sherry observed Jack's sorrowful existence. Eventually, she too became an orphan, yearning for someone to rescue her. She pondered that Jack must have felt similarly during that time. It was Sherry's heartfelt desire to assist Jack. Nan Zhi resolved to aid Sherry in her endeavor to help Jack. Presently, Yi Yinshan felt that while summoning deities was easy, sending them away proved to be a daunting task. With the gathering of many, one could scarcely fathom the ensuing chaos. It was also essential to indulge a child's dream of heroism. Suddenly, Nan Zhi dove into her father's embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy, you are wonderful. Sherry loves you so much." Ahem. Yi Yinshan coughed as his daughter collided with him, noticing her wriggling in his arms. "All right, your hair is a mess now." Upon arriving at school, Nan Zhi waited by the iron fence for Jack. After a brief moment, Jack appeared, one side of his face grotesquely swollen and marred with bruises. A shocking sight to behold. Upon seeing Nan Zhi, tears streamed down Jack's face. "Sherry, please help me. I want to take my mother away." Nan Zhi opened her backpack, revealing the money inside. "You were beaten by your father again. I have money. I've brought it for you." Jack's eyes sparkled with a sudden brilliance upon seeing the money. A glimmer of hope for survival. He reached out eagerly to grasp the bag. "Jack, it's my father, my father," Nan Zhi hastily interjected. "Father? Sherry's father? Discovered?" In that instant, Jack appeared as a dog stripped of its spirit, his fate's throat gripped, motionless and devoid of interest. Yi Yinshan raised an eyebrow, swaying slightly, causing his daughter to sway alongside him like a noodle. "Oh, you still know how to feel guilty, don't you?" "Daddy, use my money," Nan Zhi said in her sweet, innocent voice. Yi Yinshan, with an air of nonchalance, seized his daughter's small backpack and, with one hand grasping little Jack, departed. "Let go of me. Let go of me." Jack suddenly began to struggle fiercely, his demeanor ferocious yet pitifully weak, akin to a mere puppy devoid of any deterrent power, as he was unceremoniously tossed into the car. "You little rascal, you seemed so well behaved in front of my daughter. and now you dare to bite? Is this your way of eliciting my daughter's sympathy? Yi Yinshan extended his hand, pressing the clawing child firmly into the car seat, rendering him immobile. Jack, his face flushed from the effort, appeared even more frightening with one side swollen. Yi Yinshan frowned slightly, admonishing softly, "Be quiet." Jack paused, yet his struggles intensified. Yi Yinshan scoffed, "You little brat, are determined to provoke me. After years of self-discipline, you dare to disrupt my composure." The fierce aura surrounding Yi Yinshan momentarily stifled Jack's rebellious spirit, rendering him still. Once, Yi Yinshan had ventured abroad with his wife to carve out a successful career. His inherent resilience and tenacity were undeniable. He had faced numerous challenges, and without a touch of ruthlessness, he would not have thrived. Those were bygone days. Presently, he exuded a demeanor of gentle refinement. Yet, this little boy truly irked Yi Yinshan, stirring a sense of irritation within him. Concerned for Jack's well-being, Nan Zhi spent the entire day at school in a state of lethargy, devoid of energy. Her gentle teacher inquired several times about her well-being. However, upon the school day's conclusion, Nan Zhi sprang to life, her little legs propelling her eagerly towards the exit. "Daddy, Daddy," she exclaimed, arms outstretched as she raced towards her father, who embraced her warmly. Once in the car, Nan Zhi diligently began to massage her father's legs, asking, "Are you tired, Daddy? Let me help." Yi Yinshan reveled in his daughter's attentiveness, remaining silent as he awaited the moment when she could no longer contain her curiosity. "Father, has Jack and his mother left?" Nan Zhi could not help but inquire. "Yes," Yi Yinshan replied. "I arranged for my secretary to escort them. They are said to be leaving with distant relatives to reside elsewhere." "And what about Jack's father?" Nan Zhi pressed further. "Men who resort to villainy are often deterred by those who are more ruthless than themselves," Yi Yinshan remarked. "Those who prey upon the weak are the most cowardly, striking only at women and children, and when confronted by a stronger force, they willingly sacrifice their own kin." However, such sentiments were not words Yi Yinshan would share with his daughter. "Father, you are wonderful. I could never have thought of that," Nan Zhi exclaimed, embracing him with genuine joy and a sense of accomplishment. "Flattery will get you nowhere," Yi Yinshan replied, though he savored the closeness of his daughter. "But your funds have run dry." "That's all right. I will save more," Nan Zhi replied, unfazed. "Ah, but the money you save comes from me," Yi Yinshan countered. "Uncle Yi, where is my mother?" Wan Error asked, accompanied by her younger sister as they awaited their mother's return from work. Glancing around, they found no sign of her, and concern flickered in their eyes, tinged with a hint of wariness as they regarded Yi Yinshan. Yi Yinshan observed Wan Error and noted a striking resemblance between him and Jack. Both appeared like vigilant yet powerless puppies, raised in an unfavorable environment devoid of security, remaining suspicious of all but their family. Such children, he feared, would struggle to thrive. Chapter 47. The Great Misunderstood Father. Some individuals possess such a limited emotional capacity that when others extend their generosity, they interpret it as contempt, perceiving themselves as recipients of pity. This self-reproach for their perceived inadequacies transforms into resentment towards the giver. As a businessman, Yi Yinshan has invested in numerous individuals, yet he meticulously selects those worthy of his investment, aiming to thrive together. However, some individuals shockingly misconstrue assistance and generosity as malice. Perhaps they are perpetually plagued by the belief that they are being patronized, unable to endure such sensitivity, their fragile hearts concocting myriad thoughts, feeling that their incompetence renders them beggars. They harbor a grudge against those who extend a helping hand, embodying the proverbial white-eyed wolf. Yi Yinshan observed Wan Error, adorned in suspenders, immaculate and poised, resembling a child from an affluent family, a stark contrast to her former self. Wan Error exhibited some resistance to Yi Yinshan's affectionate touch, yet, as if recalling something, she steeled herself, allowing him to caress her, relishing the warmth of his broad palm upon her head. A flicker of discomfort crossed her features as she watched Uncle Yi carry Yi Xueli upstairs. Is this the essence of fatherhood? It feels distinct from the bond with her mother. Nan Zhi scratched her head, perplexed. "I need to call Jack." "Father, could you step outside for a moment?" Yi Yinshan replied. "What is there that I cannot hear? Why purchase a smartwatch for that boy? And why inform my daughter of their contact details?" As soon as Yi Yinshan departed, Nan Zhi turned to the system, inquiring, "Brother, what does father mean? Is he treating them well because he wishes to marry Aunt Wan? This is nature, unassuming in its essence. Why is there such kindness towards them? Throughout the ages, great sages of humanity have pursued such a transcendent state. Wealth cannot corrupt. Poverty cannot displace, and power cannot subdue. Which of these do you believe is the most challenging to attain? Nan Zhi, I don't understand. Nan Zhi ponders, perhaps it is power. The system chuckled softly, its voice as soothing and refined as a gentle stream, evoking a sense of tranquility. No, it is wealth. Nan Zhi, perplexed, inquired, why is that? The system patiently elucidated. In times of poverty, one contends with deprivation and injustices, even enduring physical torment and destruction. Yet, the presence of ideals and aspirations allows individuals to endure suffering, all for the sake of their dreams. In contrast, wealth is inherently beautiful. Its allure envelopes every pore and cell, instilling joy and contentment, leaving no adversary to resist. Humanity cannot oppose beauty and happiness. Such splendor subtly alters one's disposition. The anguish arises only when one faces the prospect of losing it. Yiyanshan is indeed a favorable place. Yet it overlooks one crucial detail. The Yi family is a bastion of wealth, but the Hua family is equally affluent, perhaps even more so, enriched by love, familial bonds, and emotional connections. Transitioning from one affluent household to another does not incite hesitation to abandon the former. Well, Nan Zhi listened, momentarily stunned. Her expression a mix of confusion and admiration. Brother, you are remarkable. You possess such profound knowledge. The system assigned a task. I have shared so much. What does it all signify? Nan Zhi gasped, her expression contorting as she began to tug at her hair, pondering for a considerable time. Is it because father treats them well that they find it hard to part? The system offered a slight smile, affirming her thought. Nan Zhi scoffed, remarking how foolish her father was for not even inquiring about who their father was. Wan Minglin gazed at her with a gentle smile, presenting a gift bag. Surely, this is a present for you, she said. Nan Zhi was taken aback. A gift? A present from Aunt Wan. How astonishing. Thank you, Aunt Wan, she exclaimed, her demeanor exuding a sense of entitlement as she accepted the gift with composure, opening it to reveal its contents. Yiyanshan glanced over, spotting a butterfly hairpin, exquisitely crafted and lifelike, complete with delicate, animated antennae, adorned in vibrant, shimmering colors and embellished with fine rhinestones. It's beautiful. Thank you. I truly adore it, Nan Zhi expressed sincerely to Wan Minglin. The latter felt a surge of joy upon observing that she did not reject or disdain the gift, though a tinge of disappointment and discomfort lingered within her. Logically, it would seem that Yishueli would harbor a dislike or aversion towards her. Why then did she accept it so calmly, showing no signs of resentment? Yin glanced at the contents of her own box, then at Sister Shirley's, saying nothing and not demanding a swap. She thought the white, sparkling swan headband was more attractive than the butterfly hairpin. This exchange of gifts transpired quietly, devoid of any commotion. Yiyanshan chuckled, remarking, it seems that preparing gifts is something you should undertake, unlike me, a straightforward man when it comes to gifting. Wan Minglin smiled, though her heart was far from joyous. In truth, she sensed that Yishueli expressed her gratitude for the gift out of mere politeness, as if acknowledging a gift necessitated a thankful response, devoid of disdain. It was pure, untainted by comparison or competition, where the value of the gift held no significance. This was a child, she thought, glancing at Yishueli, who was merely a year older than Wan Yinyin, yet appeared to have been born into affluence, exuding grace and composure. In stark contrast, her own daughter, upon receiving a gift, made the atmosphere rather awkward with her outbursts. An inexplicable feeling of defeat washed over Wan Minglin, as if she had lost a round in the presence of Yiyanshan. If only Yishueli had scoffed and created a scene, perhaps then Mr. Yi might have felt a twinge of guilt, and she could have gracefully forgiven him. Wan Error observed her mother and then glanced at Uncle Yiyanshan, acutely aware that something had shifted in the air. Noticing Wan Error's gaze upon him, Yiyanshan offered a polite smile and served him some dishes, encouraging him to eat heartily for nourishment. To be fair, Yiyanshan was a good man, seemingly capable of being a good father as well. Chapter 48. The misunderstood father. Nan Zhi looked across the table at her mother, then at her foolish father who was serving Wan Error, still trying to be kind to them. Suddenly, Nan Zhi turned to Wan Minglin and remarked, Aunt Wan, you are truly beautiful and such a lovely person. Wan Minglin was taken aback, surprised that Yishueli would compliment her, as she had assumed the girl would reject her. What had changed? A smile formed on Wan Minglin's face, although a hint of wariness lingered within her. Thank you, Yishueli. You are also quite lovely and charming. At first, Nan Zhi smiled and praised the other person, then delivered a thunderous statement. Aunt Wan, I wish for you to become my mother. Following this proclamation, she introduced herself in a tender, sweet voice. My name is Yu Xueli, my father is Yi Yinshan, and my mother has passed away. Yi Yinshan, taken aback, thought to himself, indeed, she is my own daughter, but it is far too soon for such a declaration. Such words may only frighten her. Wan Menglin's expression froze, filled with discomfort and a desire to refuse, yet burdened by numerous concerns. Wan Area reacted more strongly, expressing his disapproval. I do not agree. Nan Zhi gazed at him in confusion, asking, why not? I have no mother, and you have no father. In the future, I will have a mother, and you will have a father. Almost reflexively, Wan Area retorted, I have my own father. Nan Zhi instinctively inquired, then where is your father? Wan Area was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain about who his father was or where he might be. He turned to his mother with a pitiful expression, tears glistening in his eyes, causing Wan Menglin's heart to ache profoundly. She felt a wave of guilt, realizing that she had been unfair to her child. Her son, so understanding, never inquired about his father, yet he had always harbored thoughts about him. She grappled with the dilemma of whether she should reveal the truth to her son. The atmosphere at the dining table grew tense and awkward as Yi Yinshan observed the silent exchange between mother and son, wishing to interject and steer the conversation away from this topic. However, upon reflection, he understood the complexities of the situation involving the potential rival for affection. He inquired about the circumstances surrounding Error and Yan's father, reasoning that he should be responsible for providing child support and should not impose such hardships upon you. Yi Yinshan furrowed his brow. A pair of twins, both entrusted to the mother. Did the father truly show no concern for his children? Given Wan Menglin's financial situation, it was indeed quite challenging to support two children. Upon reflection, there were numerous inconsistencies in this matter. Nan Zhi glanced at her father, her expression one of relief, finally realizing that understanding one's partner is essential in marriage. Father is truly Navi. I am quite worried. Wan Menglin remained silent, her head bowed, enveloped in sorrow and embarrassment, unwilling to prolong the conversation. Wan Era quickly reassured her, Mom, I won't ask about Dad anymore. Seeing this, Yi Yinshan conceded, all right. Let's not discuss it further. Let's eat. Nan Zhi, bewildered, thought, is that all? And subsequently made a phone call. Would you like to know about your father? Wan Menglin felt that this matter could no longer remain concealed. The children were growing up, and they had the right to know about their father. I want to know. Mom, Wan Era responded with the greatest enthusiasm, while Wan Yin, somewhat confused, echoed her brother's sentiments. Mom, I want to know too. Thus, Wan Menglin began recounting how she met the man, how she became pregnant, and how her stepmother had pressured her to terminate the pregnancy, leading her to escape abroad. Wan Menglin could hardly suppress her embarrassment. Her face flushed as she described the indescribable allure and dreamlike quality of those moments. Wan Era tightened his brow. His father was unknown, and his mother had conceived him in a fleeting encounter with a man. Yet, at least he had gleaned some information about his father, which he could investigate further in due course. Every time he gazed into the mirror, he felt that his father must have been a remarkable man. Wan Menglin had lulled the child to sleep and thought it necessary to explain the situation to Mr. Yi. She found Yi Yinshan, but her explanation diverged somewhat from what she had told the child. Wan Menglin expressed that her relationship with her lover was fraught with difficulties. He was a despicable person, and it was only upon their separation that she discovered she was pregnant. Yi Yinshan contemplated numerous possibilities but never imagined that Wan Menglin was an unwed mother. He observed her pure, unadorned face, radiating youthful vitality, and after a prolonged silence, he remarked, he is a contemptible man. And you still intend to bring the child into this world? Is this an act of greatness or a sign of confusion? From a pragmatic perspective, raising children, particularly as a mother of two, would render the prospect of marriage increasingly challenging, for men are inherently practical, weighing the pros and cons. How many men are willing to support another's offspring? The thought of a woman single-handedly raising two children is, in itself, suffocating. Upon noticing the hint of shock in Yi Yinshan's expression, an overwhelming sense of silent embarrassment and shame washed over Wan Menglin, making her feel as though she had lost face before him. Would Yi Yinshan deem her an unsuitable woman? Even though Wan Menglin had persistently evaded Yi Yinshan's affections, feeling embarrassed in front of someone who held a secret admiration for her and failing to maintain her image, stirred discomfort within her. She fidgeted and said, but the child is innocent. Although there will never be a future for me with him, The child is mine. I must raise them well, to love them, including the love of their father. Yi Yinshan fell silent, feeling at a loss for words. Then focus on your work and ensure you can provide for them, he finally replied. Yi Yinshan could only express his thoughts in silence. Mr. Yi, I am profoundly grateful for your care and assistance during my most challenging times. I will forever hold this in my heart with deep appreciation. Wan Minglin bowed, filled with immense gratitude. In my heart, you are my dearest friend. Friends indeed? Good friends? Yi Yinshan raised an eyebrow at Wan Minglin, who was earnestly expressing her thanks, and gave a noncommittal hum. After she departed, he picked up the phone, contemplating the cancellation of the investigation into Wan Minglin. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to proceed with the cancellation. Everyone has their own past. Let it be. Perhaps. In the unfolding narrative, Yi Yinshan awaited Wan Minglin to elucidate her feelings, hoping she would willingly open her heart to him. Yet now, he found the situation rather uninteresting. Yi Yinshan entered his daughter's bedroom, which lay in darkness, enveloped in silence. The child was asleep. He stood at the threshold, realizing that his daughter was remarkably understanding, showing no inclination to hinder his remarriage. Initially, he had anticipated being torn between two worlds, feeling quite distressed. Yet it turned out that he was the one burdened with anxiety. If he were truly to marry Wan Minglin, what awkward predicament would his own child face? Wan Minglin believed he was being unfair. Did she not also have an inclination towards her own child? Chapter 49. The Great Injustice of Fatherhood. 12. There was another matter that weighed on Yi Yinshan's mind. Wan Minglin repeatedly declared her former partner to be a wretched individual. Yet she exhibited great affection and cherishment towards the child of that very wretch. There was no indication that the harm inflicted by the wretched man had been transferred onto the child. It is not to say that children should bear the burdens of their predecessors' grievances. Rather, when life becomes arduous, it is inevitable to harbor resentment and regret for actions taken, leading to feelings of anger and aversion towards their outcomes. Leaning against the doorframe, Yi Yinshan wore a serious expression and finally sighed. How hasty, how hasty. The following morning, during breakfast, Wan Error occasionally glanced at Yi Yinshan, who, upon noticing, chose to ignore the attention and merely focused on his meal. Wan Error, feeling overlooked and uncomfortable in this neglect, understood that Uncle Yi had an affection for his mother and treated them kindly because of her. Now, having been disregarded, a thought flickered in Wan Error's mind. I want to let my mother pay attention to you. Those who are favored often feel emboldened. Even a child may wield emotional threats and manipulation. If you do not please me, I shall prevent my mother from being kind to you. Although he had never truly consented to this feeling, the discontent lingered. Such is the nature of humanity. Conversely, Wan Minglin detected her son's absent-mindedness and inquired, "What is the matter?" Wan Error glanced at his mother and replied, "Mother, I wish to attend school." He desired knowledge. Despite his innate interest in computers, there were many things he needed to learn, as he could not recognize numerous characters. Studying is indeed beneficial, Wan Minglin remarked. However, she realized that to gain admission to a good school, she would need to seek Mr. Ye's assistance, a prospect that left her at a loss for words. Most importantly, Mr. Yi had not spoken a word. Wan Minglin felt an acute sense of embarrassment, her gaze drifting toward Yi Yinshan, who appeared lost in thought and utterly oblivious to the happenings at the table. Nan Zhi scooped rice with a spoon, her expression tinged with surprise. She glanced at Wan Minglin and the aggrieved Wan Error, then looked at her father. In the stories, whenever they faced difficulties, their father was always eager to assist them. Even when they declined his help, they accepted his kindness with gratitude, yet they would never agree to marry him. Sister Sherry felt an intense anger, frustrated that her father treated them so well, believing they were usurping his affection. To her astonishment, their father did not respond immediately. A surge of hope welled up within Nan Zhi. Perhaps he had become more composed, unlike in the stories where he appeared excessively subservient. Nan Zhi etched the word subservient deeply into her heart. "Mom, I want to study alongside my brother," Wan Yinyin asserted. "I don't want to be away from him." She spent more time with her brother than with her mother, fostering a closer bond with him. "How about this? You can take a few days off to explore educational opportunities with the children. Experiencing different learning environments is crucial for their development," Yi Yinshan suggested earnestly to Wan Minglin. Wan Minglin's eyes widened in disbelief, shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed at Yi Yinshan, feeling both incredulous and somewhat disappointed. Deep down, she had hoped for Mr. Ye's assistance, yet she struggled to articulate her desire. It felt as though speaking out would incur a debt, and what if Mr. He later made requests she could not refuse. He offered a few encouraging words, but did not mention providing help. He didn't even ask his secretary to assist in gathering quality kindergarten information for Wan Minglin, leaving her to painstakingly search for the details herself, a task that proved to be quite exhausting. Wan Minglin found herself momentarily lost and bewildered. Although it was merely a matter of her child's education, the absence of support left her feeling anxious. She glanced at Nan Zhi, who was eating, and hesitantly remarked, "I believe Sherry's school is quite good." Nan Zhi nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is excellent. The teachers are wonderful and gentle." She turned to the two children and asked, "Would you like to join Sherry, dear?" Wan Error hesitated for a moment, reluctant to burden her mother, and finally nodded, "I would." Yi Yinshan, holding a cup of coffee, paused and remarked indifferently that school is indeed good, but it costs 20,000 yuan each month. 20,000? Wan Minglin was taken aback. Her monthly salary did not even amount to that, especially with two children enrolling. Where could she possibly find such funds for their education? A wave of shame surged within her as she looked at Yi Yinshan. She opened her mouth, thoughts of her children racing through her mind, and took a deep breath, saying, "Mr. Yi, may I borrow some money from you?" She hurriedly added, "I will work diligently to repay you." Yi Yinshan sighed and earnestly explained to Wan Minglin, "That 20,000 is merely the tuition. There are many additional fees. By the end of the month, the cost for one child approaches 40,000 yuan. The pressure would be immense, and your children are not yet of school age. Perhaps it would be wise to wait." "Daddy, Aunt Wan is upset," Nan Zhi remarked, "because you won't lend her money." Wan Minglin lacked the courage to confront her own situation, unable to comprehend the circumstances. Nor did she possess the strength or means to resolve her troubles. Perhaps the greatest bravery she had ever mustered in her life was simply in bringing these two children into the world. Yi Yinshan comprehended the meaning behind Wan Minglin's intentions. He believed that it should be offered voluntarily, thus leaving no debts between them, as it would be a gesture of his own accord. How utterly superficial. Such shallowness indeed. Yi Yinshan perceived that Wan Minglin, in her youth and inexperience, was overly ambitious, seeking to claim both face and substance, a manifestation of her greed. When seeking assistance, one should adopt a humble demeanor. No one is inherently indebted to another. Gaining love is merely for one's own amusement, and possessing a partner should ultimately bring happiness to oneself. Yi Yinshan was not ignorant of human emotions. Yet he exhibited considerable patience towards those he cherished, showing warmth and understanding. However, what if the sensory experience faltered? Nan Zhi tilted her head and joyfully inquired of the system, "Brother, does Daddy no longer favor Aunt Wan? In the story, why does Daddy seem so enamored with Aunt Wan?" The system paused momentarily. Perhaps it is due to the original character, Yi Xueli, being a little troublemaker. Nan Zhi expressed her confusion. "Why because of Sister Xueli?" The system replied, "You ponder." Nan Zhi remarked, "I am but a child. Why must I contemplate such complex matters? I do not understand." Chapter 50. The great misunderstood father. Nan Zhi felt that the system had transformed into a stern teacher, consistently prompting her to reflect on numerous issues. Her mind was in a muddled state. The system sighed. "I have previously mentioned that one must look beyond the surface, delving into the essence of matters and understanding the intrinsic contradictions, rather than being swayed by external conflicts." Yi Yinshan may possess a quarter of an inclination to marry Wan Minglin, yet Yi Xueli harbored animosity and insecurity towards the arrival of the third woman. In a certain light, Yi Yinshan had, to some extent, overlooked his daughter. She regards her daughter as family, willing to endure minor grievances, while Wan Minglin and her companions are merely guests, deserving of hospitality. This increasingly leads to conflicts with them, compelling Yi Yinshan to mitigate Yi Xueli's actions and to make amends to Wan Minglin and her companions. The more time, energy, and resources Yi Yinshan expends on them, the greater the sunk costs, making it increasingly difficult to let go. Nan Zhi sighed, resolving not to engage in disputes with them, for they were guests, and politeness was paramount. System, correct. Without your external conflict, their core contradictions will become starkly apparent. May I inquire what their fundamental issue is? Here it comes again. Nan Zhi thought, her heart heavy, her face contorted in a frown, exuding an air of deep sorrow. The system patiently awaited her response. While Nan Zhi's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, her head shaking slowly as if lost in thought. Is it that Daddy favors Aunt Wan, yet Aunt Wan does not reciprocate his feelings? System, precisely. In truth, the system was slightly taken aback, for it had not anticipated the child's intellect. Her perspective was refreshingly clear, perhaps due to the overly complex nature of adult thoughts that were easily muddled by external influences. Nan Zhi continued to inquire, what is meant by sunk cost? System, imagine you wish to climb a mountain to witness the sunrise. You rise early, preparing to capture the stunning landscape. However, the climb proves arduous, and halfway up, exhaustion sets in. Would you descend or continue your ascent? Nan Zhi, entangled once more, became a bun of confusion, deeply embedding this term within her heart. I chose to remain seated and rest. System, mother, may I refrain from studying? Wan Er, ever empathetic, spoke to her irate mother, urging her to calm down. In truth, Wan Er was somewhat oblivious to the reason behind her mother's anger, only aware that her studies seemed to distress her. It was Wan Minglin who, gazing at her obedient son, embraced him tightly, unable to suppress her tears. Her grievances surging like a tide. She felt wronged for enduring the hardships of childbirth, but even more so. Yi Yinshan's rejection made Wan Minglin acutely aware that relying solely on herself could never afford her child a better life. She possessed a gift for design, yet within the company, she was merely an errand girl, unable to showcase her value. When she confided in Yi Yinshan, he dismissed it as a form of training. Meanwhile, Wan Minglin yearned to swiftly pursue her passions. Having nearly exhausted her savings, she purchased a gift for Yi Shueli, who accepted it with genuine thanks but offered nothing in return. This left Wan Minglin feeling as though her gift had been given in vain, her money wasted. Given Yi Shueli's haughty demeanor, such calm acceptance of an unwanted gift was unexpected. Wan Minglin felt restless. Must she truly acquiesce to being with Yi Yinshan? Unwillingness gnawed at her, though she herself could not articulate what she was reluctant about. Mr. Yi was, without a doubt, the finest man she had encountered since her departure abroad, possessing the best qualities and conditions across the board. Allow them to reside in a grand abode, with the finest provisions for their sustenance and attire. Unlike in the past, where her workplace was fraught with lecherous individuals, and some would gaze upon her beauty with condescension, proclaiming their desire to marry her while insisting on sending the child to an orphanage. What audacity! Mr. Yi bestowed upon her the respect she deserved. He was a gentleman of refined elegance and a genuinely good man. Perhaps it was precisely his goodness and lack of coercion that stirred in Wan Minglin a sense of greed, leading her to desire merely a friendship with Yi Yinshan. Mother, brother Wan Yinyin, feeling utterly lost, gazed at her brother and mother before succumbing to tears. Mother will surely allow you to attend school, Wan Minglin resolved. Yet, Wan Er's eyes seemed to lose their luster as she hesitantly added, Mother, there's no rush. Uncle Yi said it isn't tea time for school yet. Knock, knock. Knock. The sound of knocking interrupted the somber atmosphere within the room. Wan Minglin quickly wiped away her tears and opened the door, revealing Yi Yinshan, who cradled his daughter. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? She inquired, noticing the slight redness in Wan Minglin's eyes and the tip of her nose. Yi Yinshan replied with calmness, Today is the weekend. I intend to take Shirley to the amusement park. You should accompany us with the 2 children. You've been here for a few days and haven't had a chance to enjoy yourselves. Don't remain cooped up at home. All right, Wan Minglin consented, realizing she had never taken the children to an amusement park before. The 5 of them set off to the amusement park, which was bustling with life, filled with both adults and children. Yi Yinshan guided the children through relatively calm and safe attractions. Even Wan who had been weighed down by sorrow, began to relax, her face illuminating with the innocent joy and happiness that befits a child. A group of 5, each possessing striking beauty and remarkable grace, appeared strikingly like a family, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Yi Yinshan was accustomed to such scrutiny, yet Wan Minglin found it unsettling. At this moment, she was not yet the renowned designer being interviewed by reporters. Instinctively, she edged closer to Yi Yinshan, appearing petite and endearing, causing his gaze to deepen. Wan observed Yi Shueli, perched on her father's shoulders, and an uncontainable envy flickered in his eyes. He had never known a father, never experienced the thrill of sitting upon his shoulders. Among the trio, he was the sole young man, burdened with the weight of supporting the family's emotions despite his tender age. Even though his mother was an adult, she often relied on Wan for solace. While his younger sister remained blissfully unaware, a child forced to mature, he gradually carved a path in the design world under Yi Yinshan's guidance, stabilizing their lives, which allowed him to finally exhibit the carefree spirit of childhood. Upon returning to his father's side, he became lively and clever, endearing himself to the Hua couple. who were immensely proud of their grandson's brilliance. Wan Er felt a pang of envy, and one could only imagine how the naive Wan Yin, unaware of social niceties, tugged at her mother's sleeve, pouting, "Mom, I want to ride a horse." In the amusement park, many children with fathers, while still young, often found themselves perched upon their fathers' necks, relishing the breathtaking perspective of overlooking the mountains. This, Wan Menglan paused, realizing her strength was insufficient for such a feat. Though she had intended to dismount after enough horse riding, upon hearing Wan Yinyan's words, she hesitated, silently observing her father's response. Chapter 51. The Misunderstood Father. Yinyan, dear, please don't make a fuss. Wan Menglan promptly addressed her daughter, feeling quite embarrassed to ask Yi Yinshan for assistance, especially with Yi Shueli perched upon his shoulder, clearly reluctant to relinquish her spot. "Mom," Wan Yinyan protested, her expression one of profound grievance. She struggled to comprehend why her mother would not permit her to ride on the horse, insisting instead that she behave. Tears welled up in Wan Yinyan's eyes, and as she began to cry, Wan Menglan hurriedly wiped her daughter's tears away, sweating profusely while coaxing her to calm down, particularly as the onlookers cast curious glances, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable. Yi Yinshan turned to his daughter and asked, "Shueli, would you mind letting your little sister ride the horse?" "Of course, Daddy. Just let me down for her," Shueli replied graciously, her demeanor satisfying to her father. Rather than immediately dismounting, she hurried to console Wan Yin. Furthermore, her system brother had advised her that adult matters were not for a child to meddle in, lest she compel her father to bow to Aunt Wan on her behalf. Yi Yinshan's heart melted at the sight of his adorable daughter. Indeed, she was far more charming than a child with tears and snot streaming down her face. "I apologize for the trouble, Mr. Yi," Wan Menglan said, her expression weary as she assisted her child onto his shoulder. Yi Yinshan simply replied, "It's quite normal for children. Er can join as well," he added, squatting down to speak to Wan Er. After a moment of hesitation, he sat on Yi Yinshan's shoulder, his expression one of contemplation. The siblings sat on either side as Yi Yinshan gradually stood up, exclaiming in awe. The sensation of being perched on an adult's shoulder was exhilarating, brimming with an indescribable sense of safety. "Father, is this what it feels like to have a father?" Wan Er had never felt such a profound yearning for her biological father. Wan Menglan extended her hand to steady the child, ensuring their safety, while a bittersweet pang filled her heart, realizing that it was her fault the child lacked paternal affection, seeking a fatherly connection through another man. Wan Menglan glanced at Yi Yinshan's profile, handsome and refined, feeling increasingly indebted to him, particularly regarding the child. She observed Yi Shueli rushing towards the cotton candy stall, captivated by the sugary treat, demonstrating no signs of distress. She was utterly charming, unlike Yin Yin, who was perpetually fussy. The stark contrast embarrassed the adults. How could that child be so indifferent? This was not how it should be. She ought to protest and demand her father's attention. Yet, her calm demeanor created a different kind of awkwardness. "Daddy, I want cotton candy," Nan Zhi declared to her father with remarkable generosity, suggesting everyone should have one. "All right," Yi Yinshan agreed, his voice gentle. This outing to the amusement park brought joy to everyone. Wan Er's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, her face alight with smiles. They resembled a family of 5, capturing numerous photographs together. After a long day of play, they felt fatigued, following dinner and a wash. They succumbed to deep slumber. Nan Zhi was sleepless, devoted to informing Wan Er and Wan Yan's father of his newfound son. She incessantly dialed his number, yet to no avail. The contact details left on the website had been exhausted, and no one believed her claims. Further attempts only led to disconnections. The system indicated that she had been blacklisted. Feeling unjustly treated, Nan Zhi racked her brain for a solution to notify Wan Er's father. In desperation, she called Jack, who answered promptly. "Jack, are you asleep?" she inquired. "No, Sherry, what's the matter?" Jack replied. "Nothing. I've just encountered a bit of trouble." "Don't worry, Sherry. You're so clever. I'm sure you'll figure it out," he comforted her. After acknowledging his words, she asked, "Are you doing well?" Jack's voice grew more robust as he responded, "Thank you, Sherry. Yes, I'm living with my mom and attending school. I feel very happy." "That's wonderful to hear," Nan Zhi exclaimed, delighted by Jack's transformation. It brought her joy to know that Sherry would be pleased as well. If Jack could change his circumstances, surely Sherry's situation could improve too. However, she pondered the fact that Aunt Wan was still not a prominent designer and would need several more years to thrive. Nan Zhi was reluctant. Over these years, Her father would expend considerable resources on them, treating Wan Er and Wan Yin as if they were his own children, and favoring Aunt Wan, a prospect she disliked. Nan Zhi mused that this money could be better spent on those truly in need. Investing it in them seemed unwarranted. Even at her young age, she felt the weight of this sentiment, sensing it was not justified. Money is but a trifling matter. What truly concerns Nan Zhi is the fear of her father trailing after them, potentially endangering his life and leaving her a solitary child. Wan Er longs for her biological father, and she is merely assisting her younger brother. Indeed, that is correct. Yet, how should they proceed? Nan Zhi feels despondent. She tosses and turns on her bed, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber. The following day, Nan Zhi seeks out Wan Er and Wan Yin to play together. She addresses them directly, inquiring, "Do you miss your father?" When they both affirm their longing, she suggests that the three of them devise a plan together. Nan Zhi recalls that Wan Er is quite adept with computers. It is essential to rally support. As her mother often says, a hero needs 3 allies. Suddenly, the system prompts. There is potential. Wan Yin busies herself with a doll, while Wan Er clumsily navigates the computer. Upon hearing Nan Zhi's question, both siblings turn to her. Wan Er regards Nan Zhi with a primal wariness, while Wan Yin appears somewhat bewildered and murmurs, "Father." There is none. Wan Er asserts, "I don't miss him." Nan Zhi tilts her head, questioning, "Really? But I truly miss my mother." Her genuine feelings surface. She longs for her. Wan Yin, seemingly moved by the emotion, adds, "I miss him, I really do." The two little girls gaze into each other's eyes, and suddenly, tears begin to flow. Wan Er, overwhelmed, quickly calls for an adult. "What is the matter?" Wan Minglin and Yi Yinshan rush over. Wan Minglin embraces her daughter, asking, "What happened? Were you fighting? Or did someone take a toy?" Yi Yinshan furrows his brow and kneels to inquire of his weeping daughter, "Shueli, what troubles you?" Nan Zhi wiped her tears with the back of her hand, sobbing, "I miss Mom, and my sister misses Dad." She hiccuped and cried. Wan Minglin's expression was somewhat awkward as she glanced at her son, Wan Er, whose demeanor was also despondent. He nodded, affirming that his sister indeed missed their father. He looked at his mother, yearning to know his father, a feeling that weighed heavily on his heart. In contrast to Yi Yinshan, Wan Er longed for his father even more. He wished his father could provide the same sense of security and dependability that Uncle Yi offered to Yi Shueli. Unlike the narrative, the third daughter did not feel entirely at ease in the Yi household. Nan Zhi did not reject them, nor did she cause a scene to drive them away, yet she received little in return. Chapter 52. The Great Wronged Father. It was not merely the challenge of finding a computer tutor. Even attending school was a significant hurdle, revealing to Wan Er the limitations his mother sometimes faced. The more powerless he felt, the stronger his desire for his father grew, yearning for a paternal figure who could alter their current circumstances. However, this state of indecision deepened his longing. Wan Er could seek help from Uncle Yi, yet he struggled to voice his needs assertively. He understood that Uncle Yi's kindness stemmed from his intention to marry his mother, and if he were to plead with Uncle Yi, it would mean his mother would wed him. Wan Er wished he could boldly declare to Uncle Yi, "If you do not treat me well, I will not allow my mother to marry you." Yet, an instinctive restraint prevented him from uttering such words. He feared he would be labeled a bad child and cast aside. It is natural for a child to desire their parents. I believe it is essential for children to meet their fathers, for their longing can become overwhelming. Yi Yinshan remarked to Wan Minglin. Wan Minglin's expression was conflicted as she spoke to Yi Yinshan. He is that kind of person. Wan Er looked at her mother in surprise. Hadn't she said she didn't know who their father was? Yet now she was implying he was a certain type of person. What kind of person? Wan Er found herself engulfed in confusion, unsure of whom to believe. Regardless, every child possesses the inherent right to know their father, even if he is a wretched individual. Children are naturally inclined towards their parents. Yi Yinshan addressed Wan Minglin and then turned to Nan Zhi, saying, "Come, let your father take you to the cemetery to visit your mother." "All right." Nan Zhi nodded before glancing at her siblings. "I am going to see mother." Wan Er exclaimed, "Wow." Wan Yin burst into tears. "I want to see father, see father." Wan Minglin was at her wit's end, unable to soothe her wailing daughter. Wan Er observed, lost in contemplation, not offering any assistance in calming the child. Yi Yinshan surveyed the chaotic scene and then looked down at his obedient daughter nestled in his embrace, her eyelashes damp with tears, before hastily departing. That little girl, Wan Yin, though small, had quite a loud voice. Her propensity for tears was excessive. He faintly heard Wan Minglin, exhausted, chastising her daughter for becoming increasingly weepy and less sensible than before. Yi Yinshan exhaled deeply, taking his daughter to visit the grave of his deceased wife. As he gazed at the photograph on the gravestone, it felt as though they were exchanging glances. Yi Yinshan found himself at a loss for words, reflecting on how he had brought Wan Menglin into his home, feeling rather like a thief. A sigh escaped his lips. If only you were alive, how wonderful that would be. He lamented silently. How careless I have been. Accompanied by her father to indulge in delightful cuisine. Nan Zhi found her longing dissipating considerably. She inquired, "Father, do you know who their father is?" Listening to their conversation, it seemed she had gleaned the identity of Wan Error and Wan Yinyan's father. Yi Yinshan hesitated for a moment before replying, "I do not know." Despite Wan Menglin's former partner being a despicable individual, Yi Yinshan refrained from disclosing this to the children, deeming it somewhat ominous. He paused briefly before stepping inside. In truth, the plight of that woman seemed trivial to him, ultimately a matter of finances. Yet without money, no matter how bleak the situation appeared, the absence of wealth remained paramount. Nan Zhi noticed that the siblings genuinely missed their father, and she felt compelled to assist them in their quest to find him. She discreetly sought out the siblings, but Wan Error, noticing her presence, warned, "Stay away, you're making my sister cry." With sincerity, Nan Zhi responded, "If you miss your father, we can search for him together." "What is your father's name?" "I don't want to look for my father." Wan Error refused, his eyes reddened. Nan Zhi leaned in closer and whispered, "Let us search secretly. Don't you truly wish to?" Wan Error, cautious, retorted, "Why?" In his heart, he felt that Yi Shuili was not on his side. He trusted only his mother and sister. Nan Zhi tilted her head, expressing her desire for them to live with their father rather than in her home. The system observed this interaction. How forthright. In fact, the system possessed ample information, including details about the Hua family and their contact information, yet it refrained from sharing specifics, allowing her to ponder. What the system did not anticipate was that this child would join forces with those two in the search for their father. Wanner found himself unable to refute the other party's words, and he deeply missed his father, feeling an overwhelming need for him. Wanner acquiesced. He agreed wholeheartedly. The system observed, "Remarkable. The mind of a child is truly uncomplicated and pure, unlike adults who often find it difficult to lower their pride." Nan Zhi began to assist Wanner in searching for his father, inquiring, "What is your father's name?" Wanner shook his head, replying, "I don't know. Even my mother is unaware. However, I believe my father must be a wonderful person." Nan Zhi nodded in affirmation, stating, "You are so handsome. Your father must surely be handsome as well. Let us seek out attractive individuals." Suddenly taken aback by the compliment, Wanner pressed his lips together. Yet a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "My father is definitely from Hua country," he declared, due to his illiteracy. He utilized voice input while searching on the computer. Observing him, Nan Zhi suggested, "Why not take a photo and post it online for comparison?" This idea was not originally hers, but rather a suggestion from the system. Wanner's eyes brightened at the thought. Yes, if there are photos of my father from his childhood online, it would be much easier to find him. The two children spent their time tinkering with the tablet. Yet their limited abilities rendered their efforts largely fruitless. Subsequently, whenever they had a moment, they would discreetly gather away from others, engrossed in their tablet activities. Occasionally, the system would lend a hand, albeit minimally. They believed they were being discreet, but to the two adults observing, it was clear that the children's relationship had suddenly improved. They often played together, which was a relief. Let them play on the computer, they thought. A harmonious relationship is far better than constant bickering. Moreover, as the children idly fiddled with the tablet, it seemed unlikely they would achieve much beyond merely watching animated series. Though it did not weigh heavily on her mind, Wan Menglin was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events that unfolded, akin to a bombshell. Her focus was primarily directed towards her work, striving to create astonishing and vibrant pieces of art. Chapter 53. The Great Wronged Father. The tablet emitted a mechanical female voice, announcing a name. On the screen appeared a photograph of a 6 or 7-year-old child holding a trophy and a certificate, bearing a striking resemblance to Wan Error. Wan Error stared at the photo, a profound instinct stirring within him, a strong intuition that this was undoubtedly his father. Nan Zhi exhaled in relief, finally having discovered the truth. "He is your father, without a doubt. Hurry, see what he looks like now," she urged. Wan Error's fingers trembled slightly as he inputted Hua Hejuan via voice recognition. The search results appeared instantaneously. Images of Hua Hejuan surged forth, exuding an undeniable aura of power. In the photographs, Hua Hejun possessed a strikingly refined and sharp visage, clad in a suit, handsome yet aloof, as if towering above the masses. His regal and haughty demeanor revealed that he was no ordinary individual. Wow, you'll grow up to look like this too. Your father is truly handsome. Nan Zhi praised earnestly, her eyes filled with admiration for the aesthetically pleasing. Your father is wealthy. His tie clip and cufflinks are made of jade. With a deep sigh, Wan Era felt an immense wave of relaxation wash over him, tears welling in his eyes as he contemplated the brighter future that awaited him. A father will never abandon his child. He will always cherish and love them. Although Wan Minglin may not provide much materially, she bestows upon Wan Era an abundance of unwavering affection, instilling in him the belief that parents will never forsake their children, but rather love them dearly. Quickly, tell your father, Nan Zhi exclaimed with delight. Wan Era gazed longingly at his father's photograph, pondering how to reach him, lamenting, I do not know my father's phone number. Nan Zhi faltered as well, admitting she too had no means of contact, having been blocked by customer service. Nonetheless, Wan Era remained optimistic, confident that a solution would present itself. He declared, I will learn to hack. Subsequently, Wan Era immersed himself in video tutorials on hacking, with Nan Zhi seated beside him, following along. After a while, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, she remarked, he is incredibly skilled. The system responded, indeed. Nan Zhi then expressed her desire to learn, recognizing that mastering such skills would enable her to uncover a wealth of information. The system cautioned, just because he has not learned to walk does not mean he can run. You must proceed gradually. A towering structure requires a solid foundation. I understand, Nan Zhi replied, feeling disoriented and struggling to comprehend the material. Upon hearing her father's voice, she immediately rushed to his side. Mom. Wan Era closed his laptop and turned to Wan Minglin, saying, Mom, I have a surprise for you. Wan Minglin smiled gently, inquiring, what is it? Wan Era concealed his tablet behind his back, teasing, you will know in due time. All right, I shall await it, she replied. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, assuming her son was merely preparing a gift for her. Nan Zhi and Wan Era kept their actions a secret from their sister, Wan Yanyan, who remained blissfully unaware, potentially prone to inadvertently spilling the beans. Wan Era, apprehensive about revealing uncertain matters to their mother and causing her distress, felt a knot of anxiety tightening within her. As the phone emitted a busy tone, both Nan Zhi and Wan Era clenched their fists, their tension palpable. Hello, this is Hua Hejun, resonated a deep, magnetic voice once the line connected. Dad. Wan Era couldn't suppress her exclamation. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice responded, Little one, do not play tricks. Followed by the abrupt disconnection. Tears streamed down Wan Era's face. Her emotions a tumultuous mix of relief at hearing her father's voice and anguish at his coldness. Nan Zhi, battling her own anxiety, offered Wan Era tissue. Don't cry, you found your father. Yet, this only intensified Wan Era's sobs. At that moment, their sister Wan Yanyan, who had been playing nearby, rushed over, urging, Brother, don't cry, please don't cry. It took a considerable time for Wan Era to regain her composure, and she resolved to call again. Once the call connected, she immediately declared, Dad, I truly am your child. Previously, you and Mom were at the hotel, and that's when I and my sister came to be. Listening to the child's voice, Hua Hejun felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, contemplating ending the call, but hesitated. There had been that one time, waking to a disheveled bed and remnants of a woman's presence, such as hair ties. Could it be that a single encounter resulted in a pregnancy? Why hadn't the woman reached out to him? What was her intention? Did she seek to leverage their child to ascend into high society? Hua Hejun was suddenly beset by a piercing headache. Rubbing his temple, he grappled with the disconcerting reality that he had fathered a child before even entering into matrimony. This was not a child born within the bonds of marriage. Hua Hejun's pupils trembled as he took a deep breath and inquired, Where are you now? Nan Zhi promptly relayed her address over the phone, urging him. You must come quickly. Hua Hejun was taken aback by the childish voice. Was this truly his daughter? Had fate bestowed upon him a pair of children? Or were they the result of a liaison with an unfamiliar woman? Regardless of the truth, he felt compelled to visit, to ascertain the reality of the situation. If it were not true, then so be it. But if it were, Hua Hejun's headache intensified as he pondered the audacity of this woman, who had clandestinely brought a child into the world, and now prompted the child to reach out to him. His sentiments toward this unknown woman were far from favorable. Her ambitions and intentions seemed dubious at best. Great. Daddy is coming. Nan Zhi exclaimed to Wan Error. You will be reunited as a family. I won't let Daddy die. Wan Error gazed at Nan Zhi, her lips moving as if to express gratitude. Yet pride hindered her from doing so. With a huff, she mustered the courage to engage in banter. I found Daddy, not you. Why are you so happy? Nan Zhi, hands on her hips, retorted, I am happy because I helped. No need for thanks. I did it for Daddy. At dinner, Wan Error glanced at Wan Minglin and then at Yi Yinshan. Having located her father only intensified her reluctance to see her mother with Uncle Yi. A family should be together. Father, mother, and children. The thought of her father's imminent arrival filled Wan Error with joy, and she turned to her mother, saying, Mommy, I found Daddy. He is coming to find us. Clang. The spoon fell, splattering the soup. Wan Minglin's pupils quivered, her entire being rendered blank and rigid. She slowly turned her head, her voice floating as she inquired of her son, What did you say? Wan Error joyfully repeated, I found Daddy. Daddy said he wants to find us. Wan Minglin's lips stiffly curled into a smile as she chuckled softly, Error, don't joke around. How could we possibly find him? Not even I know. Aunt Wan, it's true. I found him online. South Branch interjected to corroborate Wan Error's claim. Chapter 54. The Great Misunderstanding of Father O. You found him online? Well, that's a relief. Wan Minglin exhaled a sigh of relief. A child who couldn't even recognize all the characters would find a father online. What a ludicrous notion. However, after such a shock, Wan Minglin felt utterly drained. Her hand holding the chopsticks trembling slightly. South Branch exchanged a glance with Wan Error, who then left the table, retrieved a tablet, and rushed back to Wan Minglin's side, eagerly opening the photos one by one. Then, looking up with an expression begging for praise, he declared, Mom, I really found him. As Wan Minglin gazed at the photos, especially the ones featuring a young boy holding awards and trophies, she felt as though an arrow from the heavens had pierced her heart. What is this? Unaware of her turmoil, Wan Error continued. This is what Daddy looked like when he was young. I look a lot like him. Wan Minglin's throat felt parched, as if stuffed with cotton, making even breathing a laborious task. Fear, sorrow, astonishment, pride, all surged within her heart. How could this be? How could he have been found? The child is so young. How could he have found him? She lacked the courage to confront men, particularly when gazing upon the powerful, esteemed, and aloof figures depicted in financial magazines. She had borne a child with such a man. Yi Yinshan cast a curious glance. With just a fleeting look, he discerned that this man was extraordinary. This was the scoundrel that Wan Minglin spoke of. Yet, it is true that while a man may achieve success in his career, he could be rather frivolous in matters of the heart. However, to a woman, a man who is unfaithful in love is nothing short of a scoundrel. Is this their father? Suddenly, Yi Yinshan began to comprehend that even if Wan Minglin labeled him a scoundrel, she remained unable to forsake him, unable to accept him. Mother. Father will come to take us away, Wan Error declared with joy. Then mother will no longer have to suffer. No. Wan Minglin trembled all over. Gazing at her adorable children, her heart consumed by dread, the fear of losing her children. We must go, we must leave. We cannot see him, we cannot see him. Minglin, please calm down, Yi Yinshan said, noticing her overwhelming panic. The children wish to see their father. They have the right to do so. What are you afraid of? Why are you trembling? It then occurred to him that if Wan Minglin had given birth to their children while still entangled with her former partner, he might attempt to take the children away. As for the mother, Wan Error's eyes dimmed. Realization dawning upon him that his mother was not happy. He had looked forward to a family reunion, to living together with his father, to a complete family. Wan Yinyan felt utterly lost, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events, yet acutely aware of the oppressive and despairing atmosphere that stifled her, rendering her unable to weep. Wan Minglin had no time to admonish her son. A singular thought consumed her. Hurry, we must escape. Your father is coming to take you away from me, and I shall never see you again. In a flurry, Wan Minglin rushed upstairs to gather their belongings. In mere moments, she descended with 2 suitcases in tow. Dragging the luggage while clutching her children, she fled in a panic, heedless of her surroundings, driven solely by the imperative instinct to run. Wait a moment. Yi Yinshan intercepted the flustered Wan Minglin. Tears glistened in her eyes, rendering her a picture of vulnerability. Mr. Yi, please let me go. I'm sorry. I cannot repay your kindness. Yi Yinshan took the suitcase from her grasp and set it aside, glancing at the 2 frightened children. Calm down for a moment. You frightened them. Listen to me for a moment before you leave. Holding her children close, Wan Er uttered a hollow apology. I'm sorry, Mama. I shouldn't have done this. He had believed that their family reunion heralded a joyous beginning, but his mother's reaction shattered that illusion, making it clear that the reality was far more complex. No, Mama doesn't blame you. Wan Minglin had not considered how much her children missed their father. Nor had she realized that even a mere tablet could bridge that distance. How astute they were. Surely, they had inherited their father's intelligence. Drink some water. Yi Yinshan poured water for Wan Minglin. Now that he was aware of the child's situation, he did not appear to be an ordinary individual, at least. He was not lacking in wealth. No matter how far she ran, she would still be found. The incessant turmoil would exhaust the child and frighten them as well. In this world, there are very few problems that money cannot resolve. Where could she possibly escape? Trust me, just wait here. The issue will be resolved. Running away will be futile, Yi Yinshan calmly advised Wan Minglin, offering her guidance, which was ultimately for the child's well-being. Wan Er looked expectantly at his mother, contemplating why his father would want to flee. However, Wan Minglin shook her head, insisting, no, if he comes, he will surely take the child away. I must leave. Taking the child with me. The child is mine. I am the one who will give birth to them. He has no claim. Yi Yinshan was taken aback, perplexed. Why? If it were truly for the child's benefit, she should negotiate with that man, seek child support, and diligently fight for custody. Running away would not resolve anything and would only lead to exhaustion. Why not channel that weariness into solving the problem? Wan Minglin looked at her son. Her eyes filled with love and desperation. Error, do you wish to come with me? It's also fine if you want to stay here and wait for your father. It was a dilemma, to leave or to remain. The light in Wan Error's eyes dimmed further as he lowered his head and said, I will go with mother. I'm sorry, I am sorry. Wan Minglin embraced her son, weeping, as they prepared to depart. Yi Yinshan rubbed his brow and, feeling rather powerless, remarked, Where do you intend to go at this late hour? If you must leave, it would be wise to do so tomorrow, at least allowing for some planning regarding your destination. Nan Zhi, observing from the side, was perplexed yet profoundly shaken, inquiring of the system, brother. Why does she insist on departing? Why does she not allow Wan Er to meet her father? Wan Er has been searching for him so earnestly. The system pondered for a moment, contemplating that perhaps the acquisition of love invariably entails suffering. She flees, he pursues. They are both ensnared, unable to escape. Nan Zhi responded. She was particularly confused. Was this love rather than a malady? What truly is love? Nan Zhi felt overwhelmed. Perhaps she was merely a child, unable to comprehend such intricate matters. Nevertheless, it seemed rather fortunate that they were leaving this home, albeit the outcome diverged somewhat from her and Wan Er's expectations. Wan Minglin hesitated, fearing that the man might pursue and snatch away her child. Yi Yinshan discerned her indecision and decisively stated, Let us stay. We shall depart early tomorrow. Wan Minglin expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Yi. I feel as though I have done nothing for you. Her career, once again, had been abruptly halted. Chapter 55. The Great Wronged Father. 18. This cannot be. It should not be this way. She should not have to intersect with that man. Even if she were to meet him, it ought to be with the confidence and resources to stand before him, to contend for her child. Not in such a vulnerable position. Wan Minglin wished to maintain her child's father's respect, unwilling to be stripped of her dignity and have her child taken from her without a fight. However, she currently possesses nothing. She fears both losing her child and appearing so disheveled before him. The precarious state of her self-esteem compels Wan Minglin to flee, just for one night. It should be nothing. She plans to leave early tomorrow. Wan Minglin's expression is filled with trepidation. As Wan Er passes by Nan Zhi, he offers her a smile that resembles tears. Nan Zhi softly reassures him, You already know your father. You have a father. Upon hearing this, Wan Er's demeanor improves slightly. Indeed, he knows his father. He has a father. He is not a child without a father. Yi Yinshan observes the interaction between the two children with some astonishment, raising an eyebrow at their surprisingly close bond. After they ascend the stairs, Yi Yinshan inquires, When did you and Wan Er become so close? Nan Zhi responds, I am searching for our father together. They will leave my home. Yi Yinshan remarks, Children these days are truly remarkable. They have really found their father online. It sounds almost fantastical. Wan Er is quite clever. Had it not been for this situation, he would certainly be nurtured well. Such a pity that he has a father. A mere glance reveals to Yi Yinshan that the man hails from a prestigious lineage, the heir of a favored son of heaven unmistakable. For someone of Wan Minglin's standing, marrying into such an affluent family would indeed be challenging. It is no wonder she wishes to escape with her child. Yet, how did that man come to know Wan Minglin, and what led to their relationship and subsequent separation? Yi Yinshan looks at her sweet, adorable daughter and asks, "Do you still dislike them?" "Yes, I do." Nan Zhi was remarkably candid. She had her own parents. Yi Yinshan pondered for a moment before suddenly addressing Nan Zhi. "What if, just what if, only Aunt Wan were to live with us? Would you be able to accept that?" Nan Zhi was taken aback, her mind swirling in confusion. She instinctively felt that her father's words were peculiar and absurd. "Brother system," she inquired, "what does daddy mean?" The system replied, "Two men. One man desires two children while the other seeks a woman." Truly, how absurd. Nan Zhi fell silent, gazing at her father with a deep, contemplative expression. It couldn't be true. After all, they were akin to the prince and the fairy tale maiden, destined for a blissful life together. You would perish, and I would become an orphan. Yi Yinshan pondered, what is with this child's complex gaze? He rubbed the bridge of his nose and thought, we'll discuss this later. Much later. In the bedroom, Wan Minglin wearily urged the two wide-eyed children, it's time for bed. We must leave early tomorrow. Mom, are we leaving? I don't want to go. Everything here is wonderful. Wan Yinyin, blissfully unaware, could not fathom the worries of her mother and brother. Children may not comprehend what is unfavorable, but they certainly recognize what is delightful. Living here brought Wan Yinyin immense joy and comfort. She adored this place and had no desire to depart. Go to sleep now. Wan Minglin, disinterested in elaborate explanations, dismissed her concerns with a nonchalant response. We're not leaving, not at all. Immediately, Wan Yinyin clutched her toy and drifted into a peaceful slumber. As Wan Minglin lulled the children to sleep, she herself succumbed to a restless slumber, her brow furrowed and her body tense with unease. Beside her, Wan Er opened her eyes and quietly made her way to the bathroom, using her watch to place a call. The user you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Wan Er pressed her lips tightly together, tears welling in her eyes. Unable to reach her father, she pondered whether he truly wished to ignore her, questioning their relationship. Following her mother's frantic demeanor, Wan Er found her certainty in her father's love wavering, leaving her even more anxious. How could this be happening? The image of a harmonious family, once vivid in her mind, shattered into countless fragments, never to be pieced together again. Would she have to leave with her mother tomorrow, returning to a life that might even be worse than before, always on the move? Just the thought rendered Wan Er breathless. As if she bore an unbearable weight upon her delicate shoulders, she staggered out of the bathroom. Yin Yin, wake up, Wan Minglin exclaimed, startled awake. She glanced outside. It was still shrouded in darkness. It's time to get up, she called to her two children. Yet, the children remained in slumber. And upon touching her son's body, she was alarmed by his feverish warmth. Panic surged within her as she hurried to find medicine for him. The once tranquil villa erupted into activity, lights flickering on one by one. What's wrong? Yi Yinshan emerged from his room in his pajamas, noticing the distressed woman. Calm down, what's the matter? Er has a fever. He's burning hot. I need to find medicine, Wan Minglin replied hastily. As a maid handed her the medicine box, Yi Yinshan immediately interjected, forget the medicine, we need to go to the hospital. A child's fever can be very dangerous. No, administer the antipyretic to error. We must depart today, Wan Minglin declared with a firm resolve, her lips trembling in pain. The child was already unwell. And yet they were to leave. What calamity might befall them on the journey? Yi Yinshan was taken aback. What manner of man could inspire such dread in her? He observed as Wan Minglin administered medicine to the child, bundled her two offspring onto her back, and dragged along their suitcase, ready to depart. He was engulfed in a profound silence and astonishment. He marveled at Wan Minglin's maternal fortitude, yet was troubled by her disregard for the children's safety. Why, with such resilience, did she not confront the situation but instead choose to flee? He approached and gently brushed his hand against Wan Er's feverish forehead. The child's face flushed and eyes tightly shut. Even though they were not his own, Yi Yinshan felt a pang of compassion and urged, before you leave, let us visit the hospital. A high fever can damage the brain. I shall take you there, allow the doctor to examine them, and then we can set off from the hospital. Wan Minglin, prioritizing her children's well-being, nodded in agreement. Nan Zhi, clad in a little nightgown and clutching her toy, rubbed her eyes sleepily and asked in a muffled voice, is Aunt Wan leaving? Not long after Yi Yinshan drove away from the villa, a number of vehicles abruptly surrounded and blocked his path, leaving him with no means of retreat. Ah, they have been intercepted. He tapped the steering wheel with his fingers, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth, devoid of any hint of surprise. It was indeed curious that the man had yet to make a move. Several burly men exited their vehicles, encircling the car in the center, and rapped on the window, demanding, "Step out." Wan Minglin suddenly realized something, her complexion turning pale as she tightly clutched the child. It was that man. He had come. Mr. Yi. In a state of panic. Wan Minglin couldn't help but cast a pitiful glance at the man. Yi Yinshan offered a reassuring word, "Do not be afraid," before calmly stepping out of the car. From her seat, Wan Minglin observed Yi Yinshan negotiating with the group of men. He addressed them, stating, "The child is unwell and needs to go to the hospital. Your boss instructed you to keep an eye on them, but he did not authorize you to disregard the child's illness. After all, they are the children of your employer. We must head to the hospital, and you will accompany us." The burly men exchanged glances and nodded, threateningly asserting, "Don't even think about running away." Yi Yinshan smiled lightly, playfully touching his cheek with his tongue. "Why would I? I have no intention of fleeing." He returned to the car and said to Wan Minglin, "We must go to the hospital. The child's health is paramount. That man likely arranged for someone to watch over you from the very start. Escape is out of the question. We must wait for him to arrive. Otherwise, it could cause a commotion that frightens the child and leaves a negative impression of their father." After offering a few more words of encouragement, Yi Yinshan started the vehicle towards the hospital. Wan Minglin glanced back at the long line of cars following them, despair settling in her heart. There was no escape. No escape at all. Why had they taken her child? She looked at the man driving ahead, refined and gentlemanly, his demeanor gentle and accommodating. He was a good man. A vague idea began to take shape within her heart. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yi Yinshan took the child from Wan Minglin's arms and hurried to find a doctor. Several robust men also entered the hospital, drawing attention with their presence surrounding a single child. Wan Er, in a state of drowsiness, sensed someone cradling him, and his heart ached with the thought of leaving the Yi family behind. Father. Outside, a multitude of people stood vigil. Hadn't they departed? The servant hastily placed breakfast on the table. Yi Yinshan rubbed his temples, perplexed by the situation at hand. "Let us eat," he suggested. Wan Yin, having awakened, was oblivious to the commotion outside and climbed onto a chair to begin her meal. She glanced around. "Where's my brother?" "He is unwell and resting," Wan Minglin replied, gently patting her daughter's head, fatigue evident in her voice as she observed Yi Yinshan across the table. "Is there something amiss?" She frequently scrutinized him, compelling Yi Yinshan to inquire despite his desire to disregard her gaze. He felt a profound weariness since encountering Wan Minglin. Circumstances had indeed become quite complicated. Taking a deep breath, Wan Minglin trembled as she spoke. "Mr. Yi, I wish to request a favor from you. One that only you can fulfill. I wish to keep the child. You are my only hope." A heavy thud resonated in Yi Yinshan's heart, causing his temples to throb. Nan Zhi also gazed intently at Wan Minglin, seeking her father's assistance. Yi Yinshan did not respond immediately, merely stating, "Please, go on." Wan Minglin pushed her chair aside and knelt before Yi Yinshan with a thud, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly pulled her up, insisting, "You need not do this. Let us speak as equals." Wan Minglin hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "Mr. Yi, would you marry me?" "Of course. It would be a marriage of convenience, allowing the child to bear your name, as you are the father. This way, he cannot take the child away." Yi Yinshan. Nan Zhi. Marry. Nan Zhi was taken aback, gazing at Aunt Wan. In the stories, it was always the father who wanted to marry Aunt Wan, while she had continually refused. Yet now, Aunt Wan was proposing to marry father. Furthermore, Wan Er and Wan Yin would truly become her younger siblings? Nan Zhi found it incomprehensible. Why was she willing to marry now? She instinctively queried the system. Brother, why? System. Currently, Wan Minglin has yet to establish herself, and she stands no chance against the child's father. However, if they marry, your father's wealth and social standing could contend for custody of the child. Oh. Nan Zhi nodded, half understanding. What is a marriage of convenience? System. It bears the name of a couple, yet lacks the essence of a marriage. Nan Zhi inquired further, what constitutes the essence of a marriage? System. Human reproductive behavior. Nan Zhi. What? System. No more questions. Nan Zhi. Oh. Yi Yinshan gazed at the tear-streaked face of Wan Minglin, her eyes brimming with a plea, her crying reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, yet displaying the resilience of a protective mother. Yi Yinshan wished to marry Wan Minglin. His actions were merely a means to be with her. Now, she was proposing a marriage, albeit a fictitious one, ensuring the child would be under his household registration, thereby preventing Wan Minglin from contesting custody with that man. The situation has transformed into a struggle between him and that man over the child. He might possess the strength to contend with that man, yet why should he engage in such a conflict? One might say that Wan Minglin is pure, and indeed, her innocence is truly heart-wrenching. However, if one were to claim she is greedy, it would also ring true. She seeks assistance without offering any rewards, resorting instead to a sham marriage. For whom is she preserving her chastity in such a pretense? Yi Yinshan's heart remained unperturbed, and he even felt a hint of amusement. Mr. Yi, Wan Minglin, feeling the weight of his scrutinizing gaze, shifted uncomfortably. She was left with no choice but to devise this plan. Mr. Yi, you are my only hope now. Yi Yinshan responded calmly. Allow me to consider it. Wan Minglin could not help but urge him. Mr. Yi, could you please expedite your decision? He is coming soon, and he will take the child away from me. I cannot bear to be without them. They are my very life. Yi Yinshan replied with a composed demeanor. Miss Wan, once you marry me, we shall be legally recognized as husband and wife, and they will also be legally regarded as my children. This implies that I will inevitably become embroiled in disputes over custody with your former partner, consuming considerable time and energy. Please allow me a moment to reflect. Wan Minglin was determined not to relent. That man would undoubtedly fight for the child. For how could the pride of a prestigious family permit their offspring to be abandoned? In an instant, Wan Minglin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt utterly exposed. Her selfish motivations laid bare before him. Yet, she had no alternative but to summon the courage to beseech Mr. Yi for assistance. Overwhelmed, she ascended the stairs to check on the child, nearly fleeing in her distress. Chapter 57. The Misunderstood Father-Dad. Are you going to marry Aunt Wan? Nan Zhi inquired, her reluctance evident. Yi Yinshan replied, let us wait a bit longer. That man should be arriving soon. For now, we must stall. Entering into a sham marriage with Wan Minglin merely to contest for custody of a child that is not his own seemed futile. What was the purpose of such a pretense? The child would undoubtedly gravitate towards their biological father. If he continued to obstruct the situation, the child would likely harbor resentment towards him rather than their mother. Such actions were unacceptable, only leading to exhaustion and animosity. Moreover, Yi Yinshan realized that spending time with Wan Minglin invariably resulted in a plethora of burdensome tasks. How could Wan Minglin even suggest a fictitious marriage? It was utterly shameless of her. She offered no incentives whatsoever. Even the most obstinate of mules would eventually refuse to work. Nan Zhi nodded obediently, reassured that her father would not wed Aunt Wan. She sighed in relief, not wishing for her father to perish or for his wealth to fall into their hands. The thought of marrying Yi Yinshan filled Wan Minglin with a subtle sense of resistance and a touch of unwillingness, although it was a mock marriage. Surely, where is your father? Wan Minglin asked Nan Zhi, suppressing her anxiety. What shall we do about the wedding? We can't delay any longer. I have a feeling that man is on his way. Mr. Yi was unwilling to assist her. What should she do now? She felt utterly trapped, akin to a fish awaiting its fate on a chopping block. To claim that Wan Minglin felt no special connection to the man she was intimately involved with would be a lie. Yet, her predominant emotion was one of fear of losing her child and never seeing them again. Mr. Yi exhibited a fondness for her, yet when the moment of truth arrived, he faltered, leaving her to confront her dire circumstances alone. Indeed, she promptly dialed Mr. Ye's number. Wan Minglin hastily retrieved her phone to call Yi Yinshan, while Nan Zhi ascended the stairs to check on Wan Error. Wan Error was unwell. His once gaunt face now bore a notably sharp chin as he sat on the bed, listlessly gazing at his tablet. Nan Zhi climbed onto the bed, settling beside him, and inquired, "Are you still feeling unwell?" Wan Error shook his head, indicating he was not. He had been unable to reach his father, who seemed to have abandoned them. The notion that his father could forsake them was inconceivable to him. Unable to contain himself, Wan Error lamented, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have sought out Dad." Nan Zhi shook her head defiantly, placing her hands on her hips. "What is wrong with our baby wanting to see Dad? Your mother wishes for my father to marry." Nan Zhi then asked, "Did Aunt Wan tell you? From now on, you shall be my little brother." "How can that be?" "Why?" Wan Error exclaimed, leaping up in astonishment, adamantly opposing the idea. Wan Error held a deep conviction that it should be their father and mother together, he and his sister as one family. Perhaps his childhood, devoid of a father figure, had intensified his yearning for paternal presence, Yet he could not relinquish the bond with his biological mother. Only when they were all together could he perceive completeness. Without donning his shoes, Juan Error leapt from the bed and dashed downstairs in search of his mother, calling out Mom. Juan Menglin's complexion was pale as she hung up the phone. Hearing her son's voice, she turned to see him barefoot and expressed her concern. Why aren't you wearing shoes? The ground is cold. It's detrimental to your health. Juan Error, cradled in his mother's arms, could not help but ask Mom, are you going to marry Uncle Yi? Juan Menglin inquired, how do you know? She had not disclosed this to her son. I told her. Nan Zhi said as she descended the stairs, boldly asking, Aunt Juan, are you going to marry my dad? Juan Menglin felt compelled to explain to her son, Mom has no choice. Otherwise, your father might take you away, and you would never see me again. That won't happen, Juan Menglin replied bitterly. Fully aware of her situation, the chances of that man accepting her were exceedingly slim, unless he fell in love with her. Yet, their only connection had been that one fleeting night. Ding dong. Nan Zhi tiptoed, struggling to open the door. Dad, she began, but it was not her father. Looking up at the tall figure, she exclaimed, wow, he is so tall. Hua Hejuan lowered his gaze, assessing the little girl before him. With her snow-white skin, slightly curled hair styled in a bun, and a sparkling hairpin that was somewhat dazzling, she was undeniably adorable. He raised an eyebrow, wondering if this could be his daughter. I am. Hua Hejuan began to speak, but the child suddenly spun around and dashed into the house. Juan Error, your dad is here outside. Nan Zhi called out to Juan Error. What? Dad is here? Both Juan Error and Juan Menglin froze momentarily, with Juan Error struggling free from his mother's embrace and barefoot racing toward the door. Hua Hejuan was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why the child would run away upon seeing him. Suddenly, a little boy dashed towards him, barefoot, with red-rimmed eyes gazing up at him. Hua Hejuan felt a moment of disorientation. This child appeared strikingly familiar. Could this truly be his child? Daddy! Juan Error opened his arms and rushed towards Hua Hejuan, who instinctively reached out and lifted Juan Error into his embrace. Hua Hejuan then noticed a charming little girl. Beckoning her over, Nan Zhi hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Uncle. Hua Hejuan looked at the delightful girl, wondering why she called him uncle instead of daddy. Juan Error paused for a moment before quickly clarifying, she is Uncle Ye's daughter. Yin Yin is taking a nap. Hua Hejuan raised an eyebrow at the mention of Uncle Yi, intrigued by the implication of a man. As he entered the hall, he spotted a woman who cast a fleeting glance at him before hastily averting her gaze. He found himself momentarily uncertain of her identity. Her elusive demeanor was puzzling. Mommy, Daddy is here, Juan Error announced to his mother, his face alight with joy, reveling in the warmth of his father's embrace for the first time, just as he had imagined. Tall and exuding a sense of security. Chapter 58. The Wronged Father. Hello, Mr. Hua. Hello, Mr. Yi. The two men shook hands, locking eyes with an intensity laced with a subtle hostility, akin to lions confronting each other within their territory. They simultaneously released their grip, both wearing faintly polite smiles. Yet each felt an undercurrent of discontent. Mr. Yi, I appreciate your care for the two children. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to Hua Enterprises. Hua Hejuan made a solemn promise. He intended to take both children with him. Yi Yanshan maintained his composure, as was to be expected if they were indeed his children. Beside him, Juan Menglin, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with anxiety and exclaimed, No, you cannot take them away. Her words shattered the delicate equilibrium in the room, drawing the attention of both men towards her. Yi Yanshan frowned. Despite his desire to assist, Juan Menglin's urgency was palpable. Hua Hejuan regarded her with displeasure, his gaze indifferent, tinged with a subtle disdain. He had yet to confront her for secretly becoming pregnant and giving birth to children whom she could not adequately provide for. And now she had brought them into the home of another man. If he delayed any longer, the children would soon be calling another man father. Although a paternity test had not yet been conducted, Hua Hejuan was already certain of the children's parentage. He could not abandon them. As for their mother, Hua Hejuan scrutinized the woman before him. Since entering the room, he had learned that she was the infamous mistress, and his demeanor shifted to one of scrutiny. She was unremarkable in appearance, devoid of allure, timid and unappealing. She feigned fragility while committing audacious acts, fleeing abroad while pregnant, condemning her children to a life of hardship. The current Juan Menglin had not yet transformed into the poised and stunning designer she would eventually become, capable of standing her ground against Hua Hejuan. Instead, she merely incited his frustration, and with a graceful turn, she departed. But now, all that remained was a woman overwhelmed with fear, lacking conviction, reduced to a desperate opposition that, even if hysterical, would not garner sympathy. Hua Hejun coldly remarked. On what grounds do you oppose this? Why? The man's indifferent gaze pierced Wan Minglin's heart like a cold, venomous sword. Just because I am their mother, the one who brought them into this world, they are my children, not merely yours. Wan Minglin clung desperately to her identity as a mother, grasping at the last straw. Without this identity, she was left with nothing. Hua Hejun sneered coldly. I am still their father. You cannot provide the children with a better life and education. You are unqualified to raise them. Moreover, I will not let this matter rest easily, as you bore the children behind my back. Hua Hejun's cruelty was palpable. He not only sought to take the children away, but seemed intent on delivering a fatal blow to their mother. You. Wan Minglin was stunned, her heart heavy with despair. She recalled the dread and helplessness of her pregnancy, the pressure from her family to abort, her secretive journey abroad, working with a growing belly, enduring immense pain to bring the children into the world, and raising them against all odds. Yet, to receive such a reaction from the man, she felt her heart shatter. The atmosphere was icy and sharp. Wan Error felt disoriented, glancing between his father and mother. It was different, so different from what he had imagined. Yi Yinshan instructed his daughter, take your younger siblings upstairs to play. The ugly arguments of the adults should not be witnessed by the children. Observing Wan Error's expression, Yi Yinshan couldn't help but click his tongue. Hua Hejun, having never experienced parenthood, contrasted sharply with Wan Minglin, who, despite having 2 children, sometimes succumbed to her emotions. Unable to calmly navigate the situation, naturally she disregarded the presence of others. Nan Zhi, who was nearby, listened with a vague understanding. Upon hearing her father's words, she obediently nodded and said, all right. She then took the 2 children upstairs. Wan Error was reluctant, but Nan Zhi urged, let us go. The adults are discussing matters that we cannot comprehend. We, as children, have no choice. Hearing this, Hua Hejun could not help but glance at the adorable girl, then at his bewildered daughter. In the narrative, Hua Hejun would not see his children for several years. Wan Error, needless to say, and Wan Yin had also grown a bit, becoming more endearing. Hua Hejun's frustration deepened. He was incensed by how this woman raised her children, selfishly withholding knowledge from him. With the children absent, the adults conversed without restraint. Wan Minglin felt her dreams shatter, her heart wounded by the children's father. Her demeanor icy and resolute. I will not hand over the children to you. They will not leave with you. There was a certain conviction in Wan Minglin's words. Hua Hejun gritted his teeth, his expression colder still. You are threatening me, using the children as leverage. I should have anticipated such behavior from a woman like you. You bore those children solely for the allure of wealth and prestige. Would you have carried a child if it were conceived with a beggar? Hua Hejun had long since lost his patience. Ever since he learned of the 2 children, he had been agitated, yet he could not shirk his responsibilities as a father. Though he harbored a deep aversion for the instigator, Yi Yinshan could not help but twitch his lips. Wan Minglin was hardly the type to engage in such relations with a beggar. You have overpowered me, and I cannot push you away. You blame me. Why do you not hold yourself accountable for not controlling your own desires? Wan Minglin's heart shattered into a myriad of fragments, tears streaming down her face. She had anticipated such a scenario upon their meeting. Enduring this humiliation, she should have escaped, taking her child with her. She ought not to have come to the Yi family, nor allowed her child to engage with technology. Who could have foreseen that the child would indeed achieve what was expected? You might as well have disposed of the child rather than bringing him into this world. I was unclear at the time. I coerced you into bearing a child against your will. Are you out of your mind? The cold, merciless demeanor of Hua Hejun was enough to elevate one's blood pressure. Furthermore, after their encounter, why did you flee? What were you running from? Whether you sought money or had other demands, I could certainly provide for you. Following that incident, Hua Hejun waited in vain for the woman to approach him again. And despite investigations, nothing was uncovered, gradually fading from his mind. Years later, however, he was suddenly bombarded with a revelation that left him utterly stunned. Hua Hejun had met the child only once, yet their paternity was established, an inexplicable weight bearing down upon him. In the narrative, Wan Error drew near to her father without disclosing her true identity, gradually nurturing a bond with him. Living a life of luxury, Wan Error, carefree and unconcerned, devised mischievous pranks to tease her father. Yet now, she was in dire need of her father's assistance to navigate numerous predicaments and sought him out early on. Chapter 59, The Great Misfortune of Father 22. The eavesdropping Yi Yinshan. Huh? He glanced at Hua Hejuan, then at Wan Minglan. The situation between these two was utterly absurd. Most absurd of all was that they had even brought a child into this world. Wan Minglan's audacity was truly remarkable. What purpose does it serve to bear a stranger's child with such fervent desperation? To abandon one's studies and endure a life of hardship in a foreign land? Raising 2 children. Is this the result of some malevolent spell or enchantment? What if it were his own daughter? The mere thought sent a surge of blood rushing to Yi Yinshan's head. The battle for custody is inherently a protracted and contentious affair. Particularly when both parties are unwilling to concede, it is bound to be an endless cycle of turmoil. Fortunately, they are not married. Yi Yinshan felt a sense of relief. Had they been wed, he would be entangled with Hua Hejuan, and who knows, Wan Minglan might still hold affection for Hua Hejuan. He could assist until the very end, only to find that the family rejoices while he stands aside like a fool. Any lingering fondness Yi Yinshan had for Wan Minglan was gradually eroded by the relentless events unfolding. Sigh. As for these two, since Wan Minglan chose to give birth, does this not imply that she harbors feelings for Hua Hejuan, even if it is but a fleeting affection? Respect and blessings. Yi Yinshan sighed inwardly. Ever since his wife's passing, he had finally encountered a woman he wished to be with, only for it to unravel in this manner. Hua Hejuan, disinterested in further entanglements with Wan Minglan, stated plainly, "Bring the child down and let them choose whom to follow." Yi Yinshan, that would inflict significant harm upon the child. Wan Minglan inquired, "If the child chooses, will you cease your attempts to take them from me?" Hua Hejuan, exasperated, replied, "Yes. If the child is so eager to find me, they will surely wish to remain with me." The child was summoned downstairs, and confronted by the expectant gazes of his parents, Wan Er's face turned ashen, while Wan Yin, innocent and unaware, nestled in her mother's embrace, content to be with her mother. As for the appearance of their father, Wan Yin felt little more than a vague sense of familiarity, as if she had not yet grown close to Uncle Yi. In stark contrast, Wan Er sensed that this moment of choice would dictate the course of their future lives and destinies. He envisioned a harmonious family, where father, mother, and child shared happiness together, yet such a scenario did not materialize. Confusion clouded his mind. He could not comprehend the reasons behind the heartache, the tearing anguish that consumed him. Nan Zhi harbored a singular question. When would they depart from her home? Embracing her daughter, Wan Minglan felt a flicker of resolve and gently addressed her son. "Er, will you choose to live with your mother or your father? Mother will love you always, and we can live together as a family of 3, just as we used to." Just as we used to, he thought, recalling the days spent in a dilapidated dwelling, where the bathroom leaked and they subsisted on not-so-fresh food, surrounded only by the shadows of poverty and oppression. There was a constant need to accomplish countless tasks, caring for his sister, clumsily tidying up. Yet at Uncle Yu's residence, there was a chef preparing delectable meals, and assistance available for his sister. Choosing to leave Uncle Yi, to part ways with his father, and to remain with his mother brought Wan Er a deep love for her, yet it also inflicted profound pain. Conflicting thoughts wrestled within his mind, tearing him apart and rendering his complexion even more pallid, his body trembling with the weight of his turmoil. Why must there be a choice? Could there not be an escape from such a decision? Why aren't Daddy and Mommy together like other people's parents? Wan Er asked. Hua Hejuan replied, "For certain reasons. Your father and I cannot be together. Regardless of whom you choose, you will always be my child." Upon hearing this, Wan Minglan's gaze dimmed, feeling a profound sadness for the man before her. Wan Er was even more incapable of making a choice. She could not sever her emotional ties to her mother. Yet, the weight of their past life suffocated her, leaving her devoid of the courage to pursue such a life. "Wan Er, your mother cannot bear to part with you," Wan Minglan said gently. Lowering her head, Wan Er murmured, "I need to think." Hua Hejuan observed the timid Wan Er with some displeasure. Her indecisiveness was far from resolute. He had not considered that she was merely a child of little over 3 years. To place such a burden upon such a young soul, asking her to choose between her father and mother, was a profoundly cruel act. Beneath the splendid tapestry of their narrative lay a reality filled with decay and dampness, even teeming with fleas. The fragility of their situation was evident, as the lack of commitment from Yi Yinshan altered the course of their lives. Love, too, requires the right timing. With her son unable to assert a definitive choice, a wave of immense sorrow and anguish surged within Wan Minglan. She gazed at her son in disbelief, her eyes harboring an unrecognized reproach. Error, do you wish to stay with your father? Mother will not blame you. But I cannot bear to lose you. Without you, I cannot go on. Wan Minglin spoke, her voice heavy with grief as tears streamed down her face. A reflection of her heartache. Beside her, Hua Hejuan wore a grim expression, unable to shed tears like a woman, fully aware that women often resort to emotional manipulation. Witnessing her mother in a state of utter despair, Wan Error instinctively embraced her, crying out, "Mom, please don't cry, don't cry. I will stay with you." As she spoke, tears streamed down Wan Error's cheeks, and soon the hall was filled with the sounds of both adults and children weeping. Hua Hejuan's countenance darkened significantly. While Yi Yinshan's expression grew somber, he observed the scene as an absolute outsider, disappointment flickering in his eyes. He felt disillusioned with Wan Minglin, who he perceived as a resilient single mother, lovingly caring for her 2 children despite the hardships. Yet, when Wan Error saw her mother crying, she instinctively sought to comfort her, a small child bearing the weight of another's emotions and providing emotional solace. Wan Error was astute. She could not possibly be unaware that life alongside her father would be more favorable. Humph. Hua Hejuan scoffed coldly, growing increasingly ruthless towards Wan Minglin. The child's wishes are inconsequential. We must defer to the law. Let it determine who is most fit to raise the child. I will provide you with the lawyer's letter. You shameless, unprincipled man. Your words are meaningless. Wan Minglin struggled to gather her 2 children close, only for Hua Hejuan to abruptly reverse his stance, leveraging the law to wrest her children away. This was Wan Minglin's greatest fear. Once the matter went to court, she stood no chance. The law was cold and indifferent, assessing only external conditions, devoid of any concern for emotional bonds. How could she ever contend with Hua Hejuan? How could this be happening? This is not how it should be. Chapter 60. The Wrong Father 23. What to do? What to do? We cannot resort to litigation. Wan Minglin, in a state of utter confusion, positioned herself protectively in front of the 2 children, declaring, "If you wish to take them away, you must first step over my body." Hua Hejuan rolled his eyes in exasperation but regained his composure, recognizing that this woman had little chance of success. Wan Minglin trembled all over. Upon noticing the silent Yi Yinshan, she suddenly proclaimed, "I am qualified to raise the children, for I intend to marry Mr. Yi." Yi Yinshan. Nan Zhi. She felt utterly lost. What had she missed while heading upstairs? Did Daddy truly agree to marry Aunt Wan? Unable to contain herself, Nan Zhi glanced at her father, her clear eyes glistening with unshed tears, on the verge of crying out. Oh, how foolish Daddy is. Insisting on marrying Aunt Wan. Being so young, Nan Zhi was at a loss for how to counsel her father, wishing to convey that wise men do not fall into the snares of love, and that the wronged are doomed to repeat their mistakes. She felt an overwhelming urge to etch the words "the great wronged" onto her father's forehead. Yi Yinshan felt his head spinning. He was but an outsider and had no desire to become embroiled in such matters. Hua Hejuan turned his gaze toward Yi Yinshan, sharply inquiring, "Are you truly intent on entering this murky water?" Hua Hejuan's displeasure grew, making him regard Yi Yinshan with increasing hostility. "Mr. Yi, are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this chaos?" The dynamics between men and women under one roof were clear to Hua Hejuan, fraught with complications. "Mr. Yi, please, help me, help me," Wan Minglin implored, her hands clenched and her eyes reddened with desperation as she gazed at Yi Yinshan. Yi Yinshan felt a fleeting moment of bewilderment. How could such an absurd situation unfold within his home? Was he still in a state of slumber? What had possessed him to bring someone home? What was he thinking at that moment? Indeed, I must be unwell. He cast a glance at Wan Minglin, who appeared increasingly anxious, her lips quivering slightly, and her pallor evoked a sense of pity. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with this matter," Yi Yinshan declined. "Ah." Wan Minglin gazed at him in confusion, fully aware that he was capable of helping her. Yet, Mr. Yi was unwilling. Had he only spoken up, she would not have to part with her children. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes swollen and red, a picture of despair and exhaustion, a truly pitiable woman. Yet, the 2 men present exhibited little compassion towards her. As she surveyed the room, she noticed the man with whom she shared an intimate bond and 2 children, now displaying a countenance of indifference, devoid of any tenderness. A man who had once expressed a desire to marry her, but recoiled in her time of need. How utterly disappointing. Wan Minglin buried her face in her hands and wept, while Wan Error, with a numbed expression, comforted her. "Mommy, please don't cry. I want to leave you." Before long, Wan Minglin lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and her demeanor transformed into one of resolve. Addressing Hua Hejuan, she implored, Mr. Hua, I cannot compete with you. I will concede the 2 children to you, but could you grant me a few days to spend with my child? Hua Hejuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by her swift acquiescence, yet he nodded. Very well, but do not harbor any other intentions. Such thoughts will be futile. Wan Minglin responded with a soft acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude to Yi Yinshan for his care, yet requested a few more days of his assistance. Yi Yinshan, taken aback, found it perplexing that Wan Minglin appeared so assertive. Did her newfound confidence stem from his recent refusal to marry her, leading her to believe he owed her something? Harboring resentment? Hua Hejuan furrowed his brow, displeased, and interjected, stating that he could arrange accommodations for them, insisting that his children had no need to reside in someone else's home. However, Wan Minglin countered, suggesting that the 2 children had long lacked friends. And now at Ye's residence, they were enjoying playtime with Shui Li. Surely, Mr. Hua would not deny such a humble request. With a hint of provocation, Wan Minglin gazed at Hua Hejuan, who returned her stare with a penetrating gaze. Turning to Yi Yinshan, Hua Hejuan remarked that he appreciated Ye's assistance. Inquiring about his business in hopes of potential collaboration, Yi Yinshan simply replied, Of course, of course. Internally wishing for an end to this situation and for them to depart his home swiftly, he gently patted his daughter's head, advising her to play nicely with her departing siblings. They are leaving. No marriage? The child, Nan Zhi, understood this and nodded enthusiastically, her hairpin sparkling adorably, catching Hua Hejuan's attention. He glanced at the woman holding her daughter, innocent and unaware, while his son appeared pale and frail, an impression that left Hua Hejuan with a sense of foreboding regarding the child's demeanor. Standing there like a puppet, his gaze vacant and unresponsive, he stared blankly in one direction, lost in thought. In her heart, Hua Hejuan silently blamed Wan Minglin for raising such a child. The most despicable act was stripping him of his fatherly identity, leaving him utterly oblivious to matters concerning the child. If concealment was the aim, then it should remain a lifelong secret. At that moment, Hua Hejuan felt no affection for Wan Minglin, nor was she alluring to him. Only the blade of contention over the child remained, intensifying his disdain for her. Then, what about Mommy? Wan Error's lips trembled as he hesitated to voice his inquiry. He tugged gently at Hua Hejuan's suit jacket, cautiously asking, Father, will you truly come? Indeed. You are my child. I shall not abandon you, Hua Hejuan affirmed with certainty. Though I was unaware of you before, I now know, and I will not forsake you. Wan Error nodded softly. He and his sister were not born of love. In the tale, Wan Error strove for the love of their parents. Their grandparents cherished the siblings and accepted Wan Ai. Nan Zhi hoped their parents would unite, believing that if they did, their father would not wish to wed Wan Ai. Sister Shui Li harbored disdain for Wan Ai and surely would oppose any union between their father and her. Is this true? Upon hearing Nan Zhi's words, Wan Error's dim eyes sparkled with uncertainty as he asked, Can I truly? Many things contradicted his thoughts. Being so young, he was the first to doubt himself. Nan Zhi nodded vigorously, affirming, Of course, you can. In the story, that is precisely what you did, and you succeeded. Wan Er pondered, realizing that in order for the family to remain united, she must first secure her father's acceptance of her mother. A sense of relief washed over her, as it meant she could avoid enduring such a life alongside her mother. System. One dares to teach, and the other dares to listen. Chapter 61. The Great Misfortune of a Father on the Other Side. Wan Minglin stood opposite Yi Yinshan, who inquired, Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Summoned to the garden by Wan Minglin, he inhaled the fragrant blooms, yet his spirits remained low, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Wan Minglin was known for her unexpected actions, leaving him uncertain of her intentions. His heart could scarcely withstand further turmoil. He felt as though his once mundane existence had been rendered meaningless. It was exhausting, even more so than the trials faced while starting a business alongside his wife. Gazing at the man before her, Wan Minglin had initially believed that his kindness would offer her assistance, but ultimately, she succumbed to the harshness of reality. Taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly, Mr. Yi, I do not hold it against you for declining my marriage proposal. After all, you have your own concerns to ponder. Yi Yinshan remained silent for a moment, responding with a subdued, Thank you for your understanding. Wan Minglin continued, Though your hesitations are numerous, I must persist in my request, for you are my only hope. I implore you once more, Mr. Yi. Yi Yinshan felt no stirrings within. His composure was unwavering, aware that Wan Minglin would persist in her endeavors. He calmly inquired, What is it that you wish me to do for you? Wan Minglan's emotions were somewhat agitated. I will never give the child to him, absolutely not. What I said before was merely to buy some time. Yi Yinshan replied, Indeed, you are quite astute. His expression remained impassive, even finding the exchange rather dull. Standing here now, he merely wished to ascertain her intentions. Was she planning to flee with the child? Wan Minglan, still in a state of agitation, failed to notice the man's disinterest and pleaded, Mr. Yi, please help me escape. He has so many people guarding me. I cannot get away. You are my only friend. The only one who can assist me. Yi Yinshan thought to himself, setting everything else aside. Wan Minglan's resilience is indeed commendable. Yet, in a certain light, this resilience could also be perceived as obstinacy, or perhaps a failure to recognize the broader situation. Hua Hejuan was already aware of the circumstances. Must it always be a relentless chase between you two? The adults may indulge in their tumult, but what of the child? Shouldn't the child be afforded a stable environment? At times, one might question Wan Minglan's love for her child. She claims to love him. Indeed, she endured the hardships of childbirth and nurtured him with tenacity. Yet when it comes to significant matters regarding the child's future, she appears indifferent. It is truly a contradiction. Yi Yinshan mused. Perhaps it is a lack of love. True parental love entails foresight and careful planning. Wan Minglan paused momentarily. The child has already been born, within me. He is life. Yi Yinshan sighed. What profound kindness. He then inquired, They are indeed life. But have you never considered your own existence? What confidence emboldened Wan Minglan to bear a child? Yi Yinshan found himself perplexed. Was it merely a fervent heart and innate kindness? Or, as Hua Hejuan suggested, was it a pursuit of wealth and status, knowing that the father of her child hailed from a prosperous family? Wan Minglan expressed, When I see them, I feel it is worthwhile. I feel happiness. Therefore, Mr. Yi, I implore you to assist me. I cannot bear to lose them. Yi Yinshan fell into silence. He could indeed flee, yet what would follow? While he might escape unburdened, it would unjustly provoke Hua Hejuan, placing him in opposition without cause. Moreover, if she were to vanish, what benefit would he gain? It would be unreasonable to incur the ire of another just for a token expression of gratitude. The implications of Wan Minglan's words suggested a form of compensation. She held no resentment for his prior refusal to marry her, and aiding her escape seemed to serve as restitution. What a cunning strategist she was, indeed, a stroke of fortune. In that moment, something within Yi Yinshan shattered, granting him an indescribable sense of relief. Certain feelings that once existed had slowly faded away. A faint smile graced his lips, exuding an air of elegance and detachment, embodying the tolerance and rationality of a mature man. Miss Wan, I truly find myself powerless in this matter. This is a dispute between you as parents over the custody of your child, and as an outsider, I cannot intrude. For this, I apologize. Reflecting on friendship, Yi Yinshan had once felt a tinge of reluctance. Now, he harbored no such sentiment. Yet, he felt compelled to advise her. Running away will not resolve any issues. Wan Minglan's eyes widened slightly, filled with disappointment and distress. I thought we were friends. Can you bear to witness the separation of a mother and her child? The pain and suffering it brings? Mr. Yi, I have misjudged you. Yi Yinshan misjudged me? I have misjudged myself as well. I truly feel foolish. Wan Minglan's accusations made him genuinely consider himself a scoundrel. Yi Yinshan's expression turned cold as he gazed at Wan Minglan. Miss Wan, are you blaming me for not assisting you? Huh. Yi Yinshan laughed, tearing away the facade. What right do you have to blame me? Who are you to me? I admit I had some fondness for you in the past, but you did not accept. You chose to receive my support. That is one thing. You claimed you would create value in exchange for this support, which is acceptable, but let us be honest. What have you truly created? Not a single design, nor a finished product. No value has been produced. It was I who encouraged you to bear the child. Your pain in separating from your child is of no concern to me. You should seek Mr. Hua to resolve this matter, rather than placing the blame of your separation on me. Miss Wan, do as you please. With that, Yi Yinshan turned and walked away, feeling utterly frustrated. Yi. Wan Minglan opened her mouth, her body swaying, helplessly watching Yi Yinshan's retreating figure, tears streaming down her face in a mix of shame and anger. Wan Minglan was acutely aware of Yi Yinshan's benevolence towards her and her two children, yet the stark, unvarnished manner in which he expressed it left her feeling both embarrassed and humiliated, especially when he remarked that she had contributed no value whatsoever. She was overwhelmed with a desire to vanish into the ground. Clenching her hands together, she stamped her foot in frustration. What sort of man was he? Wan Minglan's heart sank further. Without Yi Yinshan's assistance, how could she possibly escape? She was no match for Hua Hejuan and could only flee with her child. Escape seemed her only semblance of hope. Otherwise, if the Hua family took her child away, she might never see them again. That was her child. That man was utterly ruthless. Wan Minglan felt a pang of regret for having offended Mr. Yi. She longed to apologize. Yet the words spoken by Yi Yinshan had left her in a position from which she could not easily extricate herself. Chapter 62. The Wronged Father, Mr. Hua. Miss Wan intends to flee with the child. Yi Yinshan directly called Hua Hejuan to inform him, suggesting that Mr. Hua should come to collect them to prevent any further turmoil. Given Wan Minglan's propensity for chaos, it was entirely plausible that she might indeed attempt to escape. He advised Hua Hejuan to be aware of the situation and to keep it from escalating. Your matters are of no concern to me. It was unclear what sort of environment Wan Minglan had grown up in that led her to consistently seek undue advantages, to take liberties, and even to push her luck. Hua Hejuan remained silent for a moment, clearly taken aback by Wan Minglan's audacity. However, given her inclination to run away, he found her behavior somewhat predictable. Mr. Yi, thank you. Yi Yinshan hung up the phone with a soft hum and proceeded to check on his daughter. He found her engaged in whispered conversation with Wan Error. Approaching them, he affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and informed Wan Error, your father will come to pick you up shortly. Wan Error paused in surprise, recalling that she was supposed to stay for a few days. She wished to spend more time with her mother. Yet the news of her father's imminent arrival filled her with delight. Father, how wonderful. Wan Zhi was elated, particularly thrilled at the thought of departing. Yi Yinshan reflected on the magnanimity of his daughter, contemplating the complexities that seemed to afflict only adults. The situation surrounding Hua Hejuan, who had fathered 2 children without the sanctity of marriage, added layers of difficulty to his quest for a suitable partner. The challenges of social standing and familial expectations loomed large, even in the realm of arranged unions. The prospect of a woman entering a marriage as a stepmother to 2 children weighed heavily on the minds of prospective brides. Although Hua Hejuan had formed a bond with a woman, the existence of 2 children necessitated a narrative that would not easily be accepted. These children, too, would likely face the absence of familial affection. If Hua Hejuan and Wan Minglan were to unite, the disparity in their social standings would likely deter any acceptance from his family, given that Wan Minglan's circumstances suggested a marriage into wealth, which would further exacerbate the class divide. In any case, the situation appeared rather challenging. Soon, Hua Hejuan arrived, seemingly unburdened by the need to gather belongings, intent on taking the children with him. What are you doing? Your words carry no weight. Wan Minglan lamented as she observed the 2 children being shielded by several burly men, rendering her unable to approach. Despair filled her heart as her reddened eyes locked onto Hua Hejuan, pleading, return my children to me. Returning what belongs to you, allowing you to run with the children. You truly are relentless. Given that you have borne 2 children, I initially contemplated offering you some compensation, but it seems unnecessary now, at this juncture. Had yet to transform into a figure of tenderness, nor had he developed any affection for, rendering him seemingly heartless. In his eyes, he epitomized the cold indifference and emotional ineptitude characteristic of the affluent. His early arrival must have been prompted by Mr. Yi, for she had only confided in him about her desire to flee. Why? Gazed sorrowfully at, her eyes filled with despair. Mr. Yi, why must you do this? Merely replied, 3 living individuals have vanished without a trace. Mr. seeks them, but I cannot provide them. Furthermore, it would be best for you to depart from my home sooner rather than later. At this moment, felt quite troubled, realizing how easy it is to invite a deity, but so difficult to send them away. What had he been thinking to bring someone into his home? Oh, this woman is truly kind-hearted, remarkably resilient, and genuinely pure, devoid of pretense. Sigh. Did not blame. He only chastised himself for being so moved at that moment. Mr. Yi would not assist him. Shifted her gaze from him to, do you wish to go with him? Even if it means you may never see your mother again? No, Mama, replied, I will help you, ensuring you and Papa are together. Although was young and clever, it did not imply she was innately wise in matters of the heart. Her words were spoken with innocent directness. Hua Hejuan cast a disdainful glance at Wan Minglan. A woman of such character was certainly not to his liking. Error, I shall not be with him. We shall remain united as a family of 3, he declared. Wan Minglan, filled with shame and anger, vehemently denied her son's words. But, Mother, I wish to be with Father, he protested, burying his head against the robust chest of a man nearby, unable to bear the disappointment reflected in his mother's eyes. Error. Wan Minglin clutched her heart. Staggering back in disbelief, her countenance pale and desolate, evoking a sense of pity in onlookers. Indeed, she harbored deep affection for her child. Nan Zhi observed the scene with a hint of confusion. In her young mind, it seemed at odds with the tales she had heard. Why did Wan Error's parents not love each other? Why did the prince and the maiden of humble origins not live happily ever after? How peculiar. Curious. Nan Zhi asked the system, "Brother, why is this not right?" "It is too soon. The timing of their encounter is flawed, affecting all involved. They simply need to leave her home," replied the system. "Not quite the same, dear child. People often meet in humble circumstances, rather than amidst opulence and grandeur." In the narrative, Hua Hejuan feels a sense of guilt towards the two children for not being present during their upbringing. Yet the present situation is different. The children are still young, unrefined by the nurturing of another, clever and astute, relying solely on Hua Hejuan's own efforts, which may not yield the desired outcome. Hua Hejuan's feelings towards these two children are indeed complex. Resolute and unyielding, Hua Hejuan preferred not to linger, taking the children with him. Wan Minglin attempted to intervene but was pushed to the ground. However, she quickly regained her composure and pursued them once more. As people come and go like the ebb and flow of the tide, the villa felt utterly vacant, its previous bustling atmosphere replaced by emptiness. Yi Yinshan addressed the servant, instructing, "Please assist in packing Miss Wan's belongings." The servant promptly complied, thinking it for the best that the woman had departed. She had mistakenly believed this household had a matriarch, despite her arrival with two children, which Mr. Yu seemed to appreciate. Yet, it appeared she had not captured Mr. Ye's heart. Having children with another man before marriage rendered such a mistress undesirable. How brazen. Was she to be cast out? Chapter 63. The unfortunate father strikes of misfortune came one after another. Money and power. She must strive to earn, to elevate herself. She resolved to work diligently, to prove her worth, and to become an exceptional designer. However, now Mr. Yi intended to expel her. Wan Minglin gazed at the boxes in the hall and took a deep breath before addressing Yi Yinshan. "Mr. Yi, you have assisted me greatly, and I have vowed to repay you. You believe I possess design talent. Please allow me to reciprocate by creating value for you." Yi Yinshan. Nan Zhi. Does this mean Aunt Wan will not be leaving their home? Is Aunt Wan not accompanying Wan Error and the others? Confused, Nan Zhi felt a rift within her. Was Aunt Wan abandoning the Wan siblings? The system fell silent for a moment, pondering if they were now embroiled in a narrative akin to a desperate pursuit of a lost love. Nan Zhi, huh? Pursue what? A funeral pyre? Bewildered, she turned to Wan Minglin and asked, "Aunt Wan, do you no longer wish to be with Wan Error and the others?" Wan Minglin's demeanor towards Nan Zhi was gentle yet resolute, understanding that their temporary separation was essential for a more promising reunion in the future. Nan Zhi furrowed her brows, her face contorted with concern. Wan Minglin turned to the silent Yi Yinshan and said, "Mr. Yi, allow me to create value for you." Yi Yinshan scrutinized Wan Minglin, noticing her newfound composure. Previously, she had been distraught over the children, as if her very existence hinged upon them. Now, her thoughts and gaze were entirely consumed by work. Most strikingly, she intended to collaborate with him, seemingly unperturbed about relocating. This left Yi Yinshan in a state of confusion for the first time. He realized he had underestimated a woman's resilience and fortitude. She could effortlessly act as if past events had never transpired, continuing as if everything were normal. Yi Yinshan refrained from giving an immediate response, instead inquiring, "What are your plans?" He pondered the unending entanglement with Hua Hejuan, recognizing that as long as those two children existed, Wan Minglin would remain inextricably linked to Hua Hejuan and the Hua family. Her apparent love for the children led her to fiercely contest for them, yet she seemed never to contemplate her own life. Suddenly, Yi Yinshan posed a question, "Miss Wan, do you love Mr. Hua?" "I do not love him. I cannot love a man so cold and unfeeling," Wan Minglin swiftly denied, asserting that all her actions were driven solely by her devotion to the children. Yi Yinshan replied, "Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. Never mind. Never mind. I'm exhausted. Let things unfold as they may." Wan Minglin, with a calm demeanor, presented her value to Yi Yinshan, stating, "Without the children, I can devote myself more to my work and surely create the value that Mr. Yi desires." Yi Yinshan merely chuckled inwardly. Wan Minglin possessed talent, yet it was not the rarest kind. He had no shortage of skilled designers in his department, and he could easily hire them at a high salary. His willingness to nurture Wan Minglin was primarily for his own benefit, yet at this moment, he felt a sense of disinterest. Nan Zhi glanced between her father and Aunt Wan, finally coming to a realization. Aunt Wan would continue to be with her father and reside in their home. Aside from the absence of Wan Error and Wan Yan'an, little had changed. How could this be? Why was her father silent? Did he intend to agree? Furthermore, her father had always shown affection towards Aunt Wan, and his kindness to Wan Error and Wan Yan'an stemmed from his feelings for her. Nan Zhi deeply understood the meaning of the term great fool, and it resonated with the image of her father, Shuer's dad, who epitomized such a notion. Whenever the phrase great fool was uttered, her father's visage immediately appeared in her mind. Why was Aunt Wan fixating on her father? The system brother remarked that two men were involved. One desired children, while the other sought a woman. Now, her father's objective had been achieved. Yet, would her father perish? Nan Zhi cried silently within, feeling as if nothing had truly changed. The system responded, "It is quite normal. Fate is not easily altered, particularly in a deadlock." On a brighter note, with the departure of those two children, Shuer's father's wealth will remain untouched by them. Indeed, Nan Zhi immediately felt a surge of joy, momentarily forgetting about the financial concerns. The atmosphere was thick with an inexplicable sense of suffocation and repression. Wan Minglin could not help but speak up. "I apologize, Mr. Yi. Earlier, due to my concerns for the child, I was unreasonably harsh towards you. Please forgive my behavior. I was too anxious, too frightened, and I inadvertently leaned on you, which led to my outburst. Those words were not a true reflection of my feelings." Wan Minglin's expression was sincere, even bowing at a 90-degree angle to Yi Yanshan. Not a true reflection? How could that be? It was indeed her genuine sentiment. Anger breeds rudeness. Profound sorrow leads to thoughtless words. Those utterances at that moment were heartfelt. However, Yi Yanshan did not outright reject her, but replied, "You are currently an employee in the design department, and your employment status should be determined by your supervisor. At the conclusion of your internship, if your supervisor decides you may stay, then you shall remain," Yi Yanshan stated. "But isn't the decision of an employee's future ultimately up to you? Moreover, you hadn't mentioned anything about the internship period previously." Wan Minglin was about to retort when she met Yi Yanshan's calm gaze, which rendered her speechless. If Yi Yanshan harbored resentment towards her, she could endure it. But such tranquility. Wan Minglin bit her lip. "Very well. Furthermore, previously, when you had the child, for the sake of the child, I allowed you to stay in my home. Now that the child has been taken by their father, it is inappropriate for us, a man and a woman alone, to continue living together. You should move to the employee dormitory. If, after your internship, you prove capable of designing high-selling jewelry, the company will provide you with accommodation. Miss Wan, best of luck to you." Yi Yanshan exuded a gentle and courteous demeanor, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. However, this politeness and attentiveness were not what Wan Minglin desired. Such distance and formality could hardly be deemed as friendship. The commotion instigated by Hua Hejuan had tarnished her image in Mr. Ye's eyes. Wan Minglin felt discontent, while Nan Zhi was elated. For at least it meant Aunt Wan had vacated her home. How delightful. Furthermore, her father was no longer such a fool. Hooray. At this juncture, Wan Minglin felt a twinge of embarrassment in insisting on residing in the villa. Chapter 64. The foolish father. Wan Minglin, dragging her suitcase, stood beside the car. Gazing at the villa, the silhouette of the villa was faintly discernible, its walls adorned with blooming flowers, resplendent and beautiful, while the interior was even more opulent. Now, she was about to leave the villa. In the past, she would not have held much affection for such a place. After all, one only requires 3 meals a day and a bed to sleep in. There is little difference. Though it is indeed a bed, each bed is unique. Despite sharing the same name, she was determined to work hard and strive for a life that afforded her children such luxuries, enabling her to reclaim them from the grasp of the Hua family. After the driver's persistent urging, Wan Minglin finally entered the vehicle, dragging her suitcase to the company's staff dormitory. The dormitory was quite modest. Although it was a single room, it was rather cramped, consisting of a room, a bathroom, and a small kitchen, all somewhat unkempt. Upon entering, a lingering odor greeted her, revealing that the previous occupant had left without tidying up. Wan Minglin walked in, her expression far from pleasant, her disdain unmistakable. Observing her demeanor, the staff member accompanying her felt a twinge of annoyance. Wan Minglin, an intern, surprisingly enjoys the privilege of a single dormitory, while many others are cramped in shared quarters. She even expresses her disdain. Unbeknownst to her, it was her superior, under the benevolence of the employer, who secured this accommodation for her, considering she was brought in by the boss. As she observes the dynamics between her superior and the employer, she resolves to settle in. With her belongings finally unpacked, exhaustion washes over her. Living in a villa, she is accustomed to having household chores performed by servants. The clothes she tosses into the laundry basket after a refreshing bath miraculously reappear in her wardrobe, neatly folded and devoid of wrinkles, imbued with the scent of detergent and sunlight. However, after painstakingly organizing her surroundings, her stomach growls in protest. Gazing at the meager kitchen, she notices the gas canister left outside. Coated in grease, it feels sticky to the touch. With a weary sigh, Wan Minglin closes her eyes. Devoid of the energy to cook, lying on the bed, she senses the dust particles hovering above her, causing an itch on her face. This unfamiliarity is unsettling. Everything feels amiss, leaving her in discomfort. Yet, for the sake of her child and the desire to provoke regret in Hua Hejuan, she musters her resolve. She is determined to persist, to showcase her talents and worth, hoping to catch Mr. Ye's attention. Regret gnaws at her for not cherishing the slight affection Mr. Yi had shown her. As she steels herself to strive for success, Yi Yinshan subtly communicates to the director of the design department, insisting that everything must adhere to company protocol. The director comprehends the implication. Everyone is treated equally, including Wan Minglin. I wonder what transgression I committed to incur the boss's displeasure. Some individuals remain oblivious to the rarity of encountering benefactors. A helping hand can equate to years of arduous struggle. Often, one merely requires a final impetus, a guiding influence, to irrevocably alter one's trajectory. Wan Minglin still yearned for an audience with Mr. Yi, but she perceived an immense chasm separating them. Despite working an entire day, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of Mr. Yi. She was a mere rank-and-file employee, devoid of the privilege of appearing before the proprietor. Her colleagues, once subtly envious and restrained in their provocations, now exhibited a conspicuous audacity. In elevated echelons, amicable relations abound. In the depths, vulnerability invites exploitation. Hello, Error. Wan Minglin murmured groggily as her phone rang. Her son, Wan Error, was on the line. No, he should now be addressed as Huoyu. So eager were they to expunge any vestiges of his connection to her, unwilling to permit the child to bear her surname, Wan. Her child, the offspring she bore through arduous pregnancy, had been wrested away, severing all ties with her. Mother, are you faring well? Wan Error inquired, unable to suppress his concern. No, not well. Even more arduous and debilitating than when I raised you. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed Wan Minglin. Yes, yes. Wan Error assented repeatedly. His voice tinged with tears. Mother, I miss you. I long for you dearly. Wan Minglin, suppressing her exhaustion, soothed her child. Wan Error was oblivious to the time difference. It was daytime in his realm, while here, it was the cusp of dawn. Wan Minglin's head began to throb. Error, mother needs to rest. Wan Minglin could not help but speak before hanging up the phone. Wan Error listened to the busy signal on the line, tears streaming down his cheeks. He tightly pressed his lips together, standing there, exuding a sense of bewildered loss, as if he had been abandoned. Young master, why are you wandering about again? Come and have your meal. A servant approached, taking Wan Error by the hand. Wan Error resisted the servant's advance, but unable to free himself. He reluctantly followed the servant to the dining table. At the table, his grandparents looked at him, immediately furrowing their brows. Wan Error instinctively shrank back and called out, Grandpa. Grandma. However, his actions only deepened the dissatisfaction of the elderly couple. Although they understood the child was innocent, they were displeased that their son had inexplicably fathered a child. Despite being their descendant, the child was not born of a legitimate wife, which further irked them, particularly Mrs. Hua. The thought that her son had a child before even marrying caused her considerable distress. Would he still find a suitable bride? The child's mother was certainly not a commendable woman, having given birth in secrecy. Mr. Hua suggested raising the child outside, treating him as an illegitimate offspring, while only recognizing children born to a proper wife as legitimate heirs. Being a man, Mr. Hua believed that as long as the child was not present, future daughters-in-law would be none the wiser. However, Mrs. Hua held a different view. As a woman, she understood the sentiments of women, even if the child was unseen. The emotional discomfort lingered, gnawing at her. Such a troubling matter would certainly be a concern for any decent girl. Those who did not mind such circumstances were likely of a lesser caliber than the Hua family. The elderly lady harbored hopes of finding a suitable bride for her son, aiming to fortify the Hua family's stature. The sudden and inexplicable loss of an opportunity to enhance the family lineage left everyone discontented. The arrival of the child was abrupt, disrupting all plans, inevitably leading to a sense of unwelcomeness towards him. The child, though innocent, arrived in an inopportune moment, rendering it difficult for others to embrace him. The son's actions imply an acceptance of two children, raising questions about the future of any legitimate offspring. Ultimately, the blame falls upon the woman, who brought forth the child without prior knowledge of others. It is often said that children are oblivious, yet they possess an acute awareness. Exhibiting a primal instinct for survival, he perceived himself as something undesirable. In that fleeting moment, one Arer felt as though he had stepped into a world apart, one where kin were neither welcoming nor affectionate. Even amidst the chaos of his previous environment, filled with unsavory and even malevolent individuals, he remained indifferent, for they were not his kin. His mother had showered him with love. Despite her occasional breakdowns and persistent tender struggles, her affection was unwavering. Although her love bore a hint of selfishness, it rarely manifested in harsh words towards him. However, now he found himself in an opulent realm, surrounded by his relatives, yet it elicited discomfort within him. In fact, the kindness and attentiveness of Uncle Yi surpassed that of his own family. Warner felt a profound sense of confusion and distress, subconsciously becoming increasingly reliant on her father. For here, he was her sole anchor. The household showed little regard for the children, and thus the servants mirrored this indifference. While they did not overtly mistreat Warner and her brother, their attentiveness was sorely lacking, inevitably leading to neglect. The elderly couple of the Ho family, upon observing the timid demeanor of the child, grew even less fond of her, regarding her as an offspring of a mysterious woman from the outside world, unworthy of esteem. They failed to consider that two children just over 3 years old possess limited understanding, feeling engulfed by insecurity in an unfamiliar environment. Children are perceptive to the emotions of adults. The more the elderly disdained Warner, the more she instinctively sought to distance herself from them, further cementing their disdain and reinforcing a detrimental cycle. In the narrative, there was an evident affection for the two children, who were, after all, their grandchildren. Yet, the presence of different children evoked a distinct response. This discrepancy was tied to strategy. The children within the storyline had forged connections with the grandparents, who were unaware at first that these children were their grandchildren, only perceiving their merits in the allure of their surroundings. Additionally, as Hua Hejuan had neither married nor fathered children, the elderly couple yearned for grandchildren, naturally gravitating towards a child who bore an uncanny resemblance to their son in his youth. Moreover, Warner discovered that her grandmother was seeking a wife for her father, often reproaching him and her brother as burdens during the search. The thought of her father having another wife left her bewildered and resistant. What would become of her mother? Would she be expected to call someone else mother? Warner could not accept or comprehend this, as it starkly contrasted with her envisioned life. Although everything here appeared opulent and splendid, akin to Uncle Ye's household, it felt dissonant to her reality. However, the people here are unkind. They are relatives, yet they do not love him and his sister. When he called his mother, she hurriedly hung up. Could it be that she no longer loves him either? From the very beginning, seeking out his father was a mistake. The stark contrast is such that Warner even feels more at home at Uncle Ye's, where he experiences more affection than he does from his father. Uncle Ye gently pats his head and gifts him presents, conversing with him in a cheerful manner, while his father, even when touching his head, does so with a furrowed brow. Warner's eyes brim with tears as he lowers his head to eat, his demeanor resembling that of a bullied, timid child, which irritates those who witness it. Mrs. Wu finds this disheartening. She refrains from scolding him, questioning the need for such a display of victimhood. If their son were to see this, it would undoubtedly lead to a quarrel. Children can sense the nuances of good and evil, and even the naive one Yin Yin has grown notably quiet, no longer daring to wail. She has a vague understanding that, even if she cries, it will not yield the desired outcome. Warner resolves to elope with his sister in search of their mother. The sudden disappearance of the siblings sends the Hua household into chaos. Warner, indeed cleverly evades the multitude of people and successfully leaves the Hua residence with his sister. How am I to know why he ran away? He walks around with a perpetual scowl as if we have mistreated him, Mrs. Hua remarks irritably. Although referred to as an elder, she is merely in her 40s and is addressed as Mrs. Hua in public, faced with her son's inquiries. Her well-maintained visage contorts slightly with exasperation. If the child's mother longs for children and loves them so dearly, let her have them, she retorts. The underlying sentiment is a profound reluctance towards the two children. The utterance of such words by a figure of beauty and grace sends chills down one's spine. In the narrative, the once endearing and delightful grandmother now appears devoid of charm and amusement. Wan Er, undoubtedly intelligent, remains merely a 3-year-old child, while the prospect of Hua Hejuan's impending marriage looms near, overshadowed by the intangible losses incurred by the Hua family due to the presence of the 2 children. Mrs. Hua frequently finds herself the subject of veiled insinuations regarding her offspring, often criticized for having children before the formalities of marriage, a situation deemed most inappropriate. The arrival of these children is seen as untimely, evoking disfavor. Everyone cherishes fragrant and beautiful blossoms, relishing in the sweetness of fruit. Yet not all are inclined to toil in the soil to nurture them. To have children capable of transcending the prejudices of the Hua family, to be embraced and cherished, would require an exceptional degree of merit and charm, an undertaking demanding immense dedication. While relishing the sweet fruits of labor is a source of joy, the prospect of raising an illegitimate child, thereby placing future daughters-in-law in a precarious position, is simply unattainable. Hua Hejuan is acutely aware that his parents blame him for the existence of the children, yet he too has only recently come to terms with this reality. Feeling bewildered and uncertain about how to fulfill the role of a good father, with a furrowed brow, Hua Hejuan expresses his concern. The paramount priority now is to locate the children. The outside world presents too many dangers. Wan Er, accompanied by her sister, navigates through the crowd, their expressions vacant and lost, as if they have no place in this world. Indeed, searching for mother. Wan Er dialed his mother's number, and as soon as the call connected, he cried out, "Mom, I've come to find you. Wan Minglin had just awoken when she received her son's call and hurriedly inquired, "What happened? Wan Er cried even harder, "Mom, they are not good. They are not good to my sister." Wan Minglin's anger flared. She was determined to take the children away, yet she was not treating them properly. She asked where her child was, and Wan Er, sobbing, revealed, "I ran away from home with my sister." Wan Minglin felt a chill of terror. Such young children venturing out could easily fall prey to human traffickers. Hearing her mother's voice, Wan Er fell into despair. "Mom, can you come take me away? I want to be with you. Daddy doesn't want us anymore. He wants to marry someone else." Wan Minglin was momentarily stunned. The thought of Hua Hejuan marrying another woman pierced her heart with anguish. Logically, it was to be expected that he would seek companionship elsewhere after their tumultuous relationship, devoid of affection. Yet now, she felt a profound ache, her grip on the phone nearly faltering. A sense of betrayal washed over her. She had borne him children. There were 2 of them. Mom, come get me. I want Mom. Please, Mom," Wan Er pleaded. The desperation in his voice revealing the oppressive environment he endured in the Hua household, yearning to escape. The children needed to be brought to safety. But not at this moment. Wan Minglin hesitated, acutely aware that her current position was at a critical juncture. If she were to request another leave of absence, she feared she might not even complete her probationary period. Leaving this company meant that she would lose her sole opportunity to be employed in a role that had accepted her as a designer, despite her lack of formal qualifications or a portfolio to showcase her talents. Sensing her mother's uncertainty, Wan Er cried out, "Mom, do you not love me anymore?" Her brother Wan Yanyan, affected by her emotions, joined in the weeping, and the 2 children's cries echoed, overwhelming Wan Minglin. Hua Hejuan was exasperated. A perplexing woman was meddling in his marital affairs. After inquiring about the children, he abruptly terminated the call. "What have I done to deserve this? Why run away?" "Mrs. Hua retorted, "Is there something that cannot be discussed, that you must flee? Truly, a wolf cub that cannot be nurtured." Wan Er's decision to leave home would not improve her situation. Instead, it reinforced the Hua family's perception that the child was indeed unruly and difficult to raise. The servants, fearing reproach from their employers, kept a vigilant watch over the 2 children, anxious that they might escape, which only added to Wan Er's distress. Every action was scrutinized, and this constant surveillance and wariness made the young children uncomfortable, leading them to lash out in frustration. Such outbursts only confirmed the Hua family's belief that the children were challenging to manage. Deprived of positive reinforcement from the outside world, and feeling that their thoughts were disregarded, Wan Er gradually became withdrawn and taciturn. Speaking seemed futile, so what was the point of saying anything at all? In a brief span of time, Wan Er's demeanor had transformed significantly. She appeared gloomy and unapproachable. Meanwhile, Wan Minglin faced a disheartening setback in her career. After enduring a challenging internship, the director of the design department dismissed her, citing her unsuitability and incompetence for the role. However, the company, adhering to protocol, granted her an additional month's salary and instructed her to vacate the employee dormitory within a week. This predicament exacerbated Wan Menglin's situation. She found herself without accommodation and in need of a rental, yet securing a rental required employment, which she lacked. Without a stable residence, finding work became an insurmountable challenge, leaving her in a deeply precarious position. Wan Menglin yearned for more than just an extra month's pay. She aspired to remain within the company and establish herself as a designer, envisioning a promising future for both herself and her child. Otherwise, she feared reverting to her previous existence, toiling in menial service jobs that barely sustained her, leading a life fraught with despair. She felt an urgent need to take action. Drawing a stack of papers from her drawer, she revealed designs she had painstakingly sketched during her limited free time. Yet, she knew these could not be presented to the design director, who was adamant about her dismissal and would likely dismiss her efforts without a second thought, potentially even appropriating her ideas. Thus, she resolved to seek out Mr. Yi, the owner, who held the power to sway the director's decision. "Sir, there is someone waiting outside," the driver remarked, noticing an individual standing at the entrance of the villa. Yi Yinshan lowered the car window and spotted Wan Menglin, raising an eyebrow as the reason for her urgency became apparent. Nan Zhi leaned closer to the window, glancing at Wan Menglin and then at her father. "Daddy, it's Aunt Wan." Nan Zhi gazed at Yi Yinshan, a sense of unease enveloping her. Would her father once again be accepting Aunt Wan? With no outsiders in the house, one could indulge in whatever one pleased, an undeniable comfort. Nan Zhi's worries intensified. The system brother had indicated that when two men are involved, one man desires children, while the other seeks a woman. Now, with only Aunt Wan left, could it be that her father yearns for her? Alas, my unfortunate predicament. Oh, dear father. Chapter 67. The Great Misunderstanding of a Father. Upon seeing the car come to a halt, Wan Menglin hurriedly approached, script in hand. As the door swung open, a faint yet alluring fragrance wafted forth from within, both cool and enigmatic. Wan Menglin glanced at the man seated inside. He exuded an air of calm, his demeanor embodying an ineffable warmth and maturity, akin to a majestic mountain, powerful and reassuring. He was clad in a dark suit, his shoes gleaming, and the jade buttons at his cuffs radiated a gentle elegance, exuding understated opulence. Beside him sat a young girl, her legs swinging playfully, adorned in exquisite red leather shoes complemented by delicate white lace stockings, utterly charming. Encountering this man once more, Wan Menglin found herself astonished. He was even more captivating and formidable than she had previously imagined. When, she pondered, does a man or a woman appear most enchanting? It is precisely when they do not harbor affection for me. During moments when Yi Yinshan treated her kindly, she remained oblivious to the man's superiority. However, after experiencing the mire of life and drawing closer to him, she was struck by an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Yi Yinshan sat with his legs crossed, hands resting upon his lap, observing Wan Menglin from the vehicle. Despite being seated, his presence commanded greater authority than those standing, compelling Wan Menglin to instinctively take a step back. Nan Zhi spoke up. "Aunt Wan, hello." Wan Menglin immediately displayed a gentle smile. "Greeting, hello, Sherry. You have become even more charming." With this interruption, the atmosphere became less tense. Wan Menglin noticed that Yi Yinshan remained silent, which made her even more anxious. Her future was entirely dependent on Mr. Yi. "Mr. Yi, here is my design draft. Please take a look," she said, hurriedly handing over the design papers to Yi Yinshan. Her posture bent and demeanor humble. Perhaps due to a series of setbacks, she had become somewhat self-aware, more grounded in reality. The faint trace of pride in her distinct purity began to gradually dissipate, shaped by life into an ordinary person. It was indeed a sorrowful transformation. Yi Yinshan glanced at the design draft, but did not take it. Instead, he inquired, why not submit it to the director? The manuscript and electronic design drafts should be reviewed by the director. The fact that he didn't even glance at it startled Wan Menglin, intensifying her anxiety. She quickly replied, "Mr. Yi, I don't wish to trouble you, but I was dismissed by the director. I had no choice but to seek your assistance. You mentioned that I have talent. Please, take a look at what I've drawn." Wan Menglin gazed at Yi Yinshan, tears brimming in her eyes, pleading earnestly. Instinctively, Yi Yinshan reached out to take the draft. And by the time he realized it, the manuscript was already in his hand. Nan Zhi observed her father, her left eye reflecting grievance, and her right eye depicting bewilderment. Alas, her father became utterly befuddled upon encountering Aunt Wan. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Wan Minglin was on the verge of tears yet felt a glimmer of hope, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, as if the mere gaze of Yi Yanshan could bestow permanence upon her work. Yi Yanshan, however, felt an impulse to reprimand her for her restlessness. Nevertheless, having acquired the designs, he scrutinized them with earnestness, perusing each piece with an unchanging demeanor, neither exclaiming in delight nor remarking on the complexity of the artistry. As Wan Minglin's anxiety mounted, her hands clenched tightly together, her heart pounding incessantly, she began to doubt herself. She silently yearned for at least one piece to capture Mr. Yi's interest, even if it were but a single design. Yi Yanshan meticulously examined the final piece, and then handed the stack back to Wan Minglin. Confused, she accepted the design drafts and looked back at him. Their eyes met, and in just over a month, a sense of profound change enveloped them, as if the world had shifted irreversibly. Yi Yanshan regarded her with a serene heart, uncertain whether it was he who had altered or if the qualities he once admired in Wan Minglin had faded. Mr. Yi. Wan Minglin's voice trembled, a dawning realization washing over her, her complexion drained of color, shrouded in despair as if the sky itself had collapsed. She could not comprehend why she was beset by so many trials and tribulations, feeling as though the weight of these adversities was poised to crush her. As she watched Yi Yanshan's lips move, his voice ethereal, he said, "I'm afraid, Miss Wan, that these designs are rather commonplace. Even an intern from the design department could produce them with ease. To be frank, they pale in comparison to that spontaneous yet inspired sketch you created on a napkin. Mr. Yi, I am willing to learn. I simply acted out of impatience, my mind clouded with myriad thoughts. I implore you for another chance. Please, Mr. Yi. You are my only hope now. If you assist me this once, I shall repay you." Yi Yanshan merely responded, "I am truly sorry." His voice gentle, yet laden with remorse. Such softness belied a firm resolve, devoid of insult or derision, offering only a serene apology. Yet this very demeanor intensified Wan Minglin's feelings of anxiety and despair. "Even if you were to scold me, or humiliate me before you, it would be more bearable." As Yi Yanshan reached to close the car door, Wan Minglin instinctively grasped it, unwilling to allow it to shut. Once that door closed, her life would irrevocably change. A premonition gripped her, akin to an impending catastrophe, stripping her of decorum as she clung desperately to Yi Yanshan, her last lifeline. "Mr. Yi, do you wish to marry me? I want to marry you." Wan Minglin could only acquiesce to Yi Yanshan's wishes. From the outset, his kindness stemmed from affection. He desired to marry her. Under such circumstances, there was no room for Wan Minglin to hesitate, waiting for a happiness that seemed ordained. Yet that ethereal, future happiness, invisible and elusive, was cruelly battered by the harshness of reality, reduced to a mere puddle of despair. Suddenly, Yi Yanshan smiled, suggesting a mock marriage. Wan Minglin shook her head vigorously. No, a real marriage." Yi Yanshan remarked, "Is it that you harbor resentment? You hold feelings for Mr. Hua, and marrying me would leave you unsatisfied, fearing that I have coerced you, perhaps even harboring hatred towards me." With a sigh, Yi Yanshan spoke these words. Wan Minglin immediately replied, "No, that's not the case. Although I have 2 children with Hua Hejuan, there are no feelings between us. Moreover, Hua Hejuan does not love me. You have always been the one to assist me." Wan Minglin's expression was sincere, yet at that moment, her visage appeared bewildered, drenched in sweat, devoid of any charm, merely reflecting a desperate eagerness to seize an opportunity. Yi Yanshan felt a twinge of sympathy for Wan Minglin. Indeed, it was sympathy. Yi Yanshan was perplexed by Wan Minglin's steadfastness, which seemed unwavering, yet life is replete with unpredictable changes. How could she be so certain that her thoughts and aspirations would come to fruition, confining herself within an impenetrable cage? How could she believe in her unwavering commitment, convinced that she could achieve her desires? What era is this? It would be one thing if a beautiful outcome were assured, but what if it is not? Had she never contemplated other possibilities in life? In her pursuit of this inexplicable notion, she has delayed her own life. Even if Wan Minglin were to marry him now, it would likely be with a heart full of reluctance. This reluctance torments not only herself but also others. Enough, it is meaningless. Yi Yanshan understood that Wan Minglin was merely seeking to escape her predicament by choosing to marry him. In the past, he might have been able to tolerate it, even respect her, but now, he felt no affection for her. To shatter someone's dreams and convictions is an unethical act. The affairs of others' hearts do not concern him. Nan Zhi sighed inwardly, unable to comprehend why it seemed that her father was the only man in the world. Why does Aunt Wan always seek out Dad for everything? Dad remained silent, but surely he harbors thoughts of marrying Aunt Wan in his heart. This cannot be allowed. I must intervene. Dad can marry another woman, but it must not be Aunt Wan. Suddenly, Nan Zhi inquired of Wan Menglan, Aunt Wan, if one day something were to happen to Dad, would you treat Sherry well? Wan Menglan nodded, striving to offer a gentle smile to Nan Zhi. Indeed, Sherry, I would cherish you as my own daughter. That cannot be true. It cannot be. Nan Zhi thought to herself. Aunt Wan would not act in such a manner. Dad and Aunt Wan are not even friends. Friends support one another. Yet they do not. Nan Zhi tilted her head and remarked, Aunt Wan's biological children are only Wan Error and Wan Yin Yin. No, Sherry, I will certainly treat you well, Wan Menglan asserted with determination, her conviction palpable. However, Nan Zhi remained unconvinced. Before Sherry's father's gravestone, they only mentioned remembering Uncle Yi for Wan Error and Wan Yin Yin, showing indifference towards Sherry's plight. Perhaps they were unaware of Sherry's circumstances. Yet it seemed evident that Aunt Wan did not hold Sherry in her thoughts nor cared for her well-being. Perhaps it was due to Sherry's constant disputes with Wan Error and Wan Yin Yin that Aunt Wan harbored a dislike for Sherry and chose not to concern herself with her. Turning her gaze to the other side of the car window, Nan Zhi refused to look at Aunt Wan any longer. Observing his pouting daughter, Yi Yanshan could not help but chuckle, turning to Wan Menglan to say, Miss Wan, I do not wish to marry at this time, as the child is still young. Please see Miss Wan off shortly, Yi Yanshan instructed the driver, who promptly acknowledged. With a resounding clang, the car door shut, and it slowly rolled through the iron gates, which then creaked shut behind, leaving Wan Menglan outside. Staring blankly at the iron barrier, she loosened her grip, and her manuscript tumbled to the ground. A wave of despondency washing over her. She had failed to secure either of the two remarkable men, Hua Hejuan and Yi Yanshan, losing her chance to alter the course of her life. She reached for both with her left hand and right, yet grasped neither. Squatting at the threshold, her face buried in her hands, she began to weep softly, her tears flowing for quite some time. Gathering her scattered design drafts from the ground, she declined the driver's offer to escort her, wandering aimlessly along the roadside. Suddenly, a car halted beside her, but Wan Menglan remained oblivious, moving forward in a daze, while the vehicle trailed steadily alongside her. Hey, I've been following you for quite a while now, and you haven't noticed? A voice from the car inquired. Wan Menglan turned to see a young man, his gaze scrutinizing her with an air of nonchalance, unmistakably a carefree rogue. What did he want? His eyes roamed over her face, brazen and flippant, as he audaciously asked, What is your relationship with Yi Yanshan? Wan Menglan struggled to respond. Who are you? Are you one of his designers? I saw you stopping cars to show your work at his doorstep. He is quite the stickler for rules. Do you know Mr. Yi? Wan Menglan's eyes sparkled slightly as she regarded the young man. Yes, I do. I'm actually a board member of the company, albeit a minor one. The man gently touched the tip of his nose. Sir, could you take a look at my design draft and see if I can stay with the company? Wan Menglan could not help but gaze hopefully at the youthful boy, who appeared even younger than herself. Oh, what is the matter? I'll have a word with old Guan and ensure he keeps you on, the young man replied nonchalantly. Just go tell Director Guan it was my suggestion. Thank you. Thank you, Wan Menglan exclaimed, her heart brimming with unexpected joy. She never anticipated that she could remain. As long as she stayed, she was certain she could produce even better designs. However, Wan Menglan was not so naive as to trust blindly. How do I know you are telling the truth? She had never encountered him at the company. He was merely a minor director, the sort whose name was untraceable. The young man clicked his tongue and took out his phone, dialing a number before handing it to Wan Menglan. Listen, is that not old Guan's voice? Wan Menglan accepted the phone and was indeed greeted by Director Guan's voice. Now do you believe me? I've spoken to your old Guan. You'll continue working tomorrow. The young man remarked with indifference. Thank you, thank you. Wan Menglan expressed her immense gratitude. The young man got into his car and playfully blew her a kiss before the vehicle turned and drove away. Wan Menglan watched until the car disappeared from view. Unable to suppress her laughter, yet tears streamed down her face, a mix of joy and sorrow, as if she were losing her mind. The young, carefree man drove straight into the Yi family villa, casually tossing the car keys to the family chauffeur. Park my car properly, will you? Ah, my dear Sherry sister. How delightful. Come here for a hug. The man extended his hand towards Nan Zhi, lifting the somewhat bewildered girl into the air and tossing her up, causing her to cry out in fright. The man, however, seemed to revel in her reaction, continuing to toss her skyward. Enough. Do not scare the child, Yi Yinshan interjected, taking the girl from the man's grasp. You spend all day shirking responsibilities. Go to work. Uncle Zhang is counting on your diligence, Yi Yinshan remarked. Nan Zhi, feeling a bit dizzy, held her head in her hands and gazed at the stranger, finding him unfamiliar, someone she had never encountered before. Chapter 69. The wronged father. Yi Yinshan gently patted his daughter's head and introduced her. This is Zhang Biyun, your grandfather's son. Nan Zhi pondered for a moment, her expression vacant as if she had entered a state of contemplation, much to Zhang Biyun's amusement as he pinched her cheeks. Sister Shirley, you actually don't remember me? This is quite distressing, he teased. By the way, the little designer who caused a ruckus at your doorstep, I decided to keep her around, Zhang Biyun casually mentioned. Though her skills are rather mediocre, I find her rather intriguing. Yi Yinshan raised an eyebrow in confusion. What? Aunt Wan is staying? Nan Zhi exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Being so young, she was unsure how to express her thoughts. Otherwise, she would have quipped, please, walk independently and leave my father alone. Yi Yinshan regarded Zhang Biyun with a warning tone. You would do well to temper your enthusiasm. Uncle Zhang is already quite upset. He hesitated momentarily, his brow furrowed, struggling to form an opinion on Wan Minglan. To label her a bad woman seemed unjust, yet to classify her as good felt equally inadequate. For there was an unspoken stubbornness about her that was difficult to alter. Zhang Biyun languidly reclined on the sofa, arms splayed, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. This is who I am. No matter how angry my father gets, he can only express his frustration to a certain extent. He lacks self-restraint and will eventually drive himself to despair. Besides, my father might not even relish my ambition. I indulge in feasting and revelry while you all toil to provide for my pleasures, Yi Yinshan remarked. Such a portrait of paternal affection and filial devotion. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Biyun inquired, what brought that woman to your home? Is she truly just a mere designer? Yi Yinshan hesitated, his toes digging into the ground, betraying his discomfort. Zhang Biyun then turned to Nan Zhi, urging, come, enlighten your elder brother. Nan Zhi promptly replied, father wishes to marry Aunt Wan, and Aunt Wan favors a father with children. Zhang Biyun exclaimed. Such a revelation packed with implications. A love triangle. Unrequited affection, though that woman appears youthful, she already has children. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Yi Yinshan commented dryly. What a devoted daughter. Offering no courtesy to her aging father. Zhang Biyun regarded Yi Yinshan with a knowing look, his curiosity about the woman intensifying. I wonder what it is about her that has captured your attention, Yi. She does seem rather innocent. He stroked his chin, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Yi Yinshan chose not to dissuade him, recognizing that Zhang Biyun was quite the connoisseur of indulgence and had countless female companions. The dynamics between these two remained enigmatic, leaving one to wonder who was deceiving whom. Zhang Biyun is a seasoned veteran in the realm of romance, while Wan Minglan, a mother of two, remains rather inexperienced in matters of the heart. Yi Yinshan cautions, do not overstep your bounds. Be wary of potential pitfalls. With a casual gesture, Zhang Biyun dismisses the warning, stating, rest assured, I would never betray a friend as spouse, especially someone you hold dear. My curiosity is merely piqued. Daddy, who is he? Nan Zhi inquires, tilting her head toward her father. He is the son of Grandpa Zhang, a benefactor who aided me during my most challenging times, Yi Yinshan replies. However, he refrains from mentioning that Zhang Biyun is the illegitimate child of the old master, forever barred from inheriting the family fortune. After addressing the old master's interests, Yi Yinshan reciprocated by granting Zhang Biyun a portion of his shares sufficient for him to live comfortably, and even secured him a nominal position within the company, thus ensuring he was recognized as a legitimate employee. There were matters that the old master could not address directly, and Yi Yinshan discreetly took it upon himself to assist. Nan Zhi responded with an "oh," as she recalled Grandpa Zhang's visage from Sister Sherry's memories, then anxiously asked, will brother like Aunt Wan? Yi Yinshan pondered for a moment before asserting, probably not. Nan Zhi remained skeptical, believing that her brother would inevitably assist Aunt Wan, leading to a situation where her father would again be called upon for help. She queried the system, brother, has the task not been completed? The system replied, if he has not departed, then the task remains unfinished. Nan Zhi inquired, is it not considered complete if Aunt Wan does not leave the company, nor depart from my father's side? The system responded, your father's calamity has yet to be averted. The system merely stated, a car accident is not the only possibility. An elevator mishap could also occur. Nan Zhi gasped. Is death approaching? The system confirmed, indeed. With a heavy heart, Nan Zhi turned to Yi Yanshan, saying, Father, you must prioritize safety, especially while driving. Her concern was palpable. Yi Yanshan felt a mix of emotion and bewilderment. Such a small child, yet so preoccupied. Nan Zhi retorted, Who am I doing this for? You silly father? All right, I shall be vigilant, Yi Yanshan assured her. Zhang Biyun personally instructed the director to retain Wan Menglin. The entire design department was abuzz, their gazes toward Wan Menglin filled with astonishment, curiosity, and a hint of apprehension. Whispers circulated regarding the enchantment Wan Menglin possessed that captivated the boss and now ensnared Director Zhang. Although Director Zhang appeared rather frivolous, he was, after all, a board member, entitled to annual dividends, and wielding a modicum of influence within the company, sufficient to secure a position for a junior employee. This woman was indeed remarkable. What could be done? She had to be kept, albeit under certain stipulations. Upon entering the design department, she must produce at least 2 acceptable design drafts each month. Failure to do so would necessitate her departure. Very well, that is feasible, Zhang Biyun declared as he jovially patted Wan Menglin's shoulder. I value you, and you shall undoubtedly succeed. Director Guan chuckled inwardly but refrained from commenting further. Having successfully secured her position, Wan Menglin let out a sigh of relief. However, the pressure mounted as she realized she needed to produce 2 satisfactory designs within a month. Deeply appreciative of Zhang Biyan, she proposed treating him to dinner, to which he readily agreed without a second thought. In Chapter 70, titled The Misunderstood Father, Zhang Biyun escorted Wan Menglin to an upscale restaurant. As she surveyed the exquisitely decorated establishment, she couldn't help but calculate her financial standing, uncertain if she could afford the bill. With each dish Zhang ordered, her heart raced, feeling the weight of her previous status as merely an intern. Despite a potential extra month's salary from the company, it hardly amounted to much. The exquisite and pricey dishes seemed beyond her means. Zhang Biyun, noticing the subtle turmoil in her expression, was pained yet remained silent. He had begun to understand her nature, innocent yet resolute. Without hesitation, he ordered a generous selection of dishes, leaving Wan Menglin both astounded and anxious. Despite her predicament, she held her tongue, determined to endure. Zhang Biyun mused inwardly about her tenacity. Indeed, she was a remarkably resilient young woman. Throughout the meal, Wan Menglin found little joy in the food. When the time came to settle the bill, she was taken aback to learn it had already been taken care of. Stunned, she turned to Zhang Biyun, saying, Next month, when I receive my salary, I will treat you to dinner. I promise, it shall be my treat next time. As they approached the company dormitory, Wan Menglin remarked, It's not much, but it's home. Zhang Biyun frowned. Is such a place truly habitable? Peering into the room upon arrival, he noted its cramped quarters. We should consider finding a better place to stay. I possess a residence, a spacious flat that spans over 200 square meters. Typically, it remains unoccupied, and since it stands vacant, you are welcome to stay. Zhang Biyun lingered at the entrance, refraining from stepping inside. A mere 200 square meters. At times, the disparity between individuals fills Wan Menglin with a sense of despair, a despair so profound that no amount of effort seems capable of bridging the chasm. Such a distance in love evokes a sense of hopelessness. The prospect of moving into the vacant house stirred Wan Menglin's heart. Yet having previously endured a tumultuous cohabitation with Yi Yanshan, she declined, stating, No need, my current residence is quite convenient. Furthermore, Wan Menglin harbored no desire to create discord with Zhang Biyun, especially since she had finally found someone willing to lend her assistance. Perhaps Zhang Biyun had offered his help during Wan Menglin's most desperate moments, fostering a greater fondness for him than for Yi Yanshan. While Yi Yanshan had compounded her difficulties during her times of need, Zhang Biyun, despite his carefree demeanor, had indeed extended a helping hand. As for the previous kindness bestowed by Yi Yanshan, it had been wholly exhausted through repeated refusals. Not going. Zhang Biyun expressed surprise, observing the flicker of interest in her expression, yet she remained resolute in her refusal. Nevertheless, he did not press her to occupy the larger abode. This woman possesses a certain intrigue. Zhang Biyun, typically a carefree individual who indulged in merriment, now found himself working at the company 3 out of 5 days. Engaged in a nominal position that required little exertion. The design department was only aware of Director Guan, oblivious to the existence of a deputy director, whose sudden appearance at work left the designers in a state of confusion. It took them a moment to realize, oh, it's Director Zhang. Wan Menglin is quite an extraordinary woman. She possesses neither the requisite qualifications nor an impressive design portfolio. Previously guided by her superior to the design department, she now finds herself under the mentorship of Director Zhang. Such connections are indeed formidable and unwavering. Wan Minglin can sense the various gazes of her colleagues in the design department, some laced with disdain, others tinged with envy and jealousy, while a few convey contempt and derision. Even in the confines of the restroom, she overheard female colleagues insinuating that she had climbed into the beds of two men. The rivalry and harm that can arise among women often strike deeper wounds. In a fit of rage, Wan Minglin trembled uncontrollably in the restroom stall and could no longer contain herself. She burst forth, shouting at them, "What gives you the right to insult me so? I have not done what you claim. Your incessant accusations, are they not reflections of your own actions, given your familiarity with such behavior?" Initially, her colleagues were taken aback by the confrontation, feeling the awkwardness of being caught speaking ill of her. Yet as Wan Minglin's sarcasm pierced through, they felt no obligation to hold back, leading to a heated altercation that escalated to physical confrontation. This incident ultimately reached the attention of Director Guan, who was infuriated to the point of turning pale. He questioned whether they had too little work on their hands, spending their days gossiping instead. If only they channeled that energy into their designs, they would not remain mere junior designers. Observing the unfolding scene, Deputy Director Zhang interjected, asserting, "This situation clearly stems from the fault of those engaged in gossip." Director Guan, a man of stern demeanor, sighed in resignation, exclaiming, "Zhang, in matters of work, there is no clear right or wrong. He is not the arbiter of justice. However, their behavior has undeniably impacted our work. Due to the incessant meddling of Zhang Biyun, Director Guan found it increasingly difficult to perform his duties, leading him to declare that any further transgressions would result in dismissal." Meanwhile, Zhang Biyun mischievously winked at Wan Minglin, who, despite her previously heavy heart, nearly erupted into laughter at his antics, her spirits lifting slightly. Upon learning of Zhang Biyun's newfound diligence at work, Yi Yanshan was taken aback. Observing Zhang dining with Wan Minglin in the company cafeteria plunged him into contemplative silence. Strangely, when Yi Yanshan gazed upon Zhang Biyun, he was reminded of a former self, a foolhardy version of himself. No, he corrected himself. He was the true fool. For he had been sincere, while Zhang Biyun's intentions remained uncertain. Yi Yanshan felt a complex swirl of emotions. Unsure whether Zhang Biyun's newfound industriousness was driven by romantic pursuits or if he was merely working harder to win her affection. Should Wan Minglin truly manage to temper the playful Zhang Biyun into a more dedicated employee, Zhang Shu would likely be quite pleased. Nonetheless, Yi Yanshan harbored doubts, after all. Zhang Biyun's previous girlfriends had all been stunningly beautiful, possessing both exquisite features and enviable figures. It was not that Wan Minglin lacked beauty, but rather that, in comparison to those other girls, she seemed somewhat subdued. Was Zhang Biyun truly seeking a change in taste? "Brother Yi, over here." Zhang Biyun called out upon spotting Yi Yanshan, who approached with his lunch tray. Wan Minglin, noticing Yi Yanshan, felt a wave of awkwardness and quickly lowered her gaze to her meal. Zhang Biyun, ever the conversationalist, immediately remarked, "Brother, the food here is abysmal, akin to swine fodder. We should consider a change." Yi Yanshan simply responded, "Then you shall receive a smaller share of the profits." "That is unacceptable. I rely on that meager sum for my sustenance," Zhang Biyun retorted. Zhang Biyun promptly retorted, ceasing any further insistence on improving the meal quality. General Manager Yi, Wan Minglin, felt somewhat awkward. After exchanging pleasantries, she lowered her head to eat. Yi Yanshan responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, and Zhang Biyun observed closely, her eyes darting about, clearly concocting some scheme. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, which became uncomfortable for Wan Minglin, prompting her to speak. "General Manager Yi, I apologize for my previous actions. I was too hasty in bringing my design draft to you." Chapter 71. The wronged father. Since she had apologized, what could be done but to forgive? Yi Yanshan remarked. "Just refrain from doing so in the future. The design drafts are to be reviewed by Director Guan, and you have bypassed the proper channels." "Understood," Wan Minglin replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Director Guan, seated not far away, thought to himself, "How is it that none of you considered my feelings when you were pushing people into the design department? You still insist on bringing in the same individual." However, Director Guan refrained from voicing his thoughts, reasoning that with such a high salary, the company felt like his home, and the boss was akin to his father. Indeed, they were correct about Wan Minglin. The question remained how to handle her. Regarding Wan Minglin's design draft, It was somewhat difficult to articulate, perhaps due to her haste. The output hardly merited the praise of possessing talent and the effort to nurture it, which Director Guan truly dismissed. Yet, this woman had captured the favor of both the boss and Zhang Dong, making it imperative to tread carefully. Yi Yinshan had initially thought Zhang Biyun was merely jesting, but to his surprise, she genuinely cared for Wan Minglan, adhering to a regular schedule and spending time with her, even taking her to attend jewelry exhibitions. Utilizing her connections, she sought to introduce Wan Minglan to renowned jewelry designers, hoping for guidance. Could it be that she has lost her senses? If that were the case, Uncle Zhang might indeed accept Wan Minglan. For there are few who can truly manage Zhang Biyun's affections. Yi Yinshan could no longer suppress his curiosity and invited Zhang Biyun to his home to inquire about the nature of his relationship with Wan Minglan. In Yi Yinshan's presence, Zhang Biyun refrained from directly confessing his feelings, merely stating that he found her diligent and wished to lend a hand, though inherently lazy. He derived satisfaction from witnessing others succeed. Nan Zhi, stunned, gazed at Zhang Biyun. "Brother, do you have feelings for Aunt Wan?" Zhang Biyun replied, "No." He denied any romantic inclination, asserting that he simply found her intriguing. "Yet you have assisted Aunt Wan so much. That cannot simply be friendship," Nan Zhi pondered. In her young mind, she equated such actions with affection, recalling that in stories, her father's deeds were driven by love, with the intention of marrying Aunt Wan. Now, her brother's actions mirrored those of their father, leading her to believe he too harbored feelings for Aunt Wan. With a hint of worry, Nan Zhi regarded her flamboyant brother and gravely remarked, "Brother, Aunt Wan has feelings for Wan Era's father. Will you accompany her, only to meet with an unfortunate fate?" As the roles shifted from father to brother, it was evident that Aunt Wan aspired to become an exceptional designer, transforming from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan. The two men fell into silence, with Zhang Biyun simply stating, "Regardless, I do not harbor feelings for her. Yigu, please do not disclose this to the old man." Yi Yinshan remarked, "You may handle it as you see fit. I hope you are aware of your actions." After a moment's contemplation, he couldn't resist adding, "Miss Wan harbors quite profound feelings for the father of her child. This was evident from the previous contention over the child. She is rather conservative for a young lady. However, it is paradoxical that, despite her conservatism, she has given birth out of wedlock to a romantic partner. Perhaps prior to this relationship, Wan Minglan had harbored affections for Hua Hejuan, and having a child with him may well be the fulfillment of her desires." Zhang Biyun waved his hand nonchalantly and departed gracefully. "Rest assured, I have no feelings for her." The father and daughter exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring a shared concern as they watched Zhang Biyun's retreating figure, akin to observing a wayward lamb. Yi Yinshan mused, "It is unclear whether this is an expression of care or a curse. Do not worry, dear. I will certainly pay close attention." He affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Yet, the worry etched upon Nan Zhi's small face remained, for her father's car accident had yet to be resolved. What could she do? How could she assist her father? With no options available, Nan Zhi could only remind her father daily, like a nagging old woman, to drive carefully. Not only did she need to remind her father, but she also had to urge the driver to inspect the vehicle. For the system had indicated that accidents could also stem from vehicle malfunctions. Yi Yinshan did not comprehend his daughter's intense fear of a car accident. But he took heed of her concerns and, when commuting, preferred to allow the driver to proceed slowly rather than hastily. The system, for its part, had not anticipated the connection between Nan Zhi and Wan Era, nor did it fathom that the child would boldly call Wan Era, completely oblivious to the predicament she had caused. What is most astonishing is that Wan Era seems to genuinely regard Nan Zhi as a friend capable of conversation. Each phone call unfolds into a vast and nonsensical dialogue, devoid of any logic. The friendships of children can indeed be perplexing. Yet, upon further reflection, Wan Era is unaware of the narrative. Even if aware, there is no justification for placing blame on the Yi family. It is unreasonable to fault them for not investing as depicted in the story. Moreover, Nan Zhi has indeed assisted in locating her father and in the search for family. The system muses. Indeed, one should feel justified. Even if there are peers, those children can be quite cruel, taunting him as an illegitimate child without a mother. They are far worse than Shirley. In comparison, Shirley appears rather endearing. Wan Era is but a child, and, within the Hua family, no one pays heed to his thoughts or words. After several conversations with Nan Zhi, he finds himself eagerly anticipating her calls, relishing the presence of someone with whom he can converse. From Wan Era, Nan Zhi learns that Wan Er's father is to be married, and she is taken aback, exclaiming, "What about Aunt Wan? The prince and the Cinderella are meant to be together, living happily ever after." Wan Er falls silent, expressing, "I don't know. I don't know what to do, Shirley. I feel as though my father does not love me." Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Zhi reassures him, "He does love you. How could he not? You are his precious child." In the story, Wan Er's father adores him immensely. Wan Er responds, "But I cannot feel it." He perceives himself as a toy, snatched away and cast aside in a corner, neglected. Nan Zhi inquires, "Is it true that your father is really getting married?" Wan Er replies, "I heard from my grandmother that she is already searching for a wife for my father." Nan Zhi inquired, "Will you inform your mother?" Wan Er let out a profound sigh, dialing her mother's number, fully aware of her perpetual busyness. A deep sense of helplessness enveloped Wan Er, rendering him incapable of resistance. Chapter 72. The great injustice of Father. Wan Er's voice was frail, tinged with sorrow. "Surely, I am at a loss. It is not as I envisioned. Everything is different. My father has his own perspective, and my mother has hers. They each harbor their thoughts, while I possess my own. Yet in this world, my views hold the least significance and are the most unattainable. No one cares for me. They all despise my existence. I should not have appeared in this world, nor should I have been born." It seemed as if Wan Er had been bottling up these emotions for far too long, pouring out his feelings and thoughts into the hollow of Nan Zhi like a torrent. Such profound sorrow and helplessness are burdens only adults can comprehend. Yet Wan Er was merely a child. Nan Zhi listened attentively to Wan Er's words, and once he finished, she queried with curiosity, "Does your father not love you?" Wan Er's voice trembled, "I do not know." Previously, he had yearned for his father's presence, believing that with him, many of life's dilemmas could be resolved. However, upon finally locating him, the reality felt starkly different. Nan Zhi, with indignation, exclaimed, "Your father is utterly unreasonable. You went through so much to find him. And yet he does not love you, nor does he cherish you." Offering reassurance, Nan Zhi continued, "I believe your father will not marry another woman, so do not worry." Wan Er shook his head. "No, I sense that my grandmother will insist on my father marrying, and he has agreed." "Ah, this." Nan Zhi's tone was grave. "I believe that such an important matter must be conveyed to your mother. A family is complete with a father, a mother, and a child. Wan Er's father no longer wants a wife." Wan Er hesitated, knowing that it would surely sadden her mother. She did not wish to provoke her anger. "Wan Er." The line fell into silence. After a moment, she murmured, "What should I do?" Wan Er did not comprehend why she had to bear such burdens. Matters beyond her understanding. Grandma had said that their mother should not have given birth to her and her sister. They were superfluous. Nan Zhi, equally perplexed, was at a loss. The responsibilities of adults were beyond their capacity to influence. She suggested, "Perhaps your father does not desire marriage at all." Wan Er remained silent, engulfed in uncertainty and profound unease. She sensed that her father's agreement to marry Grandma stemmed from her and her sister's existence. Their presence seemed to displease Grandma, causing her father distress. He had acquiesced, as if yielding to their very existence. Each time the topic of marriage arose, he fell silent. She could not fathom why her father would compromise, for he did not embody the hero who would protect them while awaiting their mother. Why did she not come to rescue them from this unwelcoming place? Confused and distressed, wailing echoed in and out of the phone line, and Wan Er said, "My sister is crying. Sherry, I must hang up." Nan Zhi responded with a soft "oh" and ended the call. "Our little ones truly endure much." Nan Zhi inquired of the system, "Brother, will Wan Er's parents be together?" "Only if they are married and united will it no longer concern my father." Although she was unfamiliar with the term locked, she instinctively felt that only when Wan Er's parents wed and became a true family would her heart find solace. Once they became a family, separation would be impossible. The system remained silent for a moment, pondering, perhaps they might indeed be together. The disparity between Hua Hejuan and Wan Menglin was vast, requiring tremendous effort to bridge the gap. Furthermore, it would solely depend on Wan Menglin's endeavors. Yet, how could an ordinary woman, one who had not even graduated from university and already had 2 children, achieve such a leap in social class? It would necessitate the support of benefactors who would need to assist her unconditionally in order for Wan Menglin to barely attract the attention of the Hua family, especially with the assistance of her 2 children. Nan Zhi tilted her head, pondering the implications. Did it mean they could not be together? With Zhang Baiyun's assistance? Perhaps it could work. The system merely stated, instead of focusing on them, It would be wiser to attend to Yi Yinshan's impending calamity. Suddenly, Nan Zhi exclaimed, "Brother, you are so remarkable and intelligent. You must know how to prevent father from dying." The system responded, "What flattery! This is quite painful. I do not know. Do not rely on me, for I am unreliable." Nan Zhi retorted, "Brother is indeed unreliable." During a meal, she could not help but ask her father, "Daddy, does brother truly like Aunt Wan?" Yi Yinshan replied, "You should address him as uncle, not brother. Zhang Biyun, that fellow, refers to him as brother. His daughter calls Zhang Biyun brother too, and he is also her brother. It's truly a tangled web of titles." "Oh, uncle, does uncle really like Aunt Wan?" Nan Zhi inquired again with innocent curiosity. "I don't know. Why are you so concerned about this? You are still young and do not comprehend adult matters," Yi Yinshan replied, glancing at Nan Zhi, then suddenly questioning her. "What makes you so invested in him?" Nan Zhi shook her head, her little ponytail swaying in tandem. "I'm not concerned about him. I'm worried about Daddy. Daddy likes Aunt Wan, and he might feel sad." Yi Yinshan responded, "There's no need for such depth of thought. The feelings aren't that profound. There hasn't been enough time to cultivate any emotions before various circumstances intervened, abruptly halting the process. Once interrupted, it becomes quite challenging to rekindle the momentum, much like resuming a weight-loss journey after a break. However, if your Uncle Yun truly likes her, that is not out of the question." This time, Zhang Biyun appeared somewhat earnest. He had done much for Wan Minglin, leveraging all his resources to usher her into the world of design, accompanying her to competitions, enhancing her resume and reputation. They spent every day together, and recently, Wan Minglin had moved out of the staff dormitory, either residing with Zhang Biyun or in a more favorable living environment. Yet, Zhang Biyun might be embarking on a futile endeavor, especially with a man named Hua Haiyun looming in the background. After a few reminders, Yi Yinshan grew weary of the situation. Zhang Biyun was not his son, and too much interference might lead to annoyance. Moreover, Zhang Biyun indeed indulged excessively. Perhaps it is fitting for him to face some consequences. "Father, do you no longer like Aunt Wan?" Nan Zhi inquired. Yi Yinshan replied, "No, and as a child. You should not so readily speak of affection. Do you truly comprehend what it means to love?" Nan Zhi responded, "I do not understand. But if you do, then you are not a mere sycophant, are you?" Chapter 73. The Great Wronged Father. In a sudden clash, two vehicles collided, creating a whirlwind of chaos, accompanied by a deafening crash that echoed in the ears of those within. Panic ensued among the passengers, while the road descended into turmoil, the cacophony of honking horns filling the air. Soon enough, an ambulance arrived, swiftly transporting the bloodied individuals onto stretchers. Nan Zhi overheard the housekeeper exclaim, "The hospital just called. The sir has been in an accident." Tears streamed down her face as the reality struck her. Her father had been in an accident. Father. The anguish weighed heavily on her heart, as if countless stones had been placed within, rendering her breathless. "I must go. I must see father, father, father." Nan Zhi clutched the housekeeper's garment, her small hands gripping tightly. Merely the thought of it caused her immense pain, tears clouding her vision as she clung to the housekeeper. "Miss, please, now is not the time for games. You should stay home. I assure you, your father will be fine," the housekeeper urged, exasperated. "No, no, I must go." Nan Zhi sobbed uncontrollably, determined to follow, her fear palpable and overwhelming. A profound sense of fear enveloped her tender heart, conjuring a vivid image in her mind. Her sister Shirley at home, suddenly receiving the devastating news of their father's fatal car accident, which left him beyond the reach of rescue. Being so young, Shirley found herself at the funeral, conducted with the assistance of unfamiliar relatives, standing in a daze, unable to shed a single tear. The adults around her whispered that Shirley was heartless, incapable of mourning her father's passing. She had never seen her father one last time, and from that moment forth, she would never see him again, leaving Shirley with the lingering sensation that this was merely a dream, a nightmare from which she could never awaken. "All right, but you must behave and not wander off." The caregiver, worn down by the situation, could only comply. The caretaker led Nan Zhi to the entrance of the operating room, where a throng of individuals had gathered, engaged in hushed discussions. Upon noticing Nan Zhi, they cast a fleeting glance before looking away. Some gazes were filled with pity. If Mr. Yi truly did not survive, this little girl would be left an orphan, bereft of both father and mother. Amidst this crowd, Nan Zhi felt diminutive and inconsequential. This scene starkly mirrored the solemnity of the funeral. "Why on earth did you bring the child here?" Zhang Baiyun remarked, furrowing her brow, her typically carefree demeanor replaced by an unusual seriousness. The fate of the fledgling was a grim one: starvation or predation by natural enemies. From this point forward, her destiny would irrevocably change. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Zhang Baiyun's eyes, compassion mingled with resignation, as she squatted down and reassured, "It's all right. Surely S father will be fine." Nan Zhi wished to smile, yet her countenance seemed unresponsive to her will. She could not muster a smile, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She bit her lip tightly, stifling her cries. "Nan Zhi, do not weep, do not weep. Father is fine. Sister Shirley, do not cry, do not cry. Everything will be all right." The system sighed, for she was still young, easily swayed by the emotions of her former self. People flowed in and out of the surgical doors in waves. Little Nan Zhi stood at the entrance, gazing intently at the door to the operating room. Accompanying her was Zhang Baiyun, who pondered for a moment before summoning Wan Menglin, reasoning that a woman might be better suited to comfort a child. Wan Menglin hurried to the hospital, her expression tinged with sorrow. "How is Mr. Yi?" "He has not yet emerged. It seems somewhat serious." "Please keep an eye on the child," Zhang Baiyun replied. Wan Menglin nodded and approached, noticing Yi Shueli standing off to the side, small and still as a statue. Dressed in a charming princess gown adorned with a sparkling diamond hairpin, she appeared less radiant than before. "Surely, why not sit for a while?" Wan Menglin spoke gently to Nan Zhi. Slowly, Nan Zhi turned her head, recognizing Wan Ae, and hoarsely uttered, "Wan Ae, can you leave? I fear I might blame you, but father said it would be impolite." A thought surged within Nan Zhi. It was Wan Ae, she who had harmed father. It was her, it was her. Two voices battled within Nan Zhi's heart. Wan Menglin exclaimed, "What? Blame me? Children can be so irrational. Yet, what can they truly understand or articulate? Surely, let Auntie embrace you. Mr. Yi will surely be fine." Wan Menglin embraced her, expressing her concern for Mr. Yi, while also acknowledging the unfortunate plight of Shirley. Who could have anticipated that a child, resembling a little princess, would encounter such tribulations? Life is indeed unpredictable. Nan Zhi remained motionless in Wan Menglin's arms, her gaze fixed on the surgery room door. Nearby, Zhang Baiyun observed this scene, a trace of comfort appearing on his face. Ding dong. The surgical lights extinguished, and the door opened. Nan Zhi wriggled free from Wan Menglin's embrace and rushed to the doctor. "Daddy, is my father all right?" "As long as he is fine, that is all that matters." Zhang Baiyun exhaled deeply. "Daddy, Daddy." Nan Zhi cried out as she saw her father being wheeled out. His head swathed in thick bandages, blood seeping through, and he lay unconscious. She followed closely beside the bed, tears streaming down her face. Yi Yanshan was taken into a single patient room, and Nan Zhi remained at her father's side, fearful of losing him. The system brother said that father faced a life-threatening ordeal. "Has it passed?" Nan Zhi shook her head defiantly. "I want to stay with my father." The servants, unable to contradict the wishes of their employer, could only accompany the child, unwilling to leave her alone in the hospital, for if anything were to happen, their lives would not suffice as compensation. Having expended great mental energy and relieved to learn her father was not dead, a wave of exhaustion washed over Nan Zhi. She stifled a yawn and curled up on the sofa in the ward, drifting into slumber. The servant gently placed a thin blanket over Nan Zhi. Observing the tear-streaked face of the child, her lashes damp and pitiful. After checking on Yi Yanshan, Zhang Baiyun instructed the servant to call him if anything arose. He then turned to inquire about the condition of Yi Yanshan's driver with the doctor. Chapter 74. The Misunderstood Father. The doctor stated that the driver's condition was even more critical than Yi Yanshan's, as he had been at the forefront and endured a greater impact. Zhang Baiyun furrowed his brows in silence, while Wan Menglin observed him from the side. Realizing that he was not as carefree as he appeared, at least, he seemed quite capable in this moment. Others were more concerned about President Ye's condition, but only Zhang Baiyun took note of the driver as well. He addressed the doctor, saying, "Do your utmost to save him. Money is not an issue." "What are you staring at me for? Have you perhaps fallen for me?" Zhang Baiyun turned to find Wan Menglin gazing intently at him. He touched his face and, with a hint of vanity, declared, "I am aware of my good looks. Falling for me is nothing to be ashamed of." Wan Menglin replied, "You can't be serious for more than 3 seconds." Zhang Baiyun glanced at her and continued, "Later, we shall visit Engineer Li. He is the finest jewelry craftsman in the factory, well-versed and knowledgeable. You should accompany him to learn more about gemology. A jewelry designer is not necessarily more knowledgeable than someone who handles various gems daily," he added. Wan Menglin felt elated. She believed that immersing herself in learning and design would temporarily help her forget her longing for her child and disregard Hua Hejun's coldness. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Director Zhang." Zhang Biyan paused momentarily before suddenly asking, "One day, I would like to request your assistance. Would you be willing?" "Of course. You have helped me immensely. I would be more than happy to return the favor," Wan Minglin replied without hesitation, feeling delighted at the idea of mutual support. Suddenly, she cast a wary glance at Zhang Baiyun, declaring, "I will not assist you in any unlawful endeavors or anything I am unwilling to do. No. How could I ever compel you to undertake such actions? I would rather encourage you to pursue your passions, such as design," Zhang Baiyun replied, shaking his head. "Is that so?" Wan Minglin exhaled in relief, gazing out the window, contemplating how her child was faring, whether they were happy at the Hua household. Each time she called, her child would assure her that all was well, and that their father treated them kindly, which both stirred jealousy within Wan Minglin and provided some solace. At least, Hua Hejun was good to the child. Little did Hua Hejun realize the profound significance that the child held for her. Furthermore, his cold and unfeeling demeanor kindled a quiet resentment in Wan Minglin. Zhang Baiyun squinted at the pensive Wan Minglin, contemplating how her expressions seemed to fluctuate so dramatically, one moment gentle as a breeze, the next filled with barely restrained fury. Who was she thinking of? "Daddy," Nan Zhi whispered cautiously, perched by the bedside, her voice delicate as if afraid of startling a butterfly. Yi Yinshan let out a soft sound, his vision blurred. Blinking as he caught sight of his daughter, her eyes brimming with tears. "It's all right. Daddy is fine," he rasped. Nan Zhi scurried to fetch him water, carefully cradling the cup as she approached the bedside. "Daddy, drink some water." Yet, Yi Yinshan could not rise. A throbbing pain enveloped his head, rendering him unable to quench his thirst. Nan Zhi felt a twinge of doubt, pondering how he could possibly not be thirsty after becoming so hoarse. With a soft "oh," she obediently set the cup aside, her concern palpable. "Daddy, it must hurt a lot, doesn't it?" As Yi Yinshan awoke, a doctor approached for an examination. Nan Zhi stood to the side, craning her neck to observe, and as the doctor departed, she hurried to her father's bedside, her gaze fixed upon him, fearful of his potential disappearance. Yi Yinshan reassured his daughter, saying, "It's all right. Daddy is fine and not in pain. Please don't cry." Nan Zhi rubbed her eyes and replied, "I'm not crying. I just want Daddy to be okay." Subsequently, she remained vigilantly by her father's side, anxious for his well-being. The company as president was hospitalized, prompting numerous employees to visit in droves to pay their respects. Once the other members of the design department had left, Director Guan addressed Yi Yinshan, stating, "Yi, it seems that Chairman Zhang has been quite close with the designers and the workshop staff lately." Yi Yinshan nodded, indicating he was well aware. After Director Guan's departure, Zhang Biyun arrived with an enormous basket of fruit, filling it as if to feed livestock. "I wasn't sure what you would like, so I picked a bit of everything." He pinched Nan Zhi's cheek playfully before taking a seat, scrutinizing Yi Yinshan. "You appear to be feeling better. You truly frightened us." "Thank you for your concern. It seems fate has spared me," Yi Yinshan replied casually. "Regarding the recent matters at the company, please keep a closer watch. I lack the energy to manage things in my current state." "Oh, you know me. If it weren't for Wan Minglin, I would hardly bother with the company at all. Please recover swiftly. I cannot bear the thought of managing everything myself," Zhang Biyun said with a tone of avoidance, fearing additional responsibilities. Yi Yinshan stated firmly, "Enough. Heed my advice and oversee the company diligently." "Very well. Take care of your health," Zhang Biyun concluded. Zhang Biyun sighed helplessly. After he left, Yi Yinshan fell into a contemplative silence. Nan Zhi, holding the fruit that the maid had prepared, offered some to her father, saying, "Dad, eat some fruit." "All right." Yi Yinshan chewed on the fruit soaked in warm water, which was mild and did not induce a headache. As Nan Zhi watched her father eat, a smile blossomed on her face, radiating joy. Although Yi Yinshan was unwell, he seemed more fatigued than if he were in good health, as visitors frequently came to inquire after his condition, compelling him to feign vigor to accommodate them. One day, a visitor entered the ward, a person with silver hair, full of vitality, leaning on a pearwood cane. Despite his physical prowess, he still required the support of the cane. "Uncle Zhang," Yi Yinshan straightened his posture and instructed Nan Zhi, "Call him Grandpa." "Hello, Grandpa," Nan Zhi chirped in her sweet voice. Grandpa Zhang affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to Yi Yinshan, saying, "I heard you entrusted the company to Zhang Biyun." Uncle Zhang leaned on his cane, remarking, He should not have been given that responsibility. After raising him, he now contemplates trivial matters, things that do not belong to him. Yi Yinshan fell silent, recognizing the truth in those words. This was indeed a father-son dynamic. Despite being his son, in Zhang Biyun's eyes, he held a closer bond with you than Kobe did with me. How enviable. Zhang Biyun clicked his tongue. Uncle Zhang was merely being polite to me. There was no need for such courtesy with his own son. Yi Yinshan inquired, how has work been lately? Upon mentioning work, Zhang Biyun began to lament his troubles. How vexing it is. Those individuals are simply unbearable. Whatever I say, they insist on contradicting me, driving me to the brink of exasperation. I wish I could just push them into a urinal. Hurry up, I long for relief. Zhang Biyun incessantly lamented, while Yi Yinshan merely listened with a smile. After Zhang Biyun departed, Yi Yinshan contacted the police, urging them to investigate the cause of the vehicle incident and to examine the vehicle thoroughly. After some contemplation, he made another call to enlist assistance in probing certain matters. Once these tasks were completed, Yi Yinshan felt fatigued. Noticing his daughter standing beside him with a glass of water, his heart softened. Thank you, Shueli. Nan Zhi, filled with concern, implored, Father, could you please ensure they do not come around anymore? Not anymore. From now on, focus on recovering. Those who needed to visit have done so. Nan Zhi smiled, adding, I will stay with you, Father, converse with you, share stories, and help you drift into slumber. Very well. Yi Yinshan's expression relaxed, his eyes radiating warmth as he gazed at his daughter. This experience had truly frightened the child, making her particularly clingy. Suddenly, Yi Yinshan remarked, Shueli, if I were to fall into poverty and could no longer afford to provide you with a princess-like existence, would that upset you? As long as you are here, Father, everything is well. If I cannot live like a princess and lose you, I would become an orphan, a child devoid of love. But as long as you are here, I am content. His daughter is truly adorable, he thought. He resolved that he must not allow himself to fall into destitution. He still had a child to raise. It was imperative to take good care of himself. Nan Zhi tilted her head in suspicion as she gazed at her father. Father, are you planning to give money to Wan Error and Wan Yinyan? Yi Yinshan was perplexed. Why on earth would I give them money? Nan Zhi replied, because you like Aunt Wan, and if you treat them well, it would make sense to give them money. Yi Yinshan found this utterly absurd. It's preposterous. Even if I had an abundance of wealth, I would never bestow it upon Wan Error and the others. They have their own parents. Particularly the Hua family. Do they truly need my modest contribution? He instinctively wanted to refute her, yet upon further reflection, he considered that if his relationship with Wan Menglin were to flourish, he might indeed feel compelled to ensure equality among the three children, perhaps even sharing his fortune with them. A sudden wave of guilt washed over Yi Yinshan, and he reassured his daughter, all my money will go to Shirley. Nan Zhi nodded in agreement, adding, and to Daddy as well. Yi Yinshan was deeply wounded, having lost a significant amount of vitality, necessitating a prolonged period of recuperation. Each day, Nan Zhi attended school, only to rush to the hospital in the evening to keep her father company, a busy schedule indeed. After enduring this injury for nearly a year, he had managed to settle the necessary compensations, accident fines, and reimbursements for the driver. Following his illness, Yi Yinshan had turned a blind eye to the company, focusing solely on his recovery. His unexpected return to the office was disconcerting to many. Brother Yi, you have finally graced us with your presence. I can now retire in peace. Zhang Biyun exhaled, chuckling. This remark elicited agreement from several others, though some board members discreetly observed Yi Yinshan's expression without voicing their opinions. Zhang Biyun shrugged, adding, please don't put me in a difficult position. I still prefer the pleasures of life and a carefree existence. Yi Yinshan took a seat and calmly remarked, is the performance achieved by incessantly discounting truly commendable? Zhang Biyun raised an eyebrow and replied, Brother Yi, if you put it that way, it saddens me. Indeed, the more one does, the more one errs. A director interjected. Regardless of whether discounts are applied, profit is profit, and the money received is tangible and real. Yi Yinshan shook his head. What good can come from discounts? Once prices are lowered, raising them again becomes a daunting task. What caliber of customers do we serve? Who would want to see the items they purchased at full price discounted the very next day, with identical products lining the entire street? The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Zhang Biyun stood up, ready to leave, stating, well then, it seems there's nothing more for me to address. I believe it would be more fitting for General Manager Zhang to oversee the company. In terms of marketing, he is far more adaptable than General Manager Yi, especially with the assistance of celebrity endorsements. General Ye's approach feels rather antiquated. A director suddenly spoke up, intensifying the atmosphere in the room. I concur. Someone chimed in. I disagree. I believe General Manager Zhang is more suitable. General Yi is more appropriate. General Manager Zhang can handle the sales department. The conference room erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Yi Yinshan remained largely unfazed and turned to Zhang Biyun. What are your thoughts? Zhang Biyun maintained his nonchalant demeanor. I have no desire to partake. It's exhausting and often draws ire. Yi Yinshan scrutinized Zhang Biyun, thinking, at this juncture, as the leader, you ought to exhibit some stance. It is futile to perpetually send others into battle without taking a stand yourself. Zhang Biyun's smile gradually faded as he fixed his gaze on Yi Yinshan. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly declared, I too believe I am capable and can lead the company to greater heights. Yi Yinshan replied, that's the spirit. Zhang Biyun invested in himself with the shares he held, but Yi Yinshan cautioned, those shares are not truly yours, they belong to Uncle Zhang. Before granting them to you, I consulted him, and he did not consent. The shares remain in his name, and your role is merely to collect dividends each month. You previously feigned indifference and casually signed the documents. Zhang Biyun's pupils quivered as he abruptly stood and overturned his chair, gritting his teeth in anger. That wretched old man is constantly plotting against me, ever wary of my presence. Despite being his son, he prefers to support and elevate you, an outsider. Rather than offer me a chance, he guards against me at every turn, that decrepit old fool. He seduced my mother, relegating me to the status of an illegitimate child, while simultaneously suppressing me, fearing I might usurp what belongs to his legitimate son. He disparages my lack of ambition, yet I suspect he secretly revels in my shortcomings. If it weren't for my so-called inadequacies, I would not have survived, that insufferable old man. Yi Yinshan remained silent, observing Zhang Biyun's outburst, unsure of Uncle Zhang's thoughts. Zhang Biyun stormed out, and the conflict dissipated, leaving Yi Yinshan firmly in control of the company. Mr. Yi, several designers have resigned, Director Guan hurriedly reported to the boss. It seems they wish to follow President Zhang. Mr. Yi, several skilled craftsmen have resigned from the factory. The director hurriedly called Yi Yinshan. After hanging up, Yi Yinshan inquired of Director Guan whether Wan Minglin had also resigned. Chapter 76, The Wronged Father. Yi Yinshan suspected that Wan Minglin, with her temperament, would certainly follow Zhang Biyun. While one might say she is grateful at times, she can also be quite ungrateful. Director Guan, with a serious expression, glanced at the boss's demeanor and pondered whether the relationship between Zhang and Yi had soured, particularly due to Wan Minglin's departure. The drama of two men vying for one woman is truly cliché, Director Guan contemplated. Indeed, it seems that Zhang has long harbored intentions of starting anew, promoting Wan Minglin's reputation, especially with the establishment of the new studio, which requires renowned designers. He also noted that Wan Minglin's designs had become increasingly exquisite and spirited, earning numerous accolades, until Zhang took away so many individuals. Director Guan realized that what was most infuriating was the fact that so many were lured away right under his nose. How frustrating. Yi Yinshan responded affirmatively, indicating they might as well leave. They could not be retained. After a moment's reflection, he added, I will handle these matters. You may resume your tasks. For the designers who remain, grant them an additional month's salary. At Zhang Biyun's studio, he expressed, I apologize for dragging you into this turmoil, and I am grateful for your willingness to follow me. Wan Minglin replied gently, you have helped me immensely. Now it is my turn to assist you. I am delighted to be of help. Zhang Biyun gazed at Wan Minglin and suddenly embraced her. Wan Minglin struggled momentarily, but Zhang Biyun's voice, laced with a plea, urged, just for a while, let me hold you. Upon hearing this, Wan Minglin ceased her resistance, allowing him to hold her. This dandy, for once, adhered to propriety. When he said he would hold her, he did so without any inappropriate advances. Do you know my mother? She gave birth to me before marrying. Zhang Biyun suddenly remarked as he released Wan Minglin. In you, I see the shadow of my mother. She always mourned her solitude, yearning for my father. Yet he had his own family. But you are different. You strive to change, to provide for your child, something she could not do. Wan Minglin felt a pang of empathy and gently patted his hand, earnestly promising, I will do my utmost to assist you in creating the design drafts. Thank you. Zhang Biyun replied with gratitude. Thus, Zhang Biyun's studio commenced its operations, leveraging his connections to secure some business. The beginning was arduous, yet he believed it would gradually improve. Once he established himself, He was determined to show the old patriarch that he could achieve what others had accomplished. The old man, who imposed strict standards upon his legitimate son, had exiled and suppressed him. He had endured enough. Why should he live like a worthless being, unable to shine like the children of the household? As an illegitimate child, must he exist merely to cast shadows upon the legitimate offspring? To be met with disdain whenever his name was mentioned? He was deemed insignificant, devoid of any commendable qualities. Why? If given the choice, he would prefer not to be an illegitimate child, a being looked down upon by society. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the decrepit old man who seduced his mother, a man already burdened with a wife and children, yet still seeking thrill. He also felt a profound frustration towards his mother, whom he perceived as weak and ineffective, living solely on the sustenance provided by his father, utterly devoid of any merit. In the presence of his father, she was meek and compliant, merely uttering phrases like, "Do not provoke your father, do not anger him." What more could she possibly say? Even if Yi Yinshan maintained a cordial relationship with him, it was merely to curry favor with the old man, coveting the resources and connections he possessed. Just as Zhang Biyun believed everything was proceeding smoothly, two officers clad in police uniforms arrived at his doorstep. "Good day, sir. Please accompany us. You are involved in a traffic incident." "A traffic incident?" Zhang Biyun was momentarily taken aback, then coldly retorted, "You must be mistaken. I am not connected to any traffic incident. Mr. Zhang, we request that you come with us. The details will be clarified at the station," the officers replied unhurriedly. Zhang Biyun scrutinized the official documents presented by the police, his expression unwavering. Yet a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. With the boss taken away by the authorities, an air of panic enveloped the entire studio. Could this establishment continue to function with the owner in custody? The designers flocked around Wan Menglan, seeking any morsel of information she might offer. Having recently changed jobs, the looming specter of unemployment left some regretting their decision to follow Zhang Biyun. However, the other designers remained skeptical, their work ethic notably lackadaisical. At the Yi family villa, Yi Yinshan confronted Zhang's elderly patriarch. "You bring people in without so much as a word to me. Is this a slap in my face? A humiliation to the Zhang family?" The sprightly old gentleman regarded Yi Yinshan with palpable discontent. Yi Yinshan gazed at the elderly man before him and calmly stated, "Uncle Zhang, please allow me to speak. Listen to me entirely before passing judgment." He rested his hands on his cane, casting an unkind glance at Yi Yinshan. Nan Zhi, observing the tension between the two, stood quietly to the side, eager to discern the nature of their dispute. With a sigh, Yi Yinshan continued, "Uncle Zhang, your affection for him is excessive. Yet that young man remains utterly oblivious to your intentions, despite leading a life devoid of hardship, filled with indulgence and pleasure. He remains discontented. You have paved a promising path for him, but he bears no gratitude in his heart. The more capable he becomes, the more wary the children at home grow of him. To speak rather irreverently, once you are no longer here, Uncle Zhang, you will not be able to oversee the matters between brothers." Uncle Zhang's expression softened slightly, though he retorted gruffly, "What matters warrant such public commotion? It is unbecoming. Uncle Zhang, it is time he learned a lesson. I harbor no deep-seated enmity towards him. He merely covets my company and seeks to undermine me. Everything I have accomplished is thanks to your support, Uncle Zhang. If he desires it, I am not incapable of yielding. However, if he treats me this way, I fear for the brothers at home, and for you." Yi Yinshan hesitated, glancing at Uncle Zhang, leaving the words unspoken. Uncle Zhang's countenance darkened further, grasping the implication of Yi Yinshan's unfinished thought. Yi Yinshan spoke again, "Uncle Zhang, if we are to consider my position, he too must face some repercussions. Initially, he may resent you, but as challenges arise, your reappearance may serve to instill in him a sense of trepidation, discouraging reckless behavior." Chapter 77. The great wronged father Zhang Shu gazed at Yi Yinshan, understanding that Yi Yinshan's actions were driven by a desire for vengeance. Despite his claims of acting for Zhang Biyun's benefit, nevertheless, Zhang Shu had to weigh his words carefully. As Yi Yinshan had articulated, he was capable of turning against even those close to him, harboring a deeper animosity for family. When an opportunity arose, he would show no mercy. Yi Yinshan aimed to expand his company, not merely for success, but to compete with the Zhang family, leading to a tragic conflict among kin, where father would turn against son and brothers would quibble. Yi Yinshan smiled, not refusing the sentiment. "Thank you, Zhang Shu. Please do not show weakness. Endure this moment to avert future calamities." He assisted the somewhat unsteady Zhang Shu out of the villa and into the car, watching as it drove away, the smile fading from his face. As he had said, Zhang Shu was advanced in age, and one could never tell when he might depart, leaving matters unresolved. There was still ample time, plenty of time. Without Zhang Shu as his support, that young rascal Zhang Biyun would be at his mercy, relying on his brothers for assistance? Absurd. Yi Yinshan playfully pressed his tongue against his cheek, his eyes glinting with mischief, before breaking into a sudden smile. Nan Zhi looked up at her father. Did Uncle Zhang harm you? She had overheard something. Was it Uncle Zhang who caused her father's accident? Did Uncle Zhang hurt you? Yi Yinshan sighed. Yes. Nan Zhi clung to her father's leg, relieved that he was unharmed, declaring, he is so bad, so very bad. How could he hurt someone? He is a wicked villain. Yi Yinshan nodded in agreement with his daughter's sentiments, resolving to keep his distance from Zhang Shu in the future. Nan Zhi then inquired of the system. Brother, in the story, did the bad guy cause father to die? The system merely stated, perhaps yes, perhaps no. But Yi Yinshan is indeed deceased, and he has taken over the company. It seems that due to his mentorship of Wan Menglin, he was somewhat impatient to take action, resulting in a shift in the narrative and a divergence in subsequent events, with countless subplots unfolding. Nan Zhi scoffed. The villain has been apprehended, and rightly so. Zhang Biyun has been sentenced. During the pronouncement, both Yi Yinshan and Wan Menglin were present. Zhang Biyun's reckless actions led to the destruction of property, causing an accident for others, with irrefutable evidence against him, including the employee's identification from the maintenance shop and surveillance footage. Beyond compensation, he faces imprisonment, albeit for a mere 3 years. Yet, Zhang Biyun's face contorted in anguish at the thought of those 3 years, an eternity in his eyes. He glanced towards the audience, spotting only Yi Yinshan and Wan Menglin, devoid of the person he yearned to see. Such cruelty. Did that kind of person deserve to be a father? Regardless of his existence. Why bring him into this world? He felt hatred, resentment. His gaze towards Yi Yinshan was sharp as a blade, his expression twisted in fury. Yi Yinshan smiled at Zhang Biyun, maintaining a calm demeanor as their eyes met, further distorting Zhang Biyun's face with rage. How dare Yi Yinshan confront him? Was he not afraid of retribution from his father? He was merely a dog at his father's side. How could he be so audacious? In a fit of agitation, Zhang Biyun was restrained, forced into a humiliating posture, his head pressed against the table like a pig awaiting slaughter. Wan Menglin observed in trepidation as Zhang Biyun was led away, destined for imprisonment. Zhang Biyun was going to jail? Yi Yinshan reached his conclusion and stood to leave. Wan Menglin was momentarily taken aback before hastily pursuing him. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Yi Yinshan paused and turned to look at her. What is it? Wan Menglin found herself at a loss for words, biting her lip. Noticing her silence, Yi Yinshan remarked, Miss Wan, farewell. Wait a moment. Wan Menglin called out in a fluster. Yi Yinshan furrowed his brow. Miss Wan, if you have something to say, please do so. I am quite busy. Wan Menglin pressed on, Mr. Yi. Did Zhang Biyun truly tamper with your vehicle? Yi Yinshan replied, Did you not listen during the trial just now? Wan Menglin continued. I merely feel that you are good friends. Could this not be a misunderstanding? Are you questioning the judge's ruling? If you wish to appeal on behalf of Zhang Biyun, that is certainly within your rights, Yi Yinshan stated, feeling that Wan Menglin brought misfortune. Proximity to her seemed to invite calamity. Such a woman was difficult for an ordinary person to handle. Perhaps it was better suited for Hua Hejuan, as they lacked the fortune to withstand this. Perhaps Zhang Biyun had indeed developed feelings for Wan Menglin, aspiring to make a name for himself and compete with the child's father. Wan Menglin stood there, gazing at Yi Yinshan's retreating figure, enveloped in confusion. What was she to do? What could she possibly do? Zhang Biyun was imprisoned for 3 years, a span that felt interminable, fraught with uncertainty. How long could the child wait? Why was it all so painfully difficult? Confronted by the disarray of her chaotic office, Wan Menglin was on the verge of tears, pondering the reasons behind such turmoil. Upon returning home, she discovered movers at her residence, prompting her to rush forward in protest. This is my home. What are you doing here? She exclaimed, This belongs to Zhang Biyun. Indeed. But Zhang Biyun's father is now taking possession of this house, they replied. Wan Menglin stood in stunned silence, realizing she was being evicted. Left without a place to call home, a surge of panic, helplessness, and fear enveloped her. Despondently, Wan Menglin dragged her suitcase and found herself sitting alone on the street, feeling as though the vast world offered no refuge. As dusk settled, her immediate concern was securing accommodation for the night, leading her to a nearby inn. Should she seek employment at another design firm? A sense of trepidation washed over her. Without anyone to support her, she felt inadequate and doubted her prospects as a designer with merely a high school education. Unbidden, the visage of Yi Yinshan materialized in her mind. No, it cannot be. She shook her head. Even if she were to humbly seek his assistance, he would likely disregard her. Men, she thought, are either mercilessly unyielding or coldly indifferent. Chapter 78. The misfortunate father. Why are you here? Shirley inquired, opening the door to find Wan Minglin standing before her, her expression a mix of wariness and subtle disdain, clearly indicating her disfavor. Wan Minglin paused, sensing an unsettling hostility emanating from the girl, who appeared shrouded in gloom. Mustering a strained smile, Wan Minglin said, Shirley, I am looking for Mr. Yi. Yushueli fixed her gaze upon her, a hint of resentment present as she cautiously inquired, What business do you have with my father? You exploit him as though he were a mere rag, utilizing him and discarding him at your convenience. You profess to regard him as a friend while shamelessly reaping the benefits. You are a selfish and wicked woman. Yi Shueli's incessant tirade revealed a deep-seated animosity towards Wan Minglin, which she now unleashed. Wan Minglin, seemingly wounded, took 2 steps back, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded the venomous words spilling from the young girl's lips, filled with palpable disdain. The unmasked loathing and contempt directed at her made Wan Minglin feel as though she were an unforgivable sinner. She pondered what transgressions she had committed to warrant such hostility from Yi Shueli. What troubled Wan Minglin most was the realization that the previously calm and amiable child had merely been feigning kindness, now openly expressing her disdain without reservation. Wan Minglin managed to utter, Shueli, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Yi Shueli smirked, misunderstanding? Naturally, there is none. Seeing you like this brings me immense joy, a joy that is truly fulfilling. As she spoke those words, her features relaxed, a sense of satisfaction radiating from her being. Wan Minglin stood speechless. This girl was mocking her. She was not one to impose herself where she was unwelcome, and having merely intended to extend a greeting, she turned to leave. Shueli, who has arrived outside? The voice of Yi Yinshan echoed from the hall. Once again, Yi Shueli clutched the doorknob tightly. Filled with trepidation at the thought of her father encountering Wan Minglin, fearing he might once more be ensnared by her charm, she turned towards the grand hall, her face illuminated by an innocent, radiant smile. Father, it is Aunt Wan who has arrived. Then, she pivoted back, her expression devoid of emotion as she confronted Wan Minglin. Aunt Wan, you cannot be so shameless as to continually seek my father's attention. Do you not have parents or a home of your own? Why must you rely on my father for everything? Wan Minglin, taken aback, pondered. What manner of child is this? She wears 2 faces. Yi Yinshan approached the entrance, his brow furrowing upon seeing Wan Minglin. Miss Wan, may I inquire what brings you here? He asked. Yi Shueli clung to her father's garment, her demeanor tense and vigilant as she scrutinized Wan Minglin. She did not wish for this woman to take residence in their home, nor to exploit her father's company, and certainly did not want her father to fall under her spell. Wan Minglin gazed upon Yi Yinshan's handsome visage, clad in soft, comfortable loungewear, emanating a gentle and accommodating aura. He was indeed a good man, patient and composed. Upon closer examination, however, Wan Minglin's circumstances were far from advantageous, even less favorable than many women in the dating market. Unmarried with 2 children, what if she were to accept Mr. Yi? At present, she and her children could have been engaged in endeavors they cherished, rather than lacking a stable place to call home. But now, it was too late for such musings. After enduring a tumultuous ordeal, Wan Minglin felt a profound sense of despair, akin to a weary traveler traversing a parched desert, hopelessly seeking an oasis. Yi Yinshan nodded slightly. Then I wish you safe travels. Wan Minglin murmured softly. Then, Mr. Yi, farewell. She turned and walked away, her silhouette appearing desolate and forlorn. She was no longer the triumphant woman from the stories, no longer a winner in life. Suddenly, Yi Shueli released her father's garment and chased after Wan Minglin, calling out, Aunt Wan. Wan Minglin halted her steps, inquiring with curiosity, what is it? Yi Shueli's lips curled into a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of malice. Aunt Wan. Didn't Wan Air mention it? His father has gotten married. Yi Shueli reiterated, Uncle Hua has married. Wan Air and Wan Yinyan are now considered illegitimate children. Perhaps you need not compete with Uncle Hua for the children. His wife might be willing to return them to you. Married? He is married? Wan Minglin found it hard to believe, astonished that he had wed so swiftly. A smile spread across Yi Shueli's face as she shook her head. Aunt Wan cannot be with Uncle Hua anymore. She cannot marry him. In the innocent banter of a child, Wan Minglin felt dazed and stumbled away. As if her spirit had been shattered, the resilience and determination she once possessed now vanished. It seemed that all her perseverance, her peculiar and stubborn resolve, had dissipated with the mere mention of marriage. Ultimately, she could not provide her child with a complete home. That man, so cold and unfeeling. What did you tell her? Yi Yinshan asked his daughter, who was rushing toward him, wiping the sweat from her brow. Why are you smiling so joyfully? Because I saw Daddy. Yi Shueli wore a pure smile on her face, her eyes seemingly sparkling with the brilliance of distant stars. As she gazed at Yi Yinshan, a bright light of hope shone within her. What did you say to her? Yi Yinshan inquired. He cast a glance at Wan Minglin's retreating figure, feeling certain that she would not be pleased. With Hua Hejuan now married, Wan Minglin's position had become rather awkward, and the child's status was even more precarious. How do you know he is married? Yi Yinshan asked. Wan Error told me. Of course, we are friends and share much with each other, Yi Shueli replied, nodding emphatically. Indeed, a very good friend. Chapter 79. The Great Wronged Father. End. Hua Hejuan had wed, and she had no desire to encounter that woman, preferring to evade any meeting with her, as being entangled with her was a troublesome affair. Wan Minglin directly addressed the customer service representative. I am the mother of President Hua's child. Relay that to him. Oh, President Hua's child? Who might that be? Surely not a lunatic. The boss's wife isn't her, and there is a child? Someone discreetly glanced at Wan Minglin's abdomen. Upon receiving the call from the front desk, Hua Hejuan's expression darkened, instructing his assistant to arrange a meeting in a private location. Wan Minglin sat restlessly in the private room, her heart a tempest of emotions as she awaited Hua Hejuan. Biting her lip, tears welled in her eyes as she cast a sorrowful gaze upon the man before her, her heart overwhelmed with myriad feelings. Did you not consider the child's feelings in your haste to marry? Wan Minglin felt as though 1,000 arrows pierced her heart. She could not comprehend why Hua Hejuan harbored such aversion toward her. She endured the hardships of childbirth, bringing forth 2 lovely and intelligent children. In the heart of Hua Hejuan, did she truly deserve such scorn? Not a hint of kindness was bestowed upon her. Since you care little for the children, why not return them to me? I shall raise them without encroaching upon your life, Wan Minglin asserted. After her declaration, Wan Minglin gazed at Hua Hejuan, only to discover that he hesitated. Was it possible he intended to return the children to her? Would he truly do so? What she had once deemed an arduous endeavor suddenly appeared within reach. She should have felt elated, yet an inexplicable emptiness enveloped her heart. Simultaneously, a dark resentment brewed within her. This man was indeed heartless, devoid of affection even for his own flesh and blood. May I see the children? Wan Minglin inquired. Upon witnessing this gentle and beautiful woman, an unnameable hostility and jealousy surged within Wan Minglin. She spoke first, her tone tinged with sharpness. I am their mother. Oh, the gentle woman replied, momentarily taken aback. She summoned the maid to bring the 2 children down and even thoughtfully prepared refreshments for her guest, seemingly unconcerned. Meanwhile, Hua Hejuan furrowed his brow, grasping the gentle woman's hand and urging her to sit beside him. Do not trouble yourself. Very well, she replied with a slight smile, obediently taking her place next to Hua Hejuan. Observing this scene, Wan Minglin felt as though her heart was submerged in a bitter concoction of jealousy, a sharp ache piercing through her. How could it be? The father of her children, now entwined with another, had become a husband to someone else. Within Wan Minglin's heart surged an overwhelming emotion, so intense that she yearned to cast aside the woman beside Hua Hejuan, for that place was meant for her. Betrayal and despair flooded her senses. Mother! A faint, fragile voice interrupted Wan Minglin's tumultuous thoughts. She turned, only to see a frail child holding the hand of a little girl. Era! Wan Minglin gasped in astonishment. How have you changed so much? She could scarcely believe her eyes. Her once charming child had transformed into a gaunt, somber figure, resembling a little old man, devoid of any semblance of cuteness. Mother, you finally came. Wan Error rushed into her mother's embrace, weeping softly. Wan Minglin consoled her sobbing child, her gaze towards Hua Hejuan brimming with animosity. You took the child away, yet you failed to care for her properly. Hua Hejuan remained silent, unable to communicate with the child. He had tried, but Wan Error either threw tantrums or remained utterly mute. Most frustrating for Hua Hejuan was the fact that while Wan Error forbade him from marrying, the decision of marriage was not hers to dictate. Subsequently, Wan Error became exceedingly despondent, particularly unlikable. Hua Hejuan, you are exceedingly cruel. He is your child, and treating him this way will surely bring retribution. Wan Minglan's heart ached profoundly as she shouted at him. Retribution? I believe you are the one who should face consequences. A sharp female voice cut through the air as Mrs. Hua entered the hall, her discerning gaze scrutinizing Wan Minglan and growing ever more discontented. Your sole intention in bearing these children was to coerce the Hua family. Unwed, they are rendered illegitimate. Their present state a direct consequence of your actions, a testament to your irresponsibility as a mother. Your avarice knows no bounds. Surreptitiously conceiving these children. You presume the Hua family would embrace you as a daughter-in-law, a notion far removed from reality. What merit do you possess that entitles you to bear the Hua lineage? Are you even worthy? The disdain etched upon Madame Hua's countenance was palpable, her contempt for Wan Minglan absolute. Wan Minglan was not oblivious to the Hua family's low regard for her, yet she had not anticipated such blatant disrespect, such a flagrant affront. Wan Er, concealed behind Wan Minglan, appeared as a wounded fledgling, devoid of the courage to shield his mother as he once had. Madam, your words are unduly harsh. Regardless, Er is a scion of the Hua family, and his mother should not be subjected to such humiliation in their presence, Wan Minglan asserted, striving to maintain composure and dignity. Madame Hua retorted with a dismissive eye roll. Given your transgressions, why should I extend any respect? You are inconsequential, since you profess such affection for them. Then take them away and provide for them. The Hua family has no need for such descendants, petty, unreasonable, and ungrateful. Wan Minglan observed Hua Heju in silence, her heart plummeting into an abyss of despair, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Let us depart, children. This place, though opulent, is haunted by malevolent spirits. Wan Minglan led her children away, without a backward glance. Father. The door swung open, revealing a stranger to Wan Minglan. The individual who answered the door inquired with ill-concealed annoyance, Who are you? Where are the previous occupants of this house? Wan Minglan inquired anxiously. The homeowner replied, I purchased the property. They moved out long ago. A tremendous weight crushed Wan Minglan's heart, causing it to plummet to the ground, blood splattering. Her father no longer wanted her. Where could she possibly search for him? How could this be? Why did this happen? She felt dazed, as if her existence over the past few years had been nothing but a farce. What was she truly doing? She had nothing, absolutely nothing. Chapter 80. The Poisonous Woman 1 System. Not possible. Nan Zhi. Still not possible? How long will it take? System. You must diligently complete the tasks. You are doing wonderfully. Nan Zhi. Keep it up. Have a piece of candy. Didn't I give you some earlier? Would you like to try it? The system said gently, having grown somewhat adept at comforting children. Nan Zhi retrieved a small white candy from her pocket and asked, May I eat it? Certainly. Go ahead, the system affirmed. Hesitantly, Nan Zhi placed the candy in her mouth, savoring it for a moment before finishing it. It's not sweet at all, brother. I want more. System, there is none left. It is quite precious. Wait until I have more to give you. Feeling somewhat revitalized, Nan Zhi expressed, Thank you, brother. You are so kind. System, I am utterly exhausted. System, let us review the points from this task. Nan Zhi performed exceptionally well. Number, 1 name. Nan Zhi age, 3 level. Beginner experience points, 200 soul points, 100 charm points, 50 luck, 30 intelligence, 20 skill. Ing. Adults cannot ignore the cries of a child. Honor. None. The tasker Nan Zhi has successfully completed the dimensional task with a completion rate of 100%, earning 200 points and 5 attribute points. The system inquired, Where would you like to allocate your attribute points? Nan Zhi tilted her head and replied, I will listen to my brother. The system suggested, Then let us allocate it to intelligence. Although it may not immediately make you smarter, it will gradually enhance your ability to comprehend things, making the acquisition of knowledge a tad easier. Nan Zhi pondered for a moment and declared, All right, I want to become a clever egg. The system allocated the attribute points to her intelligence as she observed the projection before her, pointing at the numbers. I recognize my name, and there are numbers too. The system exclaimed, Education must be prioritized. No wonder the previous individual fled upon encountering the child. Children are indeed challenging to manage. Nan Zhi interjected, Brother, please speak simply. Nan Zhi understood. I know, money can make the devil push the mill. The system affirmed. Indeed. Now let us embark on a task in a simpler world. Nan Zhi inquired, What kind of task is relatively easy, brother? The system contemplated and responded, Perhaps one where you can simply eat, drink, and lie down to complete the task. Nan Zhi gasped, "It's that simple. Why can't they do it themselves?" System. Can they manage without concerning themselves with our affairs? We merely need to fulfill our tasks, for individuals are inherently different. What seems effortless to you may be exceedingly arduous for others. Nan Zhi raised her small fist, her voice soft and childlike. I can achieve it. I can assist them in accomplishing it. System. Very well. Let us select a world where tasks can be completed with minimal effort, simply waiting and consuming. Nan Zhi. Hooray. System. Commencing transportation. After a sensation of tumult and disorientation, Nan Zhi distinctly felt herself merging into a body, experiencing the rhythmic beating of a heart and the flow of blood. Suddenly, a realization of death dawned upon her. Death signifies the irrevocable loss of such pulsating vitality. Before she even opened her eyes, she wrinkled her small nose and detected an unpleasant odor. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a blurred cage. At that moment, Nan Zhi found herself sprawled within a rather confined enclosure. In the corner of the cage rested a chamber pot, from which the foul odor emanated. Nan Zhi sat up, surveying her surroundings, feeling somewhat bewildered by this world. She glanced at her hands, small and slender. Oh, I am a human, but why am I confined within a cage? Is there no one to oversee this? Nan Zhi inquired of the system. Brother, why am I in a cage? You have grown up within this cage. This world is relatively simple, where tasks can be accomplished by merely waiting and consuming. The system's voice was soothing, yet Nan Zhi found it rather peculiar. Growing up in a cage? Not a single word was to her liking. Nan Zhi inquired, what tale unfolds this time? The system responded, this is a story set in the realm of martial arts, where the original protagonist is known as Zhongli Fian, currently only 2 years of age. To unravel this tale, we must delve into the previous generation. There existed a figure in the martial world named Fang Xing, a chivalrous soul who found himself pursued for his noble deeds. In his flight, he stumbled upon the vicinity of the Heartless Palace, a name that evokes a chilling sense of inhumanity. Indeed, the Heartless Palace is notorious for its ruthless stance against romantic entanglements, harboring an insatiable desire to eradicate all treacherous hearts. Countless faithless men have faced dire consequences at the hands of this establishment, either losing their lives or suffering irrevocable harm. Moreover, this sect took in abandoned infants and forsaken women, embodying a duality of righteousness and wickedness. The harsher the world treated them, the more resolutely they banded together to survive. Severely wounded, Fang Xing was rescued by the young and strikingly beautiful Zhongli Shuang. The sect's doctrine strictly forbade any emotional attachments, particularly towards men, and any woman caught in the company of a man, regardless of how distant their location, would face execution. Zhongli Shuang, firmly indoctrinated in the sect's teachings, internalized the notion that no man is trustworthy. Upon encountering Fang Xing, she felt a mixture of fear, surprise, and curiosity. Yet, seeing him incapacitated and devoid of threat, she chose to save him and conceal him. As Zhongli Shuang tended to Fang Xing's injuries, her manner was somewhat brusque. Years of conditioning had instilled in her a deeply negative perception of men, and thus she was not gentle in her ministrations. Nevertheless, Fang Xing bore her roughness with quiet endurance, often expressing his gratitude with a cheerful thank you, young lady. His demeanor only served to vex Zhongli Shuang further, igniting within her a desire to tease him relentlessly. Yet Fang Xing did not blame her. Instead, he gazed at her with a smile. Zhongli Shuang began to think that perhaps men were not as malevolent as the elders of her sect had suggested. In their solitary companionship, a bond seemed to blossom between them. Having grown up in the emotionless palace, she found the outside world both unfamiliar and infuriating. Her pure and radiant countenance was that of an exceedingly beautiful woman. How could such a woman fail to capture a man's attention? The more he looked, the more their hearts began to ponder. Amidst the stringent regulations of the sect, a forbidden affection took root. The more it was suppressed, the more it surged. Zhongli Shuang found herself ensnared in the throes of love. Is there a young girl who does not harbor romantic dreams, envisioning a life spent with her beloved, day in and day out, living as a couple? Their clandestine exchanges continued, and even when Fang Xing had healed, he made no move to depart. Chapter 81. The Poisonous Woman. Some changes in Zhongli Shuang went unnoticed by her, yet they were perceptible to those around her. Conflicts arose everywhere. Even within the emotionless palace, where women banded together for survival in the martial world, internal strife existed. Zhang Li Shuang was reported for her association with a man, leaving her both startled and fearful. Gripping Fang Xing, she expressed her willingness to flee with him, regardless of the distance. She would follow him to the ends of the earth. When Fang Xing learned of her affiliation with the emotionless palace, though he had his suspicions, the confirmation weighed heavily on his heart. Gritting his teeth, he took Zhang Li Shuang and evaded the palace's relentless pursuit. Life on the run was far from pleasant. They could scarcely linger in one place. Often reduced to the state of stray dogs, covered in dust and turmoil, perpetually anxious about the palace's relentless chase. No amount of tender sentiment or romantic escapades could withstand the harsh realities that drained their spirits. Zhang Li Shuang departed from the palace of heartlessness. Pursued relentlessly by her sect, her very existence hinged upon Fang Xing. Fang Xing, utterly fatigued, felt the light in his eyes gradually dimming, replaced by weariness and an unuttered longing. Truly, men are seldom virtuous. After enduring a harrowing ordeal, Zhang Li Shuang was struck by a thunderous revelation. Fang Xing was to wed his fellow disciple, Cui Bingxiang. Unable to accept this fate, she stormed the wedding in a fit of rage. Yet, Fang Xing informed her that their relationship had concluded. They were ill-suited for one another, with the palace of heartlessness standing as an insurmountable barrier between them. He sought to embark on a new chapter of his life and implored Zhang Li Shuang to cease her disruptions to their marital bliss. Enraged and driven to madness, Zhang Li Shuang unleashed her fury, resulting in the deaths of numerous wedding guests, further estranging her from Fang Xing. Even after this tumult, she quietly observed the life shared by Fang Xing and his wife, Cui Bingxiang, their bond characterized by mutual respect and affection, which ignited within her a seething jealousy. This sentiment reached its zenith when Cui Bingxiang became pregnant. Upon the birth of their child, Zhang Li Shuang absconded with the infant, leaving a lifeless child in its place near the sect. Witnessing the couple's overwhelming grief upon discovering the body, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As the child grew, Zhang Li Shuang confined the little one to a cage, allowing only the limited freedom of that enclosure. She proclaimed herself the child's mother, often displaying cruelty, occasionally bestowing fleeting moments of tenderness, while vehemently berating the child's mother, cursing the woman who had taken her beloved, the father of her child. From a young age, Zhang Li Fei Yin was immersed in venom, physically and psychologically. Under the extreme tutelage of the Heartless Palace, she grew up to be both toxic and foolish, stubbornly unyielding. Perhaps it was the repeated doses of poison and persistent fevers during her childhood that rendered her mental state somewhat deranged, leading to emotional instability and a perception of her biological parents as adversaries, a notion utterly incomprehensible. Eventually, Zhang Li Fei Yin fell in love with a man who was, tragically, the betrothed of her biological sister. This sibling rivalry spiraled into a path of destruction, fulfilling the nefarious designs of Zhang Li Shuang, who reveled in the chaos of their mutual slaughter, father against daughter, mother against daughter, sister against sister. She found exquisite pleasure in witnessing their suffering and despair, believing that their pain must repay her own. System, the original host, Zhang Li Fei Yin, was engulfed in torment. She yearned to escape such anguish, to live freely beneath the heavens. Nan Zhi, dazed. JPG. System. The atmosphere fell eerily silent as the system inquired, "Do you comprehend?" Nan Zhi grasped the iron bars and shook them slightly, remaining immovable. She replied, "Brother, I cannot escape. There is no way out." "Brother, are there no police here? There are children being abused." Nan Zhi questioned. The system elucidated, "No, this is a martial arts world where everyone practices combat, striving for the pinnacle of martial prowess to become unparalleled masters, the supreme beings of the martial realm." Nan Zhi, perplexed, asked, "Is there truly no one to oversee them? Can they not act as they please?" System. The martial arts world operates under its own system. Fundamentally, it is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail and all practitioners seek power. In this world, what thoughts do you have on this task? The system inquired. The child, possessing the innocence of youth, pondered how a child might respond in such a situation. Nan Zhi softly replied, "Brother, you deceive me. You deceive children. You even deceive the little ones." The system responded, "How have I deceived you? Are you merely waiting for someone to bring you sustenance, expecting to complete the task while reclining?" Nan Zhi retorted, "You infuriate me. Driving this exquisite, unparalleled, and adorably explosive little treasure to the brink of exasperation. What benefit do you derive from this?" With a sigh, She instinctively reached to tug at her hair, only to discover her fingers gliding through a cascade of soft locks, unable to grasp anything. Startled, she exclaimed, "Brother, brother? Do I lack hair?" As she spoke, her hands continued to explore, her face revealing the bewilderment of an adult suddenly confronted with baldness. "Brother, brother, giggling every day? Are you about to lay an egg?" The system responded with resignation. "Fear not. Your small stature may harbor toxins, but with proper nourishment, you shall flourish." "Oh," Nan Zhi exclaimed, placing a hand on her heart. "You nearly scared me to death." Creak. The door swung open, and a figure, silhouetted against the light, glided into the room. Nan Zhi stood transfixed, gazing at the airborne individual who lightly alighted in front of the cage. "Wow, brother, brother, they can fly. Humans can fly," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, calling out to the system in astonishment. "Those skilled in martial arts possess inner strength. With such power, one can soar." The system elucidated. "How marvelous!" she exclaimed. "Come here." The woman's voice was cold, reminiscent of the eternal ice and snow upon a mountain peak, evoking an involuntary shiver. As the child leaned against the cage, the woman's demeanor grew even colder, and she commanded once more, "Come here." Nan Zhi hesitated but eventually approached the woman. Zhang Lishuang looked down from her elevated position, her icy gaze fixed upon the filthy child in the cage, whose sparse, yellowed hair clung to the scalp, matted with a thick layer of grime. Disgust filled her eyes as she extended her hand, prompting Nan Zhi to retreat immediately. Chapter 82. The Poisonous Woman 3. What are you hiding from? Zhang Lishuang coldly inquired, observing the child who had collapsed within the cage. "You seem quite fierce, and it frightens me," Nan Zhi replied, glancing at her aunt, whose lips were a striking crimson, as though she had devoured a child. "I am your mother. Why are you afraid of me?" "Come here," Zhang Lishuang said impatiently. Having endured the pains of heartbreak, she was as frigid as ice, her brows and eyes brimming with hostility, as if she might unsheath a sword and strike at any moment, displaying a hint of neuroticism. Nan Zhi cautiously regarded her aunt and uncertainly asked, "Are you truly my mother? How could a mother treat her baby this way?" "You are not my mother. You are a wicked aunt. How can you confine a baby in a cage? Even the lions in the zoo are allowed to roam freely. I am not your mother." "Who is your mother? Who told you anything?" Zhang Lishuang questioned skeptically, glancing outside. "Who brought you food today? Did they say something to you?" Nan Zhi's expression turned bewildered, unable to comprehend her words. Zhang Lishuang took a deep breath. "I am your mother. I endured great hardship to bring you into this world. Your father abandoned us, taken away by a woman named Cui Lengxiang, leaving you without a father. Remember that woman's name, Cui Lengxiang. Repeat it after me and engrave it in your heart. Cui Lengxiang, Cui Lengxiang." When Zhang Lishuang spoke that name, it was laced with resentment and torment, accompanied by a chilling laugh that instilled fear. "Cui Lengxiang, Cui Lengxiang," she murmured, etching the name into her memory for future vengeance. "It was she who shamelessly snatched away your father and my husband, turning us into enemies." Observing Nan Zhi's dazed expression, Zhang Lishuang, with her blood-red phoenix flower nails, pierced the skin on Nan Zhi's face. "Ah, that hurts," Nan Zhi exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "I can endure it." Yet, tears cascaded down her cheeks. "It hurts so much. You've made me cry. Are you satisfied now?" Seeing the frail child covering her face in tears, Zhang Lishuang burst into cruel laughter, reveling in the misfortune of the daughter of Fang Xing and Cui Lengxiang. They must think their daughter is dead, living on blissfully in their ignorance. The thought of that couple ignited a fire within Zhang Lishuang, her aura chaotic and her eyes bloodshot, succumbing once more to madness. Without hesitation, she thrust her hand into the cage, seizing Nan Zhi, pouring the tumultuous internal energy from her own body into the child, disregarding whether such power was bearable for one so young. Veins appeared on Nan Zhi's face and body, writhing like squirming worms, on the verge of bursting. Yet, against all odds, her small frame somehow endured. Indeed, from a young age, Zhong Lifian had been a vessel for Zhong Lishuang's internal energy. As Zhong Lishuang practiced the remnants of the heartless martial arts from the Jueqing Palace, she would inevitably succumb to madness each month, oscillating between coldness and heat. Zhong Lifian's meridians, nurtured by a unique poison, were wide enough to accommodate this bizarre internal force. Zhong Lishuang, devoid of this internal energy, naturally experiences no chaotic currents and thus escapes such torment, allowing Cui Lengxiang's daughter to take her place, a debt they owe her. Fangxing. A man with a heart as cold as a wolf and as ungrateful as a dog. Nan Zhi, unable to weep, felt an overwhelming pain coursing through her body. Her voice trembling. Brother, I hurt so much, it aches terribly. The system sighed. Zhong Lifian had endured such a life since childhood, yearning for a semblance of normalcy. Her resentment burdensome, having never possessed anything throughout her existence. Brother, I feel so cold, Nan Zhi whimpered, curling up, her body encrusted with frost, long eyelashes coated in ice. Exhaling white mist, frozen in place as if on the brink of death. Brother, I feel so hot, it hurts so badly, I think I am dying. The frost upon her skin rapidly dissipated, leaving her flesh crimson and seemingly boiling from the internal heat. Nearby, Zhong Lishuang, stripped of her internal strength, gazed coldly at the suffering child within the cage, her expression devoid of compassion or empathy, replaced instead by stubbornness and a perverse satisfaction. The system addressed, Nan Zhi, though it pains you, attempt to absorb it, guiding this internal energy into your dantian, transforming it into your own. In her bewilderment, Nan Zhi queried within her mind, how do I absorb it? What is a dantian? The system took a deep breath. Urging calmness, can you sense the internal energy within your body, clashing through your meridians? Nan Zhi held her breath to feel again, only to discover that every part of her ached. The system reassured her. Take your time. With a creak, Zhong Lishuang immediately turned her vigilant gaze toward the entrance. Upon seeing Du Donlian, she exhaled softly, feeling a momentary relief, for she was devoid of inner strength and exceedingly fragile. Du Donlian approached with a tray laden with food, casting a glance at the child within the cage, whose fluctuating warmth and chill stirred her heart with a trace of barely perceptible compassion. She respectfully stepped forward and offered the sustenance to Zhong Lishuang, saying, My lady, please partake in some nourishment. Zhong Lishuang, as cold as ice, merely acknowledged with a non-committal sound, taking a few bites absent-mindedly. Du Donlian observed her sister, who had grown up alongside her, now reduced to such a state, and felt a profound sense of helplessness. By the way, did you say something to that little girl? She just doubted that I am her mother. Zhong Lishuang gazed at Du Donlian with an icy stare. Thud! Du Donlian immediately knelt on the ground, performing a deep bow. My lady, I assure you, I have not. I have never instructed her in such matters. Within the entirety of the Heartless Palace, aside from the lady and herself, no one else was aware of the existence of this child. Rise, I am not casting suspicion upon you, but rather, I feel it imperative to keep a closer watch on the child as she grows, Zhong Lishuang remarked. Sister Lian, you are the only one I can trust at this moment. Having been ensnared by the rigid rules of the Heartless Palace and separated from her beloved, Zhong Lishuang assumed the position of the lady with even greater severity than her predecessor, firmly believing and resolutely declaring, there are no good men in this world. All men are inherently unfaithful and lacking in sentiment. When encountering a runaway lover, one must show no mercy, exerting the utmost pressure on the man, who faces threats of pursuit and death. As a result, many men abandon their commitments, further affirming the disreputable nature of their character. When confronted with adversity, they retreat, all while professing love, both despicable and revolting. Each time Zhong Lishuang witnesses women who elope for the sake of men, she is filled with disbelief and sorrow. She often remarks, I have warned you, men are inherently like this. When the going gets tough, they are the first to abandon ship. Thank you for your leniency, Master. Du Donlian, rising from the ground, could not help but add, Master, I do not urge you to abandon your quest for vengeance, but the child is innocent, just a girl. Chapter 83. The Poison Woman. For the essence of the Heartless Palace is to safeguard suffering women, those who have been abandoned, regardless of their age. Yet now, the master torments a mere child, one so young and unaware of the world. Lian Jie. Zhong Lishuang turned to her, and Du Donlian immediately bowed her head, saying, Master, I have overstepped. You speak of the child's innocence, yet upon seeing her, I cannot help but remember her mother, Cui Lingxiang, the offspring of Feng Xing and other women. The hatred wells within me. I long to seize the child and, before their very eyes, extinguish her life, inflicting upon them the depths of suffering. Zhong Lishuang's voice trembled as she struggled to suppress her emotions. But I must endure, I must bide my time, to ensure their suffering is prolonged. Du Donlian's hand quivered slightly. The master had succumbed to a profound obsession. She publicly disparaged men, yet could not release her grip on them. Why subject herself to such torment when they cared not for her at all? Du Donlian cast a glance at the child within the cage, motionless, akin to a lifeless body devoid of breath. She restrained herself from approaching, aware that any display of concern would lead the palace master to suspect her loyalty. With the demeanor of a confidant, she expressed her empathy. I understand the suffering you endure. From a young age, you have been unequivocal in your affections, devoted wholly to one who fails to appreciate your heart. Yet Du Donlian hesitated. There are debts that must be settled with their rightful owners. One must seek Fangxing. You think I do not yearn for resolution. But his indifference to punishment or death renders me powerless. He remains oblivious to the anguish within my heart, believing that my betrayal can be absolved, even suggesting I end his life. Such notions are unacceptable. He assumes this will resolve our plight, but matters are not so easily disentangled. Zhong Lishuang sneered, her gaze fixated on the child in the cage. I shall forge her into the sharpest blade, to pierce them and make them aware of profound anguish, of the bitterest sorrows this world can bestow. The demise of any would bring me immense satisfaction. Truly, I am impatient, eager to witness Fangxing's reaction. I can wait. I can endure. Du Donlian dared not further counsel her. She held no ties to Fangxing, yet this child each moment felt interminable. Nan Zhi was engulfed in sorrow, not only for herself but also for Sister Fian. It became evident that not every child experiences a life filled with joy. Why must such harm be inflicted upon an innocent soul? Our dear child has done nothing wrong. Nan Zhi was in a daze from the pain and asked the system, Brother, Mother said that love is meant to make someone better, but why do they act this way? The system replied, because of greed, possession, unwillingness to yield, and hatred. The palace of ruthlessness is inherently extreme. Perhaps in their minds, there is no middle ground, only love or hate, without the possibility of forgetting one another in the vast world. Nan Zhi responded, Oh, I don't understand. Can you adults simplify things? Brother, how long will I have to endure this pain? The system answered, Tonight, all night. Nan Zhi was overwhelmed with tears. Her wounded heart felt like shattered glass. Help me. Sister Fei Yin cannot bear such pain. Neither can I. Even as a child, I cannot evoke even the slightest pity from the adults. When Nan Zhi awoke, her entire body ached, her head buzzing, and she was covered with a blanket, lacking the strength to lift her hand. She did not know how to describe this feeling. Perhaps it was akin to falling from the sky and crashing to the ground. Wake up and eat something. Du Donlian held a bowl, sitting beside the cage, extending a spoon into it and bringing it to Nan Zhi's lips. Nan Zhi's mind was foggy. She didn't even realize she needed to open her mouth to receive the food. Du Donlian, seemingly understanding the situation, maintained her composure, used her other hand to pry open the child's mouth, and poured the broth inside. Feeling something in her mouth, Nan Zhi slowly realized she needed to swallow, though some dribbled out the corners of her mouth. Du Donlian, unfazed, wiped it away and continued to feed her, with more spilling out than she managed to swallow. Once she had eaten enough, Du Donlian stood up with an indifferent expression, preparing to leave with the bowl. Thank you, Donlian. Nan Zhi murmured softly, her voice barely audible. However, for a martial artist, even the faintest sounds in the surroundings can be perceived. Du Donlian's body paused momentarily before she hastened her steps, exiting the room, creaking the door shut, and securing it with a lock. Instantly, the light within the room dimmed, devoid of any windows. While Nan Zhi lay motionless in her cage, her body ached and was fatigued, leading her to succumb once more to slumber. Upon awakening, the room remained shrouded in darkness, leaving her uncertain whether it was day or night. Nan Zhi addressed the system, saying, Brother, please tell me a story. The system responded by retrieving an educational video for young children, suggesting, since we have some idle time, let us engage in learning. The topic revolved around early childhood education and how to approach future tasks. Before her, a projection materialized, showcasing an engaging educational video, vibrant and lively. The warmth and cheerfulness of the footage brought a sense of relief to Nan Zhi, who had endured both physical and emotional torment, restoring a semblance of vitality within her. Nan Zhi had never experienced such suffering before. She was at a loss whether to marvel at her predicament or to whimper in pain. Observing the obedient child glued to the video, eyes sparkling with curiosity, the system had prepared numerous words of comfort, which now seemed unnecessary. It inquired, Does it hurt? Nan Zhi took a moment to assess her condition before responding in a childlike tone, I don't feel anything. It seems rather numb. The system replied, That implies a sensation of numbness. Once that numbness fades, the pain will likely become unbearable. After a brief hesitation, the system continued, How do you feel now? What emotions are you experiencing? Nan Zhi sighed softly, reflecting on the burdens borne by her sister Fei Yin, whose parents remained oblivious to her survival. By the way, dear system brother, is it true that if I seek out my parents, I can bring about a change? What is wrong with a child wanting to find their parents? The system responded, first, you must escape from the impenetrable walls, elude the pursuit of the heartless palace, successfully locate your parents, and convince your father that you are indeed his daughter. Gazing at her confinement, Nan Zhi lamented, I cannot do that. What am I to do? That wicked aunt is tormenting me daily. Why does she not seek her own parents and instead bully a child? She is truly despicable. Chapter 84. The Poisonous Woman 5. Nan Zhi found herself bewildered yet profoundly impacted. She struggled to comprehend the narrative, her mind growing increasingly vacant, leading her to realize that she felt as if her intellect had diminished. Brother, have I become a fool? It seems I can no longer think clearly. The system patiently elucidated, indeed, you have become somewhat dull, primarily due to the poison you have ingested, which has caused persistent fevers, adversely affecting your brain. With a whimper, Nan Zhi expressed her sympathy for Fei Yin, lamenting, Sister Fei Yin is so pitiable, and that aunt is utterly wicked. Yes, indeed, the system affirmed. After a prolonged silence, Nan Zhi watched an educational video, and suddenly remarked, Brother, is this story about Sister Fei Yan's father and the Heartless? The system interjected, the Heartless Palace. It seems your earlier silence was spent in contemplation. Nan Zhi. Oh, father was in a romantic relationship with the lady from the Heartless Palace, but they broke up. The lady from the Heartless Palace was unwilling to let go, and when father married mother, she abducted their child. The world without police officers is truly terrifying. System, indeed. That is the tale. Romantic entanglements often come with peril, especially with women from the Heartless Palace, where the risks are particularly grave, akin to signing a military order. Once involved, it becomes an unsolvable conundrum, even involving entrapment and tests of the human heart. Brother, must I remain confined within this cage? Nan Zhi does not wish to linger in this small, foul-smelling prison, tainted by her own excrement. How can a person live perpetually in a cage? System, one must gradually seek a solution. Do you have any ideas? Nan Zhi, I cannot think of anything. Oh, brother, suddenly my body is in excruciating pain. The system sighed. When a person's body endures extreme agony and sustains significant harm, it automatically secretes the pain-relieving substance, endorphins. However, the effects are now waning. Nan Zhi lacks the strength to move, her tiny frame trembling, evoking pity. The system ultimately intervened to help numb her sensations. The child is too young to endure daily torment. Otherwise, she might become like the original host, Zhongli Fei Yan, losing her essence and unwilling to engage in any activities. Nan Zhi fell into a deep slumber. Du Danlian opened the door and peered inside. Noticing the child motionless, she approached to check for breath, feeling a faint pulse, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Every time she was infused with internal energy by the palace master, she would fall into a deep slumber for several days. Just as she began to recover, the day of being infused again would arrive. Even an adult might struggle to endure such an ordeal, let alone a child. Yet, she persevered, clinging to life with remarkable tenacity. Du Danlian felt a complex mix of emotions towards this child. She thought, how pitiable it is that death might be a release. Yet she also admired the child's relentless will to live. Gently, she reached into the cage to tuck the child in with a blanket. Uncertain of the palace master's intentions, she suspected they were far from benevolent, as she was determined to drag those who harmed her into the depths of despair. Nan Zhi opened her eyes to find a beautiful sister seated beside her. With great effort, she slowly propped herself up. Aunt Lian. Zhong Lishuang would never tend to the daughter of her enemy. It was Du Danlian who had always cared for Zhong Lihuyan. In her dealings with the child, Du Danlian rarely engaged beyond the necessities of feeding and cleaning. The only reason Zhong Lihuyan learned to speak was due to Zhong Lishuang's relentless installation of hatred. Du Danlian coldly regarded Nan Zhi, asking, Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Nan Zhi nodded. I want to eat. My tummy is hungry. Only by filling her stomach could she think of a way forward. Du Danlian brought soft food to feed Nan Zhi, observing as the child savored every bite, her head bobbing in delight. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, You should listen to your mother. Perhaps things will improve a little. Nan Zhi tilted her head, remaining silent as she continued to eat. Du Danlian exited with an empty bowl, standing at the threshold, poised to close the door. Upon noticing the child in the cage gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes, Her heart stirred with complex emotions, compelling her to gently shut the door. The child's face gradually faded into the darkness, whispering, "Aunt Lien, goodbye." The palace master professed hatred fervently, yet without love. Where could such hatred spring forth? Unable to accept, she transformed love into its antithesis, hatred. By treating that man's child in such a manner, any semblance of hope dissipated. Nan Zhi smacked her lips, relishing the aroma. Undoubtedly believing Aunt Lien to be far superior to that wicked aunt, Nan Zhi adored her and joined Sister Fian in calling her Aunt Lien. Sated in content, Nan Zhi watched educational videos, babbling along, leading a life akin to that of a pig, devoid of pain, finding solace within the cage. The system. In such tranquility, a sudden longing for the restoration of pain surged, stubborn and seeking demise. Before Du Donlien could step into the hall, she heard the palace master's sharp and menacing voice from within. Furrowing her brow, she entered the spacious chamber, adorned with obsidian flooring, where a pair of men knelt, one bound tightly, head bowed low, while the woman wept and pleaded. Zhang Lishuang stood upon the steps, surveying the couple with a disapproving countenance. Filled with frustration and seething rage, she gritted her teeth and admonished the woman. "You are my left protector, someone I hold in high regard, yet you choose to defy me for the sake of such a man? Master of the palace, I beg you to spare He Lang. I am willing to endure any punishment." The left protector pleaded, crawling before Zhang Lishuang. Yet, before he could come close, he was flung away by a sweep of her sleeve, crashing heavily against the wall with a sickening thud, blood spurting from his mouth. Throughout the ordeal, the bound man kept his head bowed in silence, seemingly oblivious to the treatment of the woman he cherished. "Look, just look." Zhang Lishuang, witnessing the man's indifference, was filled with profound disgust. His utter passivity was the most detestable of all. Despite his willingness to sacrifice everything for her, he remained mute. With a sudden surge of inner strength, Zhang Lishuang unleashed a powerful strike towards the man, who could not withstand the force and coughed up blood, prompting the left protector to hurriedly crawl over, flustered, to wipe the blood from his lips. He Lang, are you all right?" Zhang Lishuang's fury intensified at this sight, and she slammed her palm onto the table, shattering it into splinters. "Master, please calm down," Du Donlien urgently interjected, her gaze fixed on the man sprawled on the ground, her pupils dilating. She then turned to him, asking, "Are you a disciple of the Xingyan sect?" Chapter 85. The Poisonous Woman 6. A disciple of the Xingyan sect? The Xingyan sect was a prominent faction in the martial world. The man lifted his gaze to Du Donlien, nodding affirmatively. "I am a disciple of the Xingyan sect." A hint of pride flickered across his expression. Yet, what of being a disciple of the Xingyan sect? "Any man who dares to entice a disciple of my heartless palace shall meet his demise." Zhang Lishuang coldly regarded him, remarking that it mattered not if he was a disciple of the Xingyan sect. There was no one to save him now, should she decide to end his life. Even if the Xingyan sect sought vengeance, he would merely be a corpse. In her presence, what arrogance did he possess? The man's expression shifted subtly, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. Du Donlien spoke to Zhang Lishuang, suggesting they converse privately. Zhang Lishuang turned to the left protector, offering him a moment to deliberate. She declared that if he chose to spare the man, he would remain her left protector. Otherwise, both would meet their demise. The left protector's face turned pale, helpless, while the man cast a glance at him, bowing his head in submission. "If you intend to plead for that disciple of the Xingyan sect, I advise you to remain silent," Zhang Lishuang interrupted, stifling Du Donlien's words. Du Donlien sighed, stating, "Mistress, if we eliminate too many disciples from various sects, they will eventually retaliate against the Jueqing Palace. Even if they do not assault us directly, they will threaten our livelihoods." As the deputy mistress, Du Donlien bore the weight of numerous concerns. Sustaining such a large household as the Jueqing Palace could not rely solely on violence. They required sustenance and resources, as every sect maintained its operations through commerce. The Jueqing Palace operated an inn and a clothing store. While their business was modest, it was sufficient to support the palace. Other sects were often disinclined to quarrel with a group of women, wary of being labeled as oppressors, or perhaps they wished to grant these women a chance to survive. Regardless, a cohort of women had indeed carved out a place for themselves within the martial world. In this realm of martial arts, it was either men or women. If too many disciples were slain, it would only provoke the ire of numerous sects and their male members, ultimately bringing misfortune upon the Jueqing Palace. The women of the Heartless Palace currently bear a rather unsavory reputation within the martial world, often referred to as the female demon. Although their initial intentions were rooted in self-preservation amidst the chaos, their actions have increasingly veered towards extremity, leading to potential ruin. In the past, Zhong Lishuang wreaked havoc at Fengxing's wedding, succumbing to madness and taking many lives. After ascending to the position of palace master, she diligently wielded her authority like a club, mercilessly punishing those who dared to love. Du Donlian observed this with concern, her heart heavy with urgency. Zhong Lishuang furrowed her brow tightly, her frigid countenance laced with an aura of menace as she coldly remarked, "Do you believe I could ever willingly release those unfaithful and heartless souls?" Du Donlian promptly replied, "Naturally, we cannot grant him such an easy reprieve. Those who provoke the women of the heartless palace must face retribution. However, there is room for maneuver. We must ensure that he suffers sufficiently to learn his lesson, yet without endangering his life." A subtle smile graced Du Donlian's face as she gently added, "I understand the palace master's profound disdain for faithless men, but for the sake of our sisters in the heartless palace, I implore you to endure this hardship." Zhong Lishuang regarded Du Donlian for a prolonged moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Du Donlian felt a faint sense of relief wash over her, though weariness lingered in her heart. As she spoke, their fingers intertwined. Du Donlian nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it feels never-ending. I long to join you in venturing out to conduct business, yet if I do not gently persuade the palace master, regardless of the circumstances, the heartless palace serves as their sanctuary despite its stringent rules. But are human emotions confined solely to the relationship between men and women? As for you, the palace master, perhaps it would be better not to overburden yourself with such concerns." The woman gently caressed Du Donlian's face and leaned in closer, nuzzling against her. "Do not burden yourself too much. Some matters are beyond persuasion. I see that the palace of heartlessness is increasingly falling into disarray." With a smile that illuminated her features, the woman continued, "If something truly troubles you, I shall take you away. We can thrive anywhere together." Du Donlian gazed at the woman, her smile radiant as a flower. Yet she refrained from revealing the clandestine dealings of the palace master. Her heart raced like thunder, a foreboding sense of impending turmoil enveloping her. She addressed the vibrant woman. "If it is possible, then prepare yourself." The woman raised an eyebrow, then nodded in agreement. "Excellent. It is all the better that you have come to terms with it. You appear weary. Perhaps you should rest." Du Donlian couldn't suppress a glance of exasperation, but the woman merely responded with a dazzling smile. In the palace of heartlessness, everyone was preoccupied, save for Nan Zhi, who seemed to lead a life of stupor, waiting for meals and sleep, attempting to learn from educational videos but absorbing little. Her mind a blank slate. Having entered this body, Nan Zhi felt that the more she pondered, the more her head ached. The system, too, was perplexed. They say knowledge alters destiny, yet the original owner's mind was somewhat impaired, rendering learning a futile endeavor. The original owner was obstinate, unable to absorb anything. And under the weight of over a decade of resentment towards Zhong Lishuang, her mindset remained unyielding. When confronted with matters requiring contemplation, she would clutch her head in agony, overwhelmed by frustration. The creaking sound of a door opening broke the silence. "There are delicious treats," Nan Zhi exclaimed, sitting up eagerly and gazing toward the entrance with anticipation. The system has been trained to be like Pavlov's dog. A face as cold as ice appeared at the door, resembling one that had been frozen in a refrigerator for days, devoid of warmth and emanating a chilling aura. Alas, how could it be her? Nan Zhi leisurely reclined back in her cage, fixated on a preschool video that only she could perceive. Zhong Lishuang approached the cage, observing the young child staring vacantly at a particular spot, appearing rather foolish. She tapped on the cage, producing a sound, beckoning her to come over. "Nan Zhi, woe is me, why aren't you coming instead?" Lying motionless, she ceased to call for her mother, neglecting the baby and tormenting her instead. For the baby would not call for her. "You are not even the baby's mother." Seeing this, Zhong Lishuang raised her delicate brows but chose to endure. Each time she infused her inner strength, the wretched woman's daughter lay half alive. Chapter 86. The Poisonous Woman. 7. Zhong Lishuang stood beside the cage, a twisted semblance of affection gracing her countenance. She spoke. "Do you know why it hurts so much every month? It is because, when I carried you, I was poisoned by that wretched Cui Lengxiang. Every month, I must channel my inner strength for both you and me. She poisoned me to secure her marriage to your father, and it is despicable that your father chose to heed her, marrying her and abandoning us both. Your father forsook us. It is loathsome that your father is a heartless man. Such heartless men deserve to perish. When you grow up, seek vengeance upon them. My daughter has endured such suffering. They must also taste the bitterness, especially Cui Lingxiang. All our anguish stems from her, from Cui Lingxiang. Nan Zhi turned her head in confusion, gazing at her. What are you saying? Poisoning? Isn't that you're doing? How wicked of you to frame others. When you cannot have something, you resort to insults and slander. You've said so much that I can hardly remember it all. Nan Zhi expressed her bewilderment with a comical image. The little darling, unwilling to listen, covered her tiny ears. After speaking for quite some time without any response from the child in the cage, Zhong Lishuang raised her voice. Did you hear what I said? Nan Zhi replied dismissively. I heard. Zhong Lishuang scrutinized her. What should you say? Revenge. Nan Zhi, perplexed, asked, what should I say? After contemplating, she realized her every word revolved around Fei Yin and her mother. Thus, she said, Mother, you're single. How pitiful. Zhong Lishuang responded, What? Single and pitiful? Aren't you supposed to vow to take revenge? Nan Zhi cautiously glanced at her expression. Mother, your face looks dreadful, as if someone spat on you. Zhong Lishuang, taken aback, was met with silence from the system. Do not provoke her. She has quite the temper and might just kill you in a fit of rage. Instantly, Nan Zhi covered her mouth. I want to say anything more. Zhong Lishuang took a deep breath, a chilling smile gracing her lips. What should you say? Revenge. I want revenge, Nan Zhi replied nonchalantly. Yes, revenge it is. Who shall we seek vengeance upon? Zhong Lishuang inquired further. I don't remember. Nan Zhi said, her expression one of confusion. Zhong Lishuang chuckled with delight. Seek out Cui Lingxiang and Fang Xing, Nan Zhi repeated. Cui Lingxiang, Fang Xing. Zhong Lishuang inquired, who are they? Nan Zhi replied, they are enemies. No, that's not true. They are not enemies. They are mom and dad. Satisfied with the day's events, Zhong Lishuang gazed at the dazed child and compassionately reached out to caress Nan Zhi's face. Instinctively, Nan Zhi flinched slightly, and Zhong Lishuang, sensing the child's reaction, curled her fingers and firmly grasped the small head. With a mere exertion of strength, that little skull could easily be crushed, and the offspring of Fang Xing and Cui Lingxiang would perish at her hands. The atmosphere grew heavy, but Du Danlian entered with a bowl, shattering the tense silence. Observing the master's hand gripping the child's head, she slightly averted her gaze, seemingly oblivious. You need not provide her with food today, Zhong Lishuang stated. Retracting her hand, Nan Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief. No food? Living in a cage and not being fed, does anyone even care? Du Danlian nodded, very well. Zhong Lishuang turned to Nan Zhi. Remember what I said. If you cannot, then you shall not eat. With that, she swept her sleeves and vanished into the air. From behind the iron bars, Nan Zhi watched the ethereal figure with envy, yearning for the day she could escape her cage and soar as well. Du Danlian, noticing the child's longing gaze, remarked, What have you done to anger your mother again? Nan Zhi protested, I haven't done anything. I complied with her wishes. Yet she is still unsatisfied and denies me food. How unreasonable. Aunt Lian, I am so hungry. Nan Zhi looked at the bowl with pleading eyes. Du Danlian, moved by such a gaze, felt a strong desire to grant her request, but since Zhong Lishuang had commanded otherwise, she could not relent. Nan Zhi gazed helplessly as Aunt Lian walked away with a bowl in hand. She inhaled deeply, savoring the lingering aroma of the dishes, and fervently declared to the system, Brother, I long to venture outside, to eat whatever I desire, and to sleep wherever I please. The system responded, Such lofty aspirations. Grasping the iron bars of her cage, Nan Zhi pulled with all her might, yet the cage remained immovable, leaving her disheartened. How can I escape? Brother, do you have a solution? The system replied, What would be the purpose of your escape, if you would merely be captured and returned to this cage? With a sigh, Nan Zhi lamented, Am I destined to grow up in this confinement? In the tale, Sister Fian had endured over a decade within her cage before being taken by the wicked aunt for vengeance. I must find a way, I must. Yet, Nan Zhi could conceive no plan, her only recourse being to diligently watch educational videos, all while enduring hunger, her stomach pressing painfully against her back. Nan Zhi's eyes widened at the realization of how cruel the world could be. Thankfully, Fian's father had not married her. Otherwise, she would have faced daily starvation, a truly pitiful fate. As soon as the fasting period concluded, Du Danlian hurriedly brought food to feed the child. Upon opening the door, She found Nan Zhi lying despondently, who, upon seeing her, suddenly brightened. Aunt Lien, Aunt Lien. Nan Zhi called out repeatedly. Without hesitation, Du Donlien scooped a spoonful and offered it through the bars. Nan Zhi eagerly took the spoon, savoring the soft food that she quickly swallowed while gazing at Aunt Lien. Du Donlien fed her slowly, and seeing the child's anxious demeanor, she couldn't help but advise, eat slowly, or your stomach will hurt. All right, I will heed Aunt Lien's words. Nan Zhi nodded obediently, fearful that Aunt Lien might withhold food from her. Du Donlien felt a sudden tightness in her chest, rendered momentarily speechless. While she was feeding, Zhong Lishuang flew into the room again. Upon seeing her, Nan Zhi's expression changed, and she almost wished to snatch the bowl away to consume the food herself. Eager to swallow it down. Why is she here again? In her tender heart, it was the first time she felt such irritation towards someone. The palace master. Du Donlien's heart skipped a beat. Why had the palace master arrived? Would she continue feeding? Zhong Lishuang's gaze fixated on the child in the cage. Her eyes tinged with a hint of red, her demeanor somewhat dazed. She addressed Nan Zhi. Do you know? Your father and that wretched woman are expecting again. Expecting once more. The sight of their affectionate displays pierced Zhong Lishuang's heart, binding her soul with thorny vines that constricted her heart, causing a dual agony of both pain and suffocation. With each heartbeat, the thorns dug deeper into her being, a relentless torment that rendered her existence unbearable. Nan Zhi, however, fixated on the bowl in Aunt Lien's hands, entirely oblivious to Zhong Lishuang's presence, captivated solely by the food before her, completely deaf to the words spoken. Children seem innately equipped to shield themselves from the words of adults. No matter how fervently one might speak, the child remains impervious, leaving the adult in exasperated frustration. Repeating it 100 times yields no change. The stubbornness of youth remains unyielding. Zhong Lishuang, steeped in anguish, despair, and hatred, found herself unable to find relief. Her mind consumed with images of their intimate affection. It seemed that the death of one child had little bearing on them. The birth of another merely filled the void. How could this be? Zhong Lishuang often found herself stealthily observing the life of her predecessor, each encounter sending her spiraling into emotional instability. Torn between the pain of witnessing their happiness and the self-inflicted torment of her own curiosity. Upon receiving the news, I discovered that Cui Lingxiang was once again with child. A revelation that elicited both jealousy and loathing within me. Ah, the joy of the night, the ecstasy of passion. This child is merely a byproduct of their affection. Zhong Lishuang, in utter disarray, had come to this place seeking solace through the child, hoping to derive satisfaction from its apparent disdain. Yet the child appeared almost foolish. Lost in a daze, Zhong Lishuang shouted vehemently, Your father and that wretched woman are expecting again, once more, with child. She harbored thoughts of causing the vile woman to miscarry, yet mindful of the previous tragedy of losing a daughter, they were ever vigilant, leaving Zhong Lishuang bereft of any opportunity for retaliation. Nan Zhi and Du Donlien were taken aback by Zhong Lishuang's sharp, anguished cry. Startled by the sudden outburst that was quite terrifying, Nan Zhi stared at her in bewilderment, pondering that this aunt truly ought to seek medical attention. Finally, upon seeing a flicker of response from the child, Zhong Lishuang, filled with malice, vowed to channel her resentment towards the treacherous couple through the innocent child. You will have siblings. Your father will dote upon them. But what of you? You shall never know his affection. Your very existence is a mistake, and no one loves you, nor cares for you. They only cherish the child in her womb. You have been abandoned, forsaken, the most pitiable and despicable of beings, all because of Fang Xing and Cui Lingxiang. Remember their names, hold them in your heart, and seek vengeance for your mother, for yourself. Nan Zhi thought to herself, the meal will grow cold. Please, just finish your words so we may feed the baby. After venting her frustrations, Zhong Lishuang felt considerably better. With an elegant gesture, she brushed her hair back, once again embodying the aloof and unyielding master of the heartless palace, no longer a woman consumed by resentment, nor a madwoman driven by vengeance. She extended her long, delicate hand, beckoning Nan Zhi to approach. Nan Zhi remained unmoved, and a flicker of irritation crossed Zhong Lishuang's features, though it was quickly suppressed. Come here swiftly. You are poisoned and need the antidote. This is medicine prepared for you by your mother. What kind of misdeeds is the master committing? Zhong Lishuang continued. It is sweet. Come and take it. Sweet. Nan Zhi was incredulous, not believing a word of it. This was not an antidote, but rather a poison. Du Danlian contemplated for a moment before gently advising, "Master, she has gone a day without food. If she takes more medicine now, her body may not endure it. It could truly harm the child." "Very well, let her take it in a couple of days," Zhong Lishuang conceded unexpectedly, but then casually handed the pill to Du Danlian, instructing, "Once you see her condition improve, administer it to her." Du Danlian hesitated, accepting the pill with pursed lips, remaining silent. She had not anticipated that such misfortunes would fall upon her. That insufferable man is not worth your self-deprecation, nor the degradation of your child. Du Danlian felt a surge of frustration within, yet found herself powerless. After all, she was in the presence of the master of the Heartless Palace. She had always been perplexed as to why the previous master had bequeathed the position to Zhong Lishuang, although Zhong Lishuang had been groomed as the successor. Following the events involving Fang Xing, she had transformed, consumed by thoughts of vengeance against them. As she arrived, Zhong Lishuang resembled a vengeful spirit, laden with boundless resentment and emotional venom. After venting her fury upon a child, she departed languidly, like a sinister breeze that left an unsettling chill in its wake. Du Danlian glanced at the pill in her hand, then at the child ensnared in the cage, who was fixated on her with strikingly clear black and white eyes, untainted and pure, devoid of any corruption or impurity. An innocent child, utterly oblivious to the world. Yet, under that gaze, Du Danlian felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if the child comprehended more than she should. In this silent exchange of stares, Nan Zhi suddenly interjected, "Aunt Lian, I wish to eat more." Du Danlian surveyed the contents of the bowl and acquiesced. After the meal, Nan Zhi eagerly approached Du Danlian, saying, "Aunt Lian, please let me take the medicine. Brother System said this pill is beneficial. Although it may hurt when ingested, the sensation of pain has been muted, so it won't be painful. You are kind to me, Aunt Lian, and if you deny me, a wicked woman will strike you." Du Danlian. This child seems to believe it is something wondrous. Taking a deep breath, Du Danlian maintained a calm demeanor. Her tone softened considerably. "Let us discuss it in a few days. For now, focus on eating well." She pondered when this predicament would find resolution, feeling an overwhelming fatigue settle within her. Du Danlian was not inherently a benevolent person. After all, she belonged to the martial world, where taking lives was commonplace, and vengeance was sought with fervor, in accordance with one's desires. However, to inflict harm upon someone, especially a child with no deep-seated enmity, weighed heavily on her conscience. In an attempt to alleviate the guilt weighing on her heart, Du Danlian dedicated the following days to preparing meticulously nutritious meals for the child, even surreptitiously incorporating some restorative ingredients into the food. She hoped that by nourishing the body more adequately, she could offset some of the harm inflicted by the medication. Nan Zhi remained oblivious to Aunt Lian's intentions, yet she relished the meals, eagerly anticipating each day's encounter with Aunt Lian. Conversely, the sight of the malicious aunt filled her with displeasure. The woman incessantly spoke of vengeance, words that the little one found utterly distasteful. Not only did Nan Zhi find it bothersome, but even the system grew weary of it. Although Zhong Lishuang aimed to instill hatred in the child, her incessant rhetoric threatened to become her own reality. The more she reinforced this notion, the deeper it took root within her, and as she poisoned the child's mind, she too found herself ensnared in the same toxicity, unable to escape. Was it truly necessary to dwell on a mere romantic entanglement that had ended? The man was unworthy, lacking in sentiment. Could one not simply move on to find someone better? With so little experience in love, clinging to a single misguided relationship seemed futile. The system, feeling a sense of dread, advised Nan Zhi, "In the future, should you wish to explore romance, ensure you engage in multiple relationships. The more, the merrier. One must broaden their horizons, lest they become unable to discern between a genuine partner and a mere charlatan, risking a tumultuous existence." Nan Zhi tilted her head in confusion, pondering the notion of love, exclaiming that she was still quite young. "I can distinguish between true fools," she declared joyfully. "Sister Shueli's father is indeed a great fool." The system retorted, "I doubt that gentleman wishes to be remembered in such a manner." Chapter 88. The Poisonous Woman 9. "Come, take your medicine." Du Danlian gazed at the child, who, after several days of nourishment, had regained a healthier complexion. Now, it was time to administer the medicine. Nan Zhi took the pill, placed it in her mouth, and tasted it. It was utterly devoid of sweetness and bitter to the core, revealing the deceit of the wicked aunt, who spoke not a word of truth. After swallowing, Nan Zhi soon felt her body becoming numb, a sensation that followed the dulled pain. How do you feel? Du Donlin could not help but inquire. The child, once fair and delicate, now bore a rosy hue as her skin transitioned from alabaster to translucent, gradually revealing blood seeping from her pores, transforming her into a blood doll. Du Donlin's heart quaked at the sight. Nan Zhi sat there dazed and, prompted by the system's notification, suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. Du Donlin's breath quickened as she observed the blood doll within the cage. A torrent of emotions surged within her, helplessness and exhaustion. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated abandoning it all. How could the palace of ruthlessness be so merciless? With her eyes closed, Nan Zhi cried out in agony until, overwhelmed, she fell into unconsciousness. Du Donlin sensed no doubt. Such torment naturally led to fainting. She remained by the cage, engulfed by the strong scent of blood, her expression vacant. Upon waking, Nan Zhi was elated to see Aunt Lien beside her. Her face smeared with blood as she shouted, "Aunt Lien, I want to fly. I want to soar like my mother." Fly? Learn martial arts? How could one learn within such a tiny cage? Even if she mastered it, flight would remain impossible. Zhong Lishuang would never release her from this confinement. Du Donlin, her demeanor cold, wiped the child's face with a cloth, cleansing the bloodstains. "This matter you must discuss with your mother. If Zhong Lishuang truly intends to use the child for revenge, she will undoubtedly have the child trained in martial arts. Otherwise, they would stand no chance against that family." Du Donlin, having listened to the conversation, pieced together Zhong Lishuang's intentions and increasingly deemed her mad. Nan Zhi nodded. "Very well, I shall inquire." She then patted her stomach. "Aunt Lien, I'm hungry." "All right," Du Donlin replied, recognizing that the child's desires were simple, revolving solely around food and drink. Eager to learn martial arts, when Nan Zhi saw Zhong Lishuang, she did not feign enthusiasm. Instead, she called out "mother" repeatedly, her eyes shining with anticipation as she gazed at Zhong Lishuang through the bars of the cage. Zhong Lishuang regarded her with a hint of perplexity, questioning her motives. Nan Zhi expressed, "I wish to fly." The system prompted, "Desires revenge." Nan Zhi reiterated, "I wish to take revenge." Zhong Lishuang scrutinized the little one, letting out a scornful and unfeeling derision. You wish to train in martial arts? You can hardly stand, and yet you aspire to learn." However, the notion of revenge genuinely delighted Zhong Lishuang, who then asked, "Do you understand what revenge entails?" Nan Zhi replied, "Revenge means killing. I am a baby. Babies do not kill. Killing is wrong." "Yes, but also no. It's not merely about ending a life to call it revenge." Yet, Zhong Lishuang did not correct her. Instead, she nodded in approval. "Indeed, revenge is about killing. Is your purpose in learning martial arts to kill?" Nan Zhi responded, "Perhaps. I want to fly. Flying. How wondrous it is that people can fly." She was filled with an eagerness to soar. "You little creature wish to learn martial arts? Even if I told you, it would be fruitless. If you wish to learn, then learn," Zhong Lishuang said, tossing a secret manual to Nan Zhi. "Study it yourself." Nan Zhi extended her small hand to retrieve the secret manual, expressing her gratitude to her mother. She then bestowed a fleeting smile upon Zhong Lishuang, her tiny form revealing teeth not yet fully formed, with delicate pink gums showing tiny dots. Zhong Lishuang, momentarily lost in thought, smiled faintly before her expression hardened, her brows knitting together in displeasure. "Children," she mused, "are insufferable creatures, unable to discern right from wrong." The mere thought of that blade piercing the hearts of Fang Xing and Cui Lingxiang sent a shiver down her spine. With the martial arts manual in hand, Nan Zhi settled onto the ground, flipping through the pages haphazardly, her efforts to practice martial arts seemingly whimsical. Yet, perhaps it was beneficial for the child to be exposed to such teachings from a young age. After all, mastering martial arts requires a certain boldness. Observing the child as she turned the pages, a sinister smirk curled at the corners of Zhong Lishuang's mouth, imbued with a sense of wicked delight. "Brother, I can't understand this," Nan Zhi exclaimed, gazing at the inscrutable characters and the various contorted illustrations. The system replied, "Take your time, I shall explain it to you." "All right." Nan Zhi nodded, noticing that the wicked ant remained nearby, her gaze filled with confusion. "Have you decided to pursue martial arts?" Zhong Lishuang inquired, her voice laced with a discomforting undertone. A wave of malevolence washed over Nan Zhi, more palpable than the venomous words she had encountered before. Uncertain of the ant's intentions, Nan Zhi instinctively lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhong Lishuang, growing impatient, pressed, "I am speaking to you. Do you hear me?" Nan Zhi shook her head, her gaze vacant. "I don't know. Mother, I don't know." In a fit of frustration, Zhong Lishuang opened the iron cage and swiftly seized the child inside. Nan Zhi, being lifted, stirred uneasily and exclaimed, "Mother, where are we going?" Despite having escaped the confines of the cage, Nan Zhi felt an utter lack of security. The very prison that had ensnared her now seemed a sanctuary for the imprisoned. The apparatus of captivity coexists with its captives. Naturally, they were to venture forth to cultivate courage and to solidify their resolve in martial arts. Zhong Lishuang even mimicked Nan Zhi's tone, causing a pang of anxiety in the child's heart. "Mistress, where do you intend to take the child?" Du Danlian observed the mistress's actions with astonishment, feeling an unsettling premonition. The mistress's indifference toward the child could be deemed benevolent. When her thoughts lingered on the child, she would subject them to turmoil, pushing them to the brink. Du Danlian inquired, "What is the mistress planning?" "She has only just taken her medicine a few days prior." Gazing at the deputy mistress, Du Danlian remarked, "I notice you frequently advocate for this child lately. What has stirred such compassion within you?" Du Danlian quickly shook her head. "No, it is not that I feel pity for the child. If anything were to befall her, if she were to perish, would it not be a source of vexation for the mistress, as her objectives would remain unfulfilled? She had no keys. What could she possibly do? Could she really carry a cage forged from fine steel everywhere she went?" When suspicion arose, Du Danlian spoke calmly. Though weariness weighed heavy on her heart, Zhong Lishuang coldly replied, "It is best that you refrain from meddling too much in this matter, Lian Jie. I am distressed. I must take action to alleviate my own suffering." In the desolate palace where the sisters were raised, Zhong Lishuang and Du Danlian shared a bond, albeit a tenuous one. Abandoned by familial affection in their youth and forsaken by romantic love in their adulthood, Zhong Lishuang found herself questioning what, if anything, she could truly possess in this life. Du Danlian nodded in understanding, empathizing with the hardships endured by the palace master. "The world is indeed harsh for women," she remarked, her high emotional intelligence allowing her to articulate the sentiments of Zhong Lishuang. Chapter 89. The Poisonous Maiden. "Wow, a puppy! What an adorable little puppy!" Nan Zhi exclaimed upon spotting a chubby, wobbly puppy that emitted the most endearing sounds. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Mother, is it a gift for me?" "Thank you, mother." A radiant smile illuminated Nan Zhi's face, filled with unadulterated joy. When she was released from the confines of her cage, Nan Zhi initially feared the intentions of the wicked ant, but to her surprise, she encountered a delightful little dog. "Oh, how I long to pet it," she thought. Perhaps the wicked ant was not so malevolent after all, especially since she had presented her with this charming puppy. Moreover, the ant was strikingly beautiful. At that moment, Nan Zhi's mind was consumed by thoughts of the puppy. "Wow, a puppy! How do you know what this creature is?" Zhong Lishuang inquired, perplexed. Having been confined indoors and imprisoned in a cage since childhood, she was astonished that the child could identify a dog. Zhong Lishuang had never had the leisure to teach the child about the wonders of the world, making the revelation that the caged child recognized a dog all the more bewildering. In the narrative, Zhong Lifian is utterly oblivious to her surroundings. When she is released to seek vengeance, she finds herself bewildered by the world around her. By chance, she encounters a man who, upon noticing her naivety, takes it upon himself to impart some knowledge to her. Zhong Lifian has never experienced such patient instruction. Her mother would become displeased and resort to violence if her training lagged, even slightly. She is compelled to exert herself relentlessly in her cultivation, fearing her mother's disappointment and the excruciating pain inflicted by her mother's full force. When Zhong Lifian observes the man enthusiastically introducing her to his fiancée, she becomes perplexed and inquires about the meaning of fiancée. The man explains that a fiancée is someone with whom one is destined to marry, to share a life, and to raise children together. Marriage and children. This concept resonates with Zhong Lifian, as her mother often speaks of her father marrying another woman, abandoning her. Now, she finds herself in a similar predicament as her mother. With fresh grievances and old resentments, Zhong Lifian simplifies her thoughts. If the man's fiancé were to perish, he could not wed another woman. Moreover, she originally sought vengeance for her mother, and now she has an additional motive, to avenge herself. This entire family deserves to perish. Zhong Lifian takes action, surprising everyone, including the man, who is taken aback by her unexpected ferocity. He realizes that while she appears innocent and bewildered, her strikes are ruthlessly calculated and imbued with lethal intent. This girl seems to possess an innate cruelty. "Nan Zhi, shouldn't I be aware of the dog?" Zhong Lishuang's expression was one of skepticism. Du Donlian, standing nearby, stepped in to assist, recalling the sound of a dog barking. When she inquired about it, I replied that it was indeed a dog. With that, Zhong Lishuang ceased her questioning. For it was entirely normal to hear dogs barking in the vicinity of the Jueqing Palace, which was accompanied by a few small villages. Some of the young girls within the palace also kept dogs. Nan Zhi eagerly asked, "Mother, can I have the dog? Is it for me?" "Of course. It is for you," Zhong Lishuang responded. Observing the child's radiant smile and joy, she too revealed a smile, albeit one laced with malice and a hint of cruel delight. Her eyes, however, bore a trace of concern, as if a thought had crossed her mind, hardening her resolve. Du Donlian watched this exchange, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. She thought to herself, surely the palace master would not be so reckless as to provoke the child so soon. Casting a glance at the exuberant child, she felt a twinge of helplessness. The palace master was hardly a nurturing figure, and moreover, she was not the child's mother. Perhaps, even if this child were indeed the palace master's offspring, her circumstances would only be marginally improved, subjected instead to daily reminders of hatred towards her father and disdain for Cui Lengxiang. "Here, take this and go kill it," Zhong Lishuang commanded, thrusting a small dagger into the child's hand and giving Nan Zhi a gentle shove. Dazed, Nan Zhi looked at the gleaming knife in her hand, then at the small puppy that yapped innocently. She turned, bewildered, and exclaimed, "Mother, what are you doing?" "Kill it." "But the puppy was given to me." With a patient tone, Zhong Lishuang clarified, "You want to learn martial arts, to seek vengeance, do you not? How can you exact revenge without shedding blood? Go on. Do not disappoint your mother." Initially, Zhong Lishuang intended for the child to slay wolves, confining the wolf cubs together. It was either the child that succumbed to the wolves or the child that survived, for the child was too young, merely needing to witness bloodshed. When older, having learned martial arts, the child could be cast into the wolf pack for training. As for whether the child could master martial arts, Zhong Lishuang harbored no concerns. The child had been consuming medicinal pills from a young age, significantly aiding in the expansion of their meridians, albeit these were toxins that inflicted immense harm upon the body. Yet, what did it matter? This child was merely a tool. After vengeance was exacted, the condition of the tool was inconsequential. There would be no sorrow for the offspring of an enemy. You truly remain that wicked ant," the child exclaimed. "What wrong did the puppy commit to deserve death? How is it that you profess to seek vengeance for your mother, yet cannot even slay a mere pup? How then shall you achieve your revenge?" The child's innocent gaze bore into Zhong Lishuang, filled with accusations and disappointment. A surge of anger rendered Zhong Lishuang's voice sharp. "Go and kill it. I command you to slay it." With a clatter, Nan Zhi threw down the knife. Her hands weary, and with a defiant posture, she sat upon the ground. "I will not kill." Her expression was one of rightful indignation, showing no fear of Zhong Lishuang, and she jabbed at her heart. "Mother, you are too cruel. No wonder father does not favor you. He fears you. I too do not like you and am afraid of you. I love the puppy. You wish to kill the puppy, and in your quest for revenge, you would even slay the puppy I cherish. I shall not seek vengeance. He fears you. He fears you." Zhong Lishuang contemplated numerous reasons, considering whether it was the influence of the heartless palace that had compelled Feng Xing to compromise, or whether it was due to the man's disloyalty. A character devoid of affection and loyalty. Yet, it had never occurred to her that Feng Xing might fear himself, or her. How laughable it was. For they had once been as sweet as lacquer, where even a mere glance or a shared gaze brought them immeasurable joy. The transformation she underwent was due to whom? If not Feng Xing. She had endured torment while he wed another and fathered children with yet another woman. What right did he have to be afraid of her? Observing the sovereign's fury, her hair and garments swirling without a breeze, it was evident that her inner power was surging. He feared she might impulsively harm the child. And thus he hastily advised, when a child first grows fond of something, they must grapple with the thought of its demise. Do not rush, sovereign. Chapter 90. The Poisonous Woman 11 Unable to accept. Yet she must accept. Zhong Lishuang disregarded the child's feelings entirely, for it was the offspring of her enemy. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her rage and addressed Nan Zhi. "Pick up the knife and plunge it into the dog's body, and I shall gift you this dog." Nan Zhi gazed at her, understanding that stabbing the dog would inflict pain, cause it to bleed, and ultimately lead to its demise. It would no longer move or cry. "Liar, wicked auntie is deceiving." Nan Zhi shook her head. "No, the puppy will suffer." Zhong Lishuang, exasperated, tilted her head back and pressed her forehead. As if overtaken by wrath, with a vengeful spirit, she retrieved the small dagger from the ground. Since you are unwilling to act, I shall do the deed for you. You claim to love the puppy, thus I will ensure you lose it. Don't. Nan Zhi scampered forth, cradling the pup in her arms. The puppy remained blissfully unaware. Killing it would not avenge her grievances. You. Zhong Li Shuang's eyes were filled with crimson veins, a sinister hue that rendered them terrifying. The little puppy struggled weakly in Nan Zhi's arms, whimpering pitifully. Hand it over to me. If you do not relinquish that wretched creature today, you shall face dire consequences. Zhong Li Shuang, consumed by childish fury, was incensed by the slightest hint of defiance. Unfazed, Nan Zhi responded, then go ahead and kill me. You speak of murder daily, even of killing a dog, while she felt no remorse about taking a life. After all, she never intended to do so. Knowing it was wrong, her heart trembled at the thought of the puppy being slain. She clung to the dog with unwavering determination. Master, please remain calm. Du Danlian whispered into Zhong Li Shuang's ear, causing her expression to steady as her gaze scrutinized Nan Zhi and the puppy in her embrace. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in her eyes, and a smirk played on her lips. If you wish to keep it, then keep it. Do not accuse me, its mother, of being unkind to you. Have we come to an agreement? Nan Zhi, taken aback yet elated, replied, Thank you, mother. She then caressed the puppy, her joy radiating. The addition of a puppy to their cage filled her with delight. Aunt Lian, thank you. Nan Zhi's bright, sparkling eyes gazed at Du Danlian, brimming with admiration and affection. What did Aunt Lian say to mother? Why did the naughty aunt give the puppy to her? After a moment of silence, Du Danlian replied somewhat awkwardly, Your mother, she truly cares for you. Nan Zhi tilted her head, her expression one of confusion. What is Aunt Lian talking about? The wicked aunt is not her mother, nor does she show her any affection. Nan Zhi, having experienced the warmth of parental love, would not mistake such behavior for tenderness. In her small heart, she feels sorrow for her sister Fei Yan, who knows nothing of love and has no one to care for her. You must be hungry. Let's prepare something to eat. The dog is hungry too. Du Danlian deftly shifts the topic, and Nan Zhi's attention immediately turns to the dog. All right, thank you, Aunt Lian. Du Danlian prepares food for both the child and the dog. The puppy, still young, eats steamed eggs, just like the child. Du Danlian is tasked not only with feeding the child but also nurturing the dog. Nan Zhi tends to the little puppy with great care, even allowing it to sleep beside her in her warm bed at night. Within just 2 or 3 days, the puppy becomes affectionate towards Nan Zhi, often licking her. Together, they frolic in the small cage, chasing one another in playful delight. The puppy, plump and wiggly, wags its tail exuberantly, its mouth seemingly perpetually smiling, its tongue lolling out in an endearing manner. Nan Zhi adores it immensely, frequently cradling it in her arms and playfully teasing it, filling the air with her cheerful laughter. Simply listening to the child's pure laughter warms the heart, lifting her spirits. Du Danlian observes the happiness shared between the child and the puppy, their bond growing stronger with each passing day, her gaze filled with complexity. She feels as though she has awakened to some strange and cruel inclination. At that moment, she advises the mistress, suggesting that since the child cherishes the puppy, it would be better to wait until they have formed a bond before taking its life, believing it would make the child more obedient. In her growing understanding of the mistress's twisted psyche, she finds herself spiraling deeper into moral ambiguity, fearing she may soon lose her own sense of right and wrong. Du Danlian is uncertain whether her actions are justifiable in that moment. If the dog were to be killed, she worries that the child would be utterly devastated. Gazing at the carefree children, Du Danlian sighed, feeling the weight of her burdens. However, witnessing a child embrace a puppy and call out Aunt Lian in a sweet, innocent voice, she thought perhaps this was the right course of action. The palace master had always acted decisively when it came to tormenting the offspring of enemies, yet the timing of the puppy's demise remained uncertain. The child, oblivious to the fate that awaited the dog, did not realize that it had already been marked for death in the palace master's mind. The system addressed Nan Zhi, stating, It is time to begin your martial training. Allow me to instruct you. With the puppy by her side, Nan Zhi suddenly found the prospect of training utterly unappealing. Her desire to soar diminished. Young and easily distracted, she was drawn to more amusing pursuits. The system continued, If you do not train, you will be unable to protect the puppy. It will fall victim to Zhong Li Shuang. Why? Nan Zhi asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Why must the puppy be killed? The system replied, Look at you. You care so much for the puppy. What do you think would happen if it were to be harmed at this moment? Stunned, Nan Zhi's eyes glazed over as she pondered. I would be heartbroken. I would cry, but not for long, perhaps just 2 months. The system remarked, thus, to inflict pain upon you, she would go to any lengths. Humans, when tormenting their kind, instinctively understand each other's vulnerabilities. Holding the puppy tightly, Nan Zhi declared, I will learn. I must protect the puppy and ensure that the wicked ant does not harm it. The puppy nestled in her embrace, gently licking Nan Zhi's hand, conveying its affection. Nan Zhi caressed the soft-furred dog, seemingly soothing both the creature and herself. Do not fear. Dear pup, I shall strive diligently in my martial arts training to ensure your safety. With a heart full of confidence, she declared, Come on, brother. Yet, her assurance quickly dissipated into a haze of confusion. What are these acupoints? What is the dantian? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. The system inhaled deeply, reflecting on the child's naivety, such a detrimental quality. It could only impart knowledge to her gradually and patiently. Zhong Lishuang observed the child clutching the secret manual, her eyes filled with bewilderment, and chuckled inwardly at the notion of her aspiring to martial prowess. Nonetheless, this fervor for martial arts pleased Zhong Lishuang. The stronger the child became, the more dire the plight of the Fong family. They were meant to be kin, yet they inflicted torment upon one another. Gazing at the puppy lying beside the child, Zhong Lishuang resolved to make this dog a sacrificial offering as Nan Zhi ventured into the realm of martial arts. Chapter 91. The Poisonous Woman. 12 Day after day, Zhong Lishuang instilled hatred in the child. Each time she spoke of resentment and loathing, she experienced excruciating anguish, her face twisted with malice and contempt, leaving one to wonder who was truly tormenting whom. Nan Zhi responded with half-hearted acknowledgments. Yes, we must seek revenge. They are villains. They abandoned the two of us. She parroted these phrases without contemplation, failing to internalize their meaning. She was not particularly inclined to engage. Aside from nursing grievances, what else could she possibly do? What troubled Nan Zhi even more was the daunting challenge of martial arts training. She felt disheartened and wished to give up. Yet, glancing at the puppy beside her, she found the resolve to persevere. Like a balloon, she inflated with determination only to deflate again, and again she would rise. Nan Zhi sighed to the system. This is surely not my fault. The manual is simply too difficult. The system sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation, lamenting, it's not too challenging. It's merely that my intellect is lacking. With the system's exasperation echoing in her ears, Nan Zhi refrained from whining, clenching her fists in determination, vowing to persevere. It was once again the moment when Zhong Lishuang succumbed to madness, having practiced a fragmented martial arts manual, resulting in severe aftereffects. Coupled with her inherently unstable mindset, she found herself utterly unable to endure such torment. With her eyes ablaze in crimson, Zhong Lishuang burst into the room, her gaze sweeping the space until it landed mercilessly on Nan Zhi. Without hesitation, she seized Nan Zhi, channeling her chaotic internal energy into the frail body of the child. The little dog, witnessing its master being seized, barked anxiously, though its cries were soft and feeble. As the tumultuous energy within her subsided, Zhong Lishuang cast the child aside into a cage, observing her suffering with cold indifference. The small puppy circled the unconscious Nan Zhi, barking desperately, even tugging at her clothes with its tiny teeth. When it received no response, it grew frantic, darting around her. Nan Zhi's complexion turned ashen, her body rigid. Yet the energy within her refused to allow her demise. The system prompted her. You are currently devoid of pain. Perceive the internal energy coursing through you and endeavor to harness it. With no other sensations to grasp, she envisioned her body as a chaotic highway, teeming with vehicles racing heedlessly, disregarding all traffic regulations, colliding violently, each refusing to yield to the other. The chaos was overwhelming. How could she possibly seize hold of the speeding cars? Nan Zhi felt as though she stood suspended in midair, gazing down upon the chaotic scene below, her heart heavy with sorrow. Brother, how can I possibly grasp all of this? It moves so swiftly. She did not aspire to capture everything. Even seizing a mere thread or two would suffice, for little by little, they could accumulate. The system bore no expectations for a child to possess such abilities. The mere sensation of her internal energy was already a commendable feat. With a soft exclamation, Nan Zhi contemplated scratching her head, pondering the meaning of capturing threads and wisps. Unable to catch the swiftly fleeing energy, she resolved to devise a strategy at the site of collision. Following the system's guidance, she employed the principles of martial arts to gather a sliver of internal force amidst the chaos and directed it into her lower abdomen. Through the arduous teachings of the system, Nan Zhi finally discerned the location of her dantian and gained insight into various acupuncture points within the human body. Both the child and the system endured considerable hardship. Nan Zhi resembled a bystander at the scene of an accident, striving to seize the rapidly dissipating internal energy, which she managed to capture and channel into her dantian. However, such endeavors proved to be exceedingly taxing. Fatigue soon overcame her, leaving her spirit waning. The thought of her beloved dog rekindled her determination. Yet, she experienced a fluctuation of sensations, as the colliding internal forces inflicted excruciating pain upon her meridians. All she could do was wait for the tumultuous energies to settle and establish a balance. As she felt the internal energy coursing through her body, empowering her, Zhang Lishuang revealed a smile, unaware of any diminishment in her strength. Casting a glance at the unconscious child in the cage, she turned and departed. The little puppy whimpered at Nan Zhi, and even when Du Donlian brought food, the dog barely ate, fixating instead on the unconscious Nan Zhi. When Nan Zhi awoke, she was greeted by the enthusiastic puppy leaping onto her face, prompting her to giggle as she embraced the excited creature, rubbing her cheek against its soft fur. "You've woken up. How about some food?" Du Donlian offered nourishment for both the girl and the dog. The little puppy eagerly devoured the food with a fierce yet endearing demeanor. Du Donlian remarked to Nan Zhi, "This dog hasn't eaten much these past few days. It must be worried." Nan Zhi laughed, her eyes sparkling and her complexion even slightly rosy, which astonished Du Donlian. Typically, the child appeared utterly exhausted. Yet this time her countenance was surprisingly vibrant. Could it be that the child was ultimately unable to endure? Nan Zhi petted the puppy, declaring, "It's the most well-behaved. I adore it." Du Donlian felt a heaviness in her heart, pondering when she might again behold the lifeless form of the child. However, as days passed without incident, she found herself both relieved and perplexed. With a thread of inner strength from her dantian, Nan Zhi found her practice of the secret techniques slightly easier, at least no longer akin to a headless chicken running about aimlessly. She diligently practiced each day, setting aside time to play with the puppy, while the system did not press her to train continuously, allowing her moments of respite to watch educational videos. In summary, the system was utterly exhausted. The emotional toll was unparalleled. Raising a child was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Yet, cultivating inner strength could not be achieved overnight. Once shunned, the infusion of inner power was now embraced by both the system and Nan Zhi, and they even found themselves harboring a subtle anticipation. Each time, I managed to gather a little, akin to the delightful joy of a squirrel hoarding its nuts, which is utterly captivating. To prevent falling into obsession like Zhang Lishuang, the system repeatedly instructs Nan Zhi on how to control and refine her inner strength. If one cannot master this control, an abundance of inner power may lead to a similar fate as Zhang Lishuang's. The fragmented secret tome is indeed a valuable one. Zhang Lishuang currently possesses half a century of inner strength, yet the repercussions are exceedingly severe. Once triggered, her combat prowess diminishes significantly, and the frequency of such episodes is alarmingly high. As her inner strength amplifies, the energy within her meridians and dantian becomes more prone to conflict. Should Zhang Lishuang continue her cultivation, she may find herself enduring the torment of her inner power daily. Every beginning is challenging. Nan Zhi diligently practices, even sensing subtle changes within her body. At times, she loses control of her strength, inadvertently causing her dog discomfort, which prompts it to yelp. "Brother, I feel like I'm becoming a superhero. I want to be able to lift a car." Currently, her aspiration is not to fly but to possess the strength of a superhero, enabling her to pry open a cage with her bare hands and escape. Chapter 92, The Poisonous Woman 13. Escape by prying open the cage? A splendid idea. The system responds, "Excellent, indeed possible." It is reassuring. If she can harness Zhang Lishuang's half-century of inner strength, escaping the cage could become a reality. Despite her youth, under the system's relentless tutelage, Nan Zhi has refined her meridians and inner strength to a level considerably surpassing that of Zhang Lishuang. Perhaps the purity of a child's heart allows for a gentler cultivation of the same fragmented secret tome, resulting in a more harmonious inner strength. Indeed, the tome Zhang Lishuang entrusted to the child is the very one she herself cultivated, albeit incomplete, perhaps driven by selfish motives. She contemplated the potential of harnessing the child's innate energy for her own benefit, or perhaps she sought to torment the child, subjecting her to the agonies of internal force. Not only must the child endure the pain of each infusion of energy, but she must also contend with the tumult of her own inherent power. The system, upon encountering an incomplete manual, made modifications that enabled Nan Zhi to cultivate her skills. Du Donlien was particularly perplexed with the administration of pills and the infusion of energy. She observed that the child was becoming increasingly vibrant. Having been deprived of sunlight for an extended period, the child's skin, once pale to the point of translucence, now exhibited a healthy rosy hue, akin to that of a normal child. Though intrigued, she refrained from sharing her observations with Zhong Lishuang. As Nan Zhi acquired internal energy, she endeavored to take flight, yet it proved exceedingly challenging. Merely channeling the energy to her feet consumed an inordinate amount of time. Amidst such arduous training, even the most obscure educational videos seemed delightful, a rare form of entertainment. Indeed, the educational content provided by the system was beyond her comprehension. She could only gaze at the images and animated sequences. After days of relentless practice, Nan Zhi finally managed to channel her energy to her feet. And with a slight push, she experienced the exhilarating sensation of floating. However, a sudden collision with the cage brought her back to reality as she cradled her head in pain. A half-grown puppy circled around her, wagging its tail and panting. Observing her with curiosity, the system advised, if you truly wish to master the art of flying and scaling walls, practice atop the cage. If you can walk diagonally on its surface, you can also traverse its top in an inverted position. Nan Zhi responded, "This sounds exceedingly difficult. Is it destined for me to become Spider-Man?" Nan Zhi undergoes arduous training, deliberately avoiding detection by the malevolent ant and the benevolent Aunt Lien. Although Aunt Lien has shown her kindness, the system brother cautions that revealing her secrets to Aunt Lien may not be favorable. Nan Zhi has grown increasingly adept at gathering internal energy, no longer succumbing to fatigue as easily as before. Her collection has become more substantial. However, she has noticed a significant decrease in the internal energy she has painstakingly cultivated over the past several decades. Such a decline cannot occur without reason. Zhong Lishuang's gaze shifted to the child in the cage, who clutched a medium-sized dog, gazing at her with innocent yet bewildered eyes. She extended her hand, drawing the child closer for a meticulous examination, her expression growing increasingly grim. To her astonishment, she discovered that the child's dantian and meridians contained internal energy. How could such a young child possess internal energy? Where could it possibly originate? Reflecting on her own dwindling reserves, she was struck by the realization that perhaps this residual energy had transferred into the child's body. What sorcery is this? Zhong Lishuang's face contorted in disbelief as a surge of fury engulfed her. The internal energy she had toiled to cultivate was being siphoned away. She instinctively attempted to reclaim this energy, for it rightfully belonged to her. However, drawing an energy was akin to a tug-of-war, and Nan Zhi's mastery over her internal energy surpassed Zhong Lishuang's, rendering her efforts futile. Instead, as their energies intertwined, a conduit formed, making separation impossible. Nan Zhi, almost instinctively, began to draw in the other's energy. "What are you doing? Stop!" Zhong Lishuang exclaimed in horror, rendered immobile as she helplessly witnessed her internal energy being drained away. Nan Zhi, in a state of dazed bewilderment, felt the surging internal energy coursing through her meridians, momentarily rendering her hands numb. Fortunately, having been nourished by medicinal pills, her meridians were robust, having been tempered through relentless trials, enabling her to withstand the pressure. The system advised, as I have previously instructed, take your time, methodically guide the errant vehicles of energy, ensuring they traverse smoothly to form a complete circuit. Following the guidance of her system companion, Nan Zhi proceeded gradually, step by step, devoid of haste. After all, her prior efforts to accumulate internal energy had sufficiently honed her character, which, by nature, was rather simple-minded and slow to react. Meanwhile, Zhong Lishuang, pallid and fatigued, collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. It felt as though countless needles were piercing her meridians, causing her body to convulse in agony. She gazed, as if haunted, at the diminutive child meditating before her. Could it be that this little one had truly mastered martial arts? Impossible, utterly inconceivable. She was so young, barely literate. How could this be? Who was assisting her? Within the entire realm of the Heartless Palace, only she and Du Donlien were aware of the child's existence. Du Donlien, perhaps? Without the safeguard of internal strength, an overwhelming sense of insecurity enveloped Zhong Lishuang. She understood that her formidable prowess was what allowed her to ascend as the leader of the Heartless Palace. Without her internal energy, she would be rendered powerless. Moreover, if Du Donlian had indeed betrayed her, she would be as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board. Did the deputy palace master aspire to usurp her position? Zhong Lishuang's mind raced with chaotic thoughts, but she forced herself to regain composure, enduring the excruciating twists and spasms of her meridians, and commenced her cultivation anew. The meridians and dantian seemed to be in a state of emptiness, making it relatively easier for Zhong Lishuang to cultivate. However, to rapidly regain formidable internal strength within a short span was simply unattainable. A child and a young woman sat cross-legged, separated by a cage, both immersed in their practice. As an intangible sense of oppression and urgency spread around them, the dog pressed closely against Nan Zhi, not uttering a sound. Its gaze fixated on the woman outside the cage, ears perked up in vigilance. Nan Zhi opened her eyes before Zhong Lishuang, and, upon noticing her, the dog immediately licked her hand. Nan Zhi caressed the dog, whispering, "We must escape, this very moment." Rising to her feet, she grasped the iron bars of the cage, channeling her internal energy into her hands. Her face flushed crimson, veins bulging as the thick iron bars gradually bent, creating a gap wide enough for the child to pass through. With the dog in her arms, Nan Zhi emerged from the cage, spotting the unyielding ant engaged in her training. Hearing the system command, "Strike her unconscious," Nan Zhi concentrated her internal energy into her fist, delivering a seemingly feeble blow to Zhong Lishuang. With a soft thud, Zhong Lishuang staggered, a spurt of blood escaping her lips as her training was abruptly interrupted. The pain in her meridians intensified, her breath faltered, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood, suffering internal injuries. Yu. Chapter 93. The Poisonous Woman 14. Zhong Lishuang's expression grew despondent, her gaze dimming as she stared at Nan Zhi in disbelief, as if encountering a ghost. The turmoil within her meridians caused her considerable pain, and she collapsed to the ground, utterly lacking the strength to rise. The once formidable master of the Heartless Palace appeared so fragile before a mere child. The reversal of roles sent shockwaves through Zhong Lishuang's heart, and in her fury, she fainted. Nan Zhi lightly kicked with her foot, and upon seeing that the unfortunate ant did not respond, she was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother, is she dead?" "She merely fell unconscious after a gentle strike." The system replied, "No, she is merely in a state of madness. She has a pouch of money at her waist. Seize it and flee swiftly." Without hesitation, Nan Zhi unfastened the pouch, grasped it tightly in her hand, and ran off with her dog. Just as she reached the door, she collided with Du Donlian, who was holding food. Du Donlian was rendered speechless, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the child not being confined in the cage, as though encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Nan Zhi glanced at the food, her throat involuntarily swallowing as hunger gnawed at her. Should she eat first? But recognizing the urgency of the situation, she addressed Aunt Lian. "I must leave now. Goodbye, Aunt Lian." Du Donlian looked at the unconscious Zhong Lishuang within the room, noting the cage contorted in a grotesque manner, as if forcibly pried apart. A myriad of thoughts flooded her mind in that instant, and after a moment of silence, she nodded. "Very well, you may go." She stuffed some pastries into Nan Zhi's embrace and unfastened the sachet from her waist, insisting, "Take this and be on your way." With a beaming smile, Nan Zhi looked at Du Donlian with eyes brimming with gratitude and affection. "Thank you, Aunt Lian, I like you." The innocence and fervor of a child's emotions were pure and unrestrained, as if she yearned to convey every emotion within her heart to the other, evoking deep feelings. Du Donlian waved goodbye, watching the child's retreating figure. With a heavy heart, she struck her chest, a sudden cough erupting from her lips as blood spilled forth, causing her bowl and chopsticks to clatter to the ground, shattering into pieces. Du Donlian soon succumbed to unconsciousness at the doorway, quickly discovered by the disciples of the Heartless Palace. A grave incident has occurred. The master and deputy master of the Heartless Palace have been attacked and now lie in a deep unconsciousness. Under the guidance of the system, Nan Zhi wanders about, displaying no fear in encountering others. Within the Heartless Palace, no one recognizes her. To them, she appears merely as a child from the orphanage. The women merely advise her not to run about indiscriminately. Upon escaping the confines of the Heartless Palace, Nan Zhi is invigorated by the fresh air, having felt the world's vastness after her prolonged confinement. In less populated areas, she begins to harness her inner strength, darting through the woods like a kangaroo. She does not tire easily. Eventually, she sets her dog down, and together they traverse the dusty path. This peculiar pairing, a small girl accompanied by a half-grown dog, is indeed striking. As they proceed with intermittent pauses, Nan Zhi stops to eat, sharing her food with her canine companion, who cozily nestles against her, patiently awaiting its share. While she enjoys her meal, the dog remains calm, gently panting as it waits. The bond between them is one of intimate companionship. Nan Zhi opens 2 brocade pouches. One contains a handful of silver coins, rolled banknotes secured with fine string, and several lustrous pearls. She admires the pearls with delight, especially knowing they were taken from the unscrupulous Andy. The system's brother informs her that the journey ahead is exceedingly long, with one destination in the south and the other in the north. Once rested, Nan Zhi cradles her dog once more. The dog is obedient, showing no signs of struggle, as she leaps through the forest with the agility of a nimble monkey. Upon arriving at a town not far from the Heartless Palace, the system prompted Nan Zhi to enter and procure some provisions for her journey. The streets were increasingly bustling with pedestrians, and the sight of Nan Zhi cradling a small puppy was particularly captivating. Such a tiny creature, one could not help but wonder to whom it belonged. The puppy, seemingly overwhelmed by the throngs of people, whimpered softly, nuzzling into Nan Zhi's embrace, its rear and left unceremoniously exposed. Gently stroking the puppy, she cooed in a tender voice, "Do not be afraid, little one. Zhi will protect you." This innocent child drew many gazes, some laced with malice. As Nan Zhi stepped into the market, a wave of liveliness engulfed her. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, and the enticing aromas of various delicacies wafted around, making her mouth water with desire to sample everything. Observing that the child had become distracted by the myriad of offerings, the system interjected, "Quickly purchase some flatbreads and tea. Then continue on your way." "Ah," Nan Zhi exclaimed, realizing dusk was approaching. Did they still have to travel? The system replied, "We are perilously close to the Heartless Palace. They will soon pursue us. Let us distance ourselves before discussing further plans. The next few days will require us to endure the elements." Approaching a stall selling flatbreads, Nan Zhi stood on her tiptoes and called out in her sweet voice, "Auntie, I would like 15 flatbreads, please." The vendor, noticing the small child, inquired, "Where are your guardians?" "They are waiting for me, Auntie." "Please, I have money," replied Nan Zhi, as she opened her pouch to reveal a tiny piece of silver. Recognizing the potential for business, regardless of the customer's age, the vendor complied, preparing the 15 flatbreads and, after a moment's thought, also provided her with a small cloth bag to carry them. Although the color of the cloth bag was rather drab, Nan Zhi found great delight in it, as it could be worn over her shoulder. Subsequently, she procured 2 water pouches, filled them to the brim, and hung them around her neck. With a satisfied belly after feeding her dog, Nan Zhi savored a skewer of candied hawthorn in hand. The petite figure, adorned with an array of belongings, ventured into the night, stepping out of the town. "Little sister, where are you headed? It's dark. Aren't you afraid of getting lost? Come, let me take you to find an adult." 2 men obstructed Nan Zhi's path, grinning with yellowed teeth. One of them, captivated by the child's porcelain-like skin, found it so exquisitely fair that it was almost blinding. He couldn't restrain himself from reaching out to caress her cheek. Such a rare gem would surely fetch a handsome price, bringing in profit. Wealth was within grasp. Chapter 94. The Poisonous Woman 15. Nan Zhi was reluctant to allow a stranger to touch her face, stepping back a few paces while addressing the 2 men. "I can find an adult myself. I will look for my parents." Sensing their malicious intent, her loyal dog bared its teeth in a menacing display, its fur bristling protectively as it guarded its owner. The 2 men dismissed the 3-year-old child and her dog, which could easily be kicked aside, regarding them as inconsequential. Their eyes sparkled with the prospect of fortune, for the child was astonishingly beautiful, especially her skin, which was as pristine as the clouds above, flawless in every way. They never considered that such skin had never been exposed to the sun. The man, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss, having been mocked by a child. The man's face revealed a cold smirk, while another man, filled with impatience, remarked on the futility of their actions, insisting they should simply take her possessions, for whatever belonged to her was rightfully theirs, and then sell her off. The child clutched her precious belongings tightly, particularly the pastries, declaring, "You are villains, attempting to steal my things. Indeed, not only do we aim to seize your possessions, but we also intend to sell you into a brothel. With your kind, you could eventually rise to become a courtesan, enjoying a life of luxury. You ought to express gratitude towards us, one man shamelessly stated. A courtesan? What is a courtesan? Can a courtesan truly enjoy such indulgences? Nan Zhi inquired with confusion. If being a courtesan is so splendid, why do you not become one yourselves? The men were rendered speechless, their pride deeply wounded, and in a fit of rage, they reached out to seize Nan Zhi. Clenching her fists, her bright, expressive eyes regarded them with disdain. You are wicked villains, she proclaimed. With that, she leaped forward, her small fist striking the man squarely in the chest. Villain, she cried. A crack echoed as one of his ribs fractured, his complexion draining to an ashen hue, his gaze turning vacant. The other man, witnessing the child's audacity, burst into laughter, exclaiming, What use is your little fist? Do you see the size of my fist? Yet, before he could finish, the man who had been struck could no longer contain himself and spat a mouthful of blood, caught in his throat. Villain, Nan Zhi exclaimed as she leapt up, delivering a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. The impact caused him to double over, his face paling to an ashen hue, collapsing to the ground like a boiled shrimp. Groaning in agony. With a sigh, Nan Zhi, in a tender yet earnest tone, admonished, You adults must refrain from misdeeds and set a good example for the little ones. After speaking, she nibbled on a candied hawthorn, stepping over the man who obstructed her path, and addressed her dog. Come, let us go. Woof. Woof. The dog wagged its tail, trotting alongside Nan Zhi. The sight of the pair, one small child and one dog, was particularly heartwarming and delightful. Quick, chase after them. The man, gasping in pain, shouted to his companion, who was also struggling. Help me up. I'm in agony too. His ribs were fractured, and half of his body felt numb. Each breath felt like nails piercing through him. The two robust men exchanged glances, their expressions filled with existential doubt, even questioning if they were dreaming, as they found themselves in such an absurd predicament. How could such a tiny fist, with its soft, pudgy form, inflict such pain upon them? Hidden in the shadows, an observer waited for the opportune moment to step forward, ready to champion the weak against the strong. Yet, even he was taken aback by the scene unfolding. Whose child is this, allowed to roam the world so freely? Or is there an adult supervising nearby? He trailed leisurely behind the child, listening as she animatedly conversed with her dog. Regardless of whether the dog understood, it responded with a couple of enthusiastic barks. Desolate palace. The shadows danced, flickering with a dim, golden glow, as the entire hall of unrequited love seemed to slumber within the embrace of the mountains and forests. Yet, inside the grand hall, a cacophony of voices resonated. The palace master and her deputy had been assaulted on their own territory. Such audacity was nothing short of a challenge to the hall of unrequited love. Zhong Lishuang's complexion was as pale as death, her brows furrowed with an inscrutable heaviness, rendering her appearance fragile. Beside her, Du Danlian also bore a pallid visage, though she fared slightly better than Zhong Lishuang. As they listened to the fervent discussions below, both remained silent. What could they say? How could they articulate the situation? Should Zhong Lishuang confess to having tormented a lover-esque child, only to have her own inner strength siphoned away? Should Du Danlian admit to having rendered herself unconscious merely to facilitate the child's escape? Where had that child wandered off to now? What path lay ahead for her? The outside world was a realm of utter unfamiliarity. Yet, it was certainly preferable to suffering within the hall of unrequited love. There remained a possibility that the child might find a mentor, for possessing such formidable inner strength could render her a treasure to certain sections. However, this entailed a peril. The actions of the palace master could very well come to light. Such deeds might not invite scorn from those within the martial world. After all, to torment a child was an act of unfathomable depravity, even in the name of preserving the honor of the hall of unrequited love. Releasing the child should never have been an option. Yet, in that moment, Du Danlian had chosen to let the child go, thus introducing an uncontrollable danger to the hall. At the very least, the child's parents would not let the hall of unrequited love, nor Zhong Lishuang, escape unscathed. Du Danlian glanced at Zhong Lishuang's ashen face and allowed a slight smile to curve her lips. But what of it? With the palace master's temperament, embroiled daily in conflicts with lovesick souls, she had undoubtedly offended many within the martial community. If this continues, the emotionless palace will also face peril. And one day it will inevitably be besieged by the martial artists. The current leader of the palace has lost her internal strength. The women below engage in lengthy discussions, ultimately turning their gazes toward the two leaders. If you have been harmed, we of the emotionless palace shall not let this go unpunished. It is a grave affront. Zhongli Shuang remained as cold as ice, though her pale complexion lent her an air of fragility, as if she were ensnared in a haze of confusion. Oblivious to everything around her, Du Donlian cleared her throat and spoke. This is the emotionless palace. It is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Those who reach the emotionless palace must engage in sparring with me and the leader. If an accident occurs, we shall be more cautious next time. Du Donlian crafted such a rationale. Although the others were skeptical, they could not voice their doubts. Is it possible to spar to such an extent that one renders the other unconscious? Chapter 95, The Poisonous Woman 16. Sparring? Is it truly sparring when it leads to such outcomes? The idea of fellow disciples harming one another was met with disbelief, yet they found no avenue for deeper inquiry. One by one, they departed, and Du Donlian turned to the dazed Zhongli Shuang and said, "Leader, should we seek out that child? However, we must not make a spectacle of it. Once the matter of the child is disclosed, everyone will inevitably inquire about who this child is and why we seek them. Even Zhongli Shuang, as the leader, would face questions if she attempted to hunt down a child. Thus, they could not afford to attract undue attention. Du Donlian understood this well, which is why she had allowed the child to escape. Sister Lian, I am utterly enraged, furious beyond measure. Had I known, I would have dispatched that wretched creature without hesitation. I never anticipated." Zhongli Shuang's voice wavered, and even now, it feels like a surreal dream. How could this be? How could this happen? She is merely a child. Logically, one should be exceedingly angry. Yet Zhongli Shuang felt as though she had detached from her own body. Perhaps she had grown numb, unable even to summon her anger. Du Donlian interjected gently, "Mistress, she is still just a child. She cannot flee far. Indeed, she cannot run far, but where would she go?" Zhongli Shuang's voice was ethereal, pondering where she might seek refuge. Du Donlian's heart skipped a beat as she raised her hand in solemn vow. "I swear I have never disclosed such matters to her. I swear upon the heavens, should it be proven that I have, may I be struck by lightning and find no place for burial." Witnessing her fervent oath, Zhongli Shuang's countenance softened slightly. She clarified, "Sister Lian, it is not that I doubt you. You understand, this situation is exceedingly bizarre." Moreover, she still relied on Du Donlian to manage the affairs of the dispassionate palace. Du Donlian, embodying the role of a caring older sister, said, "I understand, mistress. Do you intend to personally handle this matter regarding the child? To capture her yourself?" Zhongli Shuang indeed wished to confront her directly, to absorb her internal energy and reduce her to ashes, thus alleviating the resentment in her heart. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that she currently possessed no internal strength. The world of martial arts is treacherous, especially for a woman, presenting even greater perils. Thus, it was unwise to proceed. Zhongli Shuang replied calmly, "I plan to enter seclusion." The Qianji Pavilion serves as both an intelligence organization and an assassin group within the martial world, offering services to eliminate threats for a fee. When one cannot act directly, entrusting matters to the Qianji Pavilion proves to be the wisest choice. With her internal energy depleted and an overwhelming sense of insecurity enveloping Zhongli Shuang, she traverses her surroundings. The thought that others might discover her lack of internal power fills her with trepidation, and she is left wondering whether Du Donlian is aware of her condition. Yet, there are questions that Zhongli Shuang dares not voice at present. For instance, how could a child possibly know to take the money from her? How could a mere child comprehend the concept of currency? The situation is shrouded in mystery. It is utterly perplexing. How could such a young child manage this alone? Surely, someone must be aiding her. Who could it be? The most likely candidate is Du Donlian, as only she and Zhongli Shuang are privy to the child's existence. In response to Zhongli's gaze, Du Donlian feigns innocence, stating that she has not assisted anyone. "It was your internal energy that enabled the child's escape." Zhongli Shuang retreats into seclusion, while Du Donlian seeks out the Qianji Pavilion on her behalf, offering a sum of money to locate a child, approximately 3 years old, who has gone missing from the Heartless Palace and possesses internal energy, showing signs of martial prowess. The members of the Qianji Pavilion are astonished to learn of a 3-year-old with such abilities. Under Du Donlian's guidance, the artists of the pavilion create a vivid portrait of the child. Du Donlian emphasizes the importance of capturing the child alive, insisting that the little one must not come to harm. It appears that this child holds significant value to the Heartless Palace, perhaps a product of specialized training, which has led to her running away. Unbeknownst to the innocent Nan Zhi, she is about to encounter a wave of assassins. As she travels through the darkness, The forest is alive with eerie bird calls, each more elongated and unsettling than the last. Nan Zhi tightly embraced the dog, fervently conversing with the system in her mind. Feeling that the presence of companionship could alleviate her fear, the system accompanied Nan Zhi, uttering trivial words of little substance. However, as night fell, particularly in the deep hours, fatigue overwhelmed her. Her eyelids felt impossibly heavy, and she stumbled as she walked. If she could just hold on a little longer. There was a temple ahead where she could seek refuge, the system suggested. Observing the child's weary demeanor, it seemed she longed to lie down immediately. Nan Zhi quickened her pace, and the person trailing silently behind her hastened as well. "Ah, brother, is this the temple?" Nan Zhi stared blankly at the dilapidated structure. Its doors and windows askew and cloaked in dust. It loomed ominously, like the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, and she hesitated to enter, preferring instead to sleep on the ground, bidding good night to the stars and good morning to the sun. Nan Zhi hesitantly inquired, could there be something terrifying inside? The system reassured her, in a martial arts world, there are no ghosts or spirits. Nan Zhi replied, your words only heighten my fear. Cautiously, she stepped inside, only to find a clay statue of a bodhisattva in the center of the ruined temple. To her horror, the statue's head was missing, resembling a headless specter at first glance. Nan Zhi whimpered, I'm scared. I'll sleep outside. She curled up with the dog, falling asleep outside the crumbling temple, snoring peacefully. An onlooker witnessed the child and the dog succumb to slumber, left speechless. What manner of child was this? Even those traversing the martial world could not be so wretched. The observer reclined against a tree, closing their eyes in quiet contemplation. In the early morning, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air, as a delicate mist and moisture enveloped the forest. Nan Zhi awakened, playfully stretching her limbs under the gentle caresses of her dog. Good morning, my dear, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she stroked the dog and retrieved a dry biscuit from her cloth bag. She nibbled on the biscuit, sharing morsels with her furry companion. The biscuit was quite dry, necessitating sips of water, which she poured into the hollow of her palm to offer to the dog. The dog lapped at the water in her hand. Chapter 96. The poisonous woman. 17. A figure hidden among the trees observed this tender scene, feeling a swirl of emotions. He had never encountered such a considerate child, who remained composed in the face of adversity while caring for a dog. He found his stealthy following to be quite trivial. A man dressed in a green robe, with a sword sheathed at his waist, leaped down gracefully from the tree, his movements light as air, and approached the child. Greetings, he said kindly. Nan Zhi, spotting a man with an elegant bun, smiled brightly and shouted, hello, brother. He was quite handsome, and she instinctively deemed him a good person. After all, in her innocent world, a pleasing appearance equated to virtue. Which family do you belong to, little one? Are you lost? The man inquired gently. Nan Zhi nodded, petting the dog that lay beside her, baring its teeth playfully. The dog isn't afraid. Brother is a good person, she declared. The man, Chu Guan, pondered. How has she come to such a conclusion about me? The simplicity of a child's world is indeed remarkable. Have you strayed from your family? He asked. Nan Zhi nodded again, affirming, yes, I got separated. I must find my parents. Who are your parents? Chu Guan inquired. Nan Zhi replied without hesitation, my father is Feng Xing, and my mother is Cui Lingxiang. The ease with which she pronounced their names was solely due to the incessant reminders from her wicked aunt, who frequently spoke of them. With the intent of seeking vengeance against these two individuals, even the smallest fragment of Nan Zhi's memory retained their names. Chu Guan was taken aback. Who? Feng Xing and Cui Lingxiang. Aren't they the Lord and Lady of Feiqing Villa? They have a daughter, but didn't she die long ago? The incident had caused quite a stir back in the day. The newborn was brutally murdered and discarded near the villa, a truly provocative act. Most believed it was the work of Feng's former lover, associated with the Heartless Palace, yet no evidence ever surfaced. How could a daughter, presumed dead for 2 to 3 years, suddenly reappear? Is this truly their daughter? Chu Guan's expression was one of bewilderment, as if grappling with an absurdity. How did you survive? He asked, still in shock. Nan Zhi tilted her head, feeling that the tale was too convoluted to explain. Instead, she simply stated, the important thing is that I am alive. She then tore off a piece of biscuit and offered it to him. Would you like something to eat? Chu Guan silently accepted the biscuit, murmuring thanks as he chewed on the dry morsel, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy silence. Nan Zhi scrutinized Chu Guan and suddenly queried her system. Brother, is this the person that Sister Fian has feelings for? Sister Fian was someone who had encountered a beloved on her journey. Nan Zhi regarded Chu Guan with a curious gaze, leaving him perplexed by her intense scrutiny. System, you are still so young. The person the original owner favored is still in diapers, and your sister is yet to be born. Nan Zhi, indeed, she is still a baby. Her little mind has yet to comprehend. Chu Guan. Nan Zhi blinked her clear eyes and inquired, why is that? Chu Guan. It's all right. I can withstand hunger better. Nan Zhi asked the system, brother, can he accompany us? System, if he wishes to follow, let him. Should any matters arise, let him handle them. As a child, you naturally attract attention. Having an adult nearby is quite beneficial. Should he harbor malicious intentions, use your fists to teach him a lesson. Nan Zhi smiled broadly at Chu Guan, her pearly white teeth shining brilliantly. Thank you, brother. Thus, the trio, a big one, a small one, and a dog, embarked on their journey to Philadelphia. Chu Guan, filled with curiosity about Nan Zhi's circumstances, seized every opportunity to ask her about where she had been for the past 2 or 3 years and how she managed to escape. How do you know that your parents are Feng Xing and Cui Lingxiang? Nan Zhi had but one reply. Someone informed me. It was my system brother who told me. Chu Guan, feeling a mix of admiration and frustration, transformed from a noble hero into a fidgeting monkey, incessantly pressing Nan Zhi about who had told her. Nan Zhi gazed at him with her clear, bright eyes. Someone told me. I want to reveal that I have a system brother. Chu Guan. Goodness, this is exhausting. Chu Guan had transformed into a caretaker, bearing the weight of a child on his back. When fatigue set in, the child, with her strikingly clear black and white eyes and cherubic face, became an irresistible sight. Chu Guan squatted down, allowing her to rest upon him. Not only did he carry the child, but he also bore the burden of a half-grown puppy. What a self-inflicted predicament. Nan Zhi nestled against her brother's back, declaring, Brother, you are truly a good person. When I find our parents, I shall make them express their gratitude to you. Chu Guan replied, Why is it not you who thanks me? Is it fair to pass the responsibility to your parents? I am just a baby. I possess nothing. Such matters should be handled by adults. Nan Zhi retorted with conviction. Chu Guan chuckled at her words, conceding, Indeed, this is an affair for grown-ups. He then inquired, Are you faring well? With a sigh that belied her tender age. Nan Zhi expressed her discontent. Not well at all. Not well in the slightest. The wicked ant torments me daily. Chu Guan implored, Then tell me. What makes it so unpleasant? Nan Zhi yawned, her voice laced with mischief. Brother, I am tired, and I do not wish to speak. What a troublesome child. Noticing that the little one had indeed fallen asleep upon his back, Chu Guan harnessed his inner strength to quicken his pace. A sense of anxious anticipation gnawed at him, as if he stood before a vast and intricate web of intrigue, eager to uncover the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the sound of barking jolted Nan Zhi awake. As she opened her eyes, she beheld her brother, Chu Guan, engaged in a fierce struggle with an unknown assailant while she leaned against a tree. Bewildered, she pondered the situation. What had transpired? The assassin, intent on his quarry, sought only the child. Chu Guan could never relinquish the child, his heart filled with shock. How could such a young child be pursued by the Qinji Pavilion? He exclaimed to Nan Zhi, How have you incited these assassins? Assassins? Nan Zhi was even more astonished than Chu Guan. I do not know any assassins. Having just departed from the Heartless Palace, she was unfamiliar with anyone else. Who are the assassins? Chapter 97. The poisonous woman. The voice of the assassin was hoarse, laced with impatience, seemingly wary of Chu Guan, likely aware of his status. Capturing the target alive was far more challenging than simply ending a life. A swift cut to the throat or a thrust to the heart sufficed to complete the task. However, to take someone alive was considerably more arduous. Initially, assuming the target was merely a child would make the task simpler, yet this obstructive cur was exceedingly bothersome. Upon hearing this, Chu Guan wore a puzzled expression. Is it the couple from Feiqing Manor? But did they not believe their child to be dead? To possess knowledge of the Qinji Pavilion and the wealth to engage its services must indicate one from the martial world. Gasping, Chu Guan inhaled sharply. If this child truly belonged to the Manor Lord Feng and Madame Cui, then who had abducted their child and discarded another's lifeless body? The horror was unfathomable. There was surely a significant revelation hidden within this. Chu Guan cleared his throat and said, I apologize, but this child is under my protection, and I cannot hand them over to you. The Qinji Pavilion would undoubtedly withhold their client's information. The only one capable of revealing the truth was this child. Chu Guan's heart was in turmoil, curiosity consuming him. Feeling slighted and in need of solace from her parents, she longed to nestle in their embrace, sobbing softly. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Suddenly, a wave of elation surged through Chu Guan. Indeed, there was a significant revelation. He resolved to take the child to the Philadelphia villa, where they would reside. In a daze, the assassin appeared before Nan Zhi, his figure ethereal, as he seized her under his arm, firmly restraining her with one hand, threatening, "Do not make a sound, or I shall end your life." "Release her," Chu Guan exclaimed, his heart racing as he chased after the assassin. The dog barked incessantly, creating chaos. Veins bulged on the assassin's forehead. This task was utterly ludicrous. Killing was far simpler. Nan Zhi, clenching her tiny fist, delivered a punch to the assassin, declaring, "You are all villains, attempting to abduct the baby." With a splatter, the assassin could no longer contain himself, blood spewing forth. Despite the diminutive size of her fist, the impact was genuinely painful and surprisingly powerful. After decades of training, it was not that the assassin was unwilling to retaliate. He simply could not endure such force indefinitely. The absurdity lay in the fact that a mere child possessed such formidable inner strength. Was that truly plausible? It must be unreasonable. Even cultivating inner power in the womb could not yield such profound prowess. As she struck him, the pain was excruciating. The assassin's expression darkened as he raised his fist, intending to incapacitate the raucous child. The system prompted him, "Channel your inner strength to your mind." With a clang, the assassin fell silent, his hand trembling slightly. The agony was overwhelming, akin to striking a stone with all one's might. The pain rebounded upon himself. The assassin fixated on the child wedged beneath his armpit, bewildered by the bizarre and surreal situation. "Let go." As Chu Guan hastened forward, brandishing his sword to strike, Nan Zhi relentlessly pounded on the assassin, who staggered, spitting blood while evading Chu Guan's assaults. At that moment, the assassin yearned to discard the burden in his grasp, akin to wielding a hammer that incessantly clanged against him. How careless! It might be necessary to collaborate with other assassins to set a trap for capture. However, assassins traditionally operate in solitude, even when compelled to cooperate. It is merely a command from above. The assassin abruptly hurled the child towards Chu Guan and vanished in a flash. Carrying the child could very well result in fractured ribs. Chu Guan hurriedly caught the child and inquired, "Are you all right?" Nan Zhi, cradling her dog, beamed at Chu Guan, responding, "I'm fine, brother." Once reassured of the child's well-being, Chu Guan set her down and asked, "What are your plans?" The assassins of the Qianji Pavilion are relentless, refusing to relent until their objectives are achieved, for the right price. They could even eliminate an emperor, though such costs are exorbitantly high. Chu Guan mused, "I suspect many more assassins will follow." They were unprepared this time. Yet the assassins had already made preparations, and the next encounter would undoubtedly be more challenging. Chu Guan contemplated their next move, suggesting, "Let us hire a carriage. The two of us and a dog are far too conspicuous. Furthermore, traveling on foot would take an eternity. I am unwilling to carry anyone." Nan Zhi tilted her head, her clear eyes gazing at him. Chu Guan asked, "What is it?" Nan Zhi said, "Brother, you are truly kind. Though we are strangers, your assistance means so much to me." Chu Guan then inquired, "Where was your previous home?" Nan Zhi replied, "It was in the Heartless Palace. The wicked ant there insists that I seek revenge daily." Chu Guan exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the Heartless Palace. Rumors in the martial world suggest that the daughter of the Fong Manor was slain by the former lover, Zhong Lishuang. While many have conjectured correctly, they have also erred. The daughter of the Fong Manor still lives, and surprisingly, Zhong Lishuang is raising the child of his former lover." As a witness to this unfolding drama, Chu Guan could hardly contain his excitement. Aside from the Heartless Palace, he was perhaps the first to learn of this revelation. He wondered if the Thousand Machines Pavilion was aware. For it was not merely an organization of assassins, but also an intelligence network, as one must possess knowledge before embarking on the path of murder. Could one truly charge into battle without any information? Nan Zhi nodded. "I will heed your advice. Traveling by carriage is certainly preferable to walking." In his eagerness to reach the Feiqing Mountain Manor swiftly, Chu Guan ran swiftly with the child on his back, sensing that more assassins awaited them ahead. Upon arriving at the next town, Chu Guan took Nan Zhi to procure a carriage, with her funds being drawn from the wicked ant's coffers, which served well enough. Noticing that Nan Zhi's bag contained several large, lustrous pearls, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Zhong Lishuang treats you quite well, even bestowing such pearls for your amusement?" Nan Zhi replied, "I seized them." Chu Guan, perhaps thinking of the adage that one should utilize resources while they are available, chose the finest carriage. He filled it with ample soft cushions and stocked it with various provisions and snacks. Nan Zhi and the dog remained inside the carriage, while Guan tended to the horses outside. The vehicle swayed violently, causing both Nan Zhi and the dog to feel drowsy. After such a long journey, resting on something soft for the first time, they embraced each other and fell into a particularly deep slumber. Surely, there must be a reward for this. In comparison to the coldness of the emotionless palace, the warmth of the Feiqing villa was far more agreeable. Being a man, it was prudent to avoid provoking the emotionless palace, for merely casting a few glances at the women could lead to suspicions of ulterior motives towards their disciples. If time permitted, they would naturally stay at an inn. However, if they were pressed for time, they would camp outdoors. Camping, in this case, meant that the child and the dog slept in the carriage while Guan stayed outside. Occasionally, he would catch a rabbit to roast for the child, improving their meager diet, which was detrimental to their digestion. The child candidly expressed, "Brother, I can't seem to. You know." Guan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized he was experiencing the same predicament. They needed to consume something richer. Especially upon reaching towns or larger counties, it was essential to indulge in a hearty meal. After all, it was Nan Zhi's money being spent. Observing Guan's fascination with the pearls, Nan Zhi gifted him several, saying, "Brother, these are for you." Guan raised an eyebrow. "Do you realize how precious these are?" Nan Zhi nonchalantly replied, "I don't know, but you like them, so I give them to you." "Thank you, brother, you are a good person." In her eyes, the pearls held little value. Perhaps they could be exchanged for silver, but her brother's happiness mattered more. Such exquisite pearls, whether fashioned into earrings or hairpins, would undoubtedly be stunning. Indeed, there are those who wish to present gifts to Guan. However, it is rather inappropriate to take something from a child's hands only to pass it on to another. The dog, following Nan Zhi, has become increasingly unafraid of people. Its physique now more robust, having grown stronger and more intimate with Nan Zhi. Given the pace of ancient transportation, reaching the Feiqing Manor would require no less than 2 months. Yet, nearly every few days, assassins seem to appear, prompting Guan to instruct Nan Zhi to remain hidden within the carriage while he faces them. It appears that the pursuit of a single child does not incite a large-scale attack. Typically, it involves just 1 or perhaps 2 assassins. Dealing with 2 adversaries poses a challenge for Guan. If one can merely delay him, the other can easily seize the child. Nan Zhi cannot bear to witness her brother Guan in peril. According to the teachings of the system, even a delicate petal can become a weapon in the hands of a skilled practitioner. Nan Zhi trains repeatedly within the carriage until the flying leaves can embed themselves in wood like blades, an achievement in itself. She marvels at the wonder of internal energy. Why does infusing it into the leaves transform them into such lethal instruments? Her youthful heart brims with curiosity about the world, and she pesters the system with questions about the nature of internal energy and whether it exists in every realm. The system explains that each world is distinct. If one must draw a comparison, it is akin to differing world codes, with varied configurations and foundational logic. Nan Zhi replies, I don't understand. The system sighs. I knew it. I might as well be talking to myself. Nan Zhi gazed outside the carriage, witnessing her brother locked in a fierce struggle with an assassin. She seized a leaf, infusing it with her inner strength, and sent the soft, pliable leaf soaring through the air. Whoosh! The assassin immediately sensed a looming danger, a chill running down his spine. Although he managed to evade it, the leaf grazed his waist, tearing his garments and revealing a faint trace of blood seeping through. The assassin swiftly glanced around, wary of any hidden ambush. Whoosh whoosh! What other projectiles were hurtling toward him? The assassin, now in a state of alarm, darted away, acutely aware of the elusive hidden weapons. Alas, another attempt had proved fruitless. Guan exhaled deeply, lifting the curtain to observe Nan Zhi cradling a dog. That was you just now, wasn't it? He inquired. Nan Zhi did not deny it, responding, Yes, I was afraid my brother might be in danger. Guan remarked. How considerate. He then asked, Where did you acquire such formidable inner strength? She was far too young for such prowess. Guan began to suspect whether she had practiced some arcane art of rejuvenation. Outwardly, she appeared a mere child, yet within, perhaps she harbored the essence of an ancient being? Ugh! A sudden shiver ran through him. He scrutinized the child, pondering if she had been deceived. The Fong couple had firmly concluded that their daughter was deceased. And now, here was a child claiming to be Fong's daughter. It seemed rather peculiar from every angle. Nan Zhi tilted her head, gazing at him with innocent curiosity. her voice sweet and melodious, akin to a tender glutinous rice dumpling. "Brother, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Chuguan met her clear, crystalline eyes, pure as a spring untouched by the world's filth. Such a gaze was the hallmark of childhood. She should be but a child, yet she possessed an extraordinary reservoir of inner strength. The gripping tension was palpable. "Where did your inner strength originate?" Nan Zhi replied candidly, "From the wicked ant." "The wicked ant?" Chuguan was taken aback. "Zhong Lishuang's? She bestowed her inner power upon you? How could that be? Zhong Lishuang giving her strength to the child of a treacherous lover? What manner of situation is this? Is Zhong Lishuang truly so magnanimous? I'm utterly bewildered." Chuguan pressed further. "How could she possibly transfer her power to you?" Nan Zhi retorted. "Are you a perpetual questioner? So inquisitive." Chuguan exclaimed. "I'm at my wit's end. How could she be outmatched by a mere child? When did the Heartless Palace become so lackluster?" Nan Zhi was the first to speak again. "Brother, please refrain from questioning. I wish to rest." A breath of frustration lingered in Chuguan's chest, unable to be released or swallowed. Oh, this cursed curiosity of mine. The two had journeyed through trials and tribulations, pursued by relentless foes, deprived of sustenance and sleep, particularly Chuguan, who was perpetually on edge. He began to doubt the purpose of his endeavors. "For the sake of gossip, I have sacrificed far too much." Chapter 99, Poisonous Woman 20. Traversing the martial world. Upholding righteousness, enduring hardships, is only natural. If this child is indeed Feng Xing's, then he has done a commendable deed. If not, then I am merely subject to the brutalities of the martial world. Indeed, the martial realm is fraught with absurdity. Several waves of assassins have returned empty-handed, leaving Qianji Pavilion somewhat astonished, prompting an increase in the difficulty of their tasks. But with increased difficulty comes greater rewards. However, the sum offered by the Heartless Palace was meager. When the Qianji Pavilion demanded funds from the Heartless Palace, they found it exceedingly difficult to proceed with such a trifling amount. Upon receiving news from the Qianji Pavilion, Du Donlian mused, "When did the Qianji Pavilion become so miserly? It has taken so long to capture but a single child, and they still request more money." The manager of the Qianji Pavilion sneered. "Why did you not mention this before? That child possesses formidable inner strength, capable of shattering the ribs of our assassins with ease." Du Donlian shook her head. "No, this time you must comply. Otherwise, this will be an endless cycle of demands. The Qianji Pavilion lacks integrity in its dealings." The Qianji Pavilion retorted, "If you do not supplement the payment, we shall not accept this commission." If the client refused to increase the payment, the Qianji Pavilion would postpone the task until the funds were provided. As for the previous sum, it would be allocated as medical expenses for the assassins. Du Donlian replied, "Do as you wish." She bore an expression that conveyed indifference, as if to say, "You may do as you please. There will be no additional funds from me," which incensed the members of the Qianji Pavilion. Indeed, it is often said that dealing with petty individuals and women can be exceedingly vexing. Nonetheless, Du Donlian had gleaned the information she sought. The child possessed remarkable inner strength, so potent that it was likely nothing remained within Zhong Lishuang's body. Regrettably, Zhong Lishuang was exceedingly vigilant and had entered seclusion, a state difficult to penetrate. Yet, Du Donlian felt no urgency. For the sake of the Heartless Palace. As for Zhong Lishuang's safety, the Heartless Palace was meant to provide women with a sanctuary, but as the sect evolved, it began to transform into a place of control and harm for women, straying far from its original purpose. The demeanor of the palace mistress profoundly influences the diplomatic engagements of the Heartless Palace. Du Donlian feels the inner strength coursing through her body, recognizing her need to diligently cultivate greater prowess. Yet, is it truly wise to pursue the incomplete scriptures of the sect? Each time Du Donlian observes the children, caught in a cycle of feverish chills, she questions whether one can truly endure such suffering through sheer force of inner power. After being betrayed by a man, Zhong Lishuang chose the fragmented texts, striving for strength to exact revenge, ultimately using her child as a vessel to bear the torment of madness. And what of herself? No, she cannot withstand this. Du Donlian resolves that she shall not cultivate. If she cannot ascend to the role of palace mistress through absolute martial might, she shall instead foster alliances. Every person harbors desires. Every soul yearns to be loved and needed. The Heartless Palace can serve as a sanctuary for women, empowering them to step beyond its confines and embrace love and connection with the outside world. However, this is no simple endeavor. For generations, the Heartless Palace has instilled the belief that men are untrustworthy, that the world beyond is fraught with deceit. Countless women have spent their entire lives within the Heartless Palace, believing it to be a paradise, a haven free from harm. This notion is fundamentally flawed. The tragedies of Zhong Lishuang and many disciples of the Heartless Palace are a direct consequence of its teachings. Should such transformation prove unfeasible, she shall endeavor to establish a true paradise for women once more. In that moment, the previously reticent and diligent vice mistress's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Her cheeks flushed with vitality, embodying an invigorated spirit. Such a spirit, the spirit of ambition and fervor, propels one forward. Yet, after waiting for a day, 2 days, 3 days, from dawn until dusk, the awaited news remains elusive. Zhong Lishuang's heart plummets, akin to plunging into a frigid abyss, unbearably cold. Lacking inner strength, she dares not leave her secluded chamber, fearful that someone might strike her, thereby exposing her current state of vulnerability, a mere shadow of her former self. Devoid of any power, to start her training anew seems an insurmountable task, one that requires an unyielding focus she cannot muster. Though she need not worry about succumbing to madness, the absence of any inner energy is akin to a turtle without its shell, a clam without its protective casing, leaving her soft flesh exposed to the merciless sun, susceptible to the pecking of birds. Now, Zhong Lishuang has confined herself, having previously sequestered her child. It is now her turn to be imprisoned. With no confidence left, she willingly becomes a captive of her own making. Du Danlian, upon seeing the note, smirked slightly, placing the meal at the door before taking the note and retreating to a corner. She observed the ice-cold master of the palace as she opened the heavy stone slab, glancing around cautiously before carrying the meal into the stone chamber. Du Danlian sighed, pondering how different things might have been had she known the outcome. To become this way for the sake of a man is truly an unseemly plight. She penned a few words on the note, placed it at the entrance of the stone chamber, and took the empty plate away. It was indeed peculiar that she consistently found herself delivering food to those in confinement. Upon receiving the note, Zhong Lishuang read the words and erupted in fury, questioning what was meant by the child being formidable, when she had clearly faltered. How could it be possible? Even if that child possesses inner strength, she is akin to someone holding a precious gem without knowing how to wield it. Is it the Qinji Pavilion that deceives her, or is it Dudian Lian who misleads her? To start her training anew seems implausible, as the time is far too brief and incredibly disheartening. Moreover, without an overwhelmingly powerful capability, the position of the emotionless palace's master remains precariously at risk. Zhong Lishuang harbors no desire to be slain, only for her killer to ascend as the new master. Chapter 100. The Poisonous Woman 21. Is this truly my home? Nan Zhi gazed upon the lengthy staircase, flanked by verdant plants and trees in full bloom. As the wind blew, petals cascaded like a gentle rain, creating a scene of vibrant fallen blossoms, their fragrance wafting through the air, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. While visually enchanting, the arrangement of these trees adheres to the principles of the mysterious arts, rendering it commonplace to become lost within, or even to trigger mechanisms that could lead to one's demise. The Feiqing Manor appeared to have its gates wide open, yet in reality, many found themselves ensnared outside, unable to gain entry. The honest and earnest Chu Guan presented the visiting card, stating that his master, the colorful Taoist, was passing through the esteemed manor and wished to pay respects to the esteemed Elder Fong. The gatekeeper of Feiqing Manor examined the visiting card and requested, "Please wait a moment while I inform the manor's master." "Thank you," Chu Guan replied gratefully, gently ruffling Nan Zhi's hair. "Are you not excited? You are about to meet your parents." The hairpin atop her head was styled by him, and after 2 arduous months of travel, the thought of relinquishing her to her parents evoked a twinge of reluctance. In the beginning, they were relentlessly pursued by assassins, caught in a harrowing plight. Yet, as time passed, the threats seemed to vanish, leaving no trace of their pursuers. Having transitioned from a life of relentless exposure and anxious flight to one of leisurely excursions, deliberately avoiding nocturnal travel, Chu Guan has transformed from a straightforward, chivalrous man into a nurturing caregiver. He now procures aesthetically pleasing garments for the child, adorning her hair with decorative pins. Despite his own disheveled appearance from travel, he endeavors to provide the utmost care for the child. Over the course of several months, the child has gradually recounted the entire sequence of events. Chu Guan's countenance shifted from solemnity to astonishment, then to speechlessness, and finally to a blank expression. He was uncertain whether to lament Zhong Lishuang's derangement and depravity or to sympathize with the child's suffering. The master of the manor invites you to enter. A gatekeeper announced to the pair. Chu Guan, holding Nan Zhi's hand, ascended the steps, inquiring, "How do you feel? Are you excited? Anxious? Are you afraid they won't believe us?" Nan Zhi nodded. "Afraid. If they don't believe us, baby will cry." If that Taoist priest were to see such a young child possessing such formidable inner strength, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed and would promise her the moon and stars. Chu Guan mused, secretly anticipating the possibility of the Fong couple's disbelief, which would allow him to introduce the child to the Taoist priest. "This junior pays respects to Master Fong," Chu Guan said, bowing respectfully before Fong Xing, a man with a mustache. Fong Xing was a man of considerable presence, slender in stature, with robes that lent him an ethereal air. The mustache accentuated his mature allure, and he emanated the aura of a refined martial artist, a wielder of the gentleman's sword, truly resembling a man of virtue. The man who lingers in Zhong Li's heart, irrespective of his character, possesses an undeniable charm in his countenance. Fong Xing observed a peculiar trio, a man, a child, and a dog, with a touch of surprise, yet he smiled at Chu Guan, admiring the young one's composure, and inquired, "How fares your master of late?" "Thank you for your concern, esteemed elder. All is well," Chu Guan promptly replied. Nan Zhi gazed at Fong Xing, feeling an unexpected tranquility upon seeing her father. In her heart, she mused that perhaps Sister Fian did not harbor much affection for her father. Fong Xing noticed a child staring intently at him, her round, bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. He asked, "And who might this child be?" At his question, he detected a complex expression on Chu Guan's face, causing him to pause. Could it be that this child held some significance that rendered her unmentionable? Fong Xing continued, "If it is inconvenient to disclose, I shall not press further." With a sigh, Chu Guan replied, "Master Fong, this child is indeed special. You may find it difficult to believe, but she is your and your wife's child, the one who perished." Fong Xing's expression turned to one of astonishment, swiftly followed by a frown. "Do not jest. Such matters are no laughing matter. My wife is on the brink of childbirth." And to hear such words could prove detrimental, having only just emerged from the anguish of losing a daughter. He feared that this sudden revelation would adversely affect both mother and child. Chu Guan felt a pang in his heart. Did the master truly wish to deny his child? He looked down at the girl, who appeared dazed, seemingly untouched by sorrow, as if she had not absorbed Fong Xing's words. However, it is entirely reasonable that Fong Zhuangzhu remains incredulous. Anyone confronted with the sight of a deceased individual suddenly rising from the dead would react similarly. Utilizing the late daughter as a pretext, it is commendable that Fong Zhuangzhu refrains from violently expelling him, demonstrating considerable composure and respect for the elderly Taoist priest's reputation. In haste, Chu Guan endeavors to elucidate the situation to Fong Zhuangzhu, explaining that the child is indeed alive, having been nurtured in a cage by Zhong Lishuang, consuming medicinal pills intended to expand her meridians, which have unfortunately caused some cognitive impairment. Moreover, the child serves as a vessel for Zhong Lishuang's internal energy, enduring the torment of her own demonic transformation. With each explanation, Chu Guan is increasingly struck by the cruelty inherent in a woman's heart. The narrative ultimately revolves around the entangled affections and enmities of adults, with the child bearing the brunt of it all. Fong Xing listens, his pupils trembling, unable to suppress the involuntary quaking of his body, a perplexing and sorrowful sight as he gazes at the child who is tenderly petting a dog. Is this truly that child? Zhong Lishuang, Zhong Lishuang. Yet now, he must contemplate employing a child as an instrument of vengeance. This is utterly horrifying. Shockingly ruthless, a manifestation of madness. Regardless of whether this child is his own flesh and blood, she suffers because of him, ensnared in this twisted web. Perhaps an innocent child has been manipulated, instilled with hatred, to seek retribution on their behalf. Zhong Lishuang, why does she not approach him? If she seeks revenge, she must come. It is madness, a profound insanity. She has grown paranoid, convinced that he would abandon her, that men are inherently ungrateful. Under such circumstances, she would surely be forsaken. Fong Xing insists that this is not the case. The days of evasion are already fraught with hardship. Yet, Zhong Lishuang becomes increasingly obsessive and distrustful, the indoctrination of the heartless palace deeply ingrained within her being. It appears that he has indeed succumbed to her fears. As she suspects, he has relinquished all hope. However, Zhong Lishuang wore an expression of profound sorrow, accompanied by a certain understanding, as if to say, "I knew it." I anticipated this outcome. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. You have betrayed me. This gaze rendered Fang Xing reluctant to offer any explanation. Chapter 101. The poisonous woman, 22. Fang Xing gazed at the child, who stood obediently beside the storage room, her eyes clear and innocent. He found it unfathomable to consider the extent of suffering this child had endured, which stemmed from his own anguish. If this truly were his biological child, Fang Xing felt as though his heart were being mercilessly shredded by countless blades, a pain too immense to bear. If Zhong Lishuang had indeed intended to inflict this purpose upon him, he was undeniably tormented, suffering to a degree that felt insufferable. In such dire circumstances, under such torment, Fang Xing found it increasingly difficult to accept that this was his child. The pain was overwhelming. Fang Xing looked at the child. A heavy weight lodged in his throat, a sensation of anguish that was both burdensome and painfully bittersweet. Nan Zhi tilted her head, saying, "Daddy, I am your little darling." "What? What darling? Whose child?" A woman's voice suddenly interrupted from the doorway. It was Cui Lengxiang, her pregnancy evident as she entered with a pale complexion, struggling to maintain her balance as she surveyed the scene within. Upon observing the child, she paused momentarily before stepping inside and inquiring of Fang Xing, "Is this your child from outside?" In the realm of martial arts, individuals often acted according to their whims, pursuing strength as a means of indulgence, particularly in matters of romance, where a certain laxity was evident, especially among men. Cui Lengxiang instinctively assumed that this child was Fang Xing's offspring from an affair with another woman. In the martial world, men were not scarce. Lovers and illegitimate children were rampant. "No, it is not," Fang Xing hastily clarified. "Madam, it is not as you think." Chu Guan echoed in agreement. Nan Zhi gazed at Cui Lengxiang, her mother, who was strikingly beautiful yet despised by a wicked aunt. At that moment, Cui Lengxiang's gaze towards Nan Zhi bore a hint of skepticism, devoid of maternal warmth. Embracing her dog, Nan Zhi appeared somewhat bewildered. "Mother, you are my mother." She instinctively called out to Cui Lengxiang, her face adorned with a smile, her eyes sparkling with brightness. Yet, it seemed that the moment was ill-fated. Suddenly confronted by a child, particularly at a time when she was on the verge of giving birth, Cui Lengxiang felt a faint ache in her abdomen. Fang Xing hesitated, pondering whether he should reveal the truth to the lady. If he did, she might not be able to bear the weight of it. Concernedly, he glanced at her belly. It was impossible to assert that there was no marital discord between Cui Lengxiang and Fang Xing, especially with Zhong Lishuang standing between them. Their firstborn had tragically perished, a victim of malevolence. Driven by a woman's intuition, Cui Lengxiang instinctively suspected Zhong Lishuang's involvement. However, Fang Xing had taken no action against her. "We need evidence, evidence," he insisted. What more evidence did she require when her child was already gone? His heart was preoccupied with the heartless enchantress of the passionless palace, enduring even the loss of his child. The debts he had incurred in matters of the heart demanded repayment through the life of their child. Since that moment, the relationship between Fang Xing and Cui Lengxiang plummeted, living under the same roof yet scarcely exchanging words, all the while the Feiqing Mountain Manor awaited an heir. She intends to claim the title of the Lady of the Philadelphia Manor, leaving Zhong Lishuang yearning for what she cannot have. In the future, her offspring will inherit the estate. As for Fang Xing, that man. However, the unexpected arrival of a child has filled Cui Lengxiang with a sense of insecurity and vigilance. Xu Guan sighed inwardly, realizing that this seemed to be a matter concerning the manor master's household, and he felt ill-suited to intervene. Yet, the mistress of the manor misinterpreted the child's identity, forming a negative first impression. What should be done about that? Furthermore, the rumors in the martial world spoke of the couple of the Philadelphia Manor, whose harmonious relationship was renowned, yet the reality appeared to be far more complicated. "Would it be all right to rest with my brother?" Xu Guan inquired of Nan Zhi, recognizing that, under the current circumstances, the child was not suited to remain nearby. Nan Zhi glanced at her parents and nodded, allowing Xu Guan to lead her away. "Madam." Fang Xing observed the bloodstains on the ground, which dripped from Cui Lengxiang's skirt. She had been enduring the pain, suffering from the cramps in her abdomen, waiting for an explanation from Fang Xing, oblivious to her own bleeding. "It's over." Xu Guan, holding the child's hand, surveyed the chaotic scene and could not help but look down, concern etched on his face as he regarded the child. The mere appearance of the child had caused the mistress of the manor to go into premature labor. This alone would likely create a rift between the couple, particularly with the mistress. Nan Zhi lifted her head and asked her brother, "Brother, is mother about to have a baby?" "Yes. You will soon have a little brother or sister." Though the child's identity remained uncertain, the child within her was undoubtedly their own. With worry, Nan Zhi exclaimed, "I must go see mother." "Alas, my ancestors, it is best not to be a nuisance at this moment." Chu Guan reassured, "Fear not. The mistress possesses formidable martial skills and will undoubtedly be fine." Nan Zhi responded with a soft "oh," beckoning her dog to follow. The dog trotted alongside her, wagging its tail exuberantly, blissfully unaware of human sorrow. The maid guided the two to a chamber, casting curious glances at Nan Zhi, yet refraining from probing further. It was rumored that the mistress had gone into premature labor due to this child. Could it be that the child belonged to the Lord? No wonder the mistress was so agitated to the point of giving birth prematurely. Chu Guan, perceiving the maid's gaze, could not help but furrow his brow. How could this be? The child had committed no wrongdoing. Why regard it with such disdain? A surge of anger welled up within him. After months of companionship, he had developed a fondness for that incessantly barking mutt, let alone a child. Had he known, he would never have brought her to Feiqing Manor, at least not until after the mistress had given birth. Yet even after the child's arrival, there would still be no place for this one. The newly born would undoubtedly take precedence. In either case, it seemed futile. Chu Guan gazed at the innocent child and sighed deeply. He felt as though he had sighed far too often of late, as if the weight of the world had already etched lines of weariness upon his youthful face. It was time to pen a letter to the old priest. Chapter 102. The Poisonous Woman, 23 Ah. The anguished cries of Cui Lingxiang echoed from the delivery room, while Fang Xing paced anxiously outside, instructing the disciples of Feiqing Manor to encircle the premises tightly. Fearful of a repeat of the tragedy that had befallen the eldest daughter, Cui Lingxiang struggled in labor for an entire day, yet the child remained unborn, leaving her in a state of near collapse. Fang Xing, disregarding certain taboos, rushed into the delivery room, intent on channeling his inner strength to revive her spirit. His countenance was a portrait of anxiety and concern, with disheveled strands of hair falling from his temples, rendering him quite disheveled. In her daze, Cui Lingxiang caught sight of his distressed appearance, and a pang of sorrow surged within her, igniting her determination to push forth. Her child must not come to harm, and she could not perish. This man was certainly not meant for Zhong Lishuang. Meanwhile, the delivery room remained shrouded in silence, and Nan Zhi, possessing inner strength, was acutely attuned to sounds. The absence of the baby's cries filled her with trepidation. She absent-mindedly stroked the dog, nearly pulling its fur out in her anxiety, prompting the dog to gently nip at her chubby hand in protest. Nan Zhi turned to the system and inquired, "Brother, will mother and sister be all right?" The system reassured her, "They will be fine, but your situation is rather awkward." Nan Zhi continued, "Do they not love their baby?" It seemed they did. Yet the complexities of the world often lead to unforeseen circumstances. Zhong Lifian had no familial ties, having been separated from her parents at birth, and as she grew, she came to regard them as adversaries, engaging in conflict and violence. The system elucidated this point. Nan Zhi sighed, placing a hand over her heart. It was no wonder that Sister Fian appeared so tranquil upon seeing her parents. Perhaps it stemmed from a lack of love. It dawned on her that there existed children unloved by their parents, even despised. A sense of uncertainty regarding the future enveloped Nan Zhi. She could no longer remain in this place, but where could she go? As a mere infant, how was she to survive? Nan Zhi glanced at the dog lying nearby, contemplating the responsibility of caring for it, especially since the dog had a particular fondness for meat. Suddenly, the piercing cries of a newborn shattered the solemn atmosphere of the Philadelphia Manor. The midwife meticulously wiped the blood from the infant's body, swaddling the child before presenting her to Fang Xing. Fang Xing observed his wrinkled daughter and bent down to show her to Cui Lingxiang. "Madam, it is a daughter." Cui Lingxiang gazed absently at the child, as if reliving a haunting memory. She had just given birth, merely glimpsed her baby, and then succumbed to a deep slumber, awakening to find her child lifeless. This time, she was determined to behold her offspring. A woman who had just brought forth life should not weep so openly. Fang Xing hastily explained, "Madam, I must share something with you, but please do not be overly agitated." Cui Lingxiang's heart instantly turned cold as she regarded Fang Xing. Her complexion was ashen, beads of sweat glistening on her brow as she braced herself for his revelation. With a heavy sigh, Fang Xing continued, "That child may very well be our biological daughter, the one we lost, the eldest." "What?" Cui Lingxiang gasped in disbelief. her shock causing her to sit upright in bed, her blood rushing beneath her. Fang Xing quickly soothed her, urging her not to panic. Zhu Xianzi has informed me. As Fang Xing elaborated, Cui Lingxiang trembled. Her fists clenched tightly. With a fierce cry, she shouted at Fang Xing, I told you. I have always said that the matter of the child is linked to Zhongli Shuang. You have been preoccupied with her, neglecting our child. Fang Xing. You have betrayed 2 women and implicated an innocent child. Cui Lingxiang's eyes were bloodshot as she struggled to rise. I must kill that madwoman, Zhongli Shuang. Why must she target me? Fang Xing, you are guilty beyond measure. Calm down, please. Fang Xing urgently restrained the struggling woman. Madam, the child is truly gone. The weight of the child matches that of the body. Upon seeing the lifeless form of the child, Fang Xing could hardly accept the reality that this was indeed his offspring. He sought every means to verify the truth, even tremblingly weighing the corpse, and found the discrepancy negligible. Even if the child was lost, it was at the hands of Zhongli Shuang. Fang Xing, I give you one last chance. Eliminate Zhongli Shuang. In her madness, she harms even the innocent. Without this child, she will merely seek another. Junzi Jian, Fang Xing, do you truly believe you are worthy of it? You are not. Blood surged beneath Cui Lingxiang, and she quickly pressed acupuncture points on herself, realizing her emotional turmoil could lead to a catastrophic hemorrhage. She could not perish. To do so would mean failing to avenge her child. The quest for vengeance was hers alone, and she would no longer consider Fang Xing. He was no longer reliable. Seeing her plight, Fang Xing hastily infused her with internal energy, managing to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, Cui Lingxiang could no longer maintain her consciousness and fell into a deep slumber. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, she gazed calmly at Fang Xing. Fang Xing, take care of the child. It must not happen again. Fang Xing nodded. Rest assured, it will never occur again. He would not leave the child's side for even a moment. Nan Zhi heard the baby's cries and, guided by a maid, arrived at the outer chamber of the delivery room. Spotting Fang Xing cradling the child, she rushed over and inquired, Is the baby well? Fang Xing gazed at the child with a mixture of complexity, gently lowering her to allow her a better view. Very well, she is your sister, he remarked. Nancy stared at the baby, nodding in agreement. Yes, indeed. A pang of sorrow welled up within Fang Xing. Isn't Zhongli Shuang treating you well? Nanji, with a puzzled glance at Fang Xing, replied, Did not my brother inform you? He is indeed unwell. Knowing this, he still inquires, relentlessly tormenting himself and ravaging his own heart. Regardless of whether this child is truly his, she suffers because of him. Looking intently at Fang Xing, Nan Zhi then asked, Brother says you do not believe I am your daughter? Fang Xing hesitated. With a sigh, Nan Zhi continued, I truly am. The wicked aunt claims I am her baby, a child of both you and her, yet she confines me in a cage and allows me to go hungry. Fang Xing's breath quickened, as if a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his chest, causing him great discomfort. Nan Zhi pressed on. She constantly insists I seek vengeance on you for the harm you have inflicted upon her. Perhaps influenced by the delicate atmosphere, Nan Zhi ceased calling him father, having accepted the convoluted truths spoken by her brother. Furthermore, Sister Fei Yin harbored no sentiments towards their parents. She sought freedom, the freedom to bask in sunlight, and she had emerged from her confinement. Nan Zhi relinquished her attachment to her parents swiftly, focusing solely on how to nurture herself and the dog. Suddenly, she turned to Fang Xing and asked, Uncle, could you give me some money? It is permissible to ask father for money, right? Uncle? Fang Xing was momentarily taken aback and inquired, What do you need the money for? Nan Zhi opened her eyes, starkly black and white, clear as a crystalline spring. I want to buy things, I need to eat to grow. Chapter 103. The Poisonous Woman. 24. A child. Such a small child, calmly asking for money to sustain herself, left Fang Xing with a tumult of unspoken emotions. He remarked, In the future, you can stay at the Philadelphia villa. You shall be my daughter. Daughter? Has Father Fian recognized her again? The system prompted, perhaps as an adopted daughter. Adopted daughter? Is she not his biological child? Nan Zhi instinctively felt that this was inappropriate. After all, he was her real father. She shook her head, refusing. Uncle, could you give me some money? Fang Xing replied, Yes, I will give you money. Nan Zhi immediately beamed. Thank you, uncle. After a moment, she inquired, Is Auntie well? Fang Xing answered, Auntie is very tired and is resting now. Then, the father and daughter exchanged silent glances. After ensuring her mother was fine, Nan Zhi turned to leave. Fang Xing watched the charming silhouette of the child, accompanied by a dog, feeling a pang in his heart. Once his wife's health improved, he knew he must seek out Zhong Lishuang for clarity. Fang Xing was reluctant to engage further with Zhong Lishuang, yet for the sake of the child, he had no choice. He harbored a desire for the child to truly be his daughter, while simultaneously feeling a subtle resistance. If she were indeed his daughter, the years of neglect had condemned her to a life of unimaginable suffering in the heartless palace, living in conditions akin to that of a beast. How can one accept this? I went to see my younger sister. Is she adorable? Chu Guan scrutinized Nan Zhi's expression and inquired. Nan Zhi nodded, affirming her cuteness. Petite in stature. Noticing the absence of any other emotions on Nan Zhi's face, Chu Guan asked, "What are your plans?" "I will ask Uncle Fang for money. With money, I can buy things and eat to grow up," Nan Zhi replied. It seemed that Master Fang still harbored doubts about her being his daughter. Yet, even if this child were not Master Fang's offspring, but belonged to another family, her circumstances were still tragic. Having been separated from her parents at a young age due to Master Fang's situation, it evokes a profound sense of sorrow. Asking Master Fang for money is not entirely unreasonable. Chu Guan inquired, "Would you be willing to live with your elder brother?" Nan Zhi looked at him, her expression puzzled. "Do you wish to be my father?" With a laugh, Chu Guan inadvertently spat out his tea. He had no wife, so how could he have a child? He clarified, "It doesn't necessarily mean a father. I could also be an elder brother or a senior." Nan Zhi hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, "I like elder brothers, but an elder brother is not my father." Even at her tender age, Nan Zhi understood that others need not be responsible for her upbringing. If there is no father, one can simply seek another paternal figure. It is not an insurmountable task. Chu Guan remarked. Nan Zhi seemed to grasp this concept vaguely. She settled down at the Feiqing Mountain Villa and a few days later, visited her mother who had just given birth. In her hazy recollection, she understood that her mother's condition at that time was due to her own existence. Aunt Nan Zhi called out to Cui Lengxiang, who was half sitting on the bed, her back propped against a pillow. Upon seeing Nan Zhi, a smile instinctively graced her lips. "What is your name?" "Fei Yin," Nan Zhi replied. "Fei Yin." Cui Lengxiang gazed at the child with a twinge of pity. Even though this child was not her own, the misfortunes she had endured evoked deep sympathy and tenderness within her. Nan Zhi scrutinized Cui Lengxiang's expression, relieved to see that she appeared relatively well and spirited. She reassured her, "I am not the child of an uncle from outside." Having traversed through another world, Nan Zhi had come to comprehend the concept of illegitimacy. Cui Lengxiang observed the obedient, even somewhat naive child before her. To call her naive seemed inappropriate. She was meticulous and earnest in her explanations, seemingly untouched by sorrow or distress. Yet, this very demeanor stirred profound compassion in Cui Lengxiang's heart. It pained her to see the child so blissfully unaware. "Auntie does not blame you." Cui Lengxiang extended her hand, yearning to gently caress Nan Zhi's face, but the child instinctively recoiled, leaving Cui Lengxiang momentarily bewildered. Nan Zhi elucidated. "The wicked auntie poked my face with her hand. I didn't mean to dodge." Cui Lengxiang felt a pang in her heart, as if doused in boiling oil, her heart seething with anguish. This little child, though Cui Lengxiang was known as a decisive woman in the martial world, having taken lives in her past, the torment of a child would surely draw scorn from her peers. The heartless palace was meant to be a sanctuary for women, yet here it was, inflicting harm upon a woman and a child. Once she regained her strength, she would undoubtedly seek an audience with that madwoman, Zhong Lishuang. After all these years, she could endure no longer. A new guest has arrived at the Philadelphia Mountain Manor, a Taoist with an ethereal presence. His sparse beard and hair are held in place by an ancient, elegantly crafted hairpin, clad in a simple Taoist robe adorned with vibrant, multicolored patches. These striking embellishments stand out starkly against the otherwise modest attire, creating a rather jarring aesthetic. The Taoist's true name has likely faded into obscurity, as he is commonly referred to as the colorful Taoist. Upon receiving a letter from his disciple, the colorful Taoist hastened here without delay, employing his inner strength to traverse the distance. Upon encountering the colorful Taoist, Fang Xing was somewhat taken aback and offered his respects. The colorful Taoist responded with a warm smile, his hair a silvery hue, yet his complexion was remarkably rosy, with scarcely a wrinkle to be found. "Master Fang," the colorful Taoist greeted, holding a whisk in his hand. His unexpected arrival prompted Fang Xing to wonder if something was amiss, leading him to inquire about the visit. The colorful Taoist stroked his beard, chuckling as he remarked, I sensed a connection here. There is someone destined to be my disciple. Fang Xing replied. Setting aside whether your divination holds true, your presence at the Philadelphia Mountain Manor to recruit disciples seems rather peculiar. However, he bore no ill will. Noticing his disciple, Chu Guan, approaching with a young girl in tow, the colorful Taoist promptly stepped forward, extending his hand to grasp Nan Zhi's, eager to assess her. His eyebrows twitched as he detected the immense inner strength coursing through her small frame, the vast meridians pulsating with power, a truly astonishing revelation. Excellent, excellent, he murmured. Stroking his beard with evident satisfaction, he gazed kindly at Nan Zhi. Would you be willing to acknowledge me as your master? I shall guide you with utmost care. Nan Zhi tilted her head and inquired, Are you my new father? Brother said we need to find a new father. A new father? The colorful Taoist surprisingly followed the child's whimsical thought process, nodding as he replied, Master, Master, you are both your teacher and your father. Nan Zhi glanced at her older brother, then at the kindly old man, and asked, Will you raise me? The colorful Taoist smiled warmly. Not only will I nurture you, but I will also impart knowledge and protect you. Chapter 104. Poisonous Woman 25. To raise oneself and to teach oneself? A smile spread across Nan Zhi's face as she nodded vigorously. All right, you are my new father. I will treat you well. Oh, there's no need to call me father. Just call me master. It's more endearing, the colorful Taoist said, gently patting her head, his joy evident. Clearly, this disciple brought great satisfaction to the colorful Taoist, despite the fact that the child's mind might seem a bit simplistic. This is not simplicity, this is purity. Those who are overly cunning, whose minds race with myriad thoughts, cannot truly be called intelligent. At least in terms of focus, some adults fall short compared to children. Moreover, do those people possess the inner strength of a child? They do not, so they should refrain from their incessant chatter. Thus, a ceremony of accepting a disciple unfolded before Fang Xing, witnessing the child holding the colorful Taoist's hand with a look of dependence, evoking a complex mix of emotions within him. Moreover, this child might indeed be his own flesh and blood. Fang Xing harbored a subtle hope, uncertain whether he yearned for the child to be his or not. Now, the child had been taken away by another, leaving a profound emptiness within Fang Xing's heart, a void so palpable that he felt compelled to utter something. Nan Zhi nodded appreciatively, expressing her gratitude. The colorful Taoist was about to depart with the child when Chu Guan interjected, suggesting that this child could potentially be Fang Xing's daughter and that they should not wait for him to respond. They ought to engage with the child, nurturing a bond. For even if parental recognition were to occur in the future, the child would surely remember their master. When the colorful Taoist inquired if Nan Zhi would accompany him, she readily agreed, stating her desire to see her aunt first, and that after the visit, they would depart. Without a moment's hesitation, the colorful Taoist acquiesced. Nan Zhi sought out Cui Lengxiang to bid farewell, prompting an immediate query from her. Where are you going? In a few days, when my health improves. I will take you to the Palace of Heartlessness to seek justice for you, Cui Lengxiang assured her. However, Nan Zhi shook her head, declaring, I must go with my master now. I can avenge myself. Cui Lengxiang was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words as she gazed upon the child. A wave of heart-wrenching sorrow coursed through her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Aunt, goodbye. Nan Zhi smiled brightly, her radiance unmarred by the shadows of her past suffering. It was as if the child were blissfully oblivious, impervious to resentment, and equally untouched by expectations for her kin, able to bid farewell to her parents with serene composure. Cui Lengxiang clutched the bedding tightly, a surge of murderous intent swelling within her. She yearned to rend Zhong Lishuang into 1,000 pieces. If Zhong Lishuang fell into her hands, she would ensure that the child would endure the same unrelenting torment. Then you should follow your master closely, she said, a tender smile gracing her face. The bond between mother and daughter was profound. She sensed, albeit vaguely, that this precious child, as long as she lived, that was enough. She produced a small box, within which lay a thick stack of silver notes, all of substantial denomination. Take this. You may purchase whatever your heart desires. You must take care of yourself. Nan Zhi did not refuse the money, embracing the box with gratitude. Thank you. Seeing the joyous smile upon Nan Zhi's face, Cui Lengxiang felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. She gently stroked the child's withered, yellowing hair. You must eat well and often. Nan Zhi nodded earnestly. All right, I shall heed your words. Fang Xing observed the child with the box, and, without a doubt, recognized it as a gift from his wife. He unfastened the jade pendant from his waist, squatting down to speak to Nan Zhi. Do you see the pattern on it? Any shop displaying this design belongs to Feiqing Villa. You can take this without paying. Nan Zhi accepted it without hesitation, placing it into the box, and smiled at Feng Xing. Thank you. Beside them, the colorful Taoist remained silent, although he could provide for the child. It was clear that an abundance of money would only serve her well. He addressed Nan Zhi, who was holding the items, in the future. Do not give these things to others. If someone asks, do not hand them over directly. You are still young, and possessing such valuables makes you susceptible to deceit. Chu Guan could not help but exclaim, whoever dares to seize her possessions, she could shatter their ribs. The sound of impact reverberating against flesh was enough to send shivers down one's spine. In this world, there exists a myriad of disappointments. Clinging to change often leads to personal anguish. Nan Zhi, somewhat bewildered, declared, I admire my master. From her master, Nan Zhi sensed kindness and tenderness. She thought to herself that this new father figure was indeed a good man. The multicolored Taoist, filled with delight, paid closer attention to the new disciple. With a cheerful laugh, the multicolored Taoist's complexion blossomed with warmth, her eyes radiating compassion. There is no rush. My disciple has endured much injustice and deserves to seek reparation. In the past, she had no one to support her, but things are different now. Though time is a duality of yin and yang, the child's fortuity stemmed from Zhong Li Shuang's trials. Yet, suffering is suffering. Chu Guan widened his eyes, exclaiming, Are we two men truly to invade the Heartless Palace? Would that not be akin to disturbing a hornet's nest? With a dismissive scoff, the multicolored Taoist replied, A mere gathering of women. No one would bother to confront them. They perceive themselves as terribly wronged, their grievances soaring to the heavens. It is a flaw, and I shall make them confront reality. If I do not refine their sharp edges, they will remain ignorant of the true essence of the world. The multicolored Taoist then cheerfully inquired of Nan Zhi, Do you wish to go to the Heartless